Jiang Yan was stunned, but gritted her teeth and kept going. The deeper the safe, the thinner the steel, so it got easier to cut. She guessed this design was meant to buy time against thieves. Finally, after cutting through 5 nesting doll safes, a palm-sized, Tiffany blue luxury jewelry box appeared. Jiang Yan carefully took it out and opened it. She took off her sunglasses, and a dazzling, pigeon egg-sized, blood-red diamond appeared before her eyes. The diamond's cut and polish were flawless. It was crystal clear, without a single impurity, and with sunlight shining in the space, the brilliance almost dazzled Jiang Yan's eyes. Beside her, the man-eating flower was itching to try it, a small leaf waving anxiously by Jiang Yan's hand. Jiang Yan admired it for a while, reluctant to part, but eventually handed it over to Huabao. Huabao immediately curled a leaf around it and popped it straight into its mouth. Crunch, crunch, the sound was crisp and satisfying. At the same time, the progress bar above the little stream in the space began to surge rapidly. The original value was 6.3%. This time, it shot straight up to 7.5%. Though there was still a long way to go before reaching 100%. This was a big leap, proving that the speed at which the space upgraded was closely tied to the value of the gold, silver, and jewels. Feeding it a pile of 18K gold jewelry or silver ingots wasn't as effective as a smaller amount of pure gold, carat diamonds, or platinum. Jiang Yan didn't dwell on it. She picked up the electric saw and kept opening mystery boxes. Soon, after burning through a bunch of brand-new saw blades, she'd opened all the jewelry safes she'd found during the day. Over 10,000 gold bars of various sizes, more than 9,000 pure gold necklaces in all styles, over 8,000 pure gold bracelets and bangles, countless earrings, pendants, rings, brooches, lucky beads, longevity locks, and more. Over 8,000 PT 950 platinum necklaces, more than 6,000 platinum bracelets, and over 9,000 platinum earrings, pendants, rings, etc. More than 8,000 pieces of top-grade jadeite, bracelets, necklaces, bangles, pendants, brooches, and so on. Among them was a full green icy jadeite necklace and a jadeite bangle, each worth several small targets, i.e. millions. Over 9,000 pieces of top-quality pearl jewelry, necklaces, bracelets, pendants, rings, brooches, etc. Plus tens of thousands of relatively less valuable K-gold, PT 900, silver jewelry, and small pearls. There was just so much jewelry, and almost all of it was sky-high in value. Huabao's eyes went wide. It was like it hadn't eaten in centuries, instantly turning 3 leaves into 3 hands, crazily scooping up all kinds of jewelry and stuffing them into its mouth. All those broken safes were made of high-quality steel. Jiang Yan didn't throw them away. She put them all back into the inventory zone. Watching the progress bar above the little stream rise rapidly, Jiang Yan, who had been exhausted, suddenly felt a surge of energy. She took out a bottle of pineapple-flavored pulse and chugged it down, then drank a Red Bull. With sunglasses and earplugs back on, she picked up the saw and got back to work. Soon, she'd opened all the safes she'd 0 yuan purchased from the luxury watch store. 86 Patek Philippe watches of various series, 138 Vacheron Constantin of all models, 378 Rolexes including green and black submariners, 450 Jaeger-LeCoultres, and over 1,000 each of Omega, Chopard, Panerai, IWC, and more. Many of the watches had diamond-studded straps and dials, and some were entirely handmade, worth a fortune. Jiang Yan did a rough calculation. All the gold, silver, jewelry, and luxury watches combined were worth over 10 billion on the market. In the past, any one of these collectible items would have made her heart race with excitement. Now, her heart was still racing, but it was because the progress bar above the little stream was shooting forward. Rarity is value. But now, this pile of priceless treasures just lay on the ground like idle stock, stripped of the luxury and prestige they once had under the counter and spotlight. They looked more like knockoffs from some small private workshop. Luckily, they were all still in their packaging. When Huabao wanted to eat, it could open them itself. Jiang Yan couldn't help but feel she was being a bit wasteful, but she really didn't have the energy to tidy up. Even though she could control everything in the space with her mind, and the saw felt weightless in her hand, the intense vibration when cutting through steel still left her arms numb for a while. Jiang Yan's ability to control objects with her mind is somewhat similar to expending mental energy. After a whole day of hard labor and using her powers, she was completely exhausted. She just left the pile of jewelry and luxury watches out in the open, lifted her legs, and headed straight into the bathroom. Meanwhile, Hua Bao had eaten so much its teeth hurt. Its eyes were bigger than its stomach, so it gave up on eating for now. Very sensibly, it carried all those jewelry boxes into the guest room next to Jiang Yan's bedroom and stacked them up neatly. Jiang Yan had given Hua Bao that guest room to live in, but it had never actually stayed there. Every day, it just snuggled up on the white wool rug next to Jiang Yan's big bed. The next morning, Jiang Yan got up at the crack of dawn. After quickly washing up and eating breakfast, she changed into a warm wetsuit and left her space. As soon as she returned to the room she'd entered yesterday, she saw a fairly large open-top sightseeing boat parked below. But all the seats on the boat had been removed, and it was piled high with items packed in waterproof bags. More goods were still being sent down from the rooftop via pulleys and ropes. On the way back up, they'd send up some empty bags and packing straps. She quickly took out her binoculars and scanned the area. At the bow, several people were in charge of receiving and loading the goods. As usual, there were 2 armed soldiers standing guard. But she didn't see Qi Mengnian, Song Qian, or Zhao Zi. Jiang Yan watched for a few seconds before realizing what was going on. Anming was an inland city, unlike coastal or riverside cities where boats were abundant. There were some cargo boats, but they were all small, just enough for daily use in scenic areas. So it made sense that they dismantled the biggest sightseeing boat to use for transporting goods. Judging by the amount of cargo, Song Qian and the others must have stayed up all night, sweeping the entire building. Not only did they clear it out, but they also had to collect and pack everything up, all in the pitch-dark night, using only flashlights. The workload was easy to imagine. Jiang Yan suddenly understood why they needed to have a soldier with them. Also, since this building was isolated with no villages or shops nearby, ordinary people couldn't get in, so they hadn't left any supplies for the public. The supply boat didn't stay long before leaving. Not long after, Song Qian and the other 2 appeared in Jiang Yan's binoculars. Unlike yesterday's energetic selves, today all 3 looked exhausted. Song Qian was driving the boat. After boarding, Qi Meng didn't even take off her life ring. She just leaned against the side of the boat, one hand holding the strap, the other cushioning her head, and fell asleep on her side. Zhao Zi, also wearing a life ring, just lay down wherever, holding onto a rope, and fell asleep too. Their way of sleeping was actually a bit dangerous, so Song Qian was driving the boat slowly. Fortunately, the water was calm, and he kept the boat steady. Watching them drift away, Jiang Yan finally relaxed. She didn't care about the thick layer of dust on the sofa and plopped down. She glanced up. The general manager's office door was open. The air conditioning maintenance hatch in the hallway had been broken open, so they'd probably doubled back. The box of tissues that had been on the tea table was now gone. Jiang Yan decided to wait until they were farther away before heading down herself, just to be extra safe. Her gaze paused under the tea table. She thought she saw a hidden compartment. She casually slid her hand to the side, and her eyes lit up. There was quite a lot inside. There was some expensive banjiang and Bingdao tea, as well as ordinary jasmine tea and little green mandarins, plus a big box of 30-year-old dried tangerine peel. Apparently, the compartment was well hidden, so the others hadn't found it, leaving everything behind. She didn't know if the banjiang and Bingdao were real, but the tangerine peel was definitely good stuff. Jiang Yan simply put all of it into her space. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Yan finally got up. The temperature outside had dropped again. The sky was gray and overcast, with thick clouds threatening rain. Jiang Yan suddenly realized that the window of opportunity this time might not last 4 days. She needed to move as quickly as possible. Not daring to waste time, she hurried down to the 13th floor. She took out her inflatable boat and started paddling out. When she reached the edge of the building, she checked the waterline, then jumped onto the boat. Her plan today was to clear out all the jewelry stores outside the city center, but within the Fourth Ring Road. The outer ring was much larger than the inner city, but there were fewer jewelry stores and no luxury watch shops, so most of her time was spent traveling. Unlike yesterday, when she could just swim from one small jewelry district to another in the city center, today's route meant she had to return to the boat after each stop and travel to the next destination. She even had to switch to a speedboat at times, making today much more tiring than yesterday. On the way, she ran into a few other groups out searching for supplies and inflatable boats. Everyone was wary and kept their distance. Even if someone smiled and asked about supplies, nobody told the truth. After all, if they couldn't carry everything in one trip, they'd just hide it somewhere and come back for it later, like squirrels moving house. By around 6 or 7 in the evening, Jiang Yan had searched over 90% of the jewelry stores marked on her homemade treasure map. She even stumbled upon several connected garden shops in an alley behind a tourist shopping street. The seedlings inside had rotted after the heat and rain, but there were lots of unopened nursery fences, solid wood, PVC, metal, in white, blue, and green. Jiang Yan took them all into her space. The remaining less than 10% of jewelry stores were scattered in the suburbs, but she didn't have the energy to go after them. Also, starting around 5 or 6, a light drizzle began to fall. Not knowing if the rain would get heavier, she didn't dare stray too far from the city. Tonight, she planned to rest in an unfinished office building on the city's edge near the B base, isolated with nothing around. The building belonged to the power company, just one tower, abandoned at 15 floors and never completed. Next to it was a huge power plant, now completely submerged. Jiang Yan climbed in through a window on the 13th floor. Crouching by the window, she put away her speedboat and was about to head inside when she noticed dark shapes moving under the water. A chill ran down her spine. She thought it was those mutant leeches. But on closer look, it didn't seem like it. The shadows were slowly swimming upward. After a few seconds, Jiang Yan finally saw clearly they were fish. A whole school of enormous fish. Jiang Yan was overjoyed. Heaven really never seals off all exits. Since the heat wave began, this was the first time she'd seen any normal living creature outside. She just didn't know whether these fish had mutated like the mosquitoes and leeches. Each fish in the group looked about as long as her arm, but at least they hadn't grown strange teeth or changed color. But they were a bit far away, so she couldn't see clearly. She'd just have to catch one and see. But how to catch them was a problem. She did have a pile of all kinds of fishing rods in her space, sea rods, river rods, all sorts. But honestly, her fishing skills were pretty lousy. She was the type with lots of gear but little ability. It was probably better to just use a fish net for a simple, brute force approach. But she wasn't close enough. When the fish swam to a certain spot, it was as if they'd become sentient. They wouldn't come any closer. Jiang Yan thought for a moment, then finally took out a large fish trap from her space, along with a small plastic basin and a bag of cornmeal. She mixed some water into the cornmeal, kneaded it into balls just a bit bigger than the mesh of the fish trap, and put them inside. Then she carefully lowered the fish trap over the edge of the door, inch by inch. Once she judged the distance was right, she took out a small stool from her space, sat down, and used her feet to anchor the rope attached to the fish trap. Then she sprinkled some dry cornmeal above the trap. She actually didn't know much about fishing. The agricultural tutorial videos she'd watched only taught net casting and such. But she vaguely remembered seeing a fishing blogger on Douyin once, who said you had to bait the spot before fishing, and that fish liked to eat cornmeal and red worms. So she copied the idea and made some improvements. Others waited by trees for rabbits. She was waiting by her net for fish. Once everything was ready, all she could do now was wait for the fish to swim into the trap. The fish were still swimming around. Some soon caught the scent of the cornmeal and began to swim upward. 1, 2, 3. After about 10 minutes, a bold fish finally wriggled into Jiang Yan's fish trap and began to gobble up the cornmeal balls inside. Judging by how ravenously it ate, these fish were probably used to going hungry. After all, the power plant was in a remote area, not like the city with its abundance of food. Though those foods were another story altogether. At least the water quality here was much better. As for how the fish could grow so large with so little food, Jiang Yen guessed mutation was probably involved. Honestly, mosquitoes, leeches, fish mutating in such a short time, there was no scientific explanation. But just like her own rebirth, her space, and her man-eating flower, none of it made scientific sense anyway. Jiang Yen didn't dwell on it, focusing all her attention on the water's surface. Soon, seeing the first fish eating safely inside the trap, the rest followed in, one after another. The fish were so big that the trap was full with just 7 or 8. Jiang Yen judged it was about time, gripped the rope tightly in her hands, braced her feet, and with one powerful motion, hauled the fish trap up. The fish realized what was happening, but it was too late. With Jiang Yan's strength, the trap was yanked right onto the ground. Inside, the fish flopped and thrashed wildly, mouths agape. Jiang Yan didn't immediately put them into her space, but leaned in for a closer look. The fins and shapes were distinctive. They were all tilapia. Slimmer tilapia. She was a bit puzzled. Tilapia are tropical fish, preferring warm water and not picky about their environment. They can even live in stinky ditches, earning them the nickname trash fish. Back when the power plant was running, it discharged warm, cooling water, so the little river outside was full of tilapia. Later, the area even developed a whole agritourism business around tilapia farming. The most famous dishes were spicy tilapia stew and grilled tilapia. But right now, the water outside was only 3 or 4 degrees Celsius, far too cold for tilapia. Yet they'd just been swimming around as if nothing was wrong. Survival of the fittest. Jiang Yan couldn't help but suspect they really had mutated. But suspicions aside, she decided to put them in her space for now. After all, once Flower Baby finished eating all the gold and jewels, maybe a little stream would appear in her space. A stream without fish would have no soul. Now that all the fish were in contact with the trap, Jiang Yan didn't have to grab them one by one. She just put the whole trap into her space. Sensing with her mind, Jiang Yan couldn't help but laugh and cry. The good news, living things stored in her space stayed alive. The bad news, her space was too smart. Usually, unless she specified otherwise, anything she put in her space would be automatically sorted into the gray inventory area. But the live fish she'd just put in were automatically recognized and dumped into the outdoor pool next to her apple pod, a pool she rarely used. Luckily, the pool wasn't chlorinated or anything, and there were no chemicals in it. The tilapia were swimming around happily. Watching her private pool instantly turn into a fish pond, Jiang Yan couldn't help but facepalm and sigh. She figured that once the stream materialized, the fish would probably be automatically moved there. Oh well, she'd transfer them once the stream was ready. Thinking this, Jiang Yan left her space. Then, using the same method, she caught a bunch more fish and put them into her luxurious fish pond. Among the later catches, there were even a few carp, crucian carp, loaches, some river shrimp, and 2 palm-sized turtles. Without exception, they were all much bigger than usual. Probably, after the water level rose, fish and loaches that had been trapped at the bottom of the big lakes in Anming swam out. Seeing so many lively, normal little animals, Jiang Yan grew more and more excited as she caught them. When it was completely dark, she finally stopped fishing. After packing everything up, Jiang Yan went upstairs. The wind had picked up outside, and the rain was heavier. Jiang Yan looked around the drafty rooms, found one with some shelter, and took out a tent from her space. She'd wanted to sleep outside the night before, but Song Qian and the others had messed up her plans. Now no one would disturb her. The next day, when Jiang Yan woke up, the rain outside was even heavier. She had a bad feeling. It looked like the torrential downpour would probably hit tonight. She decided to visit the B-base before noon and then head back. With that in mind, Jiang Yan quickly took out a box of instant noodles from her space. She grabbed a camping alcohol stove, added water, brought it to a boil, and soaked the noodles. Jiang Yan didn't bother washing her face and just ran her fingers through her hair. She was heading back to Qianxue Bay Community in the afternoon. After spending 2 or 3 days out, if she cleaned herself up too much, it would only draw unnecessary attention. Not that she was afraid, but it never hurt to keep a low profile and stay cautious. After packing up her tent, sleeping mat, sleeping bag, thermos, and so on, her instant noodles were ready. She hadn't had any in a while, and with the damp chill outside, this bowl of spicy beef instant noodles tasted like the most delicious thing in the world. She finished it in one go, not even leaving a drop of soup, and instantly felt warm all over. She changed into her wets. She glanced casually. The progress bar above the little stream had already reached 32%. So far, the progress was pretty fast, probably because Huaba had been prioritizing those insanely valuable jewels. Jiang Yan guessed that as things went on, the progress would slow down. After all, the further she went, the less valuable the remaining jewels and watches would be. But she wasn't in a hurry. As soon as Huaba was summoned out, it looked at Jiang Yan with eager anticipation. Jia. Mom, where are we going today? It would never admit to Mom that it had just found a new source of fun after seeing 2 turtles sunbathing by the pool outside. For example, it had kicked one into the water with its little leaf foot and flipped the other onto its back, leaving it flailing upside down. Jiang Yan took out her treasure map and pointed to a nearby marker labeled Anmingbi Base for Huabao to see. Navigator Huabao instantly memorized the coordinates. Jia. Hey Mom, what's a seed resource bank for? Huabao pointed with a little leaf at a name marked on the mountain not far from the bee base, curiosity written all over its face. Jiang Yan brought the map closer and saw Anming Seed Resource Bank written on it and couldn't help but laugh. Huabao, you've got sharp eyes. A seed resource bank is a specialized place for storing crop seeds. She hadn't noticed it before. There was actually something like this nearby. Looked like she could add another stop to her itinerary this morning. With that thought, Jiang Yan took out her inflatable boat, compass, and theodolite from her space. She started the motor, and together with Huabao, sped toward the bee base. Everyone knew that in the apocalypse, seeds were incredibly valuable. With seeds, there was hope for all things to revive, and for humanity to survive. She remembered that in the island nation, there was a Doomsday seed vault built on permafrost, storing over 100 million seeds from all over the world. That seed vault was as secure as the U.S. National Gold Reserve. It could withstand asteroid impacts, nuclear war, and other disasters. Even if the Antarctic glaciers melted and sea levels rose, it wouldn't be affected. And supposedly, its backup power could last at least 200 years. The Anming Seed Bank was a joint public-private project. Its reserves and security level couldn't compare to the Doomsday Seed Vault. But she still wanted to check it out. After all, if no one went today, no one would be able to go tomorrow. While Jiang Yan was thinking, she'd already arrived near the bee base. Base was a generous term. It was really just a few small houses built halfway up the mountain, probably with some greenhouses attached. But it looked like there had been landslides and mudslides earlier, and most of the buildings had been destroyed, leaving devastation everywhere. Only the central house was still half standing, stubbornly holding on in the mud. Jiang Yan figured she might be going home empty-handed today. But since she was already here, she decided to take a look inside. The glass windows had long been washed away by the flood, and the door was broken. But the doorway was blocked tight with a pile of twisted branches, making it impossible to get in. She had to pack up her inflatable boat, put on a safety helmet from her space, and climb in through the only window. Inside, the water was waist-deep. Floating in the water were specimens, branches, dead rats, and some tiny bee corpses. Jiang Yan shone her flashlight around for a while and finally found the stairs to the upper floor in a corner. She used a trekking pole to probe the floor as she waded slowly across. The stairs were wet and slippery with no handrail, so Jiang Yan climbed very carefully. After a few minutes, she reached the upper floor. She switched her flashlight for a high-powered spotlight, instantly lighting up the whole room like daylight. The small room held 7 or 8 large metal cabinets with glass doors. Jiang Yan stepped closer and saw the words incubator on them. Probably because of the earlier high temperatures and power outage, all the bees inside were dead. A bee base like this should have had backup power to last a while. But most likely, the generator room had been destroyed by rain or the wires had been damaged, so it was useless now. Jiang Yan frowned and was about to leave, when a thought struck her as she glanced again at the incubators. She'd learned from her self-study in agriculture that to hatch chicks from eggs, you either needed a brooding hen or an incubator. She already had live fish, shrimp, crabs, and turtles in her space. If she raised some chickens, ducks, and geese, she could really establish an ecosystem in there. And she had not only chicken, duck, and goose eggs in her storage, but also quail, pigeon, and even ostrich eggs. If she hatched them all, her space would be bustling. As for pollinating bees, she hadn't found any, but that was fine. Besides bees, butterflies, ants, and beetles could also pollinate. If all else failed, she could do it by hand, or have Hua Bao act as her flower worker. Jiang Yan quickly finished thinking it through, took out a spare battery from her space, and tested the plugs on the incubators one by one. After testing, only 3 of the 8 incubators still worked. She cleaned out the dead bees and stored the working ones in her space. She decided that when she had nothing to do during the next heavy rain, she'd hatch all kinds of eggs in her space, perfect for testing her agricultural skills. Back on the inflatable boat, Jiang Yan noticed the rain had gotten heavier. She didn't dare linger, and with Hua Bao's navigation, quickly headed for the seed resource bank. Halfway there, she stopped the boat and habitually took out her binoculars for a look. A small boat with a flag was anchored nearby. It looked like an official vessel. Looking farther, Jiang Yan's eyes widened. The mountainside near the seed resource bank had suffered a massive landslide, completely burying the entrance. A group of people in black rain boots were digging through the mud with hoes and crowbars. Others were working together to clear out branches and debris. Without an excavator, who knew how long manual labor would take? But that wasn't Jiang Yan's concern. She turned her boat around, took out a raincoat and put it on, donned her goggles, and started the motor, speeding toward Qianshui Bay. As she neared the community, she switched to a rubber dinghy. She also took out a large black backpack from her space. At this point, the backpack was stuffed with instant noodles, sausages, and other supplies. It wasn't heavy, but it looked stuffed to the brim at a glance. Jiang Yan's inflatable raft stopped about a kilometer away from Shallow Water Bay. The rain was getting heavier and visibility around her was visibly dropping. As usual, she took out her binoculars for a look. At the window of the stairwell on the 16th floor, there were now a bunch of people crowded together, clutching buckets and bags of rice. Judging by how long they'd been there, everyone's hair and clothes were soaked through. There were also 2 boys, about 11 or 12, their thin, dark faces flushed red from the cold. In the water outside the window and around the building, especially on the side facing the main street, there were scattered groups of people everywhere. Some wore life vests or clung to tires, while others had nothing at all, bare-chested and bare-legged, paying no mind to the cold or the garbage in the water. Some acted alone. Others formed groups of 7 or 8, arms submerged, bodies arranged in a U-shape, working together as if trying to catch something. The other 4 buildings were in similar situations. Suddenly, not far ahead of one U-shaped group, a hand shot up from the water, fingers clenched into a fist, making a signal. "Pull in the net," someone in the U-shaped group shouted. At the command, everyone quickly closed in, gathering up a floral bedsheet full of tiny holes that had been spread underwater. Jiang Yan understood instantly. They must have found a lot of fish here too. They'd sewn bedsheets and mosquito nets into makeshift fishing nets and were working together to catch fish the old-fashioned way. Judging by the scene, there were plenty of fish here as well. Although the water quality around the complex was questionable, fish were clearly much tastier and more acceptable than those mutated leeches. If it weren't for the terrifying storms forecasted and the fact that her best bet was to get back to her home on the 32nd floor, she might have turned around and joined them. She watched for a while as the rain intensified, but none of the people showed any sign of heading home. Jiang Yan took a sleeve arrow from her storage space and strapped it to her arm, then picked up her paddle and continued forward. As she got closer, she saw that the fish being caught were even bigger and fatter than the ones she'd collected at the power plant. But they weren't tilapia. They looked like carp and grass carp, some even had whiskers on their mouths. There were no more signs of mutated leeches on the walls. It seemed they'd all been collected as treasures. Someone among the busy fishers noticed Jiang Yan paddling her raft back. They looked surprised for a moment, but quickly went back to fishing. The fish were so big that, if rationed, one could feed a family of 3 for a day or 2. Processing was simple. Gather some wood, light a charcoal fire, sprinkle on some salt, and roast, a protein-rich delicacy. Wow, miss, you actually have an inflatable raft? Can I rent it from you? Just for an hour. I'll pay you 1,000 yuan. Cash. A man fishing alone had just caught a wildly wriggling water snake. After handing it to his son to deliver to his wife waiting at the window, he spotted Jiang Yan, wiped the rain from his face with his arm, and called out politely. Judging by the direction his son swam, they must be from Building B. As soon as he spoke, everyone else's gaze instantly shifted to Jiang Yan. Only then did Jiang Yan notice that many people's arms were covered in goosebumps, and some had bluish faces and pale lips. Different places breed different people. Anming had always been a southern city with a mild climate, unlike the north, where people might swim in icy rivers even when it snowed. Working in such cold water in this weather was truly a last resort for most. People here weren't afraid of hardship or cold, but while their spirits were willing, their bodies clearly hadn't caught up. Sorry, not for rent or loan, Jiang Yan replied, expression unchanged as she kept paddling. She'd left early, and news traveled slowly in the buildings. Many in Building A didn't even know she had a raft. Besides, most of these people were unfamiliar faces from other buildings whom Jiang Yan had never met. A man with naturally curly hair joked from the side. Oh, come on, old Zhang. You just wanted to chat up a pretty girl, didn't you? The official rescue boats will be here to pick us up tomorrow. What do you need a raft for? And 1,000 in cash? You got money to burn. Money's worthless now anyway. Old Zhang, you're just trying to fool the young lady, another chimed in. The man called Old Zhang wasn't angry. He just sneered at the curly-haired man in front of him. Huh. Old Nyo, if you really believe that, you should be lying at home waiting for the rescue boats tomorrow. Why are you out here fighting us for fish? Is your wife's warm bed not cozy enough, or is this water not cold and filthy enough for you? Jiang Yan paused her paddling. The official boats had already been here? But they hadn't evacuated people? Was it due to limited capacity? Or was it like what Chi Ming'an said, just someone with a loudspeaker making announcements? Old Nyo laughed awkwardly. Ahem, I just saw you guys having fun fishing, and I couldn't stand being cooped up at home anymore. Damn, these days stuck at home feel like prison. At least in prison you get 3 meals a day. At home, it's feast or famine. The supplies the officials handed out today weren't even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Someone nearby sighed, I think whether the official boats come tomorrow or not, it's best to be prepared. Everyone thought the weather would clear up, but here comes the rain again. If it pours like last time, we're really screwed. Old Zhang listened to the others, shook his head with a bitter smile, then looked sincerely at Jiang Yan. Miss, if 1,000 isn't enough, name your price. As long as it's something Zhang Dalai, can do, I'll do it. If you won't rent it for an hour, how about half an hour? Jiang Yan glanced at him and replied coolly, not happening. Old Zhang, rejected again, gave an awkward laugh. Come on, miss, you don't have to be so stingy, do you? And it's not like I'm not paying. If you're worried about damage, I'll pay double the deposit. How about that? Would you lend your wife or your car to a stranger? Jiang Yan replied, surprisingly patient. Zhang Dalai choked you. TSK, this girl's really something. The guy even humbled himself in front of his son to ask, and she's still so cold. "She's got a heart of stone," another man commented, trying to stir things up. Jiang Yen shot him a cold look, raised an eyebrow, and smirked. "Oh? Feeling soft-hearted? How about you split half the fish you caught with me?" "Come on, don't twist my words. How is that the same thing?" The man was instantly annoyed. After all, Jiang Yen was just a young girl. In his eyes, she posed no threat whatsoever. There were a few others nearby, but they were all busy teaming up to catch fish, not interested in butting in. "Hey, what's wrong with you guys? Have you all gotten soft from hiding at home lately? She's just a lone little girl. Why waste so much breath on her? If she's being unreasonable, then we don't need to play nice either. If she won't lend it, let's just take it." The man wiped rainwater from his face, spat into the water, and spoke viciously. Someone nearby glanced at Jiang Yen warily and said, "Lu Yang, the official boat came by today. You really dare try to rob her?" If this had been yesterday, robbing or even killing someone wouldn't have been up for debate. But ever since the official boat showed up, the sense of law and morality that everyone had long abandoned started creeping back in. Scared of what? You think they have the time to care about this crap now? Hell, even if they do come after us, at least we'll get fed in jail. Exactly. She's just a girl, and by the looks of it, nobody cares about her. Otherwise, she'd have a boyfriend or a dad with her. Since she's alone, what's there to be afraid of? The others exchanged glances for a moment. Someone sharp-eyed looked at Jiang Yen and quickly put the pieces together. A young woman, able to paddle a rubber dinghy out in this environment and make it back safely. She clearly wasn't ordinary. People like that are good at playing weak to trick others. Obviously, she wasn't someone to mess with. But greed flickered in a few eyes, and some men started edging closer to Jiang Yan's boat, eager to try their luck. In their minds, in times like these, just taking her boat was already more moral than taking both her boat and her body. They told themselves they were at least giving her some dignity, since they were all neighbors from the same complex. Jiang Yen swept a cold gaze over the men swimming toward her, her face expressionless as she kept paddling forward. Slap. Slap. Two of the faster swimmers reached out and grabbed the edge of her rubber dinghy. Jiang Yen turned, took a breath, and said icily, "Let go." The two exchanged glances, smirked, and didn't move an inch. Swish! Aff! The sound of a blade being drawn and a scream rang out at the same time. Red blood mixed with rainwater dripped into the water. Jiang Yan's wrist-mounted dart was already aimed at the next man. Don't kill me." The man hurriedly pulled his hand back. The other men who'd been about to close in on her hesitated, their eyes flickering with fear, and froze in place. Having made her point, Jiang Yen couldn't be bothered to waste more words. Taking advantage of the path they'd instinctively cleared, she quickly paddled toward the window of Building A, 16th floor. "Old Zhao, isn't that the girl from 32nd floor, Building A?" One of the men from Building A, who'd been watching Jiang Yen, suddenly blurted out. "Who?" Another man from Building A looked at him like he was an idiot, glanced at Jiang Yen, and then seemed to realize something, unconsciously stepping back. Jiang Yen was wearing rain goggles and a raincoat, so even people who knew her might not recognize her at first glance. Besides, some of these people only knew her name, not her face. To many, Jiang Yen, the one who exposed the truth about the blood mosquitoes and led the charge to wipe out Lu Dahong's gang, was someone to be respected and admired. Of course, there was also some fear. After all, rumor had it she had a gun, and was a crack shot. Some people were just curious or gossipy. Even though the internet was down, some still connected this Jiang Yen to the billionaire heiress whose mother had been involved in a real-life, vanishing woman case. Given her background, it was strange for her to show up in Qianshui Bay. But whether someone rises to glory or falls from grace, it's all just gossip for people to chat about over meals. The rest of the crowd didn't understand the earlier exchange, and after glancing at each other, fell silent. They were from other buildings and didn't know Jiang Yen or the so-called 32nd floor of Building A. But the first troublemaker's arm had already been pierced by a strange blade. Scenes like this used to only happen in TV dramas or movies. Seeing it in real life was truly chilling. Meanwhile, the group crowded at the 16th floor window of Building A had watched everything unfold. As Jiang Yan paddled her dinghy toward the window, the people blocking the corridor entrance quickly pressed themselves against the wall to make way. The dinghy soon reached the window. The people who'd been shocked moments ago now wore expressions of curiosity, waiting to see how she'd haul the heavy, oversized dinghy inside. Some even got ready to help if she asked. The water level was still the same as 2 days ago, maybe even a bit lower. Jiang Yan first pressed the dinghy tightly against the wall, then pushed herself up onto the windowsill with both hands, easily flipping herself inside. She secured the rope, gave it a tug, and hauled the dinghy up after her. Under the stunned, indifferent gazes of the crowd, Jiang Yan single-handedly dragged the dinghy inside. She took off her raincoat, stuffed it into a white plastic bag, then hoisted the dinghy onto her shoulder and headed for the fire door. "Damn, did that girl grow up eating iron?" someone muttered as they watched her walk away. "No wonder she talks so tough, like she doesn't care about anyone." She won't be cocky for long." "What do you mean?" "I'll tell you in secret. I heard when the official boat came today." Jiang Yan didn't hear the rest. Nor did she care. There weren't many people in. Still, the smell was strong. At the landing on the 17th floor, Jiang Yan wiped the water from her face, pulled a mask from her storage, and put it on. She also took out a flashlight. Carrying the dinghy, she quickly made her way up to the 31st floor. From a distance, she could already hear a heated argument upstairs. "Yiqing, Sun Jingtao, I'm warning you. If you don't open the door, when the officials come tomorrow, you'll be sorry." "Exactly. Neighbors are supposed to help each other. You've got so many supplies, why shouldn't you share some with us?" Let me tell you the truth. Someone already reported Jiang Yan for illegally possessing a firearm to the authorities today. Are you planning to cover for her and get yourselves in trouble too? Either let us move up to the 32nd floor, or lend us your inflatable boat, or split half of your supplies from the past few days with us. Don't think we haven't noticed. Every time your boat comes back, it's loaded with stuff. Yeah, you have to give us half. Or we'll just come up and take it by force. Yiqing, Sun Jingtao, I know you two are pretty capable. But even counting everyone, you're just 3 people. That gun-toting she-devil isn't even here right now, so I suggest you be smart about this. The people upstairs were all shouting at once, their words making no sense, each one sounding fiercer than the last. Jiang Yan's steps faltered. She turned her head and glanced upward, only to see a dense crowd, some brandishing sticks and pipes, blocking the stairwell below the 32nd floor fire door. Most of them were holding life preservers or something similar, probably people from the remaining buildings who had gathered together. The fire door on the 32nd floor was half open, letting in a bit of dim light. Yiqing and Sun Jingtao stood guard at the door, both holding weapons. Though they were outnumbered, their upright figures and advantageous position gave them an imposing presence. Like 2 warriors holding a pass against 1,000 enemies. You say someone has a gun just because you say so? What a joke. Which of yours saw it? Su Dai cut in, deftly steering the conversation away from the supplies. Her voice was brimming with anger. Jiang Yan couldn't see her, but guessed she was standing behind Sun Jingtao and Yiqing. "We all saw it," someone stammered, pointing to the people around them. "Yeah, we're all witnesses." Several others nodded in agreement. Su Dai's face turned red with fury at their shamelessness. "Zhang Dan, how can you people be so heartless and shameless, spouting lies like this? Besides, Jiang Yan helped you uncover the truth, now you're turning around and blaming her. When they dealt with Lu Dahong and the others that day, these people weren't even there. The guy's dead, what good is the truth now? We don't care. Don't change the subject. Either give us the supplies, or give us the supplies." Zhang Dan, emboldened by the crowd, was especially aggressive. Su Dai's voice rose even higher. "You keep talking about the authorities, but now you're trying to rob us in broad daylight. Aren't you afraid of what'll happen when the authorities show up tomorrow?" You were selfish first. And anyway, who can prove we're the ones robbing you?" Su Dai wanted to retort, but Yiqing raised a hand to stop her. Yiqing swept his cold gaze over the crowd, finally settling on Zhang Dan's face. He spoke, enunciating each word. You want supplies? If you're missing arms or legs, I wouldn't mind sharing a little. As he finished, a hint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. You little brat, still wet behind the ears, who are you threatening? Damn, ow. Thud. A dull thump echoed as a blunt weapon struck a skull, sending hot, red blood splattering everywhere. No one in the stairwell expected Yiqing to suddenly strike. The crowd, faces splashed with blood, recoiled in shock. They were all from other buildings. Over the past couple of days, they'd heard bits and pieces about what happened on the 32nd floor of Building A. After several rounds of gossip, Jiang Yan had become, in their minds, a lunatic who lost her mind after her mother's tragic death and now roamed around with a gun, killing anyone she saw. Don't mess with a lunatic. Especially not a lunatic with a gun, that was the consensus. As for Yiqing and Sun Jingtao, they only knew one was a former soldier and the other a college student. Both seemed like decent people, nothing to be too afraid of. Besides, they had the numbers. I'll fight you to the death. Zhang Dan wiped the blood from his forehead and charged up the stairs, axe in hand. Bang! Yiqing lashed out with a powerful kick, slamming into Zhang Dan's chest. Others rushed to catch him, but when they felt the blood drip onto their hands, they instinctively let go. Already unsteady on the steps, Zhang Dan lost his balance and tumbled down. Crack! His already fractured skull smashed against the stairs. Eyes bulging, mouth twisted, he died instantly. Holy shit, you just killed someone in broad daylight. Just wait till the authorities come tomorrow, you're finished. The crowd shrank back a few steps, fear in their eyes, but still tried to save face by shouting defiantly. We're done talking. If any of you try anything against the 32nd floor again, just come at us. Sun Jingtao stepped forward. Yeah, one comes, we smash one. A whole bunch comes, we smash a whole bunch. Su Dai, standing behind him, waved her iron hammer. Yiqing glanced coldly at the crowd. Still not leaving? You. Someone tried to argue, but Yiqing's glare made the words die in their throat. Someone, looking defeated, was about to leave when another stopped them. We can't go. If we leave, they'll get rid of Zhang Dan's body. We have to stay and watch. Yeah, we'll wait here for the authorities' boat. Right, anyone who leaves today is a coward. I don't believe it. What, we can't even stand in the stairwell? What's he going to do, come down and kill us all? Someone said, plopping down on the steps. Seeing this, the others sat down as well. Standing on the 30th floor, Jiang Yan craned her neck to watch for a while until it started to ache. After thinking it over, she put away her flashlight, hoisted the inflatable boat onto her shoulder, and started slowly climbing the stairs. The now silent crowd immediately heard footsteps coming from below. A few people leaned over to peek. The stairwell was dim, and compared to them in the light, Jiang Yan was hidden in the shadows. After a few seconds, all they could see was someone carrying a boat up the stairs. Looks like a boat, someone whispered in surprise. The crowd's eyes lit up, everyone getting ready to make a move. But when they saw Jiang Yan carrying the inflatable boat around the corner, the light in their eyes died. They didn't know her by face, but they'd heard of her and guessed it must be her. Never mind anything else, just the fact that she could carry an inflatable boat up from the 16th floor was enough to show she wasn't ordinary. Instinctively, the crowd parted to either side of the stairs, leaving a narrow path for her. Jiang Yan. Su Dai and the others spotted Jiang Yan, their eyes lighting up with relief. Jiang Yan stopped at the landing of the stairs and didn't go any further. The path the crowd had made for her was narrow. If any of them suddenly pulled out a knife to stab her in the back, she'd turn into a human pincushion in an instant. Good dogs don't block the way, Jiang Yan said coldly, raising an eyebrow as she glanced at the group. They looked at each other for a second, but though they were angry, none dared speak up. They squeezed themselves even further to the sides of the stairwell. Seeing this, Jiang Yan said nothing more. She set her inflatable boat down on the floor and took off her backpack. Maybe we should head back. It's almost our turn to go down and fish anyway, someone said nervously, seeing her unzip her backpack and thinking she was about to pull out a gun. Yeah, that's right. It's so dark in this stairwell, I almost forgot the time, another chimed in hastily. What about old Jiang's body? What else can we do? Just leave it there. The group gave each other excuses and started moving their feet. Jiang Yan paused with her hand on the zipper, then stood up and watched as the group filed past her down the stairs. Yiqing followed behind them, picked up her inflatable boat, and said, "Let me help you." "Thanks," Jiang Yan replied without fuss and headed upstairs. "Jiang Yan, you haven't been back these past 2 days, I thought you." Su Dai rushed over and grabbed Jiang Yan's hand, almost crying with relief. Jiang Yan's lips curled in a half-smile. Sun Jingtao glanced at his wife and said, "Jiang Yan must be tired after carrying that inflatable boat up. Let's not stand here, why don't we talk inside?" "Right, and I just happen to have something for you," Su Dai said, pulling Jiang Yan toward their apartment. "Okay." Jiang Yan had wanted to ask the three of them about the official boats anyway, so she didn't refuse Su Dai's invitation. Yesterday, the government boat came and handed out some supplies to each household. Everyone got a box of instant noodles and 2 packs of sausages. "We picked yours up for you, thinking we'd give them to you when you got back. Also, we found some alcohol and a little alcohol stove while we were out, so we'll give you one too. That way you can have something hot to eat. There's a bunch of other odds and ends, we'll share some with you later," Su Dai explained warmly. After all, in her eyes, Jiang Yan only had a backpack, so she probably hadn't found much in the way of supplies. Meanwhile, Yiqing had already carried Jiang Yan's inflatable boat to her door. "Jiang Yan, I'll leave the boat here for you." He set it down and strode over to join the three of them. "Why don't you put your boat and backpack away first?" "We'll wait for you here," Su Dai said quickly. The three of them were tactful. None suggested going into Jiang Yan's apartment. "Okay, just give me a moment." Jiang Yan quickly went inside to put away her inflatable boat and backpack. When she came back out, she was holding a red plastic bag. "Su Dai, here," Jiang Yan said, handing her the bag. "What's this?" Su Dai asked, puzzled. She opened it and then exclaimed in delight. "Cabbage seeds. Oh my god. And bottle gourd seeds too. Wow. Jiang Yan, where did you find these?" "This is amazing." Jiang Yan replied smoothly, "Just got lucky. I found a few bags of vegetable seeds in an e-commerce company's office in a building I visited. There were 2 bags each of cabbage and bottle gourd seeds, so I'm splitting them with you." She only had the supplies in her backpack, so she couldn't really share anything else. But seeds didn't take up much space. Earlier, she'd seen Su Dai carrying a flower pot upstairs. These seeds had probably been through high temperatures, so the germination rate might be low. But now that there was water, cabbages were easy to grow, so they'd probably get something out of them. The only problem was the lack of sunlight and the low temperature, so the vegetables would grow slowly and require patience. Nearby, Sun Jingtao, who was opening the door, turned around and smiled. "You two really are on the same wavelength." Jiang Yan looked at the couple, puzzled. "You'll see when you come in." Su Dai pursed her lips, pulled Jiang Yan inside, and then added with an embarrassed smile, "The place is a bit messy right now." "We're all the same. It's normal," Jiang Yan said with a smile. Su Dai's apartment was laid out exactly like hers. Outside, the rain was coming down harder, and it was getting darker. But thanks to the large floor-to-ceiling windows, the light inside was still passable. Jiang Yan glanced around and saw that the spacious living room was piled high with all sorts of odds and ends, food, clothes, daily necessities. Most of the packaging was damaged, and some things were still wet, probably fished out of the water and not yet dried. It looked like they'd had a pretty good haul on their last outing. Near the windows, there were lots of flower pots of different shapes and a bunch of makeshift hydroponic containers made from cut-up water bottles. "Wow, you've planted so much," Jiang Yan said in surprise, hurrying over to the balcony. Green shoots were poking out of the flower pots. She couldn't tell what they were. In the water bottles, there were green onions and garlic sprouts. "When I was pregnant, my mother-in-law stayed with us for a while. She was used to growing vegetables back home, so she brought some seeds with her. She said if we ever had another lockdown like during the pandemic, we could grow some vegetables in pots to be self-sufficient. I never thought we'd actually need them. Now, with the seeds you brought, We'll be set for a good while," Su Dai said, pulling Jiang Yan to sit on the sofa in the corner. Sun Jingtao dug a bottle of mineral water out of the pile of supplies and handed it to Jiang Yan. "Thank you," Jiang Yan said, reaching out to take it. Mineral water was probably pretty scarce for them. There was rainwater outside, but it tasted bitter. She didn't drink it, just set it down and looked at Su Dai. "By the way, everyone downstairs is fishing. Why didn't you join in?" "We caught a few fish the day before yesterday with the spear gun you gave us. Today, there were too many people downstairs, so it was hard to catch anything. And the water's deep, no one dares go far, so everyone crowds around the building. There are more people than fish. Most of them team up in groups, taking turns in the cold water and then splitting the catch." Jiang Yan nodded. "Oh, right, the government boat is coming to pick people up tomorrow?" "Yeah," Su Dai replied, nodding. "But I get the feeling no one's really relaxed." "Those people earlier," Jiang Yan trailed off. "Logically, if the government boat was coming the next day, everyone should be taking it easy at home. But not only was everyone busy fishing, there were even people going around stealing supplies. It didn't make sense." Hearing this, Su Dai sighed silently. "Jiang Yan, you might not know, there are special conditions for getting picked up by the government boat." Jiang Yan's brows furrowed slightly. "What specific requirements?" "They're transporting people in batches. Tomorrow, they're taking men aged 16 to 35 and women aged 18 to 30. Of course, if someone has a special skill like carpentry, welding, cooking, or if they're a really strong swimmer, the age range can be relaxed a bit. The people who got on the boat today were all young folks from other areas. There wasn't much space left, but a few from our buildings managed to squeeze in. Still, if you go to the base on your own, the authorities will accept you too. Their base is set up at the Eming Twin Towers now. Both the North and South Towers have over 60 floors, so they can still fit quite a few people." Su Dai glanced at the pitch-black window, pressed her lips together, then continued, "Honestly, we all feel like it's obvious. They're just picking out the best young laborers and the most fertile women. The officials say they'll come back for the rest in later batches, but anyone with half a brain can guess what's really going on. Most families have elderly and kids to care for. In this kind of terrible weather, who could just leave their family behind and go alone? So, not that many people are actually choosing to go. But Anming has millions of people, even if only a small number from each area go. It adds up. And that's not even counting those who live in the high-rises near the Twin Towers. It's much easier for them to get there." Jiang Yan wasn't surprised by the authorities' approach. Before the apocalypse, in disaster relief, the old, weak, sick, and pregnant were always rescued first. But things were clearly different now. The authorities were obviously struggling just to take care of themselves. Otherwise, they'd want as many people as possible to go to the base. After all, a large population is always an advantage. Jiang Yan didn't dwell on it, instead looking at Su Dai. "Are you guys going tomorrow?" Judging by Su Dai, Sun Jingtao, and Yi Qing's ages, they clearly met the requirements. Plus, Sun Jingtao had a military air about him, making people think of the phrase, "If there's a war, I'll answer the call and win." "We're not going," Su Dai replied without hesitation. Her answer actually surprised Jiang Yan a little. "Oh." Su Dai saw the surprise on Jiang Yan's face and gave a wry smile. "When we were out scavenging for supplies, we ran into several groups of officials also looking for resources. From what we saw, the base is still in its early stages, more like a temporary shelter. It can't hold that many people, and the management inside is pretty chaotic. The worst part is, the people at the top are busy fighting for power, trying to secure their positions while things are still unstable. The ones doing all the hard work are the people at the bottom, working themselves to the bone. And if you go to the base, it's not like you get a free ride. You have to complete daily tasks, and they're not easy. Honestly, we'd rather be self-sufficient. At least we're free and don't have to answer to anyone." What Su Dai didn't say was that all this inside information actually came from Sun Jingtao's private investigations. Some things, after all, were better left unsaid. Jiang Yan listened thoughtfully. She wasn't interested in going to the official base either. But you couldn't just shut yourself off from the world. Some information was too important to miss. In her view, no matter how unpredictable future disasters might be, as long as humanity survived, there was always hope for a solution. After all, in the 5 million years from ape to human, there had been no shortage of world-ending disasters, and humanity had survived them all. Of course, the power struggles within the authorities were another matter. In terms of manpower, resources, and technology, the government definitely had its advantages. Maybe with enough research, some scientists could invent something to help people adapt to these disasters. But that would probably take years, decades, maybe even centuries. And even if such benefits or technologies did emerge, only those at the top would get to enjoy them first. Ordinary people would be lucky just to hear about them. But she certainly wouldn't give up her right to know. That was why she'd chosen Qianxue Bay in the first place, to live quietly in the city, hidden in plain sight. Seeing Jiang Yan lost in thought, Su Dai asked, "What about you, Jiang Yan? Are you going tomorrow?" Jiang Yan shook her head without hesitation. "I'm not going either." Right now, there was no place better than her fully stocked house and her space. She had no worries about food or drink. Why give up a comfortable life to go work for the base? Only if she'd lost her mind. "Oh, by the way, the people who came today said someone reported you to the authorities for having a gun. Do you want to hide or stash it somewhere tomorrow?" Su Dai's eyes lit up as she remembered and quickly reminded her. Jiang Yan just smiled lightly. "No need. I'm just worried they." It wasn't that Jiang Yan was illegally carrying a gun, but in this environment, a firearm was a huge deterrent. Everyone saw it as a precious commodity. Those with a strong desire for power wouldn't let it go either. If they found a legal excuse, they could just take both her and the gun. Whoever makes the claim has to provide the evidence. Reporting is one thing, but finding proof is another. Besides, at a time like this, I doubt the officials have that much free time, Jiang Yan replied calmly. She could just toss the gun into her space. The bodies with bullet holes and the shell casings were long gone. Even if they turned Qianxue Bay upside down, they'd never find it. And with the weather outside, the official boats probably wouldn't even make it out. Even if they did, she wasn't afraid. If she wanted to fight, she could. If not, she could just slip into her space and see who could outlast whom. Seeing Jiang Yan's calm and fearless expression, Su Dai finally relaxed. The rain outside was getting heavier, the wind howling, and the raindrops were being whipped around so hard you could see the shape of the wind. Her balcony was just regular glass, not soundproof at all. It felt like the roof could be blown off at any moment. Su Dai was about to say something else when, creak, the door opened, and Yiqing walked in. There was some blood on his hands. He must have just finished dealing with Zhang Dan's body. He bent down, grabbed a rag to wipe his hands, then pulled a key from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Yan. "Jiang Yan, for safety's sake, Tao and I found a lock and locked the fire exit on the 32nd floor. If possible, let's all go in and out together. If you need to go out for something special, just let us know." "All right," Jiang Yan said, taking the key. The fire exit actually had a lock, but by regulation it wasn't supposed to be locked during normal times, so the property management's key had long since disappeared. But these weren't normal times. Locking the door was definitely safer. Even if people were wary of them, you never knew who might get up to something bad. "Oh right, Jiang Yan, you should be extra careful if you go out these days. The people left in the other 4 buildings of Qianxue Bay are all in worse shape than those in Building A. Chances are, sooner or later, they'll all try to make their way over here." Sun Jingtao, who was sorting supplies nearby, chimed in. Having guns was one thing, but you could never guard against a sneak attack. Jiang Yan nodded. There were 5 buildings in Qianxue Bay. Building A had 32 floors, with 4 apartments per floor and a single elevator. The other buildings B, C, D, and E each had only 24 floors, with either 2 elevators serving 6 or 8 apartments per floor. With the water rising up to the 16th floor, that meant everyone from the lower 16 floors of those 4 buildings would have to cram into the remaining 8 floors. And that wasn't even counting the next surge, which could flood up to the 20th floor in one go. Sure, The previous heat wave and blood mosquitoes had wiped out a lot of people, but most of the survivors were still around. You could imagine what the living conditions were like. When there's no room to survive in your own area, it's only natural to start eyeing other places. And around here, there's nowhere better than Building A. If even Building A gets flooded, then there's nothing left to do but accept your fate and give up. Besides, there was another ticking time bomb inside Building A. That was Ma Longbiao and his gang, who claimed to mind their own business up on the 32nd floor. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan asked, "By the way, has Ma Longbiao and his lot been causing any trouble lately?" "Not too much," Su Dai replied, stifling a yawn with her hand. "They snatched a few inflatable boats and have been collecting a lot of supplies these past couple of days. We even ran into them late last night when we got back. They didn't see you, but they're still a bit wary of us." Jiang Yan responded with a simple, "Oh." Judging by the heavy dark circles under Su Dai's eyes and the exhausted looks on Yiqing and Sun Jingtao, it was obvious the three of them had been out scavenging day and night lately. Their sense of crisis was no less than hers. Time was about up, and Jiang Yan had learned what she needed to know. She got up, ready to say goodbye and head back to her apartment. "Wait a sec, Jiang Yan," Su Dai called, getting up and going over to the TV stand. She picked up a large shopping bag and handed it to Jiang Yan. "We found some stuff over the past couple of days that you could probably use, so we're sharing some with you. I'll help you carry the rest of the alcohol stoves and fuel over. Oh, and these 2 little bags of toasted rice and noodles. I roasted them over low heat because the weather's been so damp lately, and I was worried the rice and flour would go moldy. You can eat them as is, or add a bit of water if you're worried about getting too much heat. Super convenient." As she spoke, Su Dai pulled out 2 bags of golden brown toasted rice and noodles, packed in Ziploc bags. You could smell the aroma even through the plastic. Inside the shopping bag, there was also a vacuum-sealed pack of millet, some garlic-flavored peanuts and red-skinned sunflower seeds, a few bags of dried beef, some pickled chicken feet, a pile of instant noodles in various flavors, and a few packs of sanitary pads. It was clear Su Dai had put a lot of thought into it. "I really can't accept this," Jiang Yan said, feeling a bit embarrassed. She didn't actually lack for anything, and she didn't want to take what the 3 of them had worked so hard to find. But refusing everything would make her seem strange. After all, even though she and Su Dai got along well, it was only natural to keep some guard up. "No need to feel bad. We've got plenty more," Su Dai said with a big, casual grin, stuffing the shopping bag into Jiang Yan's hands. "Well, thank you then. I actually found some supplies on my last trip out too, but I ran into a group of people and couldn't bring everything back, so I stashed the rest. Next time we can get out, I'll take you guys to find it," Jiang Yan replied. Having lived through all this once before, she knew there was no one worth sacrificing too much for. But she didn't want to owe anyone too big a favor either. Of course, Su Dai's gift of supplies had some personal sentiment behind it. But from another angle, Jiang Yan, with her gun, was a powerful deterrent and protection for the 32nd floor. In a way, the 4 of them were in a cooperative relationship. And any cooperation required sharing resources. Some resources were out in the open, others were hidden. Naturally, it was Su Dai's group who needed Jiang Yan more. Jiang Yan understood all this, so she didn't refuse any further. Su Dai picked up the alcohol and stove, and had Yiqing bring over some instant noodles and sausages from the official rations, plus a case of water. They walked Jiang Yan to her door, then the 2 of them sensibly returned to apartment 3204. Jiang Yan looked at the pile of supplies at her feet, opened the door, and carried everything inside, one by one. Back home, she finally let her guard down. There was an indescribable sense of comfort. No wonder people say, gold nest, silver nest, nothing beats your own doghouse. It was true. Looking at the bare, empty living room, she realized she'd packed away every movable supply into her storage space before she left. She didn't take anything out right away. Looking at the torrential rain outside and the cold, damp apartment, Jiang Yan felt she needed to do a little home improvement. From her memories of her previous life, the water would keep rising after the rain, so it was probably better to live outside than in her storage space. At least she could keep track of what was happening outside. Also, she suddenly wanted to light a fire in the fireplace. It would make things feel warmer. Her apartment had insulation, but it was so empty that it felt cold as soon as she walked in. Su Dai's place, messy as it was, felt much warmer. Maybe it was because there were more people in 3204, more life. Or maybe it was just more yang energy. With a fire in the fireplace, the place felt more alive, less gloomy and damp. No heater could compare. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan had a sudden idea and took out her bed, placing it in the living room. She also took out a dining table and chairs, plus a chaise lounge to put by the fireplace. The rest of the sofa and TV stand, she shoved into the bedroom. With the bedroom door closed, the heated area of the apartment was smaller, making it easier to keep warm. It wasn't the extreme cold yet, so Jiang Yan only needed one fireplace. By the time she finished tidying up and got the fire going, it was already 4 or 5 in the afternoon. The rain outside seemed to have eased, and the wind had died down, but the sky was getting even darker. All she could see were thick, inky storm clouds. Outside, a few people were returning. Some wore life vests and floated their supplies on foam boards. There were also a few inflatable boats and even some makeshift bamboo rafts. Without exception, all of them were loaded with supplies. 2 boats had already paddled into the Qianshui Bay complex, looked like they were heading for buildings C and B. Jiang Yan went to the window, about to draw the curtains, when she suddenly saw white hailstones clattering down from the sky. Some bounced off the window ledge. Jiang Yan glanced over, and her breath caught. Each hailstone was the size of an egg. Some were even as big as a fist. Completely outrageous. The hailstones pelted down like giant, rock-hard bullets, smashing into the water below. From the water outside, she could faintly hear shouts, screams, and cries of pain. Most people didn't have time to take cover and were struck by the massive hailstones raining from above, heads split open, blood everywhere. The closest thing to Building A was a red inflatable raft, piled high with supplies. A middle-aged couple and a little girl of about 6 or 7 sat on it. The 3 of them seemed well-equipped, all wearing raincoats, and their supplies on the raft were covered with plastic sheeting. Hailstones, some as big as fists, others as small as grains of rice, came down in a dense, furious barrage. With their home building almost within reach, the man didn't even think to take cover. Instinctively, he paddled hard toward the window of Building B's stairwell. Quick as a flash, the woman set aside her oar, yanked her daughter close and shielded her with her own body, then lifted the plastic sheet and grabbed 2 unidentifiable objects to cover her and her husband's heads. Bang! 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 They'd barely paddled a couple of seconds before the raft was covered in a sheet of white. The raft was already punctured in several places, and icy water started gurgling in. Slap! Slap! Hiss! The woman's arms, raised in the air, were struck by hail. She cried out in pain and lost her grip, the makeshift shield slipping away. Hailstones of all sizes pelted down, smashing into the couple's heads. To stop was certain death. Paddling forward might offer a sliver of hope. Blood streaming down his forehead, the man clenched his teeth, fighting through the pain to keep paddling with all his strength. Zhang Qi, Lu Fenglei, help us. Gone was his earlier composure. The man shouted in panic toward the window on the 16th floor. Within seconds, the woman was slumped over her daughter, her face covered in blood. Drip, drip. Bright red blood trickled from her forehead down her neck, then along the edge of her raincoat, dripping into the bottom of the raft. She must have used the last of her strength to shield her daughter with her body. Mama! The little girl, staring at the splatters of crimson blooming in the raft, screamed and sobbed, heartbroken. The man realized what had happened too. He completely lost it, his voice breaking as he pleaded, Zhang Qi, Lu Fenglei, please, I beg you, help us. The people at the window shrank back. Some looked on in silence, others with regret. With hail this big, whoever went out would be smashed to death. No one dared. They were all people who'd been fishing in the floodwaters earlier, But when the heavy rain started, they'd retreated to the stairwell, built a fire, and huddled for warmth. They planned to wait for the rain to let up, then go back out to fish while the crowds were thin, so they hadn't returned upstairs. The man, holding on with his last ounce of strength, managed to paddle the sinking raft to the window. There was some shelter here, so the hail wasn't as dense. He pulled his wife's body aside, trying to lift his daughter up to the window. But he was badly injured all over and had no strength left in his hands. He tried to grab the window ledge, but he was just out of reach. Xiaoyue, quick, climb up first. No, I want Mama. I'm not going anywhere. I want Mama. The girl clung to her mother's still warm body, sobbing uncontrollably, ignoring her father's words. Please, we're all neighbors, help me. I'll share half my supplies with you, the man begged in despair. No one responded. All my supplies. Take them all. You can have the raft too. Please save my daughter. The man, head bleeding, was on the verge of collapse. If he didn't have to protect his daughter's head, he would have knelt down and begged. Finally, a man with a triangular face, shivering from the cold, wrapped his wet clothes around his head and stepped forward. The man on the raft looked at him like a savior. Lu Fenglei, I'll reward you handsomely. Lu Fenglei curled his lips. I'll save you, but you have to hand over your house key. They were all people who'd moved from lower floors to sleep in the hallway on the 23rd floor. The man with the raft happened to live in B2301. Can't I just let you move in? I promise you can stay in my home, and we'll provide food and drink. The man tried to bargain. Lu Fenglei grew impatient. Are you giving it up or not? The man choked up, glanced at the rapidly sinking raft, took a deep breath, and with trembling hands, fished the house key from his pocket. Lu Fenglei strode to the window and snatched it away. Seeing the vicious glint in Lu's eyes, the man's pupils contracted, a bad feeling rising in his chest, but he still clung to a shred of hope. Lu Fenglei, please, help me. He pulled his daughter up and, using the last of his strength, tried to lift her toward the window. He barely got the words of gratitude out when Lu pulled out a gleaming fruit knife, a cruel smile twisting his lips as he snarled. Now you know how to beg? Where were you when a dozen of us knelt and begged you to take us in, huh? Schlick. As Lu Fenglei spoke, the blade plunged into Xiaoyue's heart. He quickly pulled it out and stabbed at the man behind her. That's right, the others in the hallway echoed. You. Before the man could finish, a cold, piercing pain shot through his neck. His hands went slack, and his daughter's body fell into the water with a splash. A moment later, the man toppled in after her. The water quickly turned red. Hey, Lu Fenglei, why'd you have to kill Xiaoyue too? A man nearby said fearfully, poking his head out the window and glancing down with regret. That little girl had been his son's classmate before the apocalypse. During the pandemic, she'd even come over for online classes and lunch a few times. But it was all pointless. When they knocked on 2301's door this time, as always, no one answered. Lu Fenglei glared at him. With her parents gone, do you think a little girl like that could survive in this world? Besides, if you don't pull up the roots, the grass grows back in spring. He turned to the others, his gaze threatening. The official rescue boats come tomorrow. No one breathes a word about what happened today. After his warning, he put away the fruit knife, climbed out the window, and tossed the woman's body into the water too. In an instant, 3 fresh corpses floated outside the 16th floor window of Building B. By now, the hail had lessened, only the size of peas. Some of the supplies from the raft had already slipped into the water, but others, packed in woven bags and tied to the raft, still dangled precariously. What are you all standing around for? Come help me. The others, who'd been hiding in the hallway, hurried to grab their fishing tools and helped haul the sinking raft up. Lu Fenglei glanced at the man's body floating in the water, swam over, took the gold watch from his wrist, and then, lips purple with cold, climbed back in through the window. Almost no one still on the water's surface escaped unscathed. The hail came quickly and left just as fast. Supplies floating on the water were soon snatched up by people jumping in from various stairwells. There was another fierce scramble for supplies, some even got into physical fights, all for just a few packs of instant noodles. What happened after that, Jiang Yan didn't know. Staring at a few hailstones the size of pigeon eggs left on the windowsill, she fell into deep thought. In her previous life, after the apocalypse began, she had been locked in the basement by Song Deming and Zhang Qiqi, so most of what she knew about the outside world came from their daily conversations. She only knew the general developments, not the specific details. In fact, even Song Deming and Zhang Qiqi, who had always hidden indoors, didn't know much either. Now that she was experiencing it all firsthand, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. But what exactly, she couldn't say. Outside, the sky grew darker and darker, and the rain started pouring down again, drumming against the windows. Thunder rumbled, and now and then, blue and purple lightning flashed across the sky. Jiang Yan returned to the living room, drew the blackout curtains, and turned on the lights. She glanced at the thermometer. It was only 3 degrees Celsius outside. Inside was much better, nearly 20 degrees. Jiang Yan added some firewood to the fireplace, then went to check the surveillance cameras she hadn't looked at in a while. The 31st floor's camera feed looked relatively normal. Some people were curled up on makeshift beds, fast asleep. Others lay on their backs, staring blankly at the ceiling. A group had built a fire at the stairwell entrance, probably cooking together. Judging by their expressions as they chatted, the atmosphere was surprisingly harmonious. From the look of it, they seemed to be making the same kind of stir-fried noodles that Su Dai used to cook. Stir-frying the noodles not only preserves them longer and keeps them from getting damp, but also makes them easier to eat. Nearby, there was a pile of broken table legs and boards for burning. Makes sense. There's still some fuel left for now. But in a little while, hot food would become almost impossible. To avoid carbon dioxide poisoning, the window at the stairwell was half open. Some of the surrounding glass had been shattered by the earlier hailstorm, and the floor nearby was soaked. Smoke billowed through the corridor. Coughs rang out from time to time. Some were from the smoke. Ugh. It was to be expected. These past 2 days, people had been diving for fish and searching for supplies in the rain and cold. Even the strong could catch a cold, let alone those already weak and malnourished. The 20th floor looked much messier. Trash was scattered everywhere. The door to 2002 had been kicked open, and a crowd was packed at the entrance, all glaring angrily, who knew what had happened. They looked like people who had temporarily moved up from lower floors. But they didn't realize that the room they were fighting so hard for would, in a few days, also be swallowed by the rising water. 2 women sleeping on the floor in the elevator lobby were pulling each other's hair and clothes, locked in a vicious fight. On the ground nearby was half a bag of spilled instant noodles and a sallow-faced child wailing at the top of his lungs. With no hot water to cook the instant noodles, people would crush them up, sprinkle the seasoning on, and eat them dry like a snack. Compared to the misery she'd suffered in her previous life, what she saw on the surveillance feed was nothing. Still, Jiang Yan felt heavy-hearted. Not seeing Ma Longbiao and his gang anywhere, she lost interest in watching further. Suddenly, she found herself wanting to leave this place. But with water everywhere outside and days of heavy rain ahead, she had nowhere to go. Or rather, in this whole wide world, there was nowhere for her to go. All she could do was endure the rainy season and see what came next. She sat back down by the fireplace, stretching her hands out to the warmth. She wasn't really cold, just tired. Being close to the warmth helped her mood a little. She sat there, zoning out by the fire for a long while, until she finally noticed her stomach was rumbling. Just as she was about to get up and find something to eat, she felt a sudden tightness in her lower abdomen, followed by a sharp, pulling pain. Jiang Yan frowned. Damn, her period had come early again this month. She'd suffered from dysmenorrhea for years. She'd tried Chinese medicine and even sought out renowned doctors, but nothing had helped. Now, even after being reborn, this problem had followed her. She'd spent some time in her space, which had improved her body in many ways, but not this, at most. It shortened the duration of the pain. Luckily, The worst was always the first day. After that, the pain would gradually subside. Without thinking much, Jiang Yan stepped into her space. The progress bar above the little stream had reached 66%, and the water was visibly clearer. It was a beautiful little creek with bright green water plants and sparkling pebbles. But the spiritual spring was still the same as before. Jiang Yan worried that the two upgrades might not be in sync. But there was nothing she could do. She could only wait for the miracle to reveal itself. Sensing with her mind, she found Hua Bao curled up in its den, still devouring food. She didn't disturb it and headed straight for the kitchen. She brewed some motherwort tea, stuck a heating patch on her belly, and decided to make herself a bowl of sweet rice wine with brown sugar and egg. The recipe was simple, but it always made her feel better. That night, Jiang Yan went to bed early. She slept in the safe house outside. She didn't set an alarm, planning to sleep until she woke naturally. Because of her period, she didn't schedule much for the next day. Aside from her usual firearms practice and familiarizing herself with the yacht's controls, she planned to pick out some fertilized eggs to incubate in the thermostat. As for fencing off the planting area and planting fruit trees, tasks that required more effort, she decided to leave those for later. Inspired by Su Dai growing vegetables on the balcony, she also planned to try growing some herself. Even though she had a planting area in her space and plenty of vegetables in storage, it wouldn't hurt to try growing some in the harsh outside environment, just in case. She didn't have any proper planting pots at home. But she remembered she had a pile of large foam boxes used for seafood and fruit in her space. After poking some holes in the bottom for drainage and ventilation, they'd make perfect substitutes for planting pots. With these thoughts, she drifted off to sleep. She didn't know how much time had passed when, bang, a loud noise jolted Jiang Yan awake. Her room was well soundproofed. For her to hear it meant something big was happening outside. The fire door on the 32nd floor was locked. A noise like that probably meant Yi Qing and Sun Jingtao were up to something. Even though she knew them well, Jiang Yan didn't just rush out. Instead, she turned to check the surveillance feed for the 32nd floor. What she saw shocked her. The fire door, which had always been tightly locked, was now open. A burly man had walked in, holding something that looked like a police battering ram. The man looked to be around 40, with thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a square-shaped face. His features were fairly regular, but his face was covered in deep wrinkles and sagged in an exaggerated way, making him look a lot like a Shar-Pei dog. After entering the 32nd floor, his eyes darted around warily before he made a hold gesture toward someone outside the fire escape door. Seeing this, Jiang Yan frowned. It seemed like he wasn't alone, he had accomplices. Still, she decided to stay calm and keep observing for now. Meanwhile, things were quiet in Sun Jingtao and the others' room. Outside, the storm was raging, and the noise was probably enough to wake anyone up. Most likely, they were standing behind the door, peering out through the peephole. Even though the hallway was pitch black and, unlike herself, they didn't have infrared surveillance cameras to see clearly, they could at least make out the shapes of people. The square-faced man was now creeping toward the door of apartment 3203. 3203 had originally belonged to He Chuanmei's family. After their whole family was gone, the door had been left open ever since. Because Jiang Yan and Sun Jingtao's group were feared, the place had basically become a haunted house, and no one else dared move onto the 32nd floor for the time being. But in reality, everything inside had already been cleared out in the middle of the night by people from downstairs, like ants moving house. At first, people only took food, water, tissues, bedsheets, blankets, clothes, pots, pans, and so on. But as more and more people started living in the hallways, even things like bed frames, tables, chairs, and stools, anything that could be burned, were hauled away. Now, the apartment was completely empty. You could see everything at a glance. In less than half a minute, the man came out again. As usual, he glanced around, then waved to the people waiting outside the fire escape. Soon, 3 middle-aged adults, 1 man and 2 women, and a little girl of about 6 or 7 followed him in, one after another. The little girl was holding a duck-shaped and a swan-shaped swim ring in her hands and had a backpack stuffed with odds and ends on her back. She looked half awake, her tired little face full of confusion. The other man was bald as well, but his skin wasn't as wrinkled, and he was thinner and shorter. The two women both had uneven, chin-length haircuts, their heads bowed slightly, looking exhausted. Each of the three adults carried a large bundle tied up in bedsheets on their backs, and their hands were full of other belongings. They quickly filed into 3203. But within seconds, the four adults came back out. They tiptoed down the stairs in a hurry. Jiang Yen guessed they were going to fetch the rest of their supplies. She didn't really care about other people moving in. It was something she'd expected anyway. To put it bluntly, as long as they didn't pose a threat to her, what other people did had nothing to do with her. Besides, the apartment wasn't hers to begin with. Jiang Yen glanced at the time. It was exactly 4 a.m. About 20 minutes later, the four adults reappeared at the fire escape, arms loaded with stuff. Their faces were flushed, and they were panting heavily. As before, they quickly headed for 3203. Just then, with a creak, the door to 3204 opened. Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing stepped out. Su Dai followed behind, holding an alcohol lamp like the kind used in labs for heating. There was a draft in the hallway, and the flame flickered wildly. She quickly raised a hand to shield it. The four people about to enter 3203 paused, exchanging glances. Fatty. The thinner, younger man looked at the square-faced man, wanting to say something but stopping himself. The square-faced man gestured for the other three to go inside first, then set down his supplies and took a step towards Sun Jingtao's group. He said, "Sorry to bother you all in the middle of the night." He paused, and when he saw Sun Jingtao looking at the broken chain on the floor, he quickly added, "I broke that chain. I happen to have one in my supplies. I'll put it back on as soon as I can." Hearing this, the other three didn't go inside, but put their things down on the floor. They were clearly less composed than the square-faced man, but still stood behind him, their eyes wary as they stared at Sun Jingtao's group. Only now did Jiang Yen notice that the younger of the two women had a slightly rounded belly. Normally, you might think she was just a bit chubby. But in times like these, with food and clothing scarce and her body so thin her bones showed, it was obvious she was pregnant. The other woman's eyes were red and swollen, her face streaked with tears. She must have been crying hard earlier. Both women looked terrible, haggard, weak, and utterly dejected. Sun Jingtao didn't respond to the man's words. Instead, he swept a cautious gaze over the group and said coolly, "Who are you?" They'd locked the door earlier to guard against Ma Longbiao's gang trying to pull something in the middle of the night. But these people, with their whole families in tow, were clearly just ordinary folks. None of the three were the unreasonable type, and it wasn't like they planned to take over the whole 32nd floor. As he spoke, Sun Jingtao used the faint light to observe them. The light was dim, barely enough to see by. Still, he could make out their faces well enough to know he didn't recognize them. He glanced at Yi Qing and Su Dai, who both shook their heads. Sun Jingtao quickly ran through the possibilities in his mind and came to two conclusions. First, these people weren't long-time residents of Shanshui Bay Building A. Second, they were either short-term renters or had moved here temporarily from another building or area. But since their clothes weren't wet, they were most likely renters. "We're two families who share apartment 1803 on the 18th floor, the man explained. "Tonight, my wife got up and noticed the water level was about to reach the 17th floor. It was dangerous, so we had no choice but to pack up our things and move up here in the middle of the night." As he finished, he instinctively rubbed his nose. Jiang Yen frowned. The water level from this second wave of storms was rising so fast, and the night wasn't even over yet. But now wasn't the time to shine a light and check. It was pitch black all around, and turning on a flashlight would be too conspicuous. The man gave an awkward smile and went on. "If I'm not mistaken, you must be Sun Jingtao, right? We've all heard about you downstairs, and we know that the person in 3201 and you three are all very capable. We're just migrant workers from the countryside, honest folks. Now that we've moved up here, we promise we won't cause you any trouble. He paused, and seeing the three across from him still silent, continued. Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. My name's Xiaoyue, but you can call me Fatty or Zhou Fatty. I've lost weight lately, but I used to be really fat, so I'm used to the nickname. That's my wife, Wang Jiamei. That's my old friend, Wang Jin, and that's his wife, Wen Wanli. It's understandable you want to move up here. Su Dai suddenly spoke up from behind, but if you could have just knocked, why did you have to break the lock? Zhou Wei's expression turned awkward for a second when he heard this. He forced a smile and looked at Su Dai, saying, This young lady must be Su Dai, right? We moved up here quietly ourselves. It's the middle of the night, and we were afraid that if we knocked too loudly, others would come up and we'd lose the chance to claim room 3203. Also, we were worried you wouldn't agree, so we acted a bit rashly just now. Sorry about that, haha. As Zhou Wei finished speaking, he scratched his head. Though, truth be told, there wasn't much hair left on his head to scratch. This little gesture didn't escape the notice of Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing across from him. Like Jiang Yan, they didn't want to interfere too much with others moving up to the 32nd floor. But unlike Jiang Yan, they didn't have her strength or confidence, so they still wanted to get a feel for their new neighbors. After all, these people were all unfamiliar faces. The last thing they wanted was to accidentally let a wolf into their midst. Yeah, my wife's been pregnant for over a month now. I didn't want her suffering out in the hallway. Sorry for waking you all up just now. Please forgive us, Wang Jin, standing next to Zhou Wei, quickly added. Hearing this, Su Dai instinctively glanced at Wen Wanli's stomach. She saw Wen Wanli purse her lips, lower her head, and avoid Su Dai's gaze. Yi Qing's eyes stayed fixed on Zhou Wei. He noticed Zhou had set his supplies down with one hand, but was gripping a breaching hammer tightly in the other. He asked, Where did you get that police breaching hammer? Oh, that? Picked it up while we were out scavenging for supplies these past couple of days. Figured it'd be good for self-defense, so I brought it back, Zhou Wei answered directly, not trying to hide anything. Wang Jin chimed in, yeah, and we found some hot pot base and dried goods too. Once we've settled in tomorrow, we'd like to invite you over for hot pot, a little housewarming get-together. He was like Zhou Wei's sidekick, always jumping in to smooth things over whenever he could. Sun Jingtao glanced at the two of them and replied politely. We appreciate the gesture, but we'll pass on the hot pot. The rain's coming down hard now, and it'll probably be difficult to go out for supplies later. You should save your food. It's getting late. Since you said you have a lock, make sure to lock up and get some rest. He finished in one breath, shot a look at Yi Qing and Su Dai, and the three of them headed back. All right, got it, Tao Ji. Wang Jin called after him, winking at Zhou Wei. The four of them lingered at the door, not going in right away. When the door to 3204 slammed shut with a bang, Wang Jin let out a sigh of relief and said, See, Fatty? The 32nd floor isn't as scary as people say. We passed the test, didn't we? And that one in 3201 sleeps like the dead, didn't make a peep the whole time. Zhou Wei shot him a glare and hissed, Shoo. Watch your mouth, walls have ears. He glanced warily at the door to 3204. Wang Jin shrugged it off. What's there to be afraid of? The rain's so loud outside, it's not like they've got a bug in the hallway or something. You don't get it. The one in 3201 has surveillance cameras. Sure, the battery's probably dead by now, but better safe than sorry. So keep your mouth shut. As Zhou Wei spoke, he pulled out a chain lock and secured the fire door again. Once that was done, the group quickly carried their supplies into 3203. Sun Jingtao closed the door but didn't go in right away. He stood by the peephole for a while. Su Dai set the alcohol lamp down on the coffee table and sat on the sofa with Yi Qing, waiting for Sun Jingtao to return. Once they saw Zhou Wei's group lock the fire door and go inside, Sun Jingtao finally stepped in. Tao Ji, what do you think? Yi Qing asked, glancing at Sun Jingtao. The three of them had been sleeping soundly, but after a trip to the chilly hallway, all traces of sleepiness were gone. Sun Jingtao frowned slightly. They don't seem like good people, but they don't seem like bad people either. Yeah, they were acting a bit too humble. We barely asked anything, but they kept explaining themselves. Even if they're wary of the 32nd floor, that reaction was a bit much, Su Dai analyzed. In the apocalypse, no one goes out of their way to please anyone. And since they wanted to move into 3203, they had every right to do so. It wasn't really Sun Jingtao and the others' place to object. But their behavior was definitely a bit off. Especially that when Wanli, or is it when Li Wan? Being pregnant should be a good thing. Well, maybe not in this environment, but still, it's nothing to be ashamed of. But her expression was weird. Hearing this, Sun Jingta chuckled and looked at her fondly. Wow, honey, I didn't realize your powers of observation and analysis have leveled up so much lately. Hey, I learned from you and Xiaoyue, Su Dai replied with a playful smile. If they were really that wary, they wouldn't have dared to break the door down in the middle of the night, Yiqing added, getting up after being fed a mouthful of dog food. He walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked outside, but couldn't see anything in the darkness. Sun Jingtao glanced out the window and said, "The rain sounds like it's getting heavier. Looks like the official rescue boats probably won't come tomorrow." If the official boats didn't come, it meant some people who were supposed to be evacuated would be left behind. If the rain kept pouring and the water kept rising, living space would shrink and survival would get even harder. Sigh, looks like our plan to scavenge for supplies is shot. Good thing we managed to find some things these past few days, Su Dai said, propping her chin on her hand with a sigh. The noise from them breaking down the door was pretty loud. I wonder if Jiang Yan woke up. If this rain keeps up, I bet people from downstairs will come up and crowd the hallway. When that happens, the 32nd floor won't be so peaceful anymore. Sun Jingtao took a deep breath. There's nothing we can do about that. As long as it's not Ma Longbiao's group coming up, I don't mind the others. Su Dai nodded, then said, Hubby, do you think we should invite Jiang Yan over tomorrow to discuss things and get her opinion? We were planning to grill some fish anyway. Might as well invite her to join us. Sun Jingtao glanced at Yiqing. Sounds good. The three of them chatted a bit more about possible scenarios and countermeasures before heading back to their rooms. After Zhou Wei's self-introduction, Jiang Yan stopped watching the surveillance feed. Mostly because she was too tired. And also because her stomach hurt a sharp, pulling pain. She had no choice but to lie back down, hugging a fully charged hand warmer to her belly, curling up and trying to fall asleep. If she could sleep, the pain would go away. The next morning, Jiang Yan was woken up by a burst of blaring music coming from the water in the central garden. For a moment, Jiang Yan thought she was dreaming. Ever since the power outage and the heatwave began, it had been a long time. Especially since her own home was so well soundproofed. As long as your heart is there, your dream is alive. There is still true love in this world. Whether you win or lose, live life boldly. At worst, you just start over again. The music blared on, deafeningly loud, repeating over and over. Jiang Yan lay in bed for a few seconds, listening to make sure she wasn't dreaming, then reached up to rub her eyes and sat up. It was the second day of her period, but with both a heating pad and a hand warmer, her cramps weren't as bad. She glanced out the window. It was just before dawn, the sky not yet fully light, and the torrential rain was still pouring down in sheets. The fire in the fireplace had long since gone out, and the temperature in the room had dropped several degrees. She grabbed a thick coat, threw it over her shoulders, jumped out of bed, and headed straight for the master bedroom, which had a view of the central garden in the complex. She pulled open the blackout curtains in the master bedroom, and her sleepy eyes instantly widened in shock. Right now, on the water in the central garden outside, there was a huge, all-white cruise ship, flying several official flags. It was clearly an official vessel. So, they'd actually come out in this terrible storm. This was truly beyond Jiang Yan's expectations. She wasn't the only one surprised, so were all the people who had already fallen into despair. It was a 3-deck sightseeing cruise ship, marked with the name of a famous tourist spot in Anming City. Though it was called 3 decks, only the bottom 2 had glass windows and seats. The top deck was an open-air viewing platform. Normally, tourists would stand up there to enjoy the scenery. Now, in the pouring rain, There were actually people standing on the top deck. But it was hard to see clearly from a distance, with the rain coming down in sheets. Jiang Yen simply willed a pair of binoculars out of her space. Through the lenses, she could see that the people on the open deck were working in an orderly, well-organized manner. There were 4 tall, armed soldiers in rain ponchos, standing ramrod straight at the 4 corners of the deck. In the center stood several people of varying heights, all wearing raincoats and rain boots, each holding a navy blue umbrella. There was also an armed soldier standing nearby. Standing at the very center was a short-haired woman, about 50 years old, holding a megaphone. Her face was lined and weary, and the gray hair peeking out from under her rain hood was already soaked and plastered together by the rain. But she looked calm and composed, standing tall and straight, her eyes bright and piercing. The blaring music was coming from several large speakers on the ship. Jiang Yen glanced at the water level on the building opposite. It had already reached past the 17th floor. The sightseeing cruise ship was about 10 meters tall, and the top deck was almost level with the 20th floor of the building. No wonder the music sounded so loud. The buildings and windows opposite were also packed with people. Although the official ship had come by yesterday to give advance notice, everyone's faces were still filled with excitement and anticipation. After all, the huge hailstorm yesterday afternoon, followed by another round of torrential rain and the ever-rising water level, had changed a lot of people's minds. Those who had planned to stay home and be self-sufficient were now wavering. Everyone wanted to board that ship. Even those who didn't meet the official requirements were itching to try their luck. But for now, there was nothing they could do. They could only watch eagerly. The official ship had arrived, but the boarding ladder hadn't been lowered yet. There were still several meters between the ship and the buildings. Some people had rubber boats and life rings, but with armed soldiers on board, no one dared make a move. Everyone waited anxiously. Finally, after what felt like forever, the rousing but ear-splitting music stopped. In the background of the pouring rain, shouts and cheers erupted from the buildings. Some people were even moved to tears, leading others in singing the national anthem. The emotions that had been suppressed for so long weren't dampened by the rain. Instead, they flared up like a fire doused with gasoline. "Hello. Hello." The short-haired woman tested the megaphone, then swept her sharp gaze over the buildings. She didn't speak right away. She knew time was precious. But she also knew that everyone needed a moment to vent and release their emotions. After about half a minute, she raised the megaphone. "Fellow citizens, brothers and sisters, what I'm about to say is very important. I'll only say it once. Please quiet down. Please quiet down." Even with the megaphone, she was practically shouting at the top of her lungs. Hearing her words, the excited crowd gradually quieted down. Some people kept talking, but others shushed them. Soon, there was silence. The rain kept pouring down. "Fellow citizens, brothers and sisters, I am Jiang Xiaoyue, a representative of the Anming temporary base staff. I'm here today to coordinate the evacuation of people from this area. The requirements for boarding were already explained by our colleagues yesterday, so I won't repeat them here. What I want to say is, after the heat wave hit, the authorities immediately launched the emergency response. Right now, the first Anming base capable of withstanding the rain and other disasters is being built at full speed. The base is now basically ready for residents, but our ships and transport capacity are extremely limited. The people who went to the base earlier were mainly there to help with construction and resource gathering. So, for now, we are prioritizing healthy, able-bodied young adults for evacuation. Of course, anyone with special skills in construction, deep-sea fishing, agriculture, or animal husbandry will also be specially considered. We ask for everyone's understanding, respect, and support. We will be running 3 evacuation trips today. We'll be back at noon and again at 6 p.m., so if you don't get on the ship this time, don't worry. After that, we'll continue to evacuate the remaining people as the base progresses, so please keep faith and be patient. If you've decided to go to the official base with us, please bring your belongings and ID and line up at the windows in the corridor on the 18th floor of your building. If you have special skills, please declare them honestly. If we discover any false claims after arrival at the base, you will bear the consequences yourself. Finally, I want to emphasize, the authorities will never abandon a single citizen. Let's unite as one, stand together through wind and rain, and overcome these difficult times. We have every reason to believe that there is no obstacle in life we cannot overcome. There is no disaster that humanity cannot defeat. Man can conquer nature. Jiang Xiaoyue's words rang out with power and passion. Like a lighthouse in the dark night, she instantly restored faith and hope to those who had long since fallen into despair. The people in the building listened, their blood surging, hearts pounding. As soon as she finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted. For many, a light returned to their eyes. Some were even moved to tears. This was probably the most stirring moment since the heat wave began. On the cruise ship, several soldiers were already helping the staff lower the gangway. The staff members who had been standing beside Jiang Xiaoyue split into groups and were the first to descend the gangway. They would be stationed at the glass windows of each building's corridor, answering questions and conducting preliminary checks of people's IDs and special skills. Each of them was guarded by an armed soldier, which was quite intimidating. Soon, those who met the requirements began to board the ship one after another. Because of the identity checks and the pouring rain, the process wasn't very fast. After half an hour, the soldiers retracted the gangway. The first and second decks of the ship were packed with people, and even the third deck was now crowded. Everyone was drenched like drowned rats, but their faces were filled with joy and excitement, as if they had won the lottery. In stark contrast were those who had just missed the cut to board the ship, each one looking dejected. Although Jiang Xiaoyue had said they would come back for more people later, many were still anxious at heart. The ship's horn blared, whoa, signaling its imminent departure. Waves began to churn in the water as the cruise ship, carrying everyone's hopes and dreams, slowly backed out of the community's central garden. Jiang Yan withdrew her gaze and thoughts, putting down her binoculars. Soon, it was 11:30 a.m. Jiang Yan had a simple lunch, put on her oldest clothes, grabbed a mask and a small bag, and left her apartment. According to what Jiang Xiaoyue had said earlier, the second round of pickups would arrive around noon. The people stationed at each stairwell entrance to check IDs and answer questions only had a regular loudspeaker, not very loud. From the 32nd floor, Jiang Yan couldn't hear anything, so she decided to go down to a lower floor to see if she could pick up any useful information. The door to 3203, the apartment closest to the fire escape, had been tightly shut since someone moved in last night. The corridor was much dimmer. The fire door wasn't locked. Jiang Yan guessed someone had gone downstairs. She took a flashlight from her bag and started down. As she reached the landing on the 32nd floor, she saw a woman coming up from below, panting, carrying a plastic bag full of things in both arms. The bag didn't look heavy, but climbing the stairs was no easy feat. When the woman saw her, she paused, both in her steps and her gaze. Jiang Yan recognized her too. It was the young pregnant woman who had moved into 3203 last night. Her name was something like Wanli. Jiang Yan was a bit puzzled. The corridor was pitch dark, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Even if your eyes adjusted, it would be easy to trip. Especially since the woman was carrying a bag in front of her, blocking her view completely. She was still in the early stages of pregnancy, the most dangerous time. One wrong step, and she could lose the baby. Jiang Yan wondered how that Wang Jin could be so at ease letting his wife do this. Yesterday, when they moved in, she had been carrying a lot of things too. Jiang Yan had heard stories from her own mother about working hard even when heavily pregnant, sorting packages and packing large items right up until labor. But people nowadays clearly aren't as tough as back then. Thinking this, Jiang Yan instinctively shone her flashlight on the steps in front of the woman. The beam swept across the woman's arms, wrapped around the bag. Jiang Yan couldn't help but gasp. When Wanli's hands were covered in scars. So many scars, shocking to behold. They looked like the kind left by knife cuts. Not the kind from suicide attempts, those are usually on the wrists. Scars on the backs of the hands are more like marks of deep hatred or unforgettable pain. Some were old, some new. One had just formed a dark red scab. It looked painful just to see it. There were also cigarette burns. Again, some old, some new. Jiang Yan stared at those hands, not knowing what this woman had been through, but her own nose stung with emotion. Suddenly, she was reminded of her own painful experiences in the basement in her previous life. Since her rebirth, she had tried to keep those memories buried. But now, they were ripped open. In her previous life, after Song Deming had cut off one of her hands, her other hand had ended up just like this. Almost identical. Not just knife cuts, but cigarette burns and other injuries. She remembered that just before she died, it was an extremely cold winter. One day, Jiang Xiaoyue and Song Deming, who had been warming themselves by the fire, went mad and brought in a pair of tongs holding a piece of burning red-hot charcoal. They blamed everything that had happened on Jiang Yan and her mother. They said they were trapped in the mountain villa, surrounded by mud and snow, with no hope of rescue, all because of her. They even said that if they ran out of food, they'd roast Jiang Yan and eat her. But they didn't know what she would taste like, so they'd try roasting a part of her first. Jiang Yan knew the real reason. One day, Song Deming had tried to assault her when Jiang Xiaoyue wasn't looking. He had barely started when Jiang Xiaoyue caught him in the act. Song Deming's attempt failed, but the jealous and unstable Jiang Xiaoyue blamed everything on Jiang Yan. She called her shameless and kept that hatred burning. Jiang Yan could still remember the sound of the burning charcoal sizzling against her skin, the acrid smell of scorched flesh and hair. And the searing pain, she would never forget it. That's why she had kept those memories locked away, trying not to think of them. She never expected that today, seeing something like this, would bring it all back. In just those few seconds of memory, cold sweat broke out on Jiang Yan's back. She also noticed a certain indescribable bodily odor coming from Wenwanli. That smell could only come from a man. Or from the leaves of a plant called Photinia. But in this case, it was clearly the former. Are you Jiang Yan from 3201? Wenwanli saw Jiang Yan staring at her scarred arms and awkwardly tugged her sleeves down to cover them. Jiang Yan took a quiet breath, withdrew her gaze and thoughts, and nodded. Yes. We moved up from downstairs last night, into 3203. I hope you don't mind. Wenwanli's eyes flickered as she looked at Jiang Yan, asking cautiously. I do mind. After Jiang Yan finished speaking, she glanced at her with a half-smile. The question from the other woman left her feeling oddly wistful and exasperated, but of course she couldn't let her real emotions show so easily. Wenwanli's eyes suddenly reddened. She bit her scabbed lips anxiously and said, a little flustered, then, please don't kill us. They say you have a gun, and if you get upset, you'll just shoot people. We live next door. We won't do anything to make you angry. Jiang Yan, am I really that scary? Besides, although the woman looked about her age, her words and mannerisms were more like a child of 8 or 9 who'd done something wrong. Combined with the wounds on her body, Jiang Yan couldn't help but feel a moment of doubt. But she had no intention of getting too familiar with her. After replying with a simple okay, she lifted her foot and continued downstairs. Wenwanli hesitated, as if wanting to say something more, but just then the door upstairs creaked open. Judging by the sound, it was from 3203. Heavy footsteps approached the fire escape. A flash of panic crossed Wenwanli's eyes. She nodded goodbye to Jiang Yan and hurried upstairs, clutching her things. As they brushed past each other, Jiang Yan casually glanced at what she was carrying. Some boxes of instant noodles, a children's book covered in muddy footprints, and what looked like half a pack of the cheapest cigarettes. Meanwhile, Wenwanli had already rushed up to the fire escape. Hey, you're back, honey. Here, let me help you. It was Wang Jin's voice. He actually sounded gentle and considerate, nothing like someone who'd commit domestic violence. Jiang Yan didn't hear Wenwanli respond. Bang! The door to 3203 slammed shut. Jiang Yan frowned slightly and continued downstairs. Starting from the 31st floor, people were coming down with bags and suitcases. Almost all of them were young. But not too many. There were some elderly people coming out to see them off. Some recognized Jiang Yan, others didn't. But everyone's attention was focused on the cruise ship that was supposed to arrive soon, so no one paid her much mind. The ID check and boarding window were both on the 18th floor. Jiang Yan planned to go to the 20th, but when she reached the 21st, she found the way blocked. Although the ship wasn't due until noon, people had already lined up early. Many who hadn't boarded in the morning had never left, stubbornly guarding their spots. Jiang Yan had no choice but to go up to the 22nd floor. The elevator lobby and hallways on the 22nd were packed with people. These were probably those who decided not to go to the official base or didn't meet the requirements. It was nearly mealtime. Two families had joined forces to build a fire and were grilling fish. They were cooking a lot, clearly more than just lunch. It was cold outside, but with so many people in the hallway, it was relatively warm. But the air was damp, so nothing kept well. They could only cure the fish or dry it over the fire. As the flames grew, the smell of sizzling oil and thick smoke began to fill the corridor. When she entered, everyone looked at her warily. A few people who'd been sitting on the floor even stood up, fists clenched. Only when she stopped by the glass window at the end of the hall did people finally relax a little. The area near the window was empty. Several panes of glass had been shattered by hail earlier. Someone had taped plastic bags over them, but rain still leaked in from time to time. The floor was wet with puddles everywhere. Jiang Yan glanced outside, a vast expanse of water. A few people risked their lives fishing in the flood, but it didn't look like they were having much luck. The fish and leeches seemed to come in waves. The water level outside was still rising. At least the temperature wasn't dropping any further. The ship I'm waiting for still hasn't come. The person I'm waiting for doesn't understand me. Someone started singing. See, we've got it good, eating, sleeping, singing. Those people downstairs are starving while they wait for their savior. Yeah, and if some of those people living in the hallways don't get on the ship, they'll come back and find their place gone. Huh. There were even some who took pleasure in others' misfortune. Jiang Yan stood by the window with her arms crossed for a long time. She had a bad feeling. The ship probably wasn't coming. An hour passed. Still no ship. The confidence and hope that everyone had painstakingly rebuilt that morning instantly sank. There were sounds of unrest from downstairs. Maybe we should just go to the base ourselves. With rain like this, you can't even see the road. How would we get there? Yeah, it'd be like rowing a rubber dinghy in the ocean. If anything goes wrong, the boat's done for. Damn. If only I'd lived near the Twin Towers. Yeah, those people are so lucky. Life doesn't come with hindsight. This is just fate. A sense of panic and unease began to spread through the crowd. Let's wait a little longer. The authorities said they would never abandon any citizen, no matter what. Let's just wait. Someone jumped out to calm everyone down. Yeah, maybe they're just picking up people from other places first. Let's wait a bit more. Come on, old Lou, stop lying to yourself at a time like this. Someone nearby sneered. Exactly. I'm just trying to comfort everyone. Why the sarcasm? At a time like this, who needs your so-called comfort? Soon, the sounds of arguing and shoving filled the air. Often, the distance from hope to despair is just a single moment. And the shift from unity and peace to tearing each other apart can happen in the blink of an eye. Jiang Yan listened for a while, then glanced at the water's surface, deciding it was best to head home for now. To her surprise, the line of people waiting for boats in the stairwell hadn't gotten any shorter. In fact, it had grown longer. She struggled for quite a while before finally squeezing her way out of the packed crowd. The line in the stairwell snaked all the way up to the 23rd floor. Just as Jiang Yan stepped onto the stairs to the 24th floor, she saw Sun Jingtao and Su Dai, the couple, pushing open the fire door on the 24th floor. Walking with them was a scholarly-looking middle-aged man wearing black-rimmed glasses. Jiang Yan. Su Dai spotted Jiang Yan, who was fully geared up, and excitedly waved at her. Sun Jingtao and the middle-aged man realized who it was a moment later. Both men were carrying something heavy on their shoulders, wrapped in dirty cement sacks. It looked quite heavy. Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan. Sun Jingtao and Tian Jiliang both greeted her. Jiang Yan didn't know Tianjilian, but she politely replied, "Hello. You two take your time, we'll head up first," the two men said, then carried their bags upstairs. Jiang Yan nodded, then turned to Su Dai and asked, "Why did you come downstairs?" Su Dai smiled mysteriously. "Let me tell you, we just found something good." Jiang Yan was puzzled. "We found 2 bags of leftover cement and a pile of bricks in the property management's electrical room," Su Dai said, pinching her nose. "Jiang Yan, it stinks in the stairwell. Let's wait till we're upstairs, and I'll tell you all about it." She'd forgotten to wear a mask when she came down. Even though it was cold, the smell in the stairwell was indescribable. Jiang Yan nodded. The two of them climbed the stairs in silence. When they reached the landing between the 31st and 32nd floors, Su Dai was struggling, standing there with her hands on her waist, gasping for breath. Jiang Yan's body had been strengthened by the space, but maybe because she'd been standing for so long earlier, her lower abdomen was starting to ache. She stopped to rest for a moment too. Su Dai glanced at the closed fire door on the 32nd floor and whispered, "We're planning to use the cement and bricks to build a simple stove at home." Jiang Yan, a stove. The mention of a stove reminded her of the time she'd visited the beekeeping base and seen a half-collapsed country-style restaurant on the mountainside, destroyed by a mudslide. Their signature dish was chicken cooked over a wood fire, similar to the northern style of stewing goose in a big iron pot. It had been quite popular in Aming for a while. Basically, it was a big earthen stove with a large iron pot on top, burning charcoal or firewood underneath. You could use it to cook, make braised chicken, dry pot duck, dry pot goose, and so on. After stir-frying the meat, you'd add lotus root, celtis, mushrooms, and other ingredients to stew together. Usually, you'd stick some corn cakes to the side of the pot and cover it with a big lid. By the time the meat was done, the corn cakes would be cooked too. When you lifted the lid, the aroma was mouth-watering, absolutely delicious. Best of all, the leftover embers could be used for warmth in winter. It was a great thing. But back then, her family didn't lack heating, and she was used to living in the south, so she never thought about it. Otherwise, she might have salvaged 1 or 2 of those stoves. "Yeah, Xiaoyue and my husband said this heavy rain isn't going to stop anytime soon, and the temperature keeps dropping. It might even snow or the water could freeze over. The alcohol stove is too small, and we don't have enough fuel to last, so we thought we'd build a stove in the living room. That way, we can burn wood to heat food, keep warm, and raise the temperature in the apartment. If the water really does freeze, we can go out and find more things to burn. If we grit our teeth, we might be able to get through this awful weather." Jiang Yan nodded in agreement. "Sounds good, 3 birds with 1 stone. We probably won't use up all the materials. If we save some cement, we can build one in your living room too," Su Dai said, watching Jiang Yan's expression. It sounded like she was just sharing, but also as if she was seeking Jiang Yan's opinion. After all, building a stove in someone's home was a private matter. Sun Jingtao had specifically reminded her to be mindful of boundaries with Jiang Yan. But right now, with both fire doors above and below closed and the stairwell so dark, Jiang Yan's face was hidden behind her mask. She couldn't read Jiang Yan's expression at all. "No need. My place is decorated in a Western style, and there's a fireplace in the living room. You keep the materials for yourselves. Just make sure to ventilate and handle the smoke properly when you use the stove," Jiang Yan replied honestly, even giving a reminder. Su Dai didn't know if a fireplace could be used for cooking, but it was clear Jiang Yan had politely declined. "Oh, okay," Su Dai replied. "Let's go," Jiang Yan suggested, seeing Su Dai's breathing had calmed down. All right. They went upstairs and pushed open the fire door. The door to apartment 3203 was half open, and the sounds of a woman and child crying drifted out. Jiang Yan remembered the scars on Wenwanli's hands and frowned slightly. Su Dai glanced at the crack in the door and whispered, "Jiang Yan, I forgot to tell you earlier, 2 families have moved into 3203. Jiang Yan nodded calmly. "Yeah, you knew." This time Su Dai was surprised, but then she changed the subject. "Did you hear them breaking the lock with a police battering ram in the middle of the night?" Jiang Yan shook her head. No, but I ran into an Wanli when I was going downstairs earlier. Her expression was completely calm, which left Su Dai a bit at a loss. All right, I'll head home now, Jiang Yan said lightly, turning to leave. Her stomach still felt a bit uncomfortable. She needed to go home, drink some motherwort, and take care of a few things. Oh, right, Jiang Yan, come over for dinner tonight. We're grilling fish. You have no idea, Xiaoyue's cooking is amazing. And since the neighbors just moved in, we wanted to hear your thoughts on it, Su Dai suddenly remembered. Jiang Yan nodded this time and didn't refuse. She could more or less guess what Su Dai was thinking. In times like these, you really can't have the intention to harm others, but you can't be too trusting either. But there was no need to be suspicious of everything. For now, Jiang Yan kept her thoughts to herself. How about we meet at 5 in the afternoon? You can just come straight to my place. We won't come over to get you, Su Dai said, glancing awkwardly at the big iron gate of Jiang Yan's house out of the corner of her eye and forcing a smile. Honestly, they were all a bit afraid of coming to fetch Jiang Yan. The main worry was that one day they'd forget about the high-voltage wires on her gate and end up getting electrocuted into a charred corpse just by knocking. Although the city's power had been out for ages, and Jiang Yan's backup generator was probably dead by now, it was always better to be safe than sorry. Besides, with the heavy rain these days, it got dark much earlier. Everyone tried to finish dinner and the dishes while it was still light out. Once night fell, unless absolutely necessary, people didn't turn on any lights. Some families didn't even have any lighting equipment at all and just lived in the dark. Jiang Yan nodded. All right, I'll come over directly in the evening. She hadn't turned on the high-voltage electricity on her outer gate in a while. For one, things had been relatively safe in the neighborhood lately. For another, she'd been coming and going more often herself. She worried that one day she'd forget and either zap herself or get locked out. That was something she hadn't considered when she first installed it. Even though the electricity wasn't on, the deterrent effect was still there, and that was enough. With that thought, Jiang Yan turned and went back inside. It was almost 2 in the afternoon. The fireplace in the living room had been burning since morning, making it noticeably warmer than outside. Jiang Yan grabbed a small metal bucket and a little shovel, cleared out some of the ashes from the fireplace, added more firewood, and then stepped into her space. Jia. Mama, you're finally back. From a distance, she saw Hua Bao excitedly hopping out of the apple pod and leaping onto her shoulder in a flash. Jiang Yan glanced over and wow. The upgrade progress bar above the little stream had finally reached 89%. Not easy. The space would be fully upgraded any day now. She couldn't help but feel delighted. Hua Bao, we're about to have a real stream. The 3 little leaves on Hua Bao's head wiggled happily as it grinned. Jia. Yes. Once we have a stream, I can play in it all I want. It had gotten bored of flipping turtle shells and kicking turtles into the water. Its latest game was stretching its vines and leaves thin like fishing lines to tease the fish and shrimp in the pool. To its surprise, some fish and shrimp actually fell for it. Though, getting pinched by the shrimp claws hurt quite a bit. Of course, it gave those shrimp a good thrashing in return, but it didn't dare tell Mama about that. Jiang Yan laughed. Then you'd better keep eating and working hard, no slacking off. Jia. Don't worry, Mama, I'll get the job done. Chatting as they went, Jiang Yan walked over to the pool. Inside, the tilapia, crucian carp, loaches, and shrimp she'd caught were all lively and, in just a few days, had visibly grown bigger. It seemed the tilapia had adapted to the water temperature. The 2 turtles were, as usual, lazily sunbathing by the edge of the pool. When they saw her coming, they instantly pulled their heads back into their shells. With a thought, Jiang Yan took some cornmeal from her inventory and sprinkled it into the pool. She also grabbed a cabbage leaf and a bit of meat, put them on a plate, and set it near the turtles. Right next to the turtles were a white lounge chair and a big sun umbrella. She placed the plate under the umbrella so the cabbage leaf wouldn't dry out. Jiang Yan had never planned on keeping pets, so she hadn't prepared any fish food or dog food. Now that she had these animals, she just had to improvise. She found that ever since she'd gotten these fish and turtles, her life in the space had started to resemble that of a retired old lady studying, tending flowers and vegetables, and feeding the fish every day. All she was missing was a public square dance. But she enjoyed it, especially feeding the fish, which felt relaxing and soothing. When she was little, her parents used to take her to free parks to feed the goldfish. Spending a few yuan on a small bag of fish food and feeding them for a few minutes would make her happy for the whole day. Later, when her family became wealthier, they bought a big house with a huge fish tank and beautiful landscaping, and even kept an expensive red arowana, supposedly worth over 1,000,000 yuan. Jiang Yan thought the fish was beautiful, but also lonely. Her parents were always busy with business, rushing about from dawn to dusk, with no time to stop and enjoy it. They said keeping the fish was more about good feng shui. The servants took care of it. Back then, Jiang Yan was always chasing her dreams, rarely coming home. By the time she realized how precious her parents' love was, it was already too late. Old memories surfaced, and Jiang Yan's eyes grew misty. Her parents were gone for good. The normal life she once had was gone for good. But she still had to do her best to survive in this hopeless, post-apocalyptic world. Jiang Yan sniffled, went to the kitchen, and made herself a cup of motherwort tea. After a short rest, she remembered she hadn't used her incubator yet, so she got up again. When she'd ordered the apple pod, she'd asked for 2 shipping containers as well, originally for storing supplies in the wild if needed. Now, she realized it wasn't suitable to keep the incubator indoors, and it was too sunny outside. So she simply took out one of the containers and put the 3 incubators she'd found on her last outing inside. There were no power strips or outlets, but that was fine. She brought in a portable power station and set it up in the container. She also found 3 hygrometers to monitor humidity. Ordinary eggs can't hatch chicks, only fertilized eggs, or hatching eggs can. She checked her offline encyclopedia and learned that if you shine a light through the shell and see 2 little cloudy spots like eyeballs inside, it's a fertilized egg. Jiang Yan grabbed a flashlight and a chicken egg, peering at it for ages until she was nearly cross-eyed, but still couldn't tell. Then she remembered she could control things in her space with her mind, so she should be able to select the fertilized eggs that way. Sure enough, with a thought, piles of chicken, duck, goose, pigeon, and ostrich eggs appeared before her. These must be the fertilized ones. There were offline tutorials on her computer, but Jiang Yan decided not to hatch too many at once. Different eggs required different temperatures and humidity levels. So she picked 1 chicken egg, 1 duck egg, and 1 goose egg, put each in a separate incubator, and set the right temperature and humidity according to the instructions. She took out a notebook and pen to keep records. Since she was looking up information as she went, the whole process took about an hour. Jiang Yan was going to Su Dai's place for dinner that evening. She felt it wasn't right to show up empty-handed, she should bring something. There were thousands of supplies in her space, but choosing something appropriate that wouldn't arouse suspicion was a skill in itself. After thinking it over, she exited her space and returned to the safe house. She grabbed a few large storage baskets and set them in the kitchen. With a thought, she took out some long-lasting sweet potatoes, and onions from her space. These supplies had been stored in her space, so they hadn't lost a bit of moisture. Each one looked fresh and plump, as if just bought from the market. It wouldn't be appropriate to give them away looking like that. So she decided to take some out in advance, just in case she needed them later. That reminded her of her plan to try growing vegetables in the living room. Jiang Yan entered her space again and took out 3 large white foam boxes, the kind used for seafood and fruit. After drilling some drainage holes in the bottoms, she scooped some of the black soil from her space and filled the boxes. That black soil had magical properties, so Jiang Yan wasn't worried about the vegetables not growing well. Once the 3 boxes were filled with soil, she returned to the safe house and put them in the living room. She scattered some cabbage seeds in them and watered them with a spray bottle. By the time she finished all this, more than half an hour had passed. Jiang Yan felt a bit tired. If it weren't for her ability to move things with her mind inside her space, just hauling all these supplies would have been exhausting. But now the eggs were incubating, the vegetables were planted, and the fish and shrimp had been fed. She felt a real sense of accomplishment. Jiang Yan set an alarm on her phone and lay down on the chaise lounge. She'd been woken up in the middle of the night, and her stomach had hurt, so she hadn't slept well. There was still over an hour until 5 o'clock, just enough time for a nap. With that thought, Jiang Yan quickly drifted into a deep sleep. Around 5, her alarm went off. Jiang Yan got up. Outside, the torrential rain was still pouring down. The surface of the Central Garden's water was empty. She hadn't heard any music or anything in the meantime. It seemed the official rescue boat still hadn't come. She went to the master bedroom and checked with the binoculars. The water level was nearly up to the 18th floor. Across the way, people in several buildings were still queuing anxiously. Higher up, residents in buildings B, C, D, and E were busy moving. As usual, there were plenty of arguments and fights. She figured it was probably the same in Building A, she just couldn't see it. Jiang Yan put away the binoculars after a quick look. She'd already decided what to bring to Su Dai's. As usual, she took a black backpack and packed a 1-kilogram bag of vacuum-packed regular rice, a can of luncheon meat, a can of mixed yellow peaches, a bag of peanuts, and a bag of salt. It wasn't much, and in the past, these things wouldn't have been worth much. But now, with the situation as it was, Jiang Yan couldn't bring too much. She picked up the backpack, put on a windbreaker, and headed out. The fire door on the 32nd floor was open. As her own door slammed shut with a bang, Jiang Yan clearly saw a few heads sneakily pull back from the fire door. Then came the sound of hurried footsteps going downstairs. Probably people hoping to move up to the 32nd floor. She pretended not to notice and walked towards Su Dai's apartment. Su Dai's door wasn't fully closed, but Jiang Yan knocked out of habit. Jiang Yan. Su Dai's face lit up with surprise when she saw her arrive as promised. Her hands were wet, so she wiped them on her apron and quickly opened the door. Come in. Jiang Yan wa. Jiang Yan and Su Dai paused and turned around. They saw Yue Wei and his wife Wang Jiamei coming out, with the little girl beside them. Today, the girl had her hair in pigtails and looked much better than last night. Though she'd cried, her eyes were bright, like little stars in the sky. She was holding a slightly worn red plush cow, probably a company mascot from a New Year's party. What's wrong, little one? Jiang Yan pretended not to know Yue Wei and Wang Jiamei, smiling at the girl. Haha, you must be the beautiful Jiang Yan from 3201, right? I'm Yue Wei, call me Fatty Joe or just Fatty. This is my wife Wang Jiamei. We moved in last night and already met Su Dai. Yue Wei spoke cheerfully as he strode over. Wang Jiamei, eyes red and swollen, followed with the little girl. She forced a smile, but it couldn't hide her nervousness and unease. The little girl, on the other hand, stared at Jiang Yan with curiosity. Jiang Yan glanced at them and smiled politely. Hello. Brother Zhou, is there something you need? Seeing Jiang Yan wasn't unfriendly, Su Dai asked. Yue Wei chuckled awkwardly. Ahem, well, we just moved in last night and probably disturbed you, so we wanted to invite you over for a simple meal as a way to make amends. Of course, we're only staying in 3203 temporarily. We're not trying to take over someone else's place. But in our hometown, it's tradition to have a housewarming meal to bring some good luck and liven up the place. As he finished, he realized he might have said something inappropriate. After all, the He-Chumei family who used to live there had all died, and there were still dried bloodstains in the tile cracks. Now inviting people over to liven up the place seemed a bit off. But the words were already out, there was no taking them back. Yes, it's just a simple home-cooked meal. We hope you won't mind, Wang Jiamei quickly added. The little girl looked at them with sincere eyes. Aunties, please come have dinner with us. The wariness and distance between adults often didn't exist for children. Su Dai glanced at Jiang Yan, saw her gaze linger on the little girl, and said, Brother Zhou, we've already made dinner here. We appreciate the thought. Just settle in and make yourselves at home on this floor. Yue Wei and Wang Jiamei seemed to be waiting for this. Hearing it, their brows relaxed, but Yue Wei still said awkwardly, Thank you, ladies. Really, we feel a bit embarrassed. Maybe you could come over and sit for a while. Su Dai politely declined, Brother Zhou. Maybe next time. All right then. We meant to invite you earlier, but when the official boat came this morning, we thought you'd left, so we decided to wait. It was our mistake. Next time we'll be more mindful. After the polite exchange, they were about to say goodbye when the little girl suddenly looked up at Jiang Yan and said sweetly, "Auntie Jiang Yan, you're so pretty." Zhou Wei and Wang Jiamei were both stunned and exchanged a look. Jiang Yan looked at the little girl, her eyes curving with a gentle smile. "Little one, do you know me?" Seeing her friendly and not at all angry, Zhou Wei and Wang Jiamei visibly relaxed. The little girl pressed her lips together, her eyes sparkling as she replied, "And them, my mom and dad, uncle and auntie all say you're amazing." Jiang Yan couldn't help but laugh. "What a sweet talker you are. Let me see if I have any candy on me." As she spoke, she reached for the black backpack on her back, unzipped it a little, and pretended to rummage inside. In reality, with just a thought, she took a rainbow lollipop out from her space. "Oh? Looks like I'm lucky today. I actually found one. Here you go," Jiang Yan said warmly, crouching down to hand the lollipop to the little girl. She casually asked, "Pretty girl, how old are you? What's your name?" Zhou Wei was about to chime in, but before he could, the little girl's eyes lit up. She happily accepted the candy and replied cheerfully, "My name is Zhou Xiaoyue, like bright moon in the sky Xiaoyue. I'm 6.5. I also have an older brother, his name is Zhou Xiaoyue." The little girl's excited words were abruptly cut off by Wang Jiamei's sharp voice. Zhou Wei's face suddenly turned a bit ugly. Zhou Xiaoyue trembled all over, bit her lip, and lowered her head, falling silent. Jiang Yan. Beside her, Su Dai frowned slightly. "Xiaoyue, auntie gave you candy. Shouldn't you thank her first? We don't want to be rude children, do we?" Wang Jiamei seemed to realize she'd lost her composure and quickly tried to smooth things over. Zhou Xiaoyue fiddled nervously with the lollipop in her hand, looked up at Jiang Yan timidly, and said, "Thank you, auntie." "You're welcome," Jiang Yan replied, giving her an encouraging look. Su Dai sensed something was off with the couple's demeanor and said, "Oh, Brother Zhou, you have a younger son too? How come we didn't see him with you last night?" Normally, that kind of question would be considered prying into someone's private family matters. Su Dai had always been someone with a strong sense of boundaries. If others didn't bring something up, she wouldn't ask. But now, things were different, and she found herself much more curious than usual. "Hey, yes." Zhou Wei's face showed a trace of embarrassment, and he quickly said, "Sorry, you too. We'll be heading back now." With that, Zhou Wei tugged at Wang Jiamei's sleeve. Wang Jiamei gave them an awkward smile. "Xiaoyue, say goodbye to the aunties." "Goodbye, Auntie Jiang Yan." "Goodbye, Auntie Su Dai." Zhou Xiaoyue sniffled and hugged her little stuffed cow tighter. The three of them turned and left together. The door to 3203 slammed shut with a bang. Jiang Yan and Su Dai watched the family's heavy-hearted backs, exchanged a glance, and silently went back inside. Normally, if a neighbor moved in and invited you over, you'd bring a gift or a red envelope. But now, with supplies so scarce, no one bothered with such formalities. Besides, this wasn't exactly a housewarming. Jiang Yan also noticed that when Su Dai asked Zhou Wei if he had a younger son, Zhou Wei forced a smile, but his hand suddenly clenched into a tight fist. Wang Jiamei's red, swollen eyes flashed with a barely detectable mix of hatred and fear. But it wasn't her place to pry further. After all, every family has its own troubles. Inside, Sun Jingtao and Tian Jiliang were working together to move a 3-seater leather sofa against the wall. The supplies that had been piled up earlier had already been sorted, and the living room was much tidier and more spacious. Yi Qing was standing with his back to the door, focused on adjusting the exhaust vent. They had built a makeshift stove near the floor-to-ceiling window, using bricks and cement. Inside the stove, they'd used a large stainless steel steamer rack as a shelf. When burning firewood, the wood could be placed on the rack, allowing the ashes to fall below. The middle was hollow, which increased airflow and made it easier for the fire to catch. They'd also installed an exhaust vent, using 2 white PVC pipes as chimneys. The pipes slanted out through the window. Because the stove was newly built, the living room was filled with the damp smell of cement. Hearing the door close, Sun Jingtao and Tian Jiliang turned around at the same time. Yiqing paused in his work, looked up at Jiang Yan, and a barely noticeable hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan smiled at him. Hi. Maybe it was because she'd spent the past few days with Su Dai and her husband, but Jiang Yan felt that Yiqing seemed much less aloof than before. He looked better and better overall. Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, you're here. Come in and have a seat. Tian Jiliang and Sun Jingtao greeted her warmly. Both were longtime residents of Qianshui Bay and had known each other longer than Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan greeted them each in turn. Su Dai gave her a quick introduction to Tian Jiliang, saying he now lived alone on the 29th floor. She didn't mention the tragic loss of his parents, wife, and son to the heat. Jiang Yan, have a seat and rest for a bit. As soon as we sweep up, we'll eat, Sun Jingtao said politely, brushing dust from his hands. No rush. If you need help, just let me know, Jiang Yan replied, taking some supplies out of her backpack and handing them to Su Dai. Su Dai, I didn't bring much, but here's a little something. Su Dai refused without hesitation. Jiang Yan, just come eat, you don't need to bring so much. Especially rice and salt, they're precious. For Southerners in the apocalypse, rice was invaluable. Salt, though cheap in normal times and used sparingly, became essential. Without it, even the finest food tasted like wax. That's why, whenever disaster struck, salt was always the first thing people scrambled for. It's not much. I'm just feeding myself, so I don't use a lot. Please, just take it, otherwise I won't come mooch food next time, Jiang Yan insisted, stuffing the supplies back into Su Dai's hands. Seeing this, Su Dai didn't argue further and quietly put the supplies away in the kitchen. With nothing else to do, Jiang Yan went to the balcony to check out the vegetables Su Dai was growing. Su Dai came out of the kitchen and saw Jiang Yan examining her little balcony garden with interest, so she walked over. Jiang Yan, I haven't even had time to plant the seeds you gave me last time. I still have some containers that could be used as planters, but there's no soil left. If I try hydroponics, the temperature's so low and we don't have any nutrients, so the veggies won't grow well. She sighed. If only we could find some soil. Hearing Su Dai's words, Jiang Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. Soil? I know a place where we can get some. She remembered that when the extreme heat first hit, she'd once used her jetpack suit to land on the rooftop of a building. There were several flower beds up there. Back then, all the flowers, grass, and trees in the beds had withered and died, but the soil remained. No matter how heavy the rain is now, there's no way all the soil in those flower beds could have been washed away. There should still be some left. It's probably turned into mud, so it'll take some effort to dig it out. Where? Su Dai was taken aback. Right now, it was pouring nonstop outside, and everything that could be flooded was submerged under dozens of meters of water. The rooftop of our building, Jiang Yan replied, putting on a mysterious air as she pointed upwards. Su Dai looked even more surprised. The rooftop. She'd already been curious about why Jiang Yan had moved to the Qianshui Bay complex, and now she found out Jiang Yan had even been up to the roof. This only made her more puzzled. Though, in the grand scheme of things, it wasn't that big a deal. Yeah, Jiang Yan nodded. You guys can go up and have a look. There are a few flower beds up there, and the edges are pretty high. The drainage is good, so while some soil has probably been washed away by the rain, there should still be some left. Actually, she knew that before the extreme cold arrived, there would be a day or two when the rain would stop. That would be the best time to collect the soil. But there was a problem. Vegetables take time to grow from seeds to something edible. And in times like these, seeds were incredibly precious and had to be used sparingly. So, the bigger the vegetables could grow, the better. Getting the soil back now was basically a race against time with the heavens. All right, we'll go up and check it out tomorrow, Su Dai agreed. She still had some questions, but it wasn't the right time to ask. Meanwhile, Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing had already cleared off the dining table. On the table sat an alcohol stove, with a shallow pot set on top. There was food inside the pot, covered with a lid. As the stove heated the pot, an enticing aroma began to waft through the air. It smelled just like spicy grilled fish. Even though Jiang Yan hadn't lacked for good food lately, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Sun Jingtao set down the last pair of chopsticks and said, "All right, honey, you and Jiang Yan can come sit down now." "Come on, Jiang Yan, let's go taste Xiaoyue's cooking," Su Dai said, pulling Jiang Yan along. Over there, Tian Jiliang, Yi Qing, and Sun Jingtao each took a seat. "Haha, I'm the oldest one here, so I'll shamelessly take the seat of honor," Tian Jiliang laughed. When he smiled, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes looked deep enough to catch a few mosquitoes. Jiang Yan didn't stand on ceremony and sat right next to Yi Qing. Once everyone was seated, Sun Jingtao lifted the lid off the pot. A cloud of steaming, spicy fragrance instantly filled the room. The pot was bubbling away. It really was grilled fish. To be precise, it was Chongqing-style grilled fish. Normally, you'd marinate tilapia or grass carp with salt, cooking wine, and 5-spice powder, then roast it in the oven until the outside was golden and crispy. After the first roast, you'd wash and slice onions, cabbage, lettuce, lotus root, bean sprouts, and other veggies, lay them on the bottom of the tray, then place the fish on top. Finally, you'd fry up a special spicy sauce with Sichuan peppercorns and fresh chilies, pour it over the fish and veggies, add a bit of broth, and simmer it over low heat or bake it again. At the end, you'd sprinkle on fresh cilantro, red chili strips, and fried peanuts for garnish. What they had now was a super simplified version of spicy grilled tilapia. Because the fish was big, the head and tail had been removed, and the remaining flesh was sliced thin. The sauce seemed to be straight-up spicy hot pot base, stir-fried with extra dried chilies and Sichuan peppercorns. To Jiang Yan's surprise, she spotted fresh bean sprouts and onions in the pot, along with tofu skin, kelp, and shiitake mushrooms. The last three were dried goods that just needed to be soaked in water. "Oh wow, this smells amazing!" Jiang Yan couldn't help but praise. Yi Qing, sitting next to her, glanced over and gave a shy, boyish smile. "Of course! Anything Xiaoyue makes is guaranteed to be delicious." Su Dai said proudly and picked up a piece of fish for Jiang Yan. Then she gave Tian Jiliang a big piece as well. The lighting in the room wasn't great, but Jiang Yan could still see that the fish was perfectly cooked. The outside was crispy and golden, the flesh inside was white and tender, and with the spicy, fragrant sauce, it was mouth-watering. Sure, the fish was mutated, who knew what strange things it had eaten. But at this point, having food at all was a blessing, and no one was going to nitpick. Jiang Yan didn't mind either. After all, if she was going to survive in this environment, she'd have to step out of her comfort zone sooner or later. That comfort zone definitely included her usual eating habits. And there's onion, tofu skin, mushrooms, and fresh bean sprouts. Wow! This is honestly the best feast I, Tian Jiliang, have ever had in my life. Tian Jiliang exclaimed. He'd once been an investment director at a listed company, used to high-end business banquets and all sorts of delicacies. On a normal day, this grilled fish wouldn't have been anything special. The ingredients and seasonings weren't exactly fresh. Even the water for cooking the fish was rainwater. Sun Jingtao and the others had made a simple water filter to clean it up a bit, but that was it. But right now, when some people didn't even have enough to eat, this really was a rare delicacy. We haven't had a proper meal in months. Since we're all together today, I thought we'd splurge and treat ourselves, Su Dai said with a grin, picking up a piece of fish for Yi Qing as well. Oh, almost forgot, there's this too. Since we're all together, let's have a little drink, Sun Jingtao said, pulling out a bottle of cheap sake from under the table. When they'd gone out looking for supplies the past couple of days, they'd found an employee cafeteria in a bank inside a high-rise office building. They'd found quite a few good things there. Most of it had spoiled in the heat, but they'd brought back whatever they could. Tian Jiliang, though tempted, said, "It's getting colder by the day. This liquor is precious, shouldn't we save it?" "No need. Let's enjoy it while we can. We're happy today, so let's have a drink and warm up together. Sun Jingtao replied, pouring a little into disposable cups for everyone. Jiang Yan wasn't used to drinking liquor, but she didn't refuse. She was just here to join in the fun. Cheers. Sun Jingtao raised his cup first. Cheers. Everyone echoed, their spirits high. Jiang Yan took a sip, and to her surprise, it tasted just like water. All the alcohol had long since evaporated, leaving it bland and flavorless. This little bottle of sake is about 40% alcohol. Normally, it only costs a few bucks a bottle and is usually bought to pickle vegetables. Its packaging and seal can't compare to those expensive bottles of Fate Yen that go for thousands. Jiang Yan's space is stocked with all kinds: red, white, yellow, black, high-end, mid-range, and cheap, everything you could want. Unfortunately, she didn't have a legitimate reason to take any out. Especially since she wasn't familiar with Tian Jiliang, she was much more guarded around him than with Su Dai, Yi Qing, and the others. Sun Jingtao also noticed something was off. He smacked his forehead and said, I forgot about all these days of high temperatures. The alcohol must have evaporated. No wonder the smell was so faint just now. The scholarly-looking Tian Jiliang, hearing this, simply picked up the cup and downed it in one go. No problem, it's just as well, water instead of wine. These days, even pure water is a rare commodity. He laughed heartily, then, still not satisfied, brought the paper cup to his nose for another sniff. Though the alcohol scent was faint, there was still a bit left in it. After sniffing, Tian Jiliang put the cup down, took off his glasses, breathed on them, and wiped them with his shirt corner, saying, I remember seeing on the news once that in some really cold places in Russia, when they couldn't buy vodka, some people actually bought shower gel to drink and ended up getting poisoned. Huh? How could anyone drink that? And why would they drink shower gel? That's crazy. Su Dai was completely baffled. Daijia, the shower gel they bought contained methanol, also called industrial alcohol, the same stuff we're burning in the stove right now. But methanol is actually toxic. It's only used for antifreeze and fuel, not for drinking. The kind of alcohol that's added to drinks is ethanol. That's the one that's safe to consume. Yi Qing patiently explained. Su Dai listened, her face full of disbelief. There's also that stir-fried river stone snack from Xingqing, which was a huge hit online for a while, Jiang Yan chimed in. She was a food blogger and had almost flown to Xingqing just to try it. That place had lots of interesting snacks. Su Dai stared at Jiang Yan in surprise. What? Stir-fried river stones? What kind of weird thing is that? It's actually just washing the river stones clean, putting them in a wok with all kinds of seasonings, stir-frying, and then sucking the flavor off the stones before TOS. Supposedly, this dish was invented by fishermen who, after coming back empty-handed and running out of food on the boat, came up with this idea. Yi Qing explained, following Jiang Yan's lead. Su Dai looked at him admiringly. Wow, Xiaoyue, you sure know a lot. Wife, it's not that he knows a lot, it's that you're just too clueless, haha. Sun Jingtao, for once, teased his wife in front of everyone. Su Dai huffed. All right, Sun Jingtao, you're getting bold with Jiang Yan and the others here, huh? Daring to make fun of me, tonight you're on dish duty. Not scared as long as it's not kneeling on a keyboard or durian, or being kicked out of bed, I'll survive. Tian Jiliang quickly joked from the side. Sun Jingtao grinned and put a piece of fish in Su Dai's bowl, coaxing her. All right, wife, have some fish. People who eat more fish are smarter. Can't you ever stop? Always poking at me, huh? Su Dai put down her chopsticks, pretending to be annoyed as she reached out to pinch Sun Jingtao. Sun Jingtao twisted away, dodging to the side, only to bump right into Tian Jiliang's raised arm. Tian Jiliang quickly pinched his nose and said, Io, Jingtao, your wife's right here and you're throwing yourself into my arms? That won't do. That won't do. His slightly effeminate tone and exaggerated hand gesture had everyone bursting out laughing. Jiang Yan and Yi Qing watched from the side, like spectators at a show, joining in the laughter. But seriously, this isn't just the best meal I've had in months, it's also the happiest I've been in a long time. Tian Jiliang was still smiling, but suddenly his eyes grew moist. A man sheds no tears lightly, only because he hasn't reached the breaking point. After the heat wave hit, his parents both died of sudden heart attacks, one after the other. Then the blood mosquitoes appeared, and his wife and son were also lost, one after the other. A whole family now leaving him all alone. No more mortgage, no more car loan. But the normal, decent life was gone too, replaced only by endless uncertainty about the future. Sometimes he even thought about ending it all with a necktie. But in the end, he just couldn't do it. Humans are social creatures. We all need emotional connection. Moments like this, sitting together and chatting happily, were truly precious to him. But once the eating, drinking, and chatting were over, they still had to return to their dull, dark, endless days. The smiles on everyone's faces suddenly froze, and they all put down their chopsticks in unison. Since the heat wave began, everyone had experienced or witnessed something, more or less. They could all empathize with Tian Jiliang's feelings. The happiness and calm they'd shown lately, to some extent, was a deliberate act, a way to numb and comfort themselves. In truth, they were all a bit lost about the future. That's why, when making decisions, they sometimes acted rashly, like grasping at straws. Just like the day before, when it hadn't rained, many people clung to wishful thinking. They thought about staying home and being self-sufficient, and looked down on those who wanted to go to the official base. But a day later, when the torrential rain returned, they pinned all their hopes and future on the government's rescue. Do you guys think this rain will just keep coming and flood us all the way up to the 32nd floor? Su Dai glanced at the torrential rain outside the window and sighed. Tian Jiliang wiped his eyes, put his glasses back on, and said, "Hard to say. Look, the government boats still haven't come. They have so many resources, but even they can't handle it. What can ordinary people like us do?" "I don't think it's that they can't handle it," Yiqing said, standing up. "It's probably that there are places with people who need help even more than we do, and the rescue teams have been sent there." He was calm, completely unaffected by Tian Jiliang's words. Yiqing took a few packets of instant noodles from a nearby bag, tore them open, and put the noodles into the pot. He added a bit of water. Jiang Yan agreed with Yiqing's assessment. After all, the government's transport capacity was limited. If the second wave of torrential rain kept getting worse, they'd definitely prioritize the low-lying neighborhoods. Here at Qianshui Bay, even though only a few buildings were left and the lowest was 24 floors, at least there were still 6 floors of living space. But in other neighborhoods, that space was already gone. So do you think, when they go to those places, will they take the elderly and children who don't meet the requirements? Tian Jiliang asked. "I don't think so," Yiqing shook her head. Jiang Yan agreed as well. At a time like this, they'd definitely put the bigger picture first. Some people would have to make sacrifices, whether they liked it or not. So, I guess we're actually the lucky ones. At least we have a place to live, food to eat, and clothes to wear. Even if the flood reaches us, we'll be among the last. Worst comes to worst, we'll just pull a Robinson Crusoe, grab a kayak, and drift out to sea. Other people talk about drifting in Beijing or Shanghai, but we'll be real sea drifters. No need to worry ourselves sick." Sun Jingtao slapped his thighs, sat up straight, and declared passionately. Jiang Yan knew the rain would stop once the water reached the 20th floor, but she couldn't say that outright. So she said, "Maybe the heavens will have mercy and the rain will stop in a few days. Let's not worry too much." She tried to reassure the others, but inside, her heart sank. Most people thought that once the rain stopped, the disaster would be over. Only she knew. That was when an even greater catastrophe would begin. And for the people of Anming, who were used to a warm climate, that disaster would be even more deadly. Many who still clung to a shred of hope for the future would completely break down in despair at that point. Su Dai had always quietly looked up to Jiang Yan as her idol. If her idol wasn't afraid, then she wouldn't be afraid either. Yeah, exactly. Do what we can and leave the rest to fate. They say that in difficult times, confidence is more precious than gold. But really, confidence is something you have to give yourself. That's right, that's right. Life and death are up to fate, wealth and honor are in the hands of heaven. Tian Jiliang laughed. Now that we've had our chicken soup for the soul, let me check if the noodles are ready. No need, we can check ourselves. The others laughed as well. They were all people who'd seen their share of storms. A few words were all it took to convince themselves. Instant noodles already had flavor, and now they'd been simmering in a rich, fragrant broth for a while. The smell was just incredible. No one said much more. They all dug in. A few minutes later, even the soup in the pot was gone. Su Dai got up to fetch water, pouring some into everyone's cup. She also brought out a plate of sunflower seeds and peanuts. By now, it was getting dark outside, so she simply lit the alcohol lamp. The light was dim, but better than nothing. Only then did Su Dai remember what she'd wanted to say. Oh, right, I just realized, Zhou Wei and his wife actually have a son. She didn't know why, but ever since Zhou Wei and his wife broke open the fire door last night, and with their odd behavior just now, something just felt off. She couldn't put her finger on it. When Jiang Yan and Su Dai were talking to Zhou Wei and his wife at the door earlier, Sun Jingtao and the others inside had heard everything clearly. They weren't far away after all. Sun Jingtao grabbed a peanut. I heard the little girl has an older brother? Yeah, but when they moved up last night, I didn't see any boy. Tian Jilian leaned in. Maybe he's still downstairs and hasn't moved up yet? He'd heard Sun Jingtao mention the new neighbors in 3203 earlier. I doubt it. What kind of parents would leave their kid behind? Tian Jiliang pushed up his glasses and analyzed. Maybe the boy went to his grandparents' place before the heat wave and couldn't make it back. I remember the heat wave hit in July, right when kids are on summer break. What do you think, Jiang Yan? Su Dai and Sun Jingtao both looked at Jiang Yan. After all, she lived on the 32nd floor with them. If there was a problem with the neighbors next door, they'd be the ones most affected. If Zhou Wei's family had been long-term residents, at least they'd know what to expect. But none of them had ever seen these people before. If they were just regular tenants, fine. But what if they were plants sent by Ma Longbiao's gang? The kid seemed polite and at ease, which means Zhou Wei and his wife probably raised him well. As for Wen Wanli and Wang Jin, Jiang Yan recalled the scars and strange behavior on Wen Wanli's arms. That, I'm not so sure about. Listening to the analysis, Tian Jiliang couldn't help but laugh at himself. Are we too bored? A new neighbor moves in and we're acting like detectives. Well, we are bored. Before, we had to deal with annoying bosses, clients, coworkers, mortgage payments, car loans, credit cards. Now, we worry if the rain will stop, if the neighbors are trouble, what we'll eat when the food runs out. Su Dai gave a wry smile. Speaking of which, has Ma Longbiao's gang quieted down lately? Jiang Yan suddenly asked. She remembered Sun Jingtao telling her that Ma Longbiao's group used to throw their weight around downstairs. But when she'd gone down recently, everything seemed normal. Yeah, probably. Now that the official rescue boats have arrived, they have to behave. Su Dai said. They'd all been busy searching for supplies these days and only ran into that group once, late at night. Plus, Ma Longbiao's group had made it clear they wouldn't mess with them, so they hadn't paid much attention since. No, you're way off. Tian Jiliang pushed up his glasses and continued. From what I know, they're not afraid of the official boats at all. In fact, they even reported Jiang Yan for having a gun. And what happened? The officials just said they'd report it to the relevant department, and that was it. So now, they're probably getting even bolder. It's just that their influence hasn't reached up to our 29th floor yet. Jiang Yan. Su Dai was stunned. I heard they were acting like tyrants below the 20th floor. Didn't anyone report them when the official boats came? Nope. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down, no one dares. Besides, they reported Jiang Yan for having a gun and the officials brushed it off, so what's the point? Those officials have quotas for rescue and evacuating able-bodied people. They're not about to risk their jobs to play judge and jury for you. Tian Jiliang shook his head and sighed. Couldn't the people downstairs band together? There are a lot of them. Su Dai was even more surprised. They did band together. Tian Jiliang frowned even deeper, but they banded together under Ma Longbiao's control. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Sun Jingtao, Yi Qing, and the others all frowned instinctively. I only found this out today when I went downstairs and asked around. Basically, Ma Longbiao's group has taken control of the people downstairs. Now, all the supplies in every household are managed and distributed by them. Starting tomorrow, they'll assign tasks to people, like going out to look for supplies. They seize some inflatable boats and send a few people out every day, rain or shine, to search for supplies and bring them back. Ma Longbiao's group gives them a little, but keeps most of it for themselves. You could say they've secretly set up a small private base, it's just a small scale. Sun Jingtu was confused. With rain like this, going out in a rubber boat is almost certain death. Why would people obey them? They have no choice. Most of the people under their control have families. Their kids are in Ma Longbiao's hands. The adults have no choice but to obey. As Tian Jiliang finished, his eyes behind the glasses dimmed. Listening to Tian Jiliang, Jiang Yan suddenly realized that she'd been living in seclusion for so long that her information was indeed a bit out of date. She wasn't interested in Ma Longbiao's group setting up their own little private base in the neighborhood. But if their power really grew, eventually it would affect her too. At that point, it wouldn't just be as simple as them reporting her to the authorities for hiding firearms. Who knows, maybe a whole bunch of people would just storm up to the 32nd floor. They couldn't really threaten her safety or lifestyle, but if they kept buzzing around her like a green-headed fly, bzz all day, it would be pretty disgusting. But now was obviously not the right time to step in and deal with them. Let the mantis stalk the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Let's just wait and see how things play out. In just a second or two, Jiang Yan had already made up her mind. Su Dai, sitting next to her, was still stuck on what Tian Jiliang had just said. Huh? The kids are in their hands? What does that mean? Yi Qing glanced at her and replied succinctly, kidnapping. Hostage-taking. He didn't explain further. After all, they were all adults. They understood. Su Dai still found it hard to accept. The news had come too suddenly. The official boat had just left a moment ago. Ma Longbiao's group were clearly outsiders, not only taking over the place, but now they'd even managed to control the locals of Qianshui Bay. It was like something out of a badly written movie or novel. Who could accept that? She looked at Tian Jiliang. Old Tian, are you sure about this info? There are so many people downstairs, and you're saying they just took control? That's a bit much. And these people aren't even from our complex. The owners are just going to let them run wild like this. Even after accounting for those who died or been taken away by the authorities, there were still 1,000 or 2 residents left in their complex. Just in Building A, there were 200 or 300 people. Some of them were pretty sharp, not idiots. A few were even company executives. Ma Longbiao, no matter how much of a bully he was just a property manager, not exactly a big shot. Now they'd all fallen into his trap? It didn't make sense. It's simple. They came prepared. They're using threats and bribes to pick people off one by one, Tian Jiliang said, taking a sip of water before continuing. They didn't control everyone downstairs from the start. They targeted specific people first. They went for families with elderly or kids, then broke through bit by bit. For the smart, ambitious types, they offered incentives to win them over. These days, everyone just minds their own business. By the time people realized what was happening, their weak spots were already in someone else's hands. Too late. So, when they said from the start that they wouldn't mess with us on the 32nd floor, it was just a stalling tactic, Jiang Yan said, resting her chin on her hand and watching the little flickering flame of the alcohol lamp on the table. The flame was small, but it didn't last long. Oh, it's almost out. Su Dai followed her gaze and finally noticed the alcohol was nearly gone. She quickly got up, grabbed a pair of tweezers, had Yi Qing help her lift the ceramic wick, and poured in more alcohol from a small bottle. Her way of refilling was actually a bit dangerous. Normally, you'd put out the lamp first before adding more. But the others didn't say anything. The main thing is, they have supplies. With this heavy rain, who cares if you used to be an executive or an official? Without resources and a platform, you're nothing. Supplies and strength are what matter now. Tian Jiliang checked his watch. Oh, It's 6 o'clock. I'd better get home. If I wait any longer, those people might come knocking. Who knows, maybe they'll expand to the 29th floor today. Su Dai looked at him. Seriously? It sounded like bandits coming to loot and pillage. Exactly. We're outnumbered and have no real weapons. How could we fight them? Sigh. If only someone powerful could. Tian Jiliang let out a heavy sigh, stood up and hesitated, sneaking a glance at Jiang Yan. He looked gentle and unassuming, but he was actually shrewd and ambitious. It was just that, because of his work environment, he was used to keeping a low profile. But you don't become an investment director at a listed company without some serious emotional intelligence and cunning. He'd actually already quietly gathered a small group to resist Ma Longbiao's gang. But he'd kept it very secret and couldn't just tell Jiang Yan and the others directly. All his rambling earlier was just to test the waters and set things up. He'd hoped Jiang Yan might step in and help. After all, she had a gun and real strength. Her deterrent power was no joke. If she, Sun Jingtao, and Yiqing teamed up, and he recruited a few more people, they could probably take on Ma Longbiao's group. It might not be impossible to drive them out of Building A. But Jiang Yan didn't seem to pick up on his hints at all. Her expression unchanged, she said calmly. Yeah, it's getting late. I'll head back too. Tian Jiliang couldn't quite understand her zen-like calm, but he couldn't say anything. As the saying goes, helping is a favor, not helping is just normal. He couldn't make decisions for her. And he couldn't make the decisions himself either. He'd just have to find another chance to persuade her. Jiang Yan was starting to feel restless herself. Mainly, her stomach was acting up again. The room was damp and cold. Even though her body had been enhanced by the space, and she wasn't as sensitive to heat or cold, she could still feel the temperature change. The clay stove Yiqing and the others built that afternoon still hadn't set. Jiang Yan and Tian Jiliang were guests, so it wasn't convenient to light it. Besides, the smell was bad and the smoke was thick. Wait a sec, I have something for you guys, Sun Jingtao said, getting up and heading to the master bedroom. But he came back out quickly, face serious. Guys, someone's coming from the building across. He was holding an army green military binoculars. Honey, what do you mean? Su Dai blurted out, jumping up from her seat. Jiang Yan understood instantly. His apartment had the same layout as hers. The master bedroom overlooked the central garden of the complex. Clearly, people from the other buildings were coming over. With rain this heavy, in another day or two the water would reach the 20th floor. Those buildings only had 24 floors to begin with. Building A's 32 floors naturally made it the first choice for shelter. Come with me. Sun Jingtao didn't care about privacy anymore and called everyone into the master bedroom. At this moment, dusk hovered outside the window, the sky not yet fully dark. The torrential rain was still pouring down in sheets. Through the dense curtain of rain, several colorful inflatable boats, packed with people, could be vaguely seen docking in an orderly fashion near Building A. However, it seemed they were being blocked by people at the entrance and hadn't managed to get inside the building. Judging by the scene, the two sides appeared. It's not a big deal that people are coming over, the key is, this group is way too organized. Sun Jingtao picked up his binoculars for another look, frowning slightly. Surviving a catastrophe was already hard enough. If you added in fighting between buildings or, more accurately, between gangs, it would only make life even more unbearable. Could it be that Ma Longbiao has recruited people from the other buildings too? If that's the case, things are really going to get chaotic for us. Tian Jiliang's face changed dramatically. This clearly disrupted his plans. After all, the more people the other side controlled, the worse it would be for those left out. In the end, they'd be left with three choices: either rise up and fight back desperately, submit and accept oppression or expulsion from Building A, or simply leave. But in this situation, where could they even go? Su Dai set her alcohol lamp on the vanity, took the binoculars from Sun Jingtao, and glanced outside. With so many people, isn't he afraid things will get out of control? Maybe he's got it all under control, Jiang Yan said coolly. If the other side had managed to get their hands on some serious weapons, then no matter how many people there were, they'd have nothing to fear. But that was just her own speculation. Or maybe the people from the other buildings just organized themselves, and it has nothing to do with Ma Longbiao, Sun Jingta said. Suddenly, his gaze grew serious as he looked at Jiang Yan and Yi Qing. Looks like a fight's breaking out downstairs. Should we go down and check it out together? Yi Qing didn't respond, instead turning to Jiang Yan. You guys go ahead. I'm not feeling well, I'll head back to my room first, Jiang Yan said. Her lower abdomen had been aching all this time. She didn't want to move at all, just wanted to lie down. More importantly, she really didn't want to get involved in this mess. Let the people of the underworld handle their own affairs. Jiang Yan, why don't you come too? After all, this concerns Building A, Tian Jiliang urged, thinking her excuse was just a pretext. He always felt more at ease with her around. Jiang Yan shot him a sidelong glance. And what exactly would I do down there? Stand by and watch? Help the bad guys? Or maybe switch sides? Most people get irritable during their period. She was no exception. Plus, she hated being morally coerced, even a little. Her tone was noticeably sharper now. Tian Jiliang was left speechless. He just wanted to scout out the enemy situation, not overthink it like Jiang Yan. Yi Qing and Su Dai, hearing Jiang Yan's words, looked at her with concern. Jiang Yan, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Yeah, you haven't looked right for a while. If something's wrong, say so, don't just tough it out. Jiang Yan gave Su Dai an awkward smile. It's nothing. Just those few days each month. Su Dai immediately understood. Then go get some rest and drink some hot water. Normally, she'd have suggested brown sugar water or something similar. But these days, even a cup of hot water was a luxury. And science does show that drinking hot water helps during your period. It's not just some cliché advice. Yi Qing, meanwhile, blushed bright red. Let's go, Sun Jingta said, not pressing Jiang Yan any further. He nodded at Tian Jiliang. Jiang Yan returned alone to apartment 3201. Sun Jingtao and the others headed downstairs with Tian Jiliang. Although Jiang Yan didn't go down, before they parted, she took a hand-crank flashlight from her backpack and handed it to Su Dai. She'd meant to give Su Dai the flashlight for a while, but hadn't found the right opportunity. It was pitch black downstairs, no way Su Dai and the others could go down carrying an alcohol lamp. After returning home, Jiang Yan didn't enter her storage space. Instead, she added some firewood to the fireplace, made herself a cup of brown sugar water, and sat down by the fire. She pulled out her tablet and started watching a random cartoon. Less than a minute later, the door to 3203 creaked open. Wang Jin tiptoed out. He glanced at the door to 3201, then slowly walked to the fire escape, peeking downstairs before signaling near 3203. Soon, Zhou Wei and Wang Jiamei slipped out one after another. Wang Jiamei, looking anxious, tiptoed down the stairs. Meanwhile, Zhou Wei and Wang Jin crept quickly toward 3204. It was raining outside, and the hallway was dimly lit, which helped conceal their movements. Click! Wang Jin took out a windproof lighter, shielding the flame with his hand as he illuminated the lock on 3204's door. Zhou Wei bent down for a closer look, then fished a thin, straight piece of wire from his pocket and inserted it gently into the keyhole. He then silently slid another wire, bent into a special shape, into the lock. Click, click. As his thick fingers slowly turned the wires, faint sounds came from the lock. Kill the light, Zhou Wei whispered, his hands never stopping. Wang Jin turned off the lighter, glancing warily at 3201 across the dark hallway. Fatty, are you sure this will work? Shoo. Keep your voice down. For Hao Tian's sake, it has to work, whether it does or not. Zhou Wei focused intently on the pin tumbler lock. We're lucky today, I thought they'd never leave, and we'd never get a chance. He was a big guy, and now, hunched over doing delicate work in the cold, his hands were stiff. Within seconds, sweat beaded on his forehead. It was obvious he wasn't an expert at picking locks. He fiddled with it for ages, testing it over and over, but the lock didn't budge. Wang Jin grew anxious. Fatty, why don't we just use the battering ram? Quick and dirty. That thing's loud as hell. Are you nuts? Don't forget, 3201 is still upstairs. If she'd gone down too, would I need you to tell me? Zhou Wei snapped in a low voice. Wang Jin clamped his lips shut, saying no more. Zhou Wei continued working the wires, brow furrowed. Gradually, his frown eased. All right, just one last pin and we're in. Wang Jin let out a sigh of relief, then suddenly paused. Hey, how come sis hasn't come back up yet? Go check. Zhou Wei was so annoyed he nearly kicked him. Oh, okay. Wang Jin replied, crouching and shuffling toward the fire escape. He'd only gotten halfway when heavy footsteps echoed up the stairwell. They're here, Wang Jin thought, his face lighting up with excitement. It was unclear whether Zhou Wei could see in the darkness, but Wang Jin still turned his head and flashed him an okay gesture before quietly tiptoeing to the fire escape door on the 32nd floor. But he quickly sensed something was wrong. The footsteps coming from downstairs were heavy and chaotic, clearly. There were a lot of people, and almost all of them were men. Wang Jin frowned. According to the original plan, his sister Wang Jiamei was supposed to call for help, but there shouldn't be this many people. Even so, he cautiously stuck his head out and caught a glimpse of a flashlight beam in the stairwell. Within seconds, a dark, fat, medium-built man with a sinister face appeared at the stairwell landing. Behind him, a fierce-looking man with a scar on his face, holding a flashlight and a machete, led a group of men up the stairs. Among them were young guys in black work uniforms and middle-aged men in everyday clothes. What shocked Wang Jin even more was that his sister Wang Jiamei, with fresh blood at the corner of her mouth and a look of utter despair, was at the very back of the group. Biao, brother Biao. A flicker of fear flashed in Wang Jin's eyes, and the excitement and hope he'd felt vanished in an instant. Still, he forced down his anger and put on a flattering smile. Brother Biao, what brings you here? His voice was noticeably louder on that last sentence. Ma Longbiao gave him a meaningful look, squinting his eyes but saying nothing. The scar-faced man next to him sneered maliciously, his lip twitching. Meanwhile, Zhou Wei, who was just about to pick the last pin in the lock, froze. He hurriedly put away the wire and stuffed it in his pocket, then quickly walked toward his own apartment. He was only halfway there when Ma Longbiao and his men reached the fire escape door. No one spoke, as if waiting for Ma Longbiao's command. Brother Biao, Zhou Wei bent over and greeted quietly, but out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the group behind him. Unfortunately, it was too dark, and Wang Jiamei was at the very back. At this moment, only one side of the fire escape door was open. He couldn't see anything. Ma Longbiao stopped at the fire escape, his fierce gaze sweeping warily over 3201 and then 3204, before lowering his voice. Let's talk inside. All right. Zhou Wei glanced at Wang Jin, who was grimacing in pain and frantically winking at him, hesitated for a second, but finally led the group toward his own apartment. The crowd filed in, packing the once-empty living room and dining area to the brim. With a bang, the last young man unlocked the door behind them with a click. The young man didn't join the others, but instead stood guard behind the door, eyes fixed on the peephole. Ma Longbiao scanned the room, his gaze following the scar-faced man's flashlight to a corner near the secondary bedroom. There, when Wanli, thin and frail, was trembling like a leaf, eyes full of terror as if she'd seen the devil. She hunched over slightly, her scarred hands tightly shielding little Zhou Xiaoyue in her arms. Zhou Xiaoyue's head was buried in her embrace. With her back to the crowd, no one could see her face, but the sound of chaotic footsteps made her tiny body tremble as well. Zhou Wei finally spotted his wife Wang Jiamei, cowering at the back of the group with a wounded mouth. Rage surged through him. He took a deep breath, clenched his jaw, and forced himself to stay calm. He grabbed a relatively tall stool and placed it behind Ma Longbiao. Brother Biao, please have a seat. Ma Longbiao shot him a cold glare and sat down heavily. A young man in a black work uniform pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and respectfully offered it to him. Ma Longbiao casually took one, and the young man immediately lit it for him. He took a slow drag, his icy gaze fixed on Zhou Wei, who stood with his head bowed. The scar-faced man followed Ma Longbiao's gaze, shining the flashlight in Zhou Wei's face and curling his lips in a sinister smirk. The others stood silently, barely daring to breathe. The room felt like a struggle session, suddenly silent, with only the sound of torrential rain beating against the floor-to-ceiling windows. "Auntie, have they left yet?" Zhou Xiaoyue, still hiding in Wen Wanli's arms, sniffled and asked in a trembling voice. She tried to turn her head, but Wen Wanli pulled her back protectively. Hearing her voice, a trace of annoyance flickered in Ma Longbiao's eyes as he smoked. He took a deep drag, then jerked his chin forward and grunted, The men in black work uniforms immediately understood. They pulled out several filthy rags from their pockets. At the same time, a few of them stepped forward in pairs and restrained Wang Jin, Wang Jiamei, Wen Wanli, and Zhou Xiaoyue. Before they could even scream, the men had balled up the dirty rags and shoved them into their mouths. "No! MMPH! MMPH! Help! MMPH! MMPH!" The middle-aged men in regular clothes standing near the scar-faced man recoiled in fear, their pupils contracting in terror. Seeing her daughter gagged, Wang Jiamei struggled and whimpered, trying to resist, but someone slapped her hard across the face. The slap landed near her eye and temple, so hard that her vision blurred. Seeing this, the veins on Zhou Wei's forehead bulged. But instead of resisting, he dropped to his knees with a heavy thud in front of Ma Longbiao, his jaw clenched so tight it was about to shatter. "Brother Biao, it's my fault. This was all my idea. Please, I beg you, spare my family." The gagged women burst into tears, thrashing desperately. They didn't beg for mercy, but their eyes were full of despair and defiance. "Brother Biao, they're coming up," the young man who'd been watching the peephole quickly reported in a low voice. Ma Longbiao didn't even look up. "Let them in." The door creaked open and closed again with a soft click. A young man in black led in a pair of dazed middle-aged parents. Both had blood at the corners of their mouths. Their mouths weren't gagged, but they didn't say a word. They staggered as they walked. "Brother Biao, as you instructed, we kept these two. The rest have been dealt with," the young man reported quietly. Zhou Wei's pupils shrank at these words, a chill running through his body. Ma Longbiao said nothing, just looked at Zhou Wei and ordered, "Hands out." Kneeling, Zhou Wei didn't understand, but he turned his palms up and stretched out his hands. Ma Longbiao took a hard drag of his cigarette, then stubbed the glowing red tip directly into Zhou Wei's palm, as if it were an ashtray. "SSS Easy's tea." Zhou Wei instinctively jerked his hand back from the burn, but gritted his teeth and forced himself to endure it. "Not bad, at least you're not a coward." Ma Longbiao curled his lips into a cold sneer, then finally turned his sinister gaze to the couple who had just entered. "The walkie-talkie." A young man nearby hurriedly pressed the walkie-talkie and handed it to him. "ZZZZT. The couple immediately dropped to their knees with a thud at the sound. They opened their mouths to beg for mercy, but only managed to let out guttural, sounds. Red-tinged saliva dribbled from the corners of their mouths. Catching a glimpse in the dim light, Zhou Wei instantly guessed their tongues were probably gone. The middle-aged men standing by Ma Longbiao's side all felt a chill run down their spines at the sight. "Boss." A strong male voice came through the walkie-talkie. "Bring the kid from 2703 over," Ma Longbiao said, slowly cracking his knuckles. "Yes, sir." A flurry of chaotic footsteps followed. The couple, hearing this, began to kowtow frantically, tears streaming down their faces. "Help! Help! Mama! Mama!" Soon, the voice of a little boy came through the walkie-talkie. "Boss, what should we do?" "Deal with all of them, adults and kids," Ma Longbiao said expressionlessly, waving a hand at the couple. The young man with the walkie-talkie released the button, drew a knife, and stabbed forward. "PS Chatk. PS Chatk." The scent of blood gradually filled the room. The legs of the middle-aged men nearly gave out beneath them. MMPH. Wang Jin and the others wailed in terror. Zhou Xiaoyue's face went pale, and she nearly fainted from fright. Ma Longbiao turned and swept the room with a cold, vicious glare. Let me tell you all, this is what happens to snitches. They thought betraying Zhou Wei would get them some favor from me. Little did they know, what I, Ma Longbiao, hate most in this world are informers and two-faced traitors. Listening to his words, Zhou Wei stared at the two corpses bleeding out in front of him, his whole body tense. Trembling, he pleaded. Brother Biao, I swear I know I was wrong this time. Please, give me another chance. Ma Longbiao was unmoved. Slowly clenching his fist, he said coldly, What did you do wrong? Zhou Wei lowered his head. I disobeyed your orders and acted on my own. But I was just anxious. They had a ton of supplies in their place. If I could steal them, I'd give them all to you, so the brothers could hold out a bit longer. You sure you were stealing for me, and not to trade for your son? 2703 already told me everything. You wanted to steal supplies, then use them to get your son back from me, and then take Sun Jingtao's rubber boat and escape in the night. Ma Longbiao's voice was savage as he grabbed Zhou Wei by the collar and lifted him up. He wasn't tall, but his strength was terrifying. No, Brother Biao, I was wrong. You said this rain would only get worse, that we can't go anywhere, that the only way to survive this disaster is to stick with you and obey your orders. Zhou Wei sobbed, forcing down his resentment and impulsiveness. Do you realize your actions today almost blew everything? If you'd pissed off Jiang Yan from 3201 and Sun Jingtao from 3204 ahead of schedule, all my preparations would have gone to waste. Do you get that? Ma Longbiao spoke coldly, leaning in and slapping Zhou Wei across the face. I get it. Zhou Wei nodded frantically. Ma Longbiao took a deep breath, released his collar, and tossed him to the floor. Do you remember why I had you come up to the 32nd floor? You wanted me to get close to Jiang Yan and Sun Jingtao, get information out of them, especially Jiang Yan. Find out if she has any other firearms besides that pistol, and how much ammo she has. Once you've got the rest of the buildings in Qianchuan under control, test their intentions. If they won't submit, then we'll coordinate inside and out and take them all down in one move. Zhou Wei explained, word for word. Listening to him, Ma Longbiao spat out each word viciously. Good. Zhou Wei, since you once saved my life during the heat wave, I'll give you one last chance. But if you try anything else, what happened to 2703 will be your whole family's fate. And I'll make sure Zhou Haotian and Zhou Xiaoyue suffer a fate worse than death. You understand me? I understand. Zhou Wei nodded desperately. Boom. A thunderclap shook the sky outside. Ma Longbiao glanced out the window and stood up. Boss, you're just going to let him off? Shouldn't we punish him? Otherwise, how will they learn? The scar-faced man glared at Zhou Wei and stepped forward. Ma Longbiao's eyes narrowed, his thumb and forefinger rubbing together. What kind of punishment? The brothers are all hungry. The scar-faced man shone his flashlight on Wang Jiamei and Wen Wanli, making his meaning clear. Brother Biao, please, don't touch my wife. Zhou Wei instantly understood, dropping to his knees with a thud. Ma Longbiao looked at his pitiful state, then suddenly gave a sinister smile. Zhou Wei, I'll give you a choice, your son or your wife, you decide. He sneered, then turned. Walkie-talkie. ZZZZT. As the young man turned on the walkie-talkie, Wang Jiamei, unable to speak, lunged forward, nodding frantically at Ma Longbiao, tears streaming down her face. Ma Longbiao clicked his tongue. See? Your wife knows how to take one for the team. After all, whether it's one man or a few, it's all the same. The guys here are all young and strong, much better than you. If you think about it, she's the one getting the better deal. He gave a twisted laugh, then nodded at the scar-faced man. The scar-faced man grinned and strode toward Wen Wanli. Brothers, the boss is treating us, what are you waiting for? Wang Jiamei and Wen Wanli, faces ashen, were quickly dragged into the bedroom. Wang Jin, having grown numb to such scenes, hung his head in despair. Zhou Wei's eyes, bloodshot with rage, looked ready to burst. MMPH. Helpless sobs and men's laughter drifted from the bedroom. Crack. Zhou Wei ground a tooth to powder in his mouth. After lying on her chaise lounge and watching 2 full animated movies back-to-back, Jiang Yan finally took off her headphones. Of course, it also made for a more immersive experience. She glanced at the time. It was already 10 o'clock at night. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the world was pitch black. The torrential rain was still pouring down, as if it meant to drown the entire world. She set down her tablet, closed her eyes, and massaged her brow. Then, after adding some firewood to the fireplace, she went straight to bed. She felt inexplicably tired today, and after spending the whole evening by the fire, she was drowsy and lethargic. She decided to skip her nightly routine, turned off the lights, and climbed straight into bed. S-ch-ch-ch-ch-ch. S-ch-ch-ch-ch-ch. The sound of rain outside became the perfect white noise to lull her to sleep. Plop, plop. Half awake, half asleep, Jiang Yan vaguely heard the sound of something heavy falling into water next door. She frowned instinctively. Then she remembered that 3202 next door was supposed to be vacant, and her own windows were soundproof, so it was probably just her imagination. She didn't get up to check. She rolled over, curled up, and drifted into a deep sleep. Jiang Yan woke up before 8 the next morning. It was barely light outside. The rain was still falling, making everything feel even more oppressive. The official rescue boats had never come and probably never would. She got out of bed and, as usual, headed to the master bedroom. She pulled back the blackout curtains and picked up her binoculars for a look. After a night, the water level had already reached the edge of the 19th floor. Across the way, people were bustling in the corridors and apartments. Another day of moving and arguing had begun. She suddenly had a bad feeling. Maybe this time, the rain wouldn't stop even after reaching the 20th floor. If that was the case, then Building A, with its 32 floors, would likely become everyone's final refuge. But it would probably turn into a living hell as well. Like a strategic battleground, fierce conflict would be inevitable. After all, there were still 1,002 residents left in the 4 remaining buildings of Shallow Water Bay. And that's not even counting Ma Longbiao's gang, lurking in the shadows. On the surface of the Central Garden's water, she could just make out a dozen or so fresh corpses, probably casualties from yesterday's fighting. But the fact that there were still bodies floating meant things hadn't gotten truly desperate yet. If the situation had reached its worst, those fresh corpses would have been fished out long ago. At least the temperature hadn't dropped any further. She wasn't sure if that counted as good news. Jiang Yan swept her gaze around casually and was about to put down the binoculars when she saw a red and yellow striped inflatable boat churning up white spray as it sped away from Building A with a roar through the rain. The boat was covered with a colorful plastic tarp, concealing its cargo. 3 young men in transparent raincoats were aboard. The one at the helm was steering while scanning the surroundings. The other 2 sat at the bow and stern, each gripping a fire axe, apparently on guard. But instead of scanning left and right as usual, their eyes were fixed intently on the plastic tarp in the middle of the boat. One of the men's lips moved, as if he was muttering a warning. Jiang Yan narrowed her eyes. If these 3 and this boat were part of Ma Longbiao's crew, then she had clearly underestimated them. Come to think of it, she'd only ever heard of Ma Longbiao's gang, never seen them in person. They were quite the mystery. When she'd run into Scarface and his group before, she'd thought their morals and discipline were much lower than Lu Dahong's gang. But now, watching these 3 on the boat, she felt Ma Longbiao's crew was far more disciplined and well-trained than Lu Dahong's. That was not a good sign. She was also curious about what they were transporting. Normally, if it was supplies, they'd be bringing them in, not out. If it was trash or something else, people would just toss it in the water these days. It was hard to imagine what could be so important that they'd risk the rain and guard it so closely. The mysterious boat soon left the compound, vanishing into the white curtain of rain in the distance. Jiang Yan pulled her thoughts back. With the rain pouring down outside, she had no reason to go out, so she decided to stay home for the time being. Because she'd been out searching for gold and dealing with her period, she'd put her daily training on hold for several days. Now that she was feeling better, she decided to get back to firearms practice. She'd already mastered the various handguns she'd bought earlier. She was a quick learner and could pretty much shoot wherever she aimed. She'd even learned to disassemble and reassemble them. Now she needed to focus on the larger guns, like machine guns and submachine guns. These packed a punch, but the recoil was much stronger. If you didn't control them well, a slight shake of the hand or shoulder would throw your aim off. She'd need some time to get used to them and practice carefully. With that in mind, Jiang Xiaoyue entered her space. The progress bar above the little stream hadn't changed. It was still stuck at 89%. There was no sign of Huabao. She reached out with her mind. Yep, still asleep. It was still early, after all. Jiang Xiaoyue didn't bother waking it. She headed straight to the bathroom. After washing up and drying her hair, she decided to cook herself a fragrant bowl of rice noodles for breakfast. She'd been craving it for a while. She took out the rice noodles, freshly ground meat, bean sprouts, chives, pea shoots, and pickled greens. She picked and washed the bean sprouts, chives, and pea shoots, setting them aside. Then she grabbed a small copper pot, about the size of a noodle bowl, put it on the stove, and filled it halfway with water to boil. Once the water was boiling, she added the rice noodles. Next came a few drops of walnut oil, some salt, chicken bouillon, chili bean paste, 2 spoonfuls of ground meat, 2 small spoons of seafood soy sauce, and a bit of pickled greens. When the water boiled again, she added the bean sprouts, pea shoots, and chives. After the pea shoots changed color, she let it simmer for another minute or two. A bowl of fresh, fragrant, and silky rice noodles was ready. After devouring her breakfast, Jiang Xiaoyue went to the pool to feed the fish and shrimp, then made her rounds in the vegetable patch and garden before heading upstairs for firearms practice. Time passed leisurely, and several days went by quickly. During these days, Jiang Xiaoyue spent most of her daylight hours in her space, studying and practicing, only returning to the safe house around 10 or 11 at night to sleep. She also planted a bunch of idle fruit saplings and used the nursery fences she'd collected to divide up the black soil. She partitioned the land into vegetable, orchard, and flower sections with different colored fences. It all looked neat and orderly. The once pitch-black soil was gradually being covered with colorful flowers, vegetables, and fruits. Her space was now bursting with life. While Jiang Xiaoyue had been shutting herself off from the world, paying no attention to what was happening outside her window, beneath the calm surface of the apartment complex and within Building A, undercurrents were surging. Just as she had feared, the torrential rain didn't stop even after the floodwaters reached the 20th floor. The water level kept rising, and it looked like it would soon reach the 22nd floor. Over the past few days, residents from the other 4 buildings had been desperately moving into Building A. Logically, with more people moving in, everyone could just squeeze together and make do for the time being. Conflicts breaking out would be expected. But the reality was far worse than that. With the secret backing of Ma Longbiao's group, some people had started openly robbing others. Those with strength, good looks, supplies, or who were young and obedient became the favored ones supported by Ma Longbiao's gang. Meanwhile, those who had already handed over their supplies, the elderly, the weak, the sick, the disabled, or anyone with their own ideas, became the ones despised and abandoned. Within just a few days, the thousands of residents in Qianshui Bay community were experiencing a bloody, man-made reshuffling. Jiang Xiaoyue, who hadn't set foot outside her door, knew nothing about any of this. All she saw was that every morning, when she checked the water level, there were more fresh corpses floating in the central garden. The 32nd floor had been noisy for a while these past few days, but she spent most of her days inside her space, so she didn't really know what was going on. As for the nights, by the time she came out, it was already very late. It was pitch black outside, and she couldn't see anything. She hadn't checked the surveillance cameras lately either. After all she ever saw on them were scenes of human suffering, nothing but the same misery, over and over. It only added to her gloom. Su Dai and Sun Jingtao hadn't come looking for her either. Or maybe they had, but she just didn't know about it. Jiang Xiaoyue had successfully retreated into a world of her own. She was patiently waiting. waiting for the day the rain would finally stop. That morning, Jiang Yan got up, watered the cabbage seeds she'd sown on the balcony, cleaned out the ashes from the fireplace, and was about to enter her space to train as usual when she suddenly heard Su Dai's anxious voice calling from outside the door. Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, are you home? Jiang Yan, wake up. Not sure if there was electricity running through Jiang Yan's front door, Su Dai didn't dare knock, so she could only shout at the top of her lungs. Jiang Yan frowned. From her tone, it sounded like something serious had happened. And this early in the morning, too. She grabbed a super warm thick coat, threw it on, ran her fingers through her hair, and headed for the door. As usual, she closed the inner door first before opening the outer one. Su Dai was standing alone in the dark hallway. After just a few days, she looked noticeably more haggard. Her hair was messy, dark circles hung under her eyes, and her clothes were wrinkled. Sorry for waking you up so early, Su Dai said with an awkward smile, then added worriedly, but you gave me a scare just now. I thought something had happened to you. You didn't answer no matter how long I called. Oh, I've been sleeping late lately, so I didn't really hear you at first, Jiang Yan replied apologetically. Su Dai, what's wrong? Did something happen? She could clearly see the panic in Su Dai's eyes. And even after seeing Jiang Yan, that panic hadn't completely faded. Su Dai glanced nervously at the apartment next door before saying, we just found out something happened downstairs. I wanted to warn you not to sleep too soundly these next few days. Oh? What happened? Jiang Yan covered her mouth and yawned. Seeing how nonchalant and unconcerned Jiang Yan was, Su Dai couldn't help but feel a little dazed. These past few days, Jiang Xiaoyue and I have all been holed up at home. We hadn't heard anything until just now, when Jiang told us that residents from the other 4 buildings have joined forces and are coming to Building A to fight for territory. Fighting for territory? Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. She'd expected as much. If the water kept rising, the other buildings would soon be completely submerged. But Building A would still have 8 or 9 floors above water, at least for now. The key was, the other 4 buildings had way more residents than Building A. There was no way all those people would just sit and wait to die. They'd definitely try to move in. Yeah, the water's been rising nonstop, and the residents from the other buildings have gone crazy. It's been chaos downstairs these past 2 days, bloody and violent. Most of the people living in their apartments have been replaced, Su Dai recalled, her pupils shrinking as she remembered the bloodshed she'd seen downstairs. Jiang Yan's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean replaced? Some of the original residents of Building A were driven out, and people from the other buildings moved in, Su Dai explained, sighing. That's when Jiang Yan noticed fresh bloodstains on Su Dai's sleeve. Su Dai, are you hurt? No, Jiang is. He got slashed on the thigh and arm by 2 men from Building C deep enough to see the bone. I must have gotten his blood on me when I was helping him just now. After saying this, Su Dai seemed to realize something and looked a little embarrassed. Jiang Yan, do you have any hemostatic or anti-inflammatory medicine at home? If you do, I'd like to trade for some. We used up all ours last time when Jiang got hurt, and we couldn't find any more medicine when we went out searching for supplies. As she spoke, she opened her palm to reveal a jade pendant, deep green and shaped like a step. The jade was clear and lustrous, smooth as water, and strung on a brown, gold-threaded cord. It looked like a man's chest ornament. The quality was excellent, it looked expensive. Right now, what Jiang Yan needed most to upgrade her space was gold, silver, and jewelry. By her calculations, her space should finish upgrading later today. But the more, the better. She could always use more. Besides, even though she had plenty of medicine in her space, she couldn't just give it away for free. Now that Su Dai was offering a trade, it suited her perfectly. It didn't really matter what was being traded. What mattered was that Su Dai understood the need for boundaries this way. They could continue to get along in the future. Even so, Jiang Yan frowned slightly. This is Jiang's family heirloom, a piece of old mine icy jade, Su Dai said hesitantly. She guessed that Jiang Yan probably had medicine. After all, Jiang Yan used to be a travel blogger, sometimes going to places like wilderness survival shows. She would definitely have carried basic medical supplies with her. Those medicines wouldn't have been bought at the last minute, they'd be kept at home too. But Su Dai was worried Jiang Yan might not want to trade, since medicine was a rare commodity. Even if someone didn't need it now, who knew what might happen in the future? So she made sure to mention the pendant's value up front. To her, the jade pendant was worthless now, it couldn't be eaten. But maybe Jiang Yan would like it. Still, she wasn't sure, so her tone was uncertain. Hearing Su Dai's words, Jiang Yan responded with a no, but didn't immediately express her opinion. Lately, she'd been reading books on psychology and the art of thick-skinned cunning. After spending several days alone, her temperament had grown even more calm and reserved. Su Dai, however, was getting anxious. Jiang Yan, if you don't want the jade pendant, I can trade you some food from home instead. The first time she'd accidentally lost her pregnancy, her husband, Sun Jingtao, was still in the army, away on special training in some remote desert. His phone had been confiscated, so she couldn't reach him at all. Of course, even if she could, he was too far away to help. Back then, there were no ride-hailing apps. If you needed a cab, you had to flag one down on the street. It was just by chance that Tian Jiliang and his wife, who were getting off work, drove her to the hospital. Su Dai had always remembered this kindness. But now was clearly not the time to go into these details. Jiang Yan didn't say outright that she had what Su Dai needed. She just comforted her, saying, I think I bought a home first aid kit online a while ago, but I'm not sure where it ended up after I moved. I'll need some time to look for it, so don't worry just yet. In most households, medicine is usually kept in a drawer. But first aid kits take up more space and are rarely used, so they might be buried in some corner of a wardrobe. Okay, thank you, Jiang Yan. Here, you take the jade pendant first. Worried Jiang Yan might not trust her, Su Dai shoved the pendant into her hand. The jade was of excellent quality, smooth, delicate, and cool to the touch. Jiang Yan didn't refuse. You should head home first. As soon as I find it, I'll bring it over. She'd been to Su Dai's place before. She couldn't very well invite Su Dai in right now, but it wasn't right to make her wait at the door either. This was the best she could do. Su Dai nodded anxiously and hurried back to 3204. Judging by her urgency, Tian Jiliang's injury must be serious. Jiang Yan closed the door, put the jade pendant away in her space, then, with a thought, took out a red nylon multi-purpose first aid kit. Inside were band-aids, iodine swabs, alcohol pads, gauze, triangular bandages, regular bandages, a tourniquet, tweezers, and so on. Just what was needed to dress Tian Jiliang's wounds. You could buy these on Taobao, and many ordinary families kept one at home. Nothing unusual about it. Since his wound was deep, to make disinfection and infection prevention easier, she also took out a bottle of hydrogen peroxide and 2 blister packs of amoxicillin and stuffed them in. There was alcohol in the kit for cleaning wounds, but that was better for shallow cuts. After packing everything, she quickly tidied her hair. 2 or 3 minutes later, she headed out. As soon as she stepped into the hallway, Jiang Yan sensed something was off. It was too dark, and there was a faint, fresh smell of blood in the air. Looking up, she saw that the door to 3202 was now closed. It seemed that someone had moved into this battered, leaky apartment. But she didn't know which building they were from. There were also a few tents set up by the elevator. When she came out, the people inside the tents all zipped them shut with a chua sound. Jiang Yan glanced at them, then looked away. Just as she reached the fire door, the door to 3203 creaked open. Zhou Wei stepped out, carrying a wrinkled plastic bag that matched his own creased face. Jiang Yan. His voice was a bit airy, as if he were missing a few teeth. His right cheek looked a bit swollen, and the usual saga wrinkles were much less noticeable. Jiang Yan stopped. This is some gauze left over from when the kids at home were sick and needed to drink herbal medicine. It's all new. See if you can use it for Tian Jiliang. Gauze is breathable and helps wounds heal faster. Zhou Wei spoke quietly, handing the bag to her. Jiang Yan didn't take it right away, but studied his expression. She was a bit puzzled. There was some distance between their apartments. Even without the sound of rain outside, he shouldn't have been able to hear her conversation with Su Dai. Zhou Wei seemed to see the doubt in her eyes and quickly explained. I wasn't eavesdropping on your conversation. I saw Sun Jingtao and the others helping Tian Jiliang upstairs earlier. He was badly hurt, there was blood everywhere. So, he hadn't been eavesdropping. But early in the morning, to have seen Tian Jiliang come up injured, and then seen Su Dai come looking for her, was it just a coincidence, or had he been lurking behind the door, quietly watching? Now he W. In just a second or two, Jiang Yan had already analyzed Zhou Wei's actions from every angle. But outwardly, she remained calm. Thank you, Zhou Wei, but you should keep the gauze for yourselves. Su Dai has clean bed sheets at home, those will do in a pinch. This gauze works better. It'll help the wound heal faster. It's just a small gesture, neighbors should look out for each other. This time, Zhou Wei shoved the bag into Jiang Yan's hands. In that instant, she suddenly remembered what Tian Jiliang had said about Ma Longbiao's gang threatening people with kids and asked, Zhou Wei, I heard from Xiaoyue that she has an older brother. If you don't mind me asking, is he here in our complex now? At her words, Zhou Wei's eyes suddenly dimmed. He clenched his fists, struggled for a couple of seconds, then said quietly, Maybe he is, maybe he isn't. Jiang Yan, what do you mean? It's nothing, really. Jiang Yan, make sure you use the gauze for Tian Jiliang. Zhou Wei's face grew serious. He quickly turned and went back inside. Jiang Yan watched his retreating figure. After just a few days, the once burly Zhou Wei seemed to have withered to skin and bones. She mulled over his words, then headed to 3204. Su Dai's door was tightly shut. Jiang Yan knocked. Jiang Yan, you're here. Yi Qing opened the door. Seeing her, his dark eyes brightened. He had bloodstains on his face and body, but like Su Dai, it was probably all from Tian Jiliang. Jiang Yan nodded and entered. A stronger, more pungent smell of blood hit her from inside. Jiang Yan, you're here. Su Dai and Sun Jingtao's tightly furrowed brows instantly relaxed when they saw Jiang Yan and the Red Cross-marked first aid kit in her hand. Tian Jiliang was half-conscious, biting a towel, slumped on a single cedar sofa. Hearing Jiang Yan come in, he opened his eyes, but without his glasses, all he saw was a blurry figure. Tian Jiliang, Jiang Yan. All right, old Tian, Jiang Yan's here. You're saved, Sun Jingtao said excitedly. Tian Jiliang grunted in response. His forehead was covered in beads of sweat, and one of his legs was tightly wrapped with strips of cloth, soaked through with blood. Su Dai held a towel in her hand, dipping it in hot water as she carefully cleaned the blood around his arm. Sun Jingtao stood by, holding a lamp to give her better light. Both the towel and the water in the basin were stained a deep red. It was already close to 9 o'clock outside, but with the rain pouring down, the light inside the room was still dim. I found this. There's still a bottle of hydrogen peroxide and some amoxicillin at home, so I brought them for you. Also, Zhou Wei just gave us some gauze. He said it's for bandaging Tian Jiliang's wounds. Jiang Yan walked over and handed the red first aid kit in her hand to Su Dai, who had stood up to greet her. She glanced at Tian Jiliang's arm and thigh. Both had wounds about half a palm long, with flesh turned outward. Even though she didn't see the exposed bone Su Dai had mentioned, it was still a shocking sight. With wounds this big, if they weren't disinfected and stitched up, and if he got tetanus, he'd probably be meeting his maker soon. No wonder he was willing to part with that valuable family heirloom jade pendant. Wow! Thank you, Jiang Yan. We're so lucky to have you. Su Dai happily took the supplies, placed them on the coffee table, and immediately opened the first aid kit, taking out the medicines and bandages one by one. She quickly arranged them in the order she'd need them. Old Tian, you really are lucky to have run into Jiang Yan. With these medicines, you're going to make it. Su Dai said, then got up and pulled a colorful sewing kit from a small basket under the coffee table. Thank you, thank you. Tian Jiliang mumbled, the towel clenched between his teeth muffling his words. Xiaoyue, help me boil another pot of water, Su Dai instructed Yi Qing. She glanced at Tian Jiliang's wounds, took out a spool of thread, and threaded a needle. Then she poured some alcohol into a paper cup and soaked the needle and thread to sterilize them. Old Tian, in a moment I'll use tweezers to remove any bone fragments and debris from your wounds. Then I'll disinfect with hydrogen peroxide, and after that, I'll stitch you up. The last part is going to hurt a lot, so try to bear it, Su Dai explained, standing up. Watching her calmly organize everything, Jiang Yan was a bit surprised. Su Dai, you know medicine? Not really. I used to be a fitness coach, so I learned some basic first aid. As for wound care, I picked up some tips from Sun Jingtao, and I've watched some instructional videos when I had free time. Sun Jingtao actually knows more, but he says his hands are too clumsy for stitching, so I might be better at it. Su Dai finished with an embarrassed smile. Right now, I'm just playing the part of a makeshift street doctor. If not true, Tian Jiliang interjected, despite the pain. His words, in the middle of such a bloody and painful scene, almost made everyone laugh. If only we had anesthetic, Su Dai sighed. But even if we did, we're not professionals. Jiang Yan actually had plenty of anesthetics in her space. Last time she'd visited that dental clinic, she'd picked up a whole bunch for free. But as Su Dai said, the dosage for anesthetics isn't something amateurs should mess with. Besides, if she even had anesthetics on hand, it would definitely seem suspicious. So she didn't take any out. Tian Jiliang would just have to grit his teeth and endure. Su Dai began cleaning his wounds. Tian Jiliang bit down hard on the towel, letting out pig-like screams of agony. Jiang Yan decided to stay and wait until Su Dai finished treating him, so she could ask about what was happening in the hallway. After what felt like an eardrum-shattering eternity, Su Dai finally finished cleaning, disinfecting, and stitching up both wounds. Tian Jiliang was drenched in sweat from the pain, his face pale as he passed out. Sun Jingtao covered him with a jacket and let him recline and rest, then motioned for Jiang Yan to sit at the dining table. Yiqing poured water for both Jiang Yan and Su Dai. The temperature was just right, not too hot, not too cold. Su Dai, who had been tense the whole time, picked up her cup and took a big gulp. How did he get hurt like this? Now that everyone had calmed down a bit, Jiang Yan finally asked. Sun Jingtao briefly recounted what had happened over the past few days. What he knew was mostly what Tian Jiliang had told him, plus some things Yiqing had found out while scouting around. The most important point was that Ma Longbiao and his gang were clearing out and taking control of the entire Building A. Almost all the useful supplies in the building had been looted by them. The apartments below the 29th floor had also been reset. By reset, it meant they decided who lived where according to their own rules. These people came from 5 buildings in Qianshui Bay. Some had surrendered out of fear, while others had no choice after their children or wives were taken hostage. Those who surrendered were then used as their henchmen and human shields. After Sun Jingtao finished, Su Dai sighed. Jiang Yan, I finally understand that saying, just because you don't go looking for trouble doesn't mean trouble won't come looking for you. The heat and rain were bad enough, but now this man-made disaster. Ma Longbiao and his gang are utterly heartless. Arson, murder, looting, abuse, they haven't missed a single crime these past few days. Even the usually calm Sun Jingtao couldn't help slamming his fist on the table in anger. They'd all been holed up in their apartment, trying to ignore the outside world. But in just a few days, the building downstairs had become a bloodbath. The way things had escalated was far beyond anything they'd expected or could tolerate. And today, that gang had already cleared up to the 29th floor, where Tian Jiliang lived. At this rate, with their ambition and brutality, the 32nd floor would be next. Tian Jiliang, who had been unconscious, shuddered instinctively at the sound of the fist slamming on the table. These people aren't just ruthless thugs. Especially Ma Longbiao, he's got some real skills and cunning, Yiqing said, frowning as he sat across from Jiang Yan. Everyone turned to look at him. I found out some things earlier, but haven't had a chance to tell you. Yiqing glanced at Jiang Yan, saw she was listening, and continued. Before the heat wave hit, Ma Longbiao's group secretly cordoned off an area in their community's underground parking lot and stockpiled a lot of water and food. They also prepared backup power, medicine, and some melee weapons. When the heatwave struck and most people hadn't reacted yet, they went to the nearby shopping mall and looted all the gold, jewelry, and supermarket goods. If it hadn't been so hot and they could travel farther, they probably would have robbed everywhere else too. Later, when the rain started, he led his men to quietly move into our building and lay low. Apparently, Ma Longbiao is really good at predicting things. He even guessed the timing of the heat wave and the rain, which is why he's been so brazen. Jiang Yan's heart skipped a beat as she listened. Could Ma Longbiao be a reincarnator too? Otherwise, how could he have predicted everything so accurately? You say he's ruthless, courageous, resourceful, and capable. I can believe that. But as for being able to predict the future or tell prophecies, that's probably just a trick to sway people's hearts. After all, from ancient times to now, when ordinary people fall into despair, they're always especially prone to believing all sorts of things. Otherwise, if he was really that amazing, why hasn't the government recruited him? After Su Dai finished speaking, she glanced at Sun Jingtao, who was frowning, and changed the subject. Speaking of prophecies, I remember before the heatwave hit, there were people from several countries constantly posting apocalypse warnings on Weibo. Now those people were the real experts. It's just that, at the time, everyone thought it was a joke. And since those IPs were all from overseas, most people assumed it was hostile foreign forces trying to stir up trouble on our domestic sites, so nobody took it seriously. Do you think, if the internet hadn't crashed, the authorities in those countries would be searching for the people who posted those apocalypse warnings? They probably would. Sure, the internet's down and the power's out, but that's just from the perspective of ordinary folks. Whether at home or abroad, the higher-ups in government or the military still have plenty of equipment and technology to keep things running as usual. It's just that those resources are limited in scope, and regular people like us don't have access to them. After Sun Jingtao finished, he got up and went over to Tian Jiliang, checked his breathing, then lifted his eyelids for a look. He took a mercury thermometer and checked his temperature. Once he was sure everything was fine, he came back to the table. Actually, I suspect that all those foreigners posting about the apocalypse were probably just one person, and that person was likely from our own country. Their goal wasn't to stir up panic, but to warn our people to prepare in advance, Yiqing said, fingers interlaced on the table as he analyzed. Hearing this, Jiang Yan glanced at him subconsciously. This guy, did he study investigation or something? Every time he analyzes, he hits the nail on the head. Come on, how's that possible? The IPs were different, the accounts were different, even the countries were different. Who's that skilled and has that much time on their hands? Su Dai said, incredulous. Maybe he happened to be traveling the world, or maybe he was stockpiling supplies globally. Some weapons and energy sources are much easier to get abroad than here. As for the IPs and accounts, those are just ways to protect himself. It's a pity I didn't believe it at the time. Only after the heatwave hit did I remember and realize he probably really knew something. No matter what, this person's resources and abilities are far beyond most people's, Yiqing finished, frowning slightly before changing the subject. So I suspect that Ma Longbiao isn't just pretending to be mysterious. He probably knows something too, just like that person. Jiang Yan didn't know how the topic had shifted to her. But she kept a calm, focused expression, just like a bystander enjoying the show. Su Dai found Yiqing's analysis made a lot of sense. So if he's one of our own, would the government try to find him? But his IP was overseas, so probably not. I remember before the apocalypse, people using fruit phones couldn't have any of their user info handed over to our authorities. With the whole world facing disaster, governments are likely to cooperate. Tracing IPs and that kind of info wouldn't be a secret anymore. Quietly working together to find that person wouldn't be hard, Yiqing said, then looked at Jiang Yan, who had been silent. What do you think, Jiang Yan? Jiang Yan glanced at him and smiled noncommittally. Even if you found him now, it's too late. The best time to prepare is long gone. Exactly. The heatwave destroyed a batch of supplies. The torrential rain ruined another batch. When the rain finally stopped, people thought they could salvage what was left. But then everything froze. And just as they got the equipment ready to dig things out, there was an earthquake. It was just one disaster after another. But that was all in the past. As for whether the government would come looking for her because of a few pre-apocalypse warning posts, Jiang Yan really didn't know. Still, Yi Qing's words reminded her that she needed to be more low-key and careful in the future. She didn't want to be treated like some kind of freak and hauled off for dissection or research. Yeah, you're right. Now all the supplies are either spoiled or flooded. Other people facing the apocalypse can at least go out and scavenge, but us? All we've got is endless rain, nothing else, Su Dai sighed as she glanced at the downpour outside and stood up. She looked at Jiang Yan and said, "By the way, Jiang Yan, we called you over so early, you probably haven't had breakfast yet, right? I'll go make something, just wait a moment." "No need, really, I'm not very hungry." "I was just about to head back," Jiang Yan quickly waved her hands. The room still smelled of blood and, honestly, she wanted to check on the progress bar for her space upgrade. Once she'd checked on that, she was thinking about going downstairs to take a look. After all, most of what she knew about the situation downstairs came from what the others had said. It would be better to see for herself and get a more accurate picture. It's no trouble at all, just need to pour some hot water, that's all. Besides, we don't have to clock in for work anymore, and there's nothing else to do. Why not sit and chat a bit longer? Su Dai said, already heading to the kitchen to fetch a few white porcelain bowls. She also brought out 2 clear glass jars, one half filled with golden roasted rice, the other with white sugar. Since it would be rude to refuse, Jiang Yan didn't insist. "It's cold, you need more carbs." "Luckily, I still have some sugar left at home," Su Dai said as she divided the roasted rice and sugar into the bowls. Once she was done, she took out a thermos and poured in some pre-boiled water. Sun Jingtao helped by bringing over a few porcelain spoons. After stirring, the water cooled to the right temperature and the roasted rice blossomed in the heat, turning into a fragrant, golden, sweet rice porridge. This kind of food was nothing special in the past. But in times like these, it was something many people could only dream of. Some families, to save supplies, were down to 2 meals a day or even just 1. This roasted rice porridge is good for your stomach. "Try it. If it's not sweet enough, just add more sugar," Su Dai said, handing her a bowl. Su Dai had rarely eaten sugar before. First, because she was a fitness coach, she was strict about her intake of carbs, protein, and fat. Second, sugar ages your skin, so not only did she cut back on sugar, she even bought anti-glycation supplements. But now, eating enough to stay healthy and keep up her strength was the most important thing. All those old dietary restrictions were long gone. After saying, "Thank you," Jiang Yan reached out and took the bowl. It was her first time eating fried rice porridge. It looked plain enough, but the moment she tasted it, it was fragrant, sweet, and soft, with a hint of grain aroma. The wisdom of working people truly is remarkable. "Su Dai, you're amazing. You managed to turn such ordinary ingredients into something so delicious," Jiang Yan praised her sincerely. It's just the magic of someone else's cooking," Su Dai replied, a little embarrassed by her idol's compliment. Whenever she'd seen Jiang Yan before, her eyes had sparkled with admiration. But lately, that starry look had almost faded away. Instead, there was a faint trace of worry in her gaze. "Oh, right, Jiang Yan, after breakfast and a bit of rest, do you want to join us for some exercise?" Su Dai asked, scooping another spoonful of porridge into her mouth. Only then did Jiang Yan learn that for some time now, the 3 of them had been doing physical training at home every day. Sun Jingtao had even started teaching them some hand-to-hand combat techniques he'd learned in the army. Yi Qing had some prior experience too. Back in school, he'd gone through 6 months of semi-military training, so he picked things up quickly. Because he'd been physically weak as a child, his parents had sent him to learn Sanda and Taekwondo from 4th or 5th grade. Later, he developed a strong interest in Taekwondo and kept advancing. He was probably at black belt level now. His parents had both been criminal police officers. While their work wasn't as dangerous as narcotics officers, they'd still dealt with plenty of criminals. Naturally, they wanted him to have some self-defense skills. Plus, coming from a family of police and being diligent himself, he learned a lot of things most people wouldn't even understand. After hearing Su Dai's words, Jiang Yan gained a deeper understanding of their backgrounds. She also felt a bit more trust toward them. Still, she wasn't too keen on training with the group. After all, she had the most advanced holographic training system, much more effective than just punching and kicking around. But she didn't refuse outright. "I'll pass today, maybe another time." "Oh, right, your relative is still here," Su Dai quickly remembered. Jiang Yan gave an awkward smile. Even though she declined Su Dai's invitation, she had a newfound respect for the group. In times like these, there were plenty of people just lying around, waiting for death. All discipline and perseverance had to come from within. But she firmly believed that those who prepared in advance would have a better chance of surviving when danger truly struck. Suddenly, Su Dai remembered something. "By the way, Jiang Yan, there are new people living in 3202 and by the elevator. I haven't seen them before, they're pro." Now that the buildings across the way were almost completely flooded, it was inevitable that people would move up here. They couldn't exactly invite everyone upstairs, but they weren't about to drive them away either. Just let things take their course. However, Ma Longbiao's group couldn't be left unchecked any longer. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan said, "I just remembered something. When Wanli has a lot of fresh cuts and cigarette burns on her arms. I even suspect she's been assaulted. I wonder if Ma Longbiao's group is behind it." When Wanli and Wang Jin were married, if something really had happened, there wouldn't be so many traces left behind. Besides, she was clearly in her first trimester. Doing anything like that would be dangerous. Unless he was a beast. But he probably wasn't. Of course, you could never rule out the worst in people. Jiang Yan's sudden comment nearly made Su Dai spit out her porridge. She quickly covered her mouth, embarrassed. That was a bit of a slip. She is a bit odd. Every afternoon, she goes downstairs and comes back with supplies. Yi Qing frowned. Even though they'd been staying inside, they weren't completely cut off from what was happening outside. Jiang Yan glanced at them and continued, "Also, Zhouwei's son is probably being threatened by that group." When I asked if his son was still in the complex, he said maybe, maybe not. But he seemed to avoid the topic, probably out of fear of Ma Longbiao's group. Yi Qing said bluntly, "So Zhouwei knows something, and he's deliberately letting you see it." I was just thinking, they moved up from the 18th floor, but everyone below the 29th floor has been controlled by Ma Longbiao's group. How come they seem unaffected? Logically, they should have been sent out to scavenge for supplies or catch fish and leeches, but they seem pretty comfortable, Su Dai said, feeling like she'd figured something out. It's easy to miss things when you're in the middle of them, but outsiders see more clearly. Even though they were just chatting casually, they always managed to pick up on little clues. If something's off, there's got to be a reason. That group is definitely up to something, Sun Jingta said, clenching his fist as he stood up. He walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window, frowning as he looked outside, his mind racing. The other side was clearly prepared. Otherwise, they wouldn't have lulled everyone into a false sense of security until now. But no matter how prepared they were, there were only about 20 of them. Even if, as Tian Jiliang said, they'd use threats and bribes to take over the residence one family at a time, it would still take time to control so many people in the complex. But it hadn't been that long, and things were already spiraling out of control. It was hard to believe. Unless... Sun Jingtao's frown deepened, then his eyes lit up. Ma Longbiao might have some powerful backing. Shallow Water Bay could just be one piece in a bigger plan. Or maybe they have firearms, Jiang Yan said, her thoughts echoing his. Su Dai was stunned. No way. If they did, why would they let us take their spear guns earlier? They'd have been acting way more arrogant by now. Honey, don't forget, when the rain stopped a few days ago, a lot of people went out to scavenge. Maybe they got weapons from a police station or something, Sun Jingta said. Su Dai. I'm planning to go downstairs and check things out later, Jiang Yan said casually as she finished her last spoonful of porridge. If there hadn't been a torrential rain, or if the rain had stopped at the 20th floor like in her previous life, she could have just packed up and left. But now, too many things had changed. The future was full of uncertainty. All she could do was stay steady and adapt. That made apartment 3201, their safe house, all the more important. Since that was the case, she couldn't just sit and wait for trouble. After all, who knew if those people would come knocking in a few days? Yiqing looked at her. "I'll go with you." Hearing Yiqing's words, Jiang Yan instinctively looked up at him. Their eyes met across the table. They silently held each other's gaze for a few seconds. In the end, it was Yiqing who broke eye contact, his face flushing red. Not only did his cheeks turn red, but even the tips of his ears were burning. Fortunately, the lighting in the room was dim, which helped conceal it. Jiang Yan's gaze remained calm and steady on Yiqing, but inside, her mind was racing. If he comes with me, will he hold me back or get in the way? She quickly came to a conclusion. Probably not. After a brief pause, Jiang Yan finally said, that's fine. How about Sun Jingtao and I come along too?" Su Dai chimed in eagerly. "After all, there's strength in numbers. I don't think we should all go down. Right now, our door on the 32nd floor is open, and not many people come up here. They're wary because they know we're still around. If we all go downstairs and leave the place empty, someone might take the chance to sneak in again." Sun Jingtao disagreed with his wife's suggestion. "Sneak in again? What do you mean?" Jiang Yan was taken aback. Sun Jingtao and Su Dai exchanged a glance. "Jiang Yan, do you remember the day you came over for grilled fish?" "Yeah," Jiang Yan nodded. "After we went downstairs that day, did you hear any strange noises at home?" Jiang Yan shook her head. She'd spent that whole evening watching anime with headphones on. There was no way she could have heard anything outside. Su Dai gave her a light pat. "Jiang Yan's place is the farthest from ours, and it was pouring rain outside. How could she have heard anything?" Sun Jingtao continued. "When we got back upstairs that night, we noticed two odd things. First, our door lock had been tampered with. Normally, it opens easily, but that night it took a lot of effort, and there were faint scratch marks around the keyhole. Second, from the fire escape to the door of 3203, there were fresh bloodstains that had just dried. Someone must have been injured and entered 3203. The blood trail was only on the right side, and there were lots of messy footprints on the floor. It looked like the injured person went in and never came back out. But there were footprints going both ways, which means a group of people had gone up and down, and there were quite a few of them. Later, Xiaoyue followed the blood trail and found it started from 2703 and went upstairs. We asked Tian Jiliang. He said the people in 2703 are a middle-aged couple, a single-parent family. The old mother died during the heat wave, and there's a son at home." Listening to Sun Jingtao, Jiang Yan narrowed her eyes slightly. The hallway hadn't been cleaned in months. Even though it had been raining outside, making things damp and reducing dust, there was still some dirt on the floor. And since there were so few people on the 32nd floor, any footprints left behind were easy to spot. The hallway was dim even during the day, let alone at night when it was pitch black. Naturally, no one would expect that footprints left on the floor could be seen by others. In fact, using footprints and bloodstains to track people is a classic trope in movies and TV shows. Most people get it. Let alone Sun Jingtao and Yiqing, who are both unusually observant, almost like scouts. Still, Jiang Yan joked, "You two are so professional and meticulous. It's a real shame you're not in criminal investigation." "Just scratching the surface, really." "Nothing much," Sun Jingtao replied with a laugh, sneaking a worried glance at Yiqing out of the corner of his eye. Yiqing, hearing Jiang Yan's praise, just smiled faintly and said nothing. But in the depths of his eyes, a flicker of pain flashed by. "Jiang Yan, it's all thanks to the flashlight you gave us. Otherwise, we wouldn't have seen any of that," Su Dai said as she got up to clear the dishes. Jiang Yan chuckled and handed her own bowl over. "By the way, what time did you guys get back that night?" Sun Jingtao thought for a moment. "Around midnight." "Why?" Jiang Yan shook her head. "Just curious, that's all." She silently calculated the timeline for the night they had grilled fish. Her home security system could store footage locally for 7 days. Today was still within that window. With the time frame narrowed down, it wouldn't be hard to figure out what happened on the 32nd floor that night. But this was something she definitely couldn't tell the other three. She'd just have to check it herself. With that thought, Jiang Yan stood up. "You guys carry on, I'm heading back." Sun Jingta said, "All right, but be careful when you go downstairs. If anything seems off, come back up right away. Su Dai and I will keep watch by the fire escape. We can see both upstairs and downstairs from there. Yeah, if anything happens, just shout and we'll grab our weapons and rush down," Su Dai added, pumping her fist. Hearing their words, Jiang Yan felt a faint stir of emotion. It had been a long time since she'd experienced this kind of unspoken understanding, everyone working together, hearts and minds aligned. But her face showed little expression. She just nodded lightly and said, then turned to Yiqing. "How about we go down around 1 this afternoon? Let's meet at the door then." From what Sun Jingtao and the others had said earlier, Ma Longbiao's group were all nocturnal. 1 o'clock, just after lunch, was probably when they'd be the least alert. By door, she meant the fire escape on the 32nd floor. "Okay, I'll walk you out," Yiqing nodded, getting up to follow her. Thanks to Su Dai's decent cooking, he'd gotten a lot sturdier than before. He was tall and broad-shouldered. Jiang Yan walked ahead, with him following behind, like a small mountain shadowing her. "Jiang Yan, see you this afternoon." As they reached the door, Yiqing strode forward to open it for her. "See you this afternoon," Jiang Yan replied, leaving 3204 without looking back. As she passed 3203, she deliberately glanced at their peephole. But she didn't see anything. Her enhanced vision was good, but it hadn't turned her into someone with X-ray eyes. Once she saw Jiang Yan safely enter her apartment, Yiqing finally closed the door. "Xiaoyue, what are you looking at?" Sun Jingtao asked with a smile, seeing him standing by the door. Normally, they'd observe the hallway through the peephole, not by leaving the door wide open. "Taoji, nothing," Yiqing replied, pulling his thoughts back. 3201. Jiang Yan went straight to the master bedroom. She turned on her computer, pulled up the surveillance footage from the night they had grilled fish at Su Dai's, and dragged the timeline to after she'd returned home. Soon, she saw footage of Zhou Wei and Wang Jin trying to break into 3204, followed by a group led by a dark, heavy-set man entering 3203. Jiang Yan had never met Ma Longbiao, but as soon as she saw the man with the scar, she realized who he was. After that, there was footage of a couple being brought into 3203. Later, after 10 o'clock, Ma Longbiao's group left 3203. They had stayed inside for 2 or 3 hours. The middle-aged couple never came out after they went in. Jiang Yan recalled the heavy plop, plop sounds she'd heard that night while half awake, her brows furrowing. Looks like she hadn't just been dreaming or hallucinating after all. Most likely, that middle-aged couple had actually been thrown into the water alive. If it weren't for the surveillance footage, it would be hard to imagine that such things could happen so quietly, just a wall away. But what she couldn't figure out was why Zhou Wei and Wang Jin had tried to pry open Su Dai's door. Judging from the footage after Ma Longbiao's group arrived, the door prying was clearly Zhou Wei and Wang Jin acting on their own. Jia. Cackling, "Mom, come into the space, quick." Jiang Yan was about to check the live feed from the 31st floor when she heard Huab calling her anxiously from inside the space. Back at Su Dai's place, Huaba had already tried to urge her in through their mental link. She'd gotten distracted by the surveillance footage after coming back and almost forgot. Jiang Yan turned off the surveillance recording, got up and, with a thought, entered the space. Outside, it was gloomy and cold, but inside the space, it was bright and sunny, warm and cozy. Luckily, her constitution was better now and she'd basically adapted. Otherwise, this kind of sudden temperature change would easily give someone a cold. Huabao was already bouncing out of the apple pod. Jia. "Mom, look." Jiang Yan had just stepped into the space when she followed Huabao's leafy gesture upward, and her heart nearly leapt into her throat. The space's upgrade progress bar had finally reached 99.6%. Looking down, she saw that little stream, now vivid and lifelike before her eyes. Clear water flowed gently over sparkling pebbles, softly caressing the tender green water plants. At a glance, it was beautiful and soothing. But when Jiang Yan crouched down and reached into the water, her hand still only passed through an illusion. She knew it was because the upgrade wasn't complete yet. Only when the progress hit 100% would the stream transform from a realistic hologram into a real, tangible feature. Hua Bao, just a little more and we'll level up. Keep it up. Jiang Yan beamed at Hua Bao, full of joy. Hua Bao pouted, Jia Jia Jia. Mom, it's not that I don't want to work hard, it's just that there's nothing left to eat, so I had to call you in. Jiang Yan, huh? She reached out with her mind to check. Sure enough, there was no trace of gold, jewelry, or luxury watches left in the space. That jade pendant, did you eat that too? She remembered the one Tian Jiliang had traded for medicine. Hua Bao nodded, Jia Jia Jia. Yep, of course. Jiang Yan. Well, damn. 0.4%. So close, and now she was stuck at the finish line. And that last batch of jewelry had been quite valuable. She suddenly felt like the space had set her up. But who could she complain to? Hua Bao's little eyes darted around. Jia Jia Jia. Mom, what do we do? There are ways. Jiang Yan quickly calmed herself, taking a deep breath as ideas popped into her mind. Now that everything outside was underwater, scavenging from below was no longer realistic. But, thankfully, she wasn't missing much. She remembered Yiqing mentioning that Ma Longbiao's group had looted a shopping mall for gold and jewelry during the heat wave. Those valuables probably hadn't been used or traded away yet. Although Yiqing had only heard this from Tian Jiliang and the others, and it hadn't been confirmed, it was unlikely to be baseless. If all else failed, there was a last resort. With so many residents in Shallow Water Bay, most families would have some gold jewelry at home. If needed, she could just barter for it. But if all the residents were now under Ma Longbiao's control, then all the gold and jewelry would likely be in their hands too. So, no matter what, she'd have to deal with that group first. Just thinking about this made Jiang Yan feel excited again. Hua Bao, I'll take you out of the space with me in a bit, Jiang Yan said, hooking its little leaf with her finger. Hua Bao was, of course, delighted. Jia Jia Jia. Yay, yay! When Jiang Yan went downstairs later, she'd definitely bring her gun. To be safe, she planned to bring Hua Bao along too. She could retrieve anything from the space with her mind, but to bring Hua Bao in and out, she needed physical contact. So she'd have to carry it on her. Anyway, Hua Bao could turn invisible, so no one would see it. But since Hua Bao could only devour things once per natural month, and it would expire if unused, she wouldn't unleash this trump card unless absolutely necessary. With these thoughts, Jiang Yan walked over to the containers. She opened the incubators one by one, turning the 3 eggs inside to ensure even warmth. After double-checking the humidity and temperature and carefully recording everything, Jiang Yan returned to the apple pod. Normally, chicken eggs take about 21 days to hatch. Duck and goose eggs take even longer, at least 28 days. But Jiang Yan guessed that with the space's boost, she'd probably see chirping chicks in the space before long. She was looking forward to it. At noon, Jiang Yan had a simple lunch and rested for a bit. She put Hua Bao back in her palm, and when it was almost 1 o'clock, she headed out. As usual, she carried a black backpack and wore a mask. Sun Jingtao and the other 2 were already waiting for her at the fire escape. Yiqing had even changed into all black, looking a bit like a professional SWAT officer. Except there were no police badges or insignia, it looked like they'd been removed by hand. Although the clothes were a bit faded and worn, paired with Yiqing's upright posture, they still looked imposing. That outfit looks pretty professional, Jiang Yan said quietly as she approached. A hint of a smile flickered in Yiqing's eyes. Thanks. It was my father's. Jiang Yan just nodded and didn't ask further. Jiang Yan, Xiaoyue, be careful going down. If anything happens, just shout, Sun Jingtao and Su Dai said quietly, concern in their eyes. Both were holding weapons. Sun Jingta had a fire axe, Su Dai a watermelon knife. Okay, Jiang Yan and Yi Qing nodded, then headed downstairs one after the other. Jiang Yan had checked the hallway cameras before coming out. The water outside had risen to the 22nd floor, so her surveillance only covered the 31st and 32nd floors now. What surprised her was that the once crowded 31st floor was now completely empty on the cameras. The fire escape door was covered with all sorts of strange locks, and the hallway behind it was blocked with odd tables and chairs. Probably the residents below were trying to defend against Ma Longbiao's group. The 30th floor was also tightly shut. Pushing on the door didn't budge it at all. Probably the same as the 31st. Jiang Yan remembered what Tian Jiliang had said. Ma Longbiao's group controlled everything from the 29th floor down. So she simply skipped the 31st and 30th floors, and with Yi Qing, headed straight for the 29th. The silver-gray fire door, leading to the 29th floor, stood wide open. Right next to the two fire doors was a messy pile of tables, chairs, stools, and sofas. Mixed in were a few dirty, grimy teddy bears. Whether it was the corridor or the fire doors, only a narrow passage was left, just enough for a single person to squeeze through sideways. The hallway was too dimly lit, and with all the clutter blocking the way, no matter how good Jiang Yan's eyesight was, she couldn't see what was further inside. From within came the loud voices of men and the choking smell of smoke. At this moment, the temperature outside was only 2 or 3 degrees Celsius, and it was pouring rain. There were quite a few people warming themselves by burning fires in the hallway or at home. Yi Qing reached out and gently tapped Jiang Yan on the shoulder, signaling her to pause for a moment. Then he strode forward himself. Though he was tall and well-built, he moved with remarkable skill. His footsteps were light and silent. Only then did Jiang Yan notice that he had 3 fishing spears. After listening and observing by the fire door for a few seconds, Yi Qing beckoned for Jiang Yan to come down. Jiang Yan also crept down quietly. She was holding a pistol. Their main goal today was to gather information, not to intimidate, so she'd already fitted the pistol with a silencer. Cough, cough, cough. Someone inside was choked by the smoke and coughed heavily. Damn. This smoke is killing me. I'm about to turn into smoked meat. Shit, my life is really turning into something out of the Stone Age, a hoarse male voice cursed. Second brother, they say smoke brings wealth. Looks like you're about to get rich, haha, a young man said ingratiatingly. Yeah. We have that saying where I'm from too, another young man chimed in. Nearby, a few others were cracking sunflower seeds and peanuts. Judging by the voices, there were quite a few people inside. Smoke your ass. Other people are grilling with smokeless charcoal, cuddling girls, and sipping wine, while I'm stuck here freezing my ass off, shivering for warmth, damn it. The horseman spat on the ground after he finished. Maybe because he sounded so irritated, the rest instantly fell silent. Only the crackling of burning firewood could be heard. Second brother? Jiang Yan and Yi Qing exchanged a glance, silently communicating. Looks like this is Ma Longbiao's gang, no doubt. She remembered that last time, Scarface had been called third brother by the others. This second brother was probably the number 2 in their group. If he was here, did that mean Ma Longbia was here too? As she thought this, Jiang Yan quietly reached behind and opened her backpack. She pulled out, she took it from her spatial storage, a round, undercar inspection mirror with a telescoping handle that could rotate 360 degrees. The mirror was small, coated with a matte finish. It allowed you to see objects clearly without reflecting too much light. Yi Qing caught sight of the device out of the corner of his eye, a flicker of surprise in his gaze, but he quickly understood what Jiang Yan intended. She wanted to use the mirror to check out the situation in the 29th floor corridor. But the mirror was small, matte, and the hallway was very dim. This required excellent eyesight from the observer. Yi Qing, with his 20/20 vision and standing in front, instinctively reached out to take the mirror from Jiang Yan. But Jiang Yan shook her head, then gestured for Yi Qing to step aside and let her go ahead. Yi Qing frowned and hesitated for a second, then silently mouthed, "Be careful," and quietly gave up his spot. Jiang Yan slowly crouched down, extended the telescoping handle, and carefully slid the mirror through a gap in the pile of furniture. The scene in the hallway appeared on the small mirror. Near the passage between 2904 and 2903, a large fire was burning. Next to it was a pile of chopped chair and stool legs. A blackened iron pot, stained from smoke, was set over the fire. White steam billowed from the pot. It was unclear what they were cooking. On either side of the fire, against the wall, sat 2 men each. There was also a man with a buzz cut and a huge black backpack. He had his back to the fire door, warming his hands by the fire. A small section of a black steel tube poked out from the corner of his backpack. Judging by his posture, this was definitely second brother. The 5 men were dressed in a mishmash of wrinkled, odd-looking clothes. It looked like they'd put on every down jacket, vest, and anything else they could find. One of them was even wearing a woman's beret. Jiang Yan raised her left hand and showed 5 fingers. Yiqing instantly understood. But he was a little curious. He could barely make out the scene in the mirror, so how could Jiang Yan see it so clearly? Second brother, if we just hang around inside like this, won't Ma Ji be pissed when he comes back? A blonde youth asked nervously, shrinking his neck. Yeah, second brother, maybe we should patrol the hallway. I'm supposed to be on guard duty for the 29th floor. What if those guys from the 32nd floor come down and we don't notice? That would be bad, said the man in the beret. As he spoke, he started to get up, but the buzzcut man barked, Jiang Xiaoyue, sit down. Did I tell you to get up? The beret man froze, half standing, then reluctantly sat back down. What's there to be afraid of? Today's Xuexiao's birthday. Ma Ji and Meng Daxiao are busy sucking up to him. They won't be back anytime soon. Might not even come back tonight. What's so great about patrolling the hallway? If those troublemakers dare to try anything, they'll end up like those living dead on the 22nd floor. Xuexiao? Hearing this name, both Jiang Yan and Yiqing frowned deeply. Especially Jiang Yan. Her heart involuntarily sank. Since her rebirth, she'd basically cut ties with everyone from her past. The name Xuexiao didn't belong to anyone in her current circle. But it was like a shadowy pebble, suddenly cracking open some frozen memories. But now wasn't the time for reminiscing. It could just be a coincidence, a nickname overlap. After all, in her memory, that monstrous, powerful, and evil Xuexiao from her previous life had long since died in prison. He'd even made the news back then. Also, what did the buzzcut man mean by living dead on the 22nd floor? It looked like they'd have to go down and see for themselves later. With that thought, Jiang Yan narrowed her eyes. She was about to quietly retract the inspection mirror when she saw the buzzcut man take off his backpack, cursing as he pulled out the black steel tube from inside. Damn it. Am I the only one here who's easy to push around? One day I'll blow away everyone who looks down on me. As Dao Yiping grumbled, he pulled out a piece of cotton cloth and slowly wiped down the object in his hands. He did it deliberately slow, as if admiring a work of art or showing off a prized trophy. The other 4 young men all put on flattering smiles, eager to please. Blow people away? Jiang Yan's eyelid twitched at hearing her own old catchphrase. She leaned forward for a closer look and couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. That black steel tube was actually a gun. It looked like an ordinary hunting rifle, but also resembled an American-made Remington M870 shotgun. The reason it looked so familiar was because she had a whole pile of these in her own arsenal. If it really was a shotgun, that would be a problem. A shotgun is a short-range weapon with serious stopping power. Some high-powered models can even punch through body armor. Speaking of body armor, Jiang Yan cursed inwardly. Of all days, she'd left in a hurry and forgotten to wear her bulletproof vest. Thankfully, she'd brought Hua Bao. After confirming the weapon, Jiang Yan quickly turned to Yiqing. She made a finger gun gesture with her thumb and forefinger and mouthed, "They have a gun." Yiqing didn't get it at first, but quickly caught on. He motioned for Jiang Yan to get up and retreat behind him. But Jiang Yan just put a finger to her lips in a sh gesture, signaling him to stay calm. Yiqing glanced at her, saw her calm and steady gaze, and had no choice but to let it go. The fact that the other side had a gun was clearly something neither of them had expected. But crisis and opportunity go hand in hand. Most people would see trouble when the bad guys had weapons. Yiqing saw it as the bad guys delivering weapons to them. The only question was how and when to take it. And how many weapons did they have? With that in mind, Yiqing tapped Jiang Yan on the shoulder and mouthed, "How many?" This was their first time working together. With no prior coordination, aside from basic hand signals, they could only rely on mouthing words. Jiang Yan peered through the periscope for a while, then held up one finger. 1. She'd been squatting for a while and her legs were starting to go numb. She hadn't seen any more useful information, so she quietly put the periscope away. Yiqing quickly reached out an arm to help. Jiang Yan didn't stand on ceremony. She braced herself against the wall with one hand and took his arm with the other, slowly standing up. "Second brother, we only managed to get 2 guns from the police station this time. Since Brother Ma gave you this one, that means you're number 1 in his eyes. No one else gets that kind of treatment," the blonde guy flattered. "Humph." Dao Yiping just snorted disdainfully, not bothering to respond. But his show of force had clearly worked. He put the gun back in his backpack. Seeing his mood improve, the guy in the beret quickly said, "Second brother, I've been away from my post for a while. Should I go check outside? You never know, maybe someone from upstairs will come down. Those cowards on the 32nd floor never leave their apartments, don't worry. The only way they'd come out is if..." Dao Yiping suddenly grinned viciously, waved the others closer, and whispered something in their ears. The group burst out laughing and clapped. "Brilliant. That's genius." They joked and chatted for a while. Dao Yiping brushed some ash off his arm, twisted his thick waist, and stood up. "Damn, the more I roast by this fire, the hotter I get. But if I don't, I freeze. Forget it, I'm done roasting. I'm gonna get some sleep. Remember to wake up the guys napping later, and organize the residents to bring more furniture up from downstairs. And grab a few more mattresses that smoke easily. If we don't smoke out those troublemakers on the top 2 floors tonight, my last name isn't Dao." "Got it, second brother," said the beret guy quickly. The blonde guy smirked and pointed to the corner. "Second brother, why so hot? Isn't there a special tool for letting off steam over there?" "Haha, almost forgot. Jiang Xiaoyue, you and old Six go bring that dining table out here. I'll teach you guys a new trick today." Dao Yiping glanced at the figure in the corner, a nasty grin spreading across his face. The brown-nosing blonde hurried up. "Second brother, should we put anything on the table?" "But what? I'm not the one lying on it." Jiang Yan's heart tightened as she listened. She'd been about to head downstairs with Yiqing to keep investigating, but she stopped in her tracks. She quietly edged back to the door, took out the periscope again, and slipped it outside. This time, she didn't squat, just bent at the waist. Yiqing, seeing this, gripped his knife tightly and stood guard. Only now did Jiang Yan notice the dark corner. There, curled up, was a woman with disheveled hair. It was barely 2 or 3 degrees Celsius, but she was only covered in a few scraps of filthy black cloth. A waist-high table was quickly dragged out. The blonde guy walked over and, like picking up a chick, grabbed the woman and tossed her onto the table. What they intended was obvious. By the firelight, Jiang Yan could see the woman's vacant eyes and limp body. Her lips and face were crusted with blood. Her back was covered in whip marks and burns. Her arms bore cigarette burns. It didn't take much to imagine what she'd been through. Jiang Yan's face went pale. She took a few deep breaths to steady herself, mind racing. At the same time, she quietly put the periscope away. Yiqing hadn't seen the scene, but from the conversation, he could guess most of it. He gently patted Jiang Yan's shoulder and mouthed, "Should we go in?" Even as he asked, he was already analyzing the situation. If they went in now, they risked exposing themselves and alerting the enemy. But the upside was that they could take out one of Ma Longbiao's strongest henchmen. The enemy would have to be dealt with in batches anyway. There were 5 people in there, and probably more in the 4 rooms. If it was just him, he could handle these 5. They say to catch the ringleader first, but Dao Yiping had a gun, he wouldn't be easy. But Jiang Yan had a gun too. In just a second or two, Yiqing had weighed all the pros and cons. Jiang Yan was doing the same. A rash move would ruin everything. Even with a gun, she couldn't just charge in without a plan. The key was, the four men were blocking the hallway, just enough to shield Dao Yiping and the woman. If she fired, the others would react instantly. Unless... An idea struck Jiang Yan. She turned to Yiqing and signaled for him to lower his head. Yiqing didn't know why, but did as told. Jiang Yan leaned in and whispered a few words in his ear. Jiang Yan's spatial arsenal was stocked with a pile of flashbangs. As one of the world's most famous non-lethal weapons, a flashbang, once thrown into a target area, produces a blinding flash within seconds. It can temporarily blind its targets and also emits a deafening noise of 170 to 200 decibels, causing temporary hearing loss. But since flashbangs don't produce shrapnel or cause direct physical harm, they're typically used in situations like SWAT hostage rescues. This situation was somewhat similar, but Jiang Yan clearly couldn't use one. Yiqing was right beside her. Even if she could explain pulling out a flashbang, the real issue was that you had to protect your own eyes, ears, nose, and mouth before using it. Otherwise, you'd hurt yourself almost as much as the enemy. Jiang Yan decided to rely on brains and brawn instead. After all, these few punks weren't worth wasting extra weapons on. In the corridor, Dao Yiping picked up a battered thermos from the floor, then fished out a blister pack of blue pills from his pocket. He popped one out, tilted his head back, and swallowed it with some water. "These are for you guys." He tossed the rest of the blister pack to Huang Mao. "Thanks, second bro." Huang Mao caught it with both hands, thanking him repeatedly. He didn't need them, but since Dao Yiping was giving them out, he didn't dare refuse. "Second bro, taking it now probably won't do much," the guy in the beret piped up, trying to be helpful. He'd taken the pills before. The effects didn't kick in for half an hour. "What the hell do you know? This is called long-lasting stamina, get it?" Dao Yiping sneered, swaggering over to the table with his belly sticking out and his feet splayed. Halfway there he paused, glancing at the woman on the table. He cursed. "Damn, this is boring. All day long, moping around like a dead pig. Can't even make a sound or move." After venting, a flash of malice crossed Dao Yiping's eyes. He ordered Huang Mao, "Jiang Xiaoyue, hand me the tongs and find something to gag her with." Huang Mao nodded obsequiously, picked up the cold metal tongs, and dug a filthy red tank top out of a pile of junk nearby. He balled it up, strode over to the table, grabbed the woman's cheeks, and shoved the tank top into her mouth. The woman knelt there, head drooping. Other than gagging and retching from the stench and blockage, she showed no sign of resistance or awareness. "Second bro, the gun, want me to hold on to it for you?" Huang Mao eyed the backpack with the shotgun, swallowing nervously. "No need. On the battlefield, you never let go of your gun. Don't you know that?" Dao Yiping shot him a glare. Huang Mao shrank back, mumbling, "Got it, I get it now." Dao Yiping ignored him, snorted, and walked over to the fire. He bent down, poked around, and pulled out a glowing red-hot coal with the tongs, grinning wickedly. "No candles? Then coal will do." The woman on the table shivered violently, either from the cold or from understanding his words. Dao Yiping grinned, waving the coal. "I'm telling you. Stop." Before he could finish, a crisp female voice rang out from the fire door. The four men tensed, spinning around. Their pupils shrank. "Jiang Yan." They scrambled to grab their weapons from the floor. Dao Yiping froze, but when he saw who it was, his face lit up. Jiang Yan? He hadn't met her before. But seeing her tall figure and the fierce, captivating eyes above her mask, he guessed who she was. In the entire A building, below the 29th floor, every woman who could be rounded up had already been transferred out by their group, except the one on the table. As for the families still resisting on the 30th and 31st floors, none of them would dare come down alone. Especially not a woman. A young, pretty woman. She always wore a mask, carried a black backpack, and moved alone, her signature look. Most importantly, Jiang Yan's hands were empty, and she looked thin and weak. The wariness Dao Yiping had just felt faded. He tossed the coal and tongs aside with a clang, shoved Huang Mao out of the way, and strode toward Jiang Yan. "Second bro, that's Jiang Yan from the 32nd floor. Careful, she might have a gun," Huang Mao warned, stepping forward. They all feared Jiang Yan, so no one dared approach recklessly. Last time, he and Scarface had barely escaped her gun. Their rule was, don't mess with her and you'll be fine. Dao Yiping sneered at Jiang Yan. "A gun? So, what if she has a gun?" "I have a gun too, in fact. Ma Ji's scared of her, but I'm not. Soon, I'll let her taste my gun too." Dao Yiping leered, his face full of filth. The guys behind him thought he had a point. Times had changed. They had guns now, too, shotguns, way more powerful than a pistol. Supposedly, one shot could kill 20 or 30 ducks. In a fight, how could a weak woman stand a chance? Their fear vanished, and they looked Jiang Yan up and down, laughing uproariously. Standing there, thin and empty-handed, Jiang Yan looked no match for the burly Dao Yiping with his shotgun. Jiang Yan stood motionless, sneering. "Oh? Let's see if you live long enough to find out. Feisty, huh? I like that. Stick with me, and I'll treat you real nice." Dao Yiping grinned, reaching for her hand. But before he could touch her, Jiang Yan suddenly stepped back, hand reaching behind her. At the same time, a shadow half a head taller than Dao Yiping burst through the fire door at lightning speed. Dao Yiping's brow furrowed. Something was wrong. He quickly stepped back, reaching for the shotgun in his pack. But Yiqing had already swung a long leg up, aiming a vicious kick straight at Dao Yiping's crotch. He was tall, his legs long, and he was furious. The kick was swift and merciless. Crack! Dao Yiping's balls were shattered in an instant. "Arg!" Dao Yiping let out a blood-curdling scream, his face contorted in agony. His hands trembled as he instinctively clutched at the source of his pain. In barely a second, blood had soaked through his pants and was streaming out between his fingers. Second brother. Second brother. Holy shit. A group of underlings shouted in alarm, about to rush forward, but Jiang Yan had already fired 4 shots in quick succession. Bang. 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 Each bullet finding its mark. Every shot was a precise hit to the head or heart. Red sprays of blood instantly splattered across both walls. Thud. Thud. Watching his men fall one after another, Dao Yiping gritted his teeth against the agony in his groin, his blood-soaked hands reaching for his backpack. Yiqing was already moving, using the backpack strap as a makeshift rope. With a quick pull and twist, he wrenched Dao Yiping's arms behind his back, binding them tightly despite the maw. In a flash, Yiqing deftly pulled a gun from Dao Yiping's backpack. Click, the sound of a bullet being chambered. The dark muzzle was now pressed against Dao Yiping's head. Jiang Yan glanced at Yiqing's practiced handling of the weapon, surprise flickering in her eyes before she quickly ordered, "Don't kill him yet. He's still useful." Yiqing nodded, holding the gun in one hand as he drew a knife with the other. 2 flashes of cold steel swept through the air. Dao Yiping let out 2 more anguished howls, his eyes filled with venom and the urge to fight back. But in an instant, the tendons in both his hands were severed, blood gushing out. At that moment, the door to room 2902 was quietly turned open. But only a crack, not all the way. "Jiang Yan. Xiaoyue." Sun Jingtao's voice called from the hallway. Along with his voice came a scattering of footsteps. Some were coming down from upstairs, others coming up from below. Those from above carried kitchen knives and clubs. Those from below were empty-handed. There were quite a few of them, maybe 50 or 60 in total. Judging by the wary stares they exchanged, it was clear they belonged to 2 opposing groups. Just as the door to 2902 was about to slam shut, Sun Jingtao, wielding a fire axe, rushed forward and kicked it open. Inside, more than a dozen young men with messy hair and watermelon knives glared at Sun Jingtao, murderous intent in their eyes. One of them, a burly guy in a red puffer jacket, was already swinging his knife at Sun Jingtao. Cling! Sun Jingtao blocked the attack with his fire axe, then pressed forward with his weight. With a swift twist of his wrist. Bang! Even through the thick puffer jacket, The young man's arm was nearly severed. With a cry of pain, the knife clattered to the floor. Sun Jingtao quickly kicked it behind him. Damn it. The guy in the red jacket, face twisted with rage, lunged for another knife to keep attacking. But Jiang Yan had already appeared at the door, gun in hand. His movements froze, and the others shrank back instinctively. Jiang Yan glanced around. The room was empty except for a bunch of makeshift beds. Clearly, these were the leftovers from Ma Longbiao's gang, just some worthless small fry. Jiang Yan didn't give them a chance to resist or even speak. She simply opened fire, one bullet for each man. The room, already reeking, now stank even worse with the heavy scent of blood. Outside, Su Dai saw the sudden pile of bloody corpses and hesitated to enter. She rummaged through a pile of junk and found an old piece of clothing, which she used to cover the woman lying on the table. Then she called over 2 residents who had come down from upstairs to help her move the woman off the table. "Xiao Dai, there's a walkie-talkie here," a middle-aged man with curly hair said, picking one up from beside the fire. "Okay, keep it for now," Su Dai replied, taking it from him. Then she said, "Brother Zhang, I'll need you and Brotherly to keep watch by the hallway window. If you see anyone coming back, let us know immediately." "Got it." The curly-haired man called over another man with a kitchen knife, and the 2 of them headed for the window at the end of the 29th floor hallway. Crash! Splash! Suddenly, the sound of breaking glass and a splash came from the next room. Sun Jingtao's brow furrowed as he rushed to the window. "Crap! Someone's escaping!" He shouted, then raised his fire axe and smashed it against the glass. Boom! A blast of icy wind and rain whipped into the room, making the hair on Sun Jingtao's arms stand on end. Sure enough, in the water below the window of 2903, a white splash appeared. A young man, wearing 2 life rings, surfaced. The impact must have been too much, one of the rings had already burst. He didn't hesitate or look back, just thrashed desperately away from the building. Sun Jingtao wiped rain from his face and turned to Jiang Yan, who was reloading her pistol. He shouted to Yiqing outside the door. "Yiqing, toss me the spear gun with the line." A normal spear gun has a range of 5 to 10 meters, but the one with the line could reach up to 35. They were on the 29th floor, and the water had risen to the 22nd, about 8 floors up. That's a vertical drop of 23 meters, plus the angle of the swimmer's escape. If they moved fast, the range would be just enough. Yiqing, who had been dragging Dao Yiping by the collar, quickly tossed the spear gun over. Sun Jingtao caught it, took careful aim, and fired. Whoosh! The barbed spear shot through the rain and struck the swimmer in the back. Arg! The man screamed, water flooding into his mouth. A red stain spread across the water. Choking and wounded, the man struggled for a few seconds before passing out. Sun Jingtao and Yiqing quickly hauled him up. After confirming he was dead, they called for Jiang Yan and hurried into room 2903. This room was also filled with makeshift beds, though fewer than the last. Jiang Yan frowned. Where are the rest of them? Judging by the number of beds, there should have been around 40 people, far more than she'd expected, and more than had snuck in the night the rain started. Clearly, the enemy had more people hidden elsewhere. Dao Yinping's legs trembled, his eyes starting nervously. They all went out with Brother Ma. The ones who left today were his most trusted. Oh? Aren't you supposed to be his number 2? And they just left you here alone. Jiang Yan shot him a skeptical look. I'm only number 2 in name, because of seniority. They took all the rubber boats and speedboats with them. They said. Said what? Jiang Yan's voice sharpened. Dao Yiping gritted his teeth. They said that without boats or any way to travel on the water, Shallow Water Bay is like an isolated island, a prison at sea. Even a bird couldn't fly away. So just me and a few brothers, with guns, would be enough. Jiang Yan's brows furrowed slightly. It seemed that Ma Longbiao, despite his unremarkable appearance, was sharp and well-informed. But when a bad person is too clever, that's never a good thing. Luckily, if things were as Dao Yiping said, if Ma Longbiao was out attending some young Master Shui's birthday party and wouldn't be back until late, or maybe not at all, then they still had plenty of time to prepare. A birthday party, though, at a time like this, people still had the nerve to throw a big celebration? Honestly, it just sounded absurd. Jiang Yan had a lot of questions about this so-called young Master Shui. But with a few unfamiliar residents standing nearby, it wasn't the right time to interrogate Dao Yinping. She decided to wait until they'd finished searching Ma Longbiao's lair. Taoji, there's nothing in 2904, said two men, each holding a fruit knife or a kitchen knife, as they walked over from next door and addressed Sun Jingtao and Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan didn't really know these two, but she vaguely remembered seeing them on the surveillance footage. They were old residents from Building A. Sun Jingtao nodded. What are the other two rooms used for? Jiang Yan glanced at 2904, whose door was wide open, and at 2901, whose door was tightly shut and blocked by a pile of junk obviously meant to hide it. She looked at Dao Yinping. That dining table from earlier had been dragged out of 2904. 2904 is Ma Longbiao's and our room. 2901 is a storage room. Dao Yinping, who had calmed down by now, was full of resentment. He really didn't want to answer. But with Yi Qing's gun right there, he had no choice. A storage room? What's inside? Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. Dao Yinping cocked his head with a careless, defeated look. Everything and anything. Jiang Yan, Lao Lu and the others checked 2904, nothing there. Why don't we just check out 2901? Sun Jingta said, then led Yi Qing toward 2901. You two go ahead, I'll be there in a minute. Jiang Yan nodded. She decided to do a quick sweep of 2904. Lost in thought, she found herself at the door. Unlike 2902 and 2903, which had been cleared out and turned into open dormitories, 2904 hadn't changed much. Aside from the missing dining table, the original furniture and bedding were all still there. The beds in all three bedrooms were a mess, with quilts piled up in heaps and cigarette butts scattered on the floor. There was even a small brazier in the middle of the living room. At first glance, there really wasn't much of anything. Jiang Yan walked over to the brazier, picked up a thin metal poker from the floor, and started poking around the room. To her surprise, she actually found a few things in the master bedroom's wardrobe. A hand-crank power bank, a box of mints, a box of coffee candies, half a bottle of leftover Mutai Prince liquor, 2 unopened bottles of Jinjiu, a roll of nylon rope, several boxes of cigar matches, half a tin of imported cigars, and half a pack of Huazi cigarettes. These days, people who could still enjoy such luxuries in Anming City were few and far between. Most likely, these were spoils from the $0 shopping spree during the heatwave. In the nightstand drawer, there were also some unspeakable items, clearly someone's twisted sense of humor. Jiang Yan tossed the Huazi and the rest into her backpack, gun in one hand and the poker in the other, and left 2904. Sun Jingtao and the others were already at the door of 2901, having cleared away the junk blocking it and now hacking at the door with a fire axe. Of the 4 apartments on the 29th floor, all the others were open. Only this one was locked up tight. Dao Yinping was trembling in a corner. His wrists, where Yi Qing had severed the tendons, were now tightly wrapped with 2 ragged strips of cloth to staunch the bleeding, at least for now. After all, they still needed him for a bit longer. If he bled out from 3 wounds and passed out, it wouldn't help with the upcoming interrogation. Lady, why don't you just kill me? Whatever Yi Qing had done to him earlier, seeing Jiang Yan approach, Dao Yinping nearly dropped to his knees. He wanted to kneel, but physically just couldn't. Talk was cheap, but Yi Qing really had been ruthless. Still, for scum like him, 100 times harsher wouldn't be too much. Every step Dao Yinping took pulled at his wounds. Back in ancient times, this would have been enough to send him straight to the palace as a eunuch. Not to mention, his dignity as a man was gone. The pain was so excruciating it made him wish for death. He could only inch forward, step by agonizing step. And, honestly, he really did want to die. If he didn't die at Jiang Yan's hands, once Ma Longbiao and his gang came back, they'd make him wish he was dead anyway. Jiang Yan didn't even look at him, just let out a cold laugh. Kill you? That'd be letting you off easy. Exactly. Su Dai, standing nearby, shot Dao Yiping a fierce glare. Dao Yiping glanced at the wall, gritted his teeth, and gave up on the idea of smashing his head against it. Oh right, Jiang Yan, we found this walkie-talkie in the hallway. It still has power. There's no network now, so I don't know what they could use it for. Su Dai handed the walkie-talkie to Jiang Yan. Obviously, for remote communication, Jiang Yan said, taking it and turning it over in her hands. There were no markings on it, but it looked like a military-grade walkie-talkie. Regular walkie-talkies only worked for 2 or 3 kilometers. But these military ones. Good models could cover 40 or 50 kilometers easy. Su Dai was incredulous. Huh? But isn't there no signal now? Walkie-talkies don't need a network signal to work, Jiang Yan smiled. You know, walkie-talkies were first invented during World War II. Su Dai, what? By Motorola, Jiang Yan added. This time, Su Dai's mouth formed a perfect O. Hold on to it. If they try to call, let me know right away. Jiang Yan turned the volume up to max and handed it back. By the way, who are those people outside? Jiang Yan glanced at the fire door to the 29th floor, which was now shut. Behind the door stood several men with weapons, bracing themselves against it with their backs. From the sounds of it, people in the hallway outside were crowding up to the fire door. Judging by the noise, it seemed that the residents from upstairs, armed with weapons, were holding the line. There was loud shouting and arguing on both sides, some people crying and wailing. It sounded like a marketplace. The sheer number of people and the chaos took Jiang Yan by surprise. Su Dai explained, the ones with weapons are the people who didn't get caught by Ma Longbiao's gang. They all retreated to the 30th floor together. When Sun Jingtao came down, he called them to join us. The folks from the 31st floor should be coming down soon too, but their hallway is blocked with a lot of stuff, so it'll take time to clear. They're all part of the small group Tian Jiliang organized to resist Ma Longbiao. When Tian Jiliang woke up and heard we were coming down, he said if the time was right, we should call everyone together. There's strength in numbers. Jiang Yan narrowed her eyes. So who are the unarmed ones? Su Dai paused for 2 seconds before explaining to Jiang Yan. It's just that a small group of people have been controlled by Ma Longbiao's gang. They're the ones who can move around to gather information. Most of the other residents are hiding, crammed inside their apartments, too scared to come out. Not only have all their usable supplies been taken by Ma Longbiao's group, but even any possible weapons at home have been confiscated. Apparently, they didn't even spare eyebrow razors or nail clippers. Jiang Yan instantly understood. No wonder Dao Yiping and his lot were able to act so recklessly. No food, no water, no weapons. These people are empty-handed, so it's true they don't have much fighting power. And with kids and such at home being taken as hostages, aren't they just fish on a chopping block, waiting to be slaughtered? Ma Longbiao and his crew are truly cunning and vicious. Speaking of hostages, Jiang Yan glanced over at Dao Yiping, who was slumped over, legs bouncing wildly as he played the sanxian. She was about to pull him aside for questioning when she saw Sun Jingtao and the others already breaking down the door of 2901 with a loud bang. Jiang Yan. Sun Jingtao turned to look at her, signaling for her to come in too. Jiang Yan nodded and walked forward. The curtains inside were all drawn, making the room pitch dark. Yiqing took out the rechargeable flashlight Jiang Yan had given them and shone it inside. The place was piled high with all sorts of supplies, but no people. Yiqing strode in, quickly checked the place, and pulled open the blackout curtains in the living room and bedroom. Light poured in, making everything much clearer. All the furniture and bedding in 2901 had been cleared out, and the bedroom was stacked with supplies. Food, water, clothes, everything. There were also kitchen knives, hammers, wrenches, fruit knives, and so on. It was obvious these were supplies looted from the residents. In the living room, a few waterproof-wrapped bundles were stacked, with labels scrawled in marker, food, rice, food, glutinous rice flour, and the like. Where are these supplies supposed to go? Jiang Yan turned to Dao Yiping, who was standing at the door. I don't know. Ma Longbiao personally handles all the supply transfers. He never tells us anything. Dao Yiping shook his head like a rattled drum, looking genuinely clueless. There's not enough here to go around for so many people, Su Dai commented from the side. That's because most of it's already been moved elsewhere. Of course it's not enough, Sun Jingta said. Looks like their real base isn't at Qianshui Bay after all. They'd all guessed wrong. In just one night, they managed to turn the 29th floor into a temporary base. Ma Longbiao's group really can't be underestimated, Yi Qing, who had been silent until now, frowned deeply. Indeed, Sun Jingtao agreed, feeling a chill inside. Jiang Yan had already taken out a flashlight from her backpack and was carefully scanning every corner, not missing a spot. 2 brown bottles appeared in a corner. Jiang Yan walked over. They looked like chemical reagents. She didn't know if they were toxic. She pulled a glove from her pocket, actually, from her space, and put it on before picking up the bottles. Jiang Yan, what's that? Su Dai came over to take a look. Jiang Yan shone her flashlight on the label. Ether. Su Dai was taken aback. Ether? What would they use that for? Anesthesia, Jiang Yan replied flatly. She didn't elaborate. Ether is a colorless, odorless liquid. In the past, some criminals would pour it on a towel and cover someone's nose, knocking out even a strong man without a sound. Later, the government put strict controls on its sale, so such cases became rare. Now, seeing 2 bottles here, and not yet moved out, it looked like they were meant to be used on the remaining residents. If they'd found them earlier, Tian Jiliang's wailing might have been much less. Su Dai stared in shock for a second. This. Jiang Yan had already put the bottles into her backpack, actually, into her space. Her backpack was already bulging. She didn't need the supplies they'd found earlier in 2904, so she planned to give them to Sun Jingtao and the others later, which was why she hadn't stored them in her space. It would be easier to take them out from her backpack. Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing had finished checking all the supplies with 2 other residents and asked for her opinion. Jiang Yan, what should we do with these supplies? Dao Yiping, over there, could clearly see that everyone was looking to Jiang Yan for direction. But now, he no longer dared to underestimate the frail-looking Jiang Yan, nor the ruthless Yi Qing. In just a short while, nearly 20 of his brothers had died. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say Jiang Yan killed without batting an eye. This woman, she was beautiful, yes. But she was absolutely ruthless. And her marksmanship was terrifying. What kind of woman shoots with every bullet hitting the head, right on target? He'd had a gun before, but mostly used it to intimidate others. If he'd really had to use it, he wouldn't have been any good. After all, shotgun shells are limited, and he hadn't had enough time with the weapon to practice his aim. And after seeing Jiang Yan kill so many people without even changing expression, he figured her mind must be pretty twisted. After silently analyzing all this, Dao Yiping decided not to slack off anymore. He'd look for a chance to show off in front of Jiang Yan. If he could successfully switch sides, this big shot was no less powerful than Ma Longbiao. If not, at least he'd get a quick death. I suggest we let them decide for themselves, Jiang Yan said, glancing at the 2 other residents. The risks in all 4 apartments had been cleared. She had more important things to do and didn't want to waste time here. These supplies were originally looted from the residents anyway. Whether to return them or not, they could decide for themselves. She didn't want to get involved. After speaking, Jiang Yan turned and left 2901. Sun Jingtao had the same tea. The arguing and standoff in the hallway was still ongoing. Taoji, are you guys leaving? A few people guarding the fire door asked as they saw Sun Jingtao and the others come out. Sun Jingtao looked at Jiang Yan, seeking her opinion. Should we head back upstairs first? After all, they needed to question Dao Yiping and quickly come up with a plan. It was too noisy and chaotic down here. Jiang Yan's eyes turned cold as she looked at Dao Yiping. Earlier, you mentioned a bunch of living dead on the 22nd floor. What did you mean? And nothing. Dao Yiping shuddered, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Jiang Yan had already found her answer. We're going to the 22nd floor. With a creak, the fire door was opened from inside. The noisy hallway fell silent for a moment. The lighting was dim. When the people upstairs saw Jiang Yan, their eyes were full of hope. Most of the people downstairs looked at her with fear, resentment, and hatred, as if they were looking at a demon or their mortal enemy. A few people's expressions were unreadable, lips pressed tight, as if wanting to say something but holding back. Almost all of them were men, with a few older women among them. Usually, the residents downstairs had to be sent out in shifts, braving the pouring rain and cold to scavenge for supplies and fish for mutated leeches. But today was different. Ma Longbiao's gang had taken all the rubber boats and life rings with them. For once, everyone got a rare day of rest. "Neighbors, may I ask what's going on here?" Sun Jingtao spoke gently as he saw the crowd blocking the doorway. Among the residents looking up at them from downstairs, some were old tenants from Building A, faces he was fairly familiar with. Before the apocalypse, they were the kind of neighbors you'd see every day. "Sun Jingtao, did you guys kill all of Ma Ji's people?" A middle-aged man with black-rimmed glasses questioned him in disbelief from the crowd. "Ma Ji?" Hearing this, Jiang Yan's cold eyes flickered as she glanced at him. Like the others, the man's hair and face were filthy. His expensive-looking glasses had a broken arm, now held together with thread and clear tape. "Brother Zhang, what's the matter?" Sun Jingtao replied, scanning the crowd with a probing look. He immediately sensed something was off. Logically, since they'd killed the bad guys, the crowd shouldn't be reacting like this. "Uncle Zhang, they did kill them. I saw the bodies just now. It was that woman from the 32nd floor, Jiang something, who did it." A younger man pointed at Jiang Yan as he spoke, then quickly ducked behind a tall man in front of him. Jiang Yan's gun had a silencer today. It wasn't completely silent, but at least those outside wouldn't have heard the shots. As soon as the young man finished, a wave of commotion swept through the crowd. Everyone's gaze snapped to Jiang Yan, but the moment they met her icy eyes, they all shrank back and looked away. In their minds, Jiang Yan, who could kill without batting an eye, was no different from the ruthless, inhuman Ma Longbiao. "We don't know the others, but Sun Jingtao, we've been neighbors for years. We only know you. So today, we have to come to you. You owe everyone an explanation." The man with the black-rimmed glasses pressed on, emboldened by some unknown courage. "That's right, we need an explanation." Others echoed, their eyes glued to Sun Jingtao's face. "What kind of explanation?" Sun Jingtao exchanged a confused glance with Su Dai. They'd killed the bad guys. Why did it feel like they were the ones on trial? Were these people crazy? Sun Jingtu was starting to lose his temper, but Su Dai tugged at his sleeve, so he clenched his fists and held it in. "You killed Ma Ji's men. What if he comes back for revenge?" "Yeah, my son is still in their hands. If anything happens to him, I won't go on living either." "That's right. As long as we behaved and worked hard, they promised to give our sons and daughters back to us. Now look, it's all ruined." A chorus of complaints rose from the crowd. "All right, everyone quiet down. Let me speak." Brother Zhang with the glasses waved his hands to silence them, then said, "Sun Jingtao, do you realize what a disaster you've brought on us? You dared to touch Ma Longbiao's people. Do you know what they're capable of? Do you know how many people have died in our building lately? Now you've killed his men. When they come back, we'll be the first ones they come after. Don't forget, our wives and children are still being held by them." When he finished, he pounded his chest in frustration, then pointed at Jiang Yan and the others, gnashing his teeth. "So if my son doesn't come back, I'll make you pay with your life." Another person shouted angrily, "That's right. If my daughter or son doesn't come back, I'll make you pay too. And my wife as well," added a greasy man with a little ponytail, waving his fists. But despite their anger, no one dared to take a step forward. Jiang Yan listened quietly, observing. Dao Yiping, who was completely powerless, was standing right next to them, yet not a single resident dared to accuse him. She'd kept silent and still, just to see what these residents, so thoroughly controlled by Ma Longbiao, were really thinking. Now, after hearing and seeing it all, she'd made up her mind. "Brother Liu, isn't that your wife over there? Why haven't you helped her up all this time?" Su Dai, having figured out why the crowd was hostile, recognized the greasy man with the ponytail. She pointed at the woman they'd just helped down from the table and addressed him. That woman was also from Building A. Su Dai had seen her a few times before. She was a dance teacher at a studio next to the Qianchuan complex. The man with the ponytail, Lu Ji, was a painter with a private studio at home. Both of them had an artistic flair, good-looking, stylish, and trendy. Before the apocalypse, they were seen as a golden couple in the community. Now, the woman was crouched by the fire door, head bowed low. When Su Dai and the others helped her out earlier, everyone downstairs had clearly seen it. But no one dared approach. Everyone knew she was one of the women Ma Longbiao's gang had their eyes on. They weren't ignorant of what went on in the hallway. But most chose to turn a blind eye and pretend not to know. How could she be my wife? My wife would never be that filthy. Lu Ji glanced at the woman, a flash of contempt in his eyes as he sneered. The woman on the ground bit her lip at his double-edged words. Her head, which had been hanging low, slowly lifted. She braced herself on her legs and stood up, swaying unsteadily. Her dull, lifeless eyes swept over the crowd, her swollen eyes filling with hatred as she glared at the ponytailed man and spat out. Lu Xing, you're calling me dirty now? Wasn't it you who knocked me out and handed me over to that animal Dao Yiping? Her words sent another ripple of shock through the crowd. You gave me to someone else just for your own safety and a little food, and now you stand here making righteous speeches. Lu Xing, the biggest mistake of my life was being blind enough to marry you. Jiang Xiaoyue, you think you're so pure? You know damn well how many men you were with before you married me. Oh, come on. Lu Xing, Jiang Xiaoyue, if you two want to air your dirty laundry, do it at home, don't waste everyone's time. Another man stepped in to stop their argument, then turned to Sun Jingtao cursing. And you, Sun Jingtao, you killed Ma Ji's men, do you realize what you've done? If our daughters and sons who were taken by them end up dead, can you live with that? What are you all pretending to be heroes and saviors for now? Where the hell were you earlier? Don't think we'll be grateful to you. If my son or daughter dies, I'll haunt you as a vengeful ghost for the rest of my life. That's right. Even as a ghost, we won't let you off. Others shouted in agreement. Su Dai felt a surge of anger shoot through her at their words. These accusations were clearly unreasonable and completely distorted. Come on, Nyoji. Every debt has its debtor. Are you sure you're blaming the right people? You ask where we were earlier, but where were you all? Hundreds of you got fooled by a few dozen people and now you're blaming us? Does that make any sense? If they'd just stuck together a bit, or communicated with each other, things wouldn't have turned out like this, with the bad guys taking advantage. The man knew he was in the wrong, but still refused to back down. I remember your name is Su Dai, right? Don't act all high and mighty. I'm telling you, if you don't get our sons and daughters back from Ma Longbiao, don't even think about living in peace at Qianchuan Bay. The man raised his fist, threatening. Su Dai was nearly brought to tears by their unreasonable outburst. Whether we save them or not is up to us, not you. Yiqing took a breath and said coldly. If these people were the bad guys, it'd be easy, just beat them up. But they were neighbors with their backs against the wall. Even if you won a war of words with them, what good would it do? On this point, he and Sun Jingtao were of the same mind. So, faced with the crowd's unreasonable demands, the two decided to endure for now. You little brat, the man started, but stopped abruptly. Jiang Yan's gaze swept over him. Her eyes were full of authority and intimidation, making the man choke up and fall silent. Jiang Yan glanced sideways at Sun Jingtao and said, You take Dao Yiping upstairs. Yiqing and I will go down. Jiang Yan had already realized these people were deliberately stalling for time. Their bickering was as childish as kids playing house. The phrase, living dead on the 22nd floor, that Dao Yiping had mentioned kept echoing in her mind. She had to go down and see for herself. Besides, Dao Yiping couldn't be left to the residents upstairs to guard alone. It'd be better for Sun Jingtao and the others to take him up for questioning. Maybe by the time she and Yiqing finished checking below, they'd have gotten something out of him. All right, Sun Jingtao nodded. They'd already wasted some time checking the 29th floor. Splitting up now would be more efficient. Jiang Yan strode forward, and the people downstairs instinctively made way for her. Yiqing handed his shotgun to Sun Jingtao, swapped it for a fire axe, and quickly followed. "Miss Jiang, I really can't go." Dao Yinping's legs trembled as he looked at Jiang Yan's back, nearly in tears. He'd finally managed to stand still for a while, and his wound had started to clot, the pain easing a bit. But if he had to climb the stairs, the wound would tear open again, and he'd be in agony, bleeding all over. Now they wanted him to go upstairs. How could anyone be so cruel? But Jiang Yan didn't even look back, disappearing around the corner on the 28th floor. "Move it." One of the residents beside Sun Jingtao glared at him. Dao Yiping gritted his teeth, managed to step up one stair, and immediately broke out in a sweat from the pain. He called out to Sun Jingtao, pleading, "Big brother, I'll tell you everything I know, can't you just let me go? Or at least ask Jiang Yan to put a bullet in me, and end it quick?" He couldn't take another second of this living hell. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan and Yiqing made their way downstairs. They were both puzzled. Between the 29th and 23rd floors, aside from the people they'd met earlier, they hadn't seen a single extra resident. And the further down they went, the stronger the smell of blood became. Yiqing knocked on a few random doors, but no one answered. But from the rustling and whispering inside, it was clear there were people in there, a lot of them. Yiqing tried comforting and goading them, but as expected, no one opened up. Also, unlike the tightly shut fire doors on the 31st and 30th floors, the fire doors below were all wide open. The hallways were empty. But they were packed with furniture, makeshift beds, tents, and even some campfires. It looked like some people were living out in the corridors. "Jiang Yan, do you think the people living out here are the same ones who went upstairs earlier?" Yiqing frowned, analyzing. Jiang Yan nodded. "Very likely." According to what Sun Jingtao and Tian Jiliang had said, those who'd gone upstairs were probably working with Ma Longbiao's gang. Supposedly, they had the right to manage the remaining residents, got more food than the others, and didn't have to go out to hunt or fish. As for why they weren't living in the apartments but in the corridors, there were only two possibilities. 1. The apartments were too crowded. 2. Living outside gave them more space, allowed them to make fires for warmth, and also let them keep watch. Jiang Yan did a quick calculation. Xianshui Bay had 5 buildings with at least 2,000 or 3,000 residents. The heat wave and blood mosquitoes had wiped out almost all the elderly. Kids and young people had also died off in waves. A few hundred had gone to the official base. Even so, there were still at least 1,000 or 2 left. The remaining 4 buildings could house 700 or 800 at most. Building A alone probably had 800 or 900. Divided among 6 floors, that was 150 people per floor, so crowded you'd be packed in like chopsticks. Clearly, that wasn't sustainable. "Should we break in?" Yiqing asked Jiang Yan. "Not yet. Let's check the 22nd floor first." Jiang Yan shone her flashlight down the stairwell to the 22nd floor and froze. The water had already risen to the baseboards in the hallway. It wasn't deep, but it was bright red, as if someone had poured dye into it, shocking to behold. Even thicker streams of blood were oozing from several apartment doors on the 22nd floor. Yiqing saw it too. The two exchanged a glance, both feeling a sense of dread, and hurried downstairs. "Jiang Yan, cover your ears," Yiqing said, then raised the fire axe and began hacking at the lock of apartment 2203. Soon, with a screech of metal, the lock broke. Yiqing kicked the door open with a bang. A wave of stench, rotting flesh, and blood hit them like a wall. The sight inside made their pupils contract and their breath catch. From the entrance, 2203 was piled high with corpses, forming a small mountain. Atop the corpse mountain, huge, blood-engorged mutant leeches crawled slowly, their round, black, glistening bodies squirming. Ugh. Jiang Yan had already witnessed her fair share of bloody scenes. Her endurance and self-control were far beyond the ordinary. But at this moment, her stomach convulsed and she couldn't help but retch. Those fat, blood-engorged mutant leeches slowly writhing atop the mountain of corpses made her scalp tingle with fear. It was obvious that these leeches had been deliberately caught and placed here. Each one had been well fed. Some were nearly as long as her entire arm. And those naked corpses, mouths open in silent, desperate pleas for help, must have been thrown in alive. Jiang Yan finally understood what Dao Yiping meant when he said that if the residents in the building didn't obey, they'd be sent to the 22nd floor to become living dead. A hell on earth that would enrage both gods and men, nothing less than this. She pinched the web between her thumb and index finger hard, forcing herself to calm down quickly. Even though she knew Ma Longbiao and his gang were notorious for their crimes, she never imagined they could be so utterly depraved and twisted. But what was the point of all this? What was the purpose? Just to feed these mutant leeches? Everything they'd done recently was strange and illogical. And lately, there had been more and more bodies floating in the central lake of the compound. Could those few bodies be just a smokescreen? Jiang Yan had no answers. Yiqing was even angrier than Jiang Yan. The veins on his forehead and arms bulged with rage. But he managed to hold back from cursing the entire time. After sweeping the corners of the living room with his flashlight, he reached out and slammed the door shut with a bang. The lock was already broken from his earlier blows, so it didn't close tightly, but it was better than nothing. At least it could keep those enormous mutant leeches inside for now. Jiang Yan, why don't you go wait by the stairs? I'll check the other 3 rooms. If there's anything unusual, I'll call you down, Yiqing said, turning to her. Only then did Jiang Yan notice that his eyes were unmistakably red. Not from the reflection of the bloody water, but from hatred and fury burning inside him. All right. Jiang Yan backed away, gun in hand, and headed up the stairs. She was wearing a pair of soft-soled combat boots, but now the icy, bloody water had soaked through, chilling her to the bone. Soon, the sound of metal banging echoed through the stairwell. About 5 or 6 minutes later, Yiqing appeared at the fire door, sleeves rolled up and pant legs soaked with blood. His brows were tightly knit, lips pressed into a thin line, face pale, eyes rimmed red, his whole demeanor was sharp and grave. Sweat beaded on his forehead, probably from swinging the fire axe to break down doors. From his expression, Jiang Yan could tell the other 3 rooms were even worse. Still, she asked, what's it like inside? All 4 rooms are the same. There are about 600 or 700 corpses, all residents from the compound. Besides the adult leeches, there are tons of leech egg cocoons. Ma Longbiao and his crew are nothing but demons who devour people whole. I wish I could tear them to pieces right now. Yiqing spat out viciously, slamming his fist into the wall with a heavy thud. He hit so hard that plaster dust rained down from the wall. This was far beyond his limit of tolerance. He wouldn't be satisfied until he killed them with his own hands. Jiang Yan saw the hatred and frustration in his eyes and tried to calm him down. Don't rush. Let's talk upstairs. These weren't ordinary thugs. Some things needed careful planning. There was no room for recklessness. All right. Yiqing, affected by Jiang Yan's composure, realized he'd lost control. He took several deep breaths of the foul air, forcing himself to calm down. Let me carry your bag, he offered, glancing at the bulging pack on Jiang Yan's back. Her backpack was stuffed full and looked heavy. But the weight was nothing to Jiang Yan. More importantly, it was her tool for hiding her spatial ability. She had to keep it with her. Thanks, but it's not heavy, Jiang Yan replied, already heading upstairs. Yiqing didn't insist and quickly followed. Both wore grim expressions and walked in silence. There were indeed people living in the upstairs hallway. Just as Jiang Yan had guessed, these were the higher-level Watcher residents. Most eyed them warily as they passed. A few greeted Yiqing. But before Yiqing could ask anything, those people zipped their lips with a hand gesture and fell silent. Xiaoyue, there are too many eyes and ears here. My child is still in their hands. Please don't make things difficult for me. That was what most of them said. Jiang Yan didn't know them, so she kept her head down and kept walking. Boo. But Ma Longbiao's group alone couldn't have pulled it off so flawlessly. There was a key motive missing. There had to be a bigger secret behind this calculating Ma Longbiao. And that secret was likely related to the young master Xue Dao Yiping had mentioned. Thinking of Xue, Jiang Yan's frown deepened. If he was the same person she knew, his methods were dozens of times crueler than this. And that was back when the world was still normal, before the collapse of order. Calling him a demon king would be no exaggeration. But in her last life, that man had died in prison. Unless... A trace of uncertainty flickered in Jiang Yan's eyes. She shook her head, forcing herself not to overcomplicate things. In just a few minutes, they reached the 32nd floor. As soon as Jiang Yan and Yiqing appeared at the fire door, the door to 3203 creaked open. Zhou Wei, his face deeply wrinkled, stepped out. He looked around warily, making sure only the two lookouts Sun Jingtao had posted at the stairwell window were nearby. Then he turned to Jiang Yan, lips trembling as he spoke in a low voice. "Jiang Yan, I have a few words for you. Don't worry, I won't take up much of your time." Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. She remembered from the surveillance footage that Zhou Wei and his group had clearly dealt with Ma Longbiao before. What could he possibly want with her now? He must have seen through the peephole that Sun Jingtao and the others had brought Dao Yiping upstairs. And with all the commotion downstairs, the 29th to 32nd floors weren't far apart. He must know that Dao Yiping's group had been nearly wiped out. He was probably hoping that Jiang Yan and Sun Jingtao's group might have a chance to save his son. Even so, Jiang Yan just glanced at him coolly. "What is it?" Zhou Wei didn't answer immediately. Instead, he glanced cautiously at Yiqing. Yiqing understood at once. "Jiang Yan, I'll go back inside. Be careful." Jiang Yan nodded. Zhou Wei spoke quickly, his words concise and to the point. Everything was essential information. In just 3 or 4 minutes, Jiang Yan already understood everything in her heart. However, Zhou Wei never once mentioned wanting Jiang Yan and her group to go rescue his son. He was a smart man. He knew that even if he got down on his knees and begged her, Sun Jingtao and Yiqing, they most likely wouldn't agree. He only said that his son, along with the children and daughters-in-law of the residents downstairs, had been secretly locked up somewhere by Ma Longbiao and his gang. No one knew the exact location, but it was probably a safe house used by Ma Longbiao's core members. And this safe house wasn't just a prison. It was also a warehouse, stocked with thousands upon thousands of supplies. He casually mentioned that when the extreme heat first hit, Ma Longbiao's group had also robbed a pile of gold and jewelry. But now, in everyone's eyes, supplies were the most precious thing. Gold and jewels had long since lost their original value. Yet Jiang Yan wasn't interested in those supplies, nor did she care about playing the hero. But those jewels. If they really existed, then this might be her chance to upgrade her space and Hua Bao. She was only 0.4% away. If she could get the gold and jewelry and wipe out Ma Longbiao's gang in one fell swoop, it would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After all, they were a problem for her too. But it was a problem she could avoid if she wanted. So, whether to go or not, she needed to think it through carefully. She'd weigh the pros and cons before making a decision. After Zhou Wei finished speaking, he turned and went back to 3203. As he opened the door, Jiang Yan saw Wen Wanli, Wang Jiamei, and Zhou Haoyue standing in the entryway. The natural light inside was a bit dim. Wen Wanli's scarred hands rested gently on her lower abdomen, stroking it softly. When she saw Jiang Yan, she paused. Auntie Jiang Yan, Zhou Haoyue, hiding behind the door, stammered, but still called out timidly. Her eyes were red, and her small face was streaked with dried blood that made one's heart ache. Jiang Yan smiled and gave a soft but in that moment, she made up her mind. Zhou Wei hadn't expected his family to be spying from behind the door. He gave an embarrassed laugh and closed it. As Jiang Yan reached the door of 3204, Yiqing opened it for her. He probably hadn't felt comfortable letting her be outside alone. Tian Jiliang was awake now. With his glasses on, he could finally see everyone clearly, not just as blurry shadows. Besides Dao Yiping, there was also a middle-aged man Jiang Yan didn't recognize. Su Dai was nowhere to be seen. Yiqing must have already told everyone about what happened downstairs, because their faces were all unusually grim. After a brief greeting, Jiang Yan learned that the man was an undercover agent Tian Jiliang's group had placed among the residents downstairs. When Dao Yiping saw Jiang Yan, He gave a wry smile and pleaded, "Auntie, why don't you just give me a bullet and put me out of my misery?" There was a small dried pool of blood on the floor by his feet. His face was deathly pale from blood loss and the cold. Jiang Yan ignored him and turned to Sun Jingtao. "Where's Su Dai? Has her walkie-talkie made any noise lately?" "She's in the master bedroom, keeping watch outside." The walkie-talkie's been silent. The rain's gotten even heavier, so it looks like Ma Longbiao probably won't be coming back today. Sun Jingtao finished, then shot Dao Yiping a cold glance. He's confessed a lot, but some parts are impossible to verify. He then summarized the key points of Dao Yiping's confession for Jiang Yan. After listening, Jiang Yan frowned slightly. Some of it she'd already heard from Zhou Wei. Their perspectives and positions were different, but when you put the information together, the whole picture became clear. She quickly sorted things out in her mind. When the extreme heat first hit, Ma Longbiao, who was then a property manager at the neighboring complex, received mysterious instructions from the head of Jean Dun's security headquarters. From then on, he began hoarding supplies and building an underground safe house to withstand the heat. But time, money, and preparation were all limited. As the temperature kept rising, while others still hoped things would return to normal and that law and order would prevail, Ma Longbiao's group had already realized the heat wasn't going to end and began looting with impunity. Zhou Wei's family met Ma Longbiao's group by chance. When Ma Longbiao and his men were robbing a jewelry store at a mall, they were attacked by a swarm of blood mosquitoes. During their escape, Zhou Wei's family risked their lives to open a glass door and let them in. Afterward, Zhou Wei's group was taken to the underground safe house by Ma Longbiao's gang. Zhou Wei thought they were being rescued out of gratitude. It wasn't until later that he realized Ma Longbiao had taken a liking to Wanli, who was young and pretty. Wang Jin was Wang Jiamei's younger brother, not just a fellow townsman. But when Wanli and Wang Jin were actually just newly acquainted boyfriend and girlfriend, not a married couple. They'd only ended up together because the heat trapped them temporarily. During their time in the basement, when Wanli was injured by Ma Longbiao while fighting off his assault, her life wasn't in danger, but her intelligence declined rapidly. As for the child in her belly, no one knew who the father was. After Ma Longbiao had his way with her once, he handed her over to his men. Zhou Wei's family, forced by circumstances, chose to endure. Then the torrential rains came. Ma Longbiao and his men moved to this area, occupying the highest floors of Qianshui Bay. They specifically chose Building A. When the heat first hit, Ma Longbiao had already made arrangements with the property manager, Lu Dahong. So when they invaded, Lu Dahong's group turned a blind eye, and even gave Ma Longbiao a list of apartments where the entire family had died. That made it much easier for them to take over the nest. After that, Ma Longbiao's group hid in the community, gradually luring and controlling the surviving residents according to plan. Jiang Yan's appearance, armed with a gun, was an unexpected variable. As for Lu Dahong's group's deaths, that actually worked out in their favor. So they quickly established a don't interfere with the 32nd floor rule and kept a low profile. But when the rain stopped, the sudden arrival of 2 official boats disrupted their plans again. But with the authorities barely able to fend for themselves, Ma Longbiao's group found new opportunities. After that, they gradually took control of some of the children and women among the Qianshui Bay residents. It was only then that the schemes and plans they'd made before the apocalypse began to show their true colors. During the brief pause in the torrential rain, the official base sent boats to take away the youngest and strongest people from the neighborhood. After the second wave of heavy rain hit, Ma Longbiao and his gang began to ruthlessly control and screen the remaining residents. Having survived the extreme heat and the blood mosquito incident, everyone in the community was on edge. Coupled with a not my problem mentality and everyone keeping their doors shut, it didn't take long for Ma Longbiao's premeditated threats and bribes to quickly bring everyone under his control. This group was cunning and devious, skilled at hiding their true nature. They didn't show their real faces right from the start. By the time some people realized what was happening and tried to unite others to resist, They discovered that everyone else's food and any possible weapons had already been confiscated, just like their own. Not to mention, the gang now had intimidating firearms in their hands. The children and wives of the residents had also been taken hostage, becoming leverage to keep everyone in line. Among the homeowners, there were even some, like the artist with the pigtail, who, just to save themselves and get food, personally pushed their wives into the hands of the thugs. They weren't the only ones. Later, as the water level kept rising and the available space shrank, Ma Longbiao's gang started screening and relocating the residents. Women under 40 and children under 16 were quietly sent away by them in inflatable boats. As for where they were sent, it was most likely to that safe house they had outside. The remaining residents, those who showed signs of resistance, those who didn't cooperate, the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled, without exception, were either sent to places like the 22nd floor or simply killed and thrown into the water. The food and supplies looted from the residents' homes were also carefully sorted. Anything of good quality, not moldy or spoiled, was packed up and taken away. So, it seemed that Qianshui Bay was nothing more than a temporary base for Ma Longbiao's gang to harvest their crops. In just a minute or two, Jiang Yan pieced together, from Zhou Wei and Sun Jingtao's words, a rough picture of how this gang had taken over Qianshui Bay up to now. Still, she had many questions. Jiang Yan pulled herself out of her thoughts and looked coldly at Dao Yinping. Who is young Master Shui? Young Master Shui? At the mention of that name, Sun Jingtao frowned slightly. He hadn't asked about this earlier, after all. He hadn't been present when Jiang Yan and Yi Qing were eavesdropping, so he didn't know there was such a figure among Ma Longbiao's people. I don't know. Dao Yinping's eyes darted nervously, stammering. Only now did Jiang Yan notice the fresh wounds on Dao Yinping's face. A bruise at the corner of his eye, his right eye bloodshot, several teeth missing, blood at the corner of his mouth. His right cheek and eyelid were both swollen. Probably Yi Qing's handiwork from earlier. Yi Qing was always hot-blooded, and he'd been furious just now. Given that, these injuries were actually pretty light, Yi Qing had held back. If Dao Yiping hadn't been useful, Yi Qing probably would have chopped him to pieces already. Do you really not know, or are you pretending? As Jiang Yan questioned him, Yi Qing cooperatively pulled out his knife. The blade gleamed coldly, razor-sharp. I really don't know. He's very mysterious, really mysterious. He's someone ordinary people like us can't afford to mess with. I advise you not to dig into this or get involved, or you'll die a horrible death. Dao Yiping trembled all over, shaking his head like a rattled drum. Oh? That impressive? Now I'm even more curious. Jiang Yan sneered, the corner of her mouth curling up. With a click, she cocked her gun and aimed it at one of his already battered body parts. Please, ma'am, could you just move the gun a little? I'll talk. Dao Yiping felt like 10,000 alpacas were stampeding through his mind. But he could only grit his teeth and confess. Our boss at Golden Shield Security is just a small fry trailing behind him. They say he's got connections everywhere, with a powerful background and backing. That's all I know, I swear. Jiang Yan raised her eyebrows. Golden Shield had always been a company that operated on both sides of the law, even before the apocalypse. That so-called security company was just a legal front for their real business. As for their illegal activities, there were plenty. Seeing her frown and the gun still aimed at him, Dao Yiping looked at her with tears in his eyes and pleaded. Ma'am, please, just give me a bullet. I'll repay your kindness in my next life, even if I have to work like a horse or an ox. He really couldn't take another second of this torture. Jiang Yan's eyes grew colder as she threatened. You'd better answer my questions honestly. Maybe I'll reward you with a bullet when I'm done. But if you don't cooperate, I'll give you a whole magazine and make you wish you were dead. Ma'am, I swear I'm telling the truth. May lightning strike me if I'm lying. Dao Yiping regretted not smashing his head against the door and ending it earlier. But now, dead either way, he just wanted it to be quick. I just remembered something. When the heat wave started, that young Master Shui secretly set up a private base before the authorities did. I think it was called. Dao Yiping squinted, trying to recall, then said. The blazing flame vase. They say he can predict things, that he foresaw the heat wave and the torrential rain, said the apocalypse was coming. But I only found out about this a couple of days ago. At first, everyone thought it was Brother Ma who could predict the future. Later, we learned he was just following orders from higher up. Jiang Yan was shocked inside. So, the real Reborn one was this young Master Shui. Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing exchanged glances. If Ma Longbiao's gang were just lackeys for young Master Shui, dealing with them would be much harder. Where's the blazing flame base? Yi Qing asked. That's a secret, but it's probably to the north. The north? Yeah. This city's feng shui always said the south was for wealth, the north for nobility, the east for poverty, and the west for hardship. He really believes in that stuff, so he built it in the north. Where's Ma Longbiao's safe house? I don't know. Every time he goes, it's just him and Old Third. He never takes me. Let me ask you, when Ma Longbiao goes to the safe house, does he contact you by walkie-talkie? Dao Yiping didn't know why she was asking this, but nodded. So today, when he went to young Master Shui's birthday, did he contact you? Dao Yiping shook his head. No, not once all day. He's usually super suspicious. Whenever he's not here, he checks on me every hour. That's what annoys me about him. He never trusts anyone, always checking on me, making me look like a 3-year-old in front of the other guys. Jiang Yan ignored his complaints. In her heart, she'd already found the answer. There's a certain range limit for walkie-talkies to stay connected. But don't worry, Ma Longbiao would never go a whole day without using his walkie-talkie at least once. From the looks of it, young Master Shui's blazing flame base and Ma Longbiao's group's safe house aren't in the same location. In fact, they're at least 30 or 40 kilometers away from Qianshui Bay. That makes sense. If you want to set up a private base and avoid the authorities, the more remote, the better. But you can't go too far out, either, otherwise, it's hard to find suitable high-rise buildings. So, newly developed high-rise residential areas on the outskirts of the city are the best choice. Alternatively, if the other side is really powerful and well-connected, maybe they've even taken over a mountain air raid shelter or something. Besides, the world outside is now a vast ocean, and it's pouring rain. To be able to find a target location from so far away suggests that Ma Longbiao's group must have some kind of special tracking equipment. Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing had already thought of these possibilities. The two of them exchanged a glance at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan took a breath and got back to the point. All right, now tell us, what's going on with the 22nd floor? Dao Yiping's shoulders trembled, and his face instantly went pale. Yi Qing and Sun Jingtao, meanwhile, unconsciously clenched their fists. Jiang Yan, if I tell you the last secret I know, will you let me go? Really, this is the last one. Dao Yiping pleaded again. By let me go, he really just meant he wanted to die. After all, he'd failed to protect the place. When Ma Longbiao came back, he'd be skinned alive anyway. His fate would be even worse than now. He'd already resented Ma Longbiao's favoritism for a long time. Now that he knew he wouldn't survive, he didn't want Ma Longbiao and that third brother to have it easy either. That's why he was willing to spill everything he knew to Jiang Yan's group. Jiang Yan paused for a second, then said, all right. Dao Yiping swallowed hard. Then, can I have a sip of water first? Yi Qing glared at him fiercely. No. Dao Yiping shrank back, glanced at the knife in Yi Qing's hand, licked his dry lips, and could only continue helplessly. That young Master Shui's blazing flame base, actually, we all call it the beauty hunting base in private. Because young Master Shui really loves beautiful women. Looks don't matter, if the body's good, he wants them. Apparently, his base is equipped with a full cosmetic surgery suite. He'll have doctors use a template he provides, and whoever ends up looking most like it gets rewarded. The ones who are the most charming, emotionally expressive, skilled, and good at acting cute are his favorites. If the surgery fails, or he gets bored, or someone annoys him, they get thrown to his subordinates or fed to the dogs. He's moody and cruel. Even Brother Ma gets nervous just mentioning his name. Hearing this, Jiang Yan, Sun Jingtao, and Yi Qing all felt a chill in their hearts. They couldn't help but think of someone from before the apocalypse. That person was just like this, twisted, arrogant, and high-profile. He was a rich second-generation heir. His surname was Shui, and his name was Shui Miao Miao. The name sounded a bit feminine, almost. Supposedly, extreme young leads to madness, extreme mean to death, so after much thought, they named him Miao Miao. His parents had him late in life, and he was their only son, so they spoiled him rotten. There was even gossip that his parents and grandparents once said, as long as it wasn't murder, any trouble their son caused outside, they could fix. That's how Shui Miao Miao grew up, arrogant, domineering, and lawless. He was so twisted that he'd kick pregnant stray cats and dogs just to vent. He'd ruined plenty of women over the years, from internet celebrities and actresses to young girls. Anyone he set his sights on would end up in his hands. Jiang Yan herself had once landed on his list. Her family was fairly well off locally, but her parents were just rich, orphanage orphans with a spotless background. They were no match for the Shui family. Sometimes, money means nothing against real power. Luckily, when Jiang Yan received his threatening message, ordering her to show up at a certain hotel suite the next day, Shui Miao Miao's greatest backer, his grandfather, passed away. With his backer gone, his crimes gradually came to light. Jiang Yan narrowly escaped disaster. After that, Shui Miao Miao, who'd committed murder and arson, naturally ended up in prison. But not long after, just before his execution, he died. Supposedly, it was a sudden heart attack. News of his arrest and death both trended online, so he was a household name, a classic case of failed parenting. There were even rumors that his death was faked, that the Shui family paid big money for a lookalike and plastic surgery. But eventually, those stories faded away. Even now, thinking back, Jiang Yan still felt a chill. If this young Master Shui is really Shui Miao Miao Reborn, that's bad news for everyone in the city. Back then, even with the authorities around, he still got away with so much. Now, in the apocalypse, he'd only be worse. For all they knew, Ma Longbiao's group was acting on his orders. If that's the case, then Qianshui Bay probably isn't safe anymore. But first, they had to deal with Ma Longbiao's gang and get their hands on that stash of gold. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan shot Dao Yiping a sharp look. Get to the point. Tell us about his supplies, manpower, and whether he has weapons. I only know what Brother Ma drunkenly bragged about, so it might not be accurate. Supposedly, young Master Shui is really something. He can predict things, and his base is well stocked, with plenty of firearms. That's why so many people who knew him before want to join up. But apart from his core team, he has strict requirements for anyone else wanting in. To enter the base, you have to qualify. For example, you have to hand over a certain number of women and children in the early stages. Supplies and men too. But right now, he doesn't want men. Taking them in would just be a waste. Only men who survive the storms and disasters, those he'll accept. This young Master Shui is a real devil. Tian Jiliang, who'd been silent all this time, suddenly spoke through gritted teeth. Everyone was filled with mixed emotions. Jiang Yan pulled herself out of her thoughts and shot Dao Yiping a cold look. Why does he want so many children? And you still haven't explained what's going on with the 22nd floor. I don't know exactly. I think it's to screen the kids, then train them or use them for research or something. Those mutant leeches, the stuff you can extract from them is supposed to have special effects, so he wants them too. And he wants them big. We couldn't catch that many, so we came up with the idea of live breeding. Dao Yiping finished, looking uneasy, and stole a cautious glance at the stool beside him. Live breeding. No wonder there were so many corpses and leech egg cocoons in the room. Even though Jiang Yan had already guessed most of it, she still couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Such a deranged thing, yet Dao Yiping described it as calmly as if he were raising chickens or ducks. And there wasn't a hint of fear or remorse on his face. It was easy to imagine just how brazen they usually were. Sun Jingtao had never been to the 22nd floor, but he'd already heard about the horrors down there from Yi Qing's description. Now, hearing such shameless words, even the usually calm and steady Sun Jingtao felt a rush of hot blood surge to his head, breaking through his composure. If I don't wipe out Ma Lingbiao and his gang in this lifetime, Sun Jingtao, am not worthy to be called a man. If you keep swallowing your anger and only care about self-preservation when others are already at your doorstep, the end result is that everyone will be doomed together. So, to hell with self-preservation and running away. Dao Yiping, afraid Sun Jingtao would take it out on him, quickly shuffled a few steps to the side. Sun Jingtao's fists and glare were indeed aimed at him, but remembering that Jiang Yan hadn't finished questioning him, he gritted his teeth until they creaked and slammed a heavy fist onto the sofa. Tian Jiliang sighed. Xiao Sun, I don't mean to rain on your parade, but they've got weapons, they're cunning and ruthless, it's not that easy to deal with them. Besides, in times like these, it's hard enough just to protect ourselves, let alone take them all out. His words sounded ordinary, but in truth, he was fanning the flames a bit. After all, with the world outside now a vast ocean, there was nowhere for them to go. All they could do was risk everything to defend their home, drive the bad guys out of the community, and maybe there'd be a sliver of hope left. Of course, he actually wanted to lead the charge himself, but his crippled body just wouldn't allow it. Sun Jingtao heard the goading in his words, but didn't bother to argue. He just said, there's always a way. He was angry, but he wasn't reckless. He remembered that time on a mission, when he'd taken on more than a dozen thugs by himself. If it really came down to facing Ma Longbiao's gang alone, it wasn't like he had no chance. And now he had Yiqing by his side. As for Jiang Yan, who had a gun, he wasn't so sure about her. What's going on? What happened? Su Dai, hearing her husband stomping and shouting from the bedroom, rushed out in a panic, still clutching her binoculars. It was pouring outside, and Dao Yiping's voice was shaky and not very loud. She'd been focused on watching out the window and could only make out a few voices, not what they were saying. It's nothing. The equally fierce Yiqing took a deep breath and changed the subject. Daijia, did you see anything outside? He hadn't told Su Dai about the hundreds of corpses on the 22nd floor. She'd been glued to the window in the bedroom, keeping watch, not leaving for a moment. No, the rain's really heavy today, and it got dark earlier than usual. I don't think they'll be coming back. Oh, and the water level outside is almost up to the waistline of the 22nd floor. The others sighed silently at her words, saying nothing. The rain kept pouring, and it was only a matter of time before the water rose even higher. The disasters alone were already making survival nearly impossible, and now there was Ma Longbiao's gang causing havoc on top of that. At least they weren't around today. Otherwise, who knows how many desperate families would have fallen for their tricks. Sun Jingtao had calmed down by now. He glanced at Su Dai and said, "Honey, why don't you turn on the light?" Because she'd been holding the binoculars to her face for so long, there were two very obvious rings around her eyes. Oh, right. Su Dai finally realized how dark it had gotten in the room. Everyone had been busy today, and no one had gotten around to lighting the stove. The living room was cold and drafty. There was also a faint smell of blood. Some from Tian Jiliang, some from Dao Yiping, and some from Yiqing's pant legs. Yiqing's pants were soaked with blood, but he'd been too busy telling Sun Jingtao about what he'd found downstairs to change. Su Dai struck a match and lit the alcohol lamp. Jiang Yan looked at the dim light in the room and felt as if she'd traveled back to her parents' era. She had plenty of powerful spotlights and lamps in her space, but unfortunately, there was no good reason to take them out. Dim was fine, her eyes would adjust eventually. Bang, 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 the door was knocked at that moment. Yiqing turned and quickly walked to the door, checked the peephole, then opened it with a creak. Brother Liu. Yiqing let him in. The newcomer was a thin, average-height man. He was carrying two large bags, nodded slightly to Yiqing, and entered with a serious expression. Old Liu. Sun Jingtao stood up when he saw who it was. The man glanced at Jiang Yan and Dao Yiping, a flash of surprise and fear in his eyes, but after greeting everyone, he turned to Sun Jingtao and got straight to the point. Xiao Sun, these are the supplies we divided up downstairs. I saved a bit for you guys too, since you helped us get them back. And since Miss Jiang is here, I'll just leave them here. As he spoke, old Liu set the two big plastic bags on the dining table. Jiang Yan glanced over. It was a pile of instant noodles in buckets, all kinds of flavors. Sun Jingtao and the others weren't exactly short on supplies, but of course they couldn't say that, so they just said, thanks. Also, I came up to ask your opinion. The supplies in 2901, we kept a small portion for emergencies and divided the rest among the families upstairs. The people downstairs have been eating mutant leech meat all this time. Aside from those who attacked us, we gave the rest of the residents a little bit too. Now I want to ask, the knives and other makeshift weapons we collected, should we give them back to these residents as well? Jiang Yan was taken aback. She hadn't expected him to be so clueless. This was not the time to repay evil with kindness. Tian Jiliang pushed up his glasses with his uninjured hand and said, just give them out. When Ma Longbiao's gang comes back, at least the residents will have weapons and can help hold them off for a while. What do you think, Xiao-san? After all, you guys were the ones who got the supplies back. How to handle it is up to you. Sun Jingtao pondered for a second before finally speaking. Why don't we just split it up? After all, we did take these things back from them. After he finished, he turned to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, what do you think? Yeah, Jiang Yan, what do you think? Only then did Tian Jiliang realize that he'd answered a bit too hastily. He was indeed the organizer for the remaining residents, but when it came to distributing supplies and weapons, it really wasn't his call to make. The man called Old Lu paused, then looked over at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan glanced at the group and said, I suggest you hold on to the weapons for now. Don't distribute them yet. Everyone looked confused, ? Jiang Yan turned to Tian Jiliang. If I understood correctly, the residents on the 31st and 32nd floors all had their families taken by Ma Longbiao's group, right? And most of the people downstairs had their kids or wives taken as hostages. That's right, Tian Jiliang nodded. Exactly. The people upstairs will fight the criminals with everything they've got to protect their families. But the people downstairs, since their families are in the hands of the criminals, their actions are basically constrained. It's not impossible that they might even switch sides if it comes to that. She added, don't forget how you got those injuries on your hands and feet. Yeah, the 2 residents from Building C who attacked me were controlled by Ma Longbiao's gang. The knives they used were given to them by Ma Longbiao too. Tian Jiliang looked a bit embarrassed, but he didn't try to hide it. So, if Ma Longbiao and his people come back, I won't expect the downstairs residents to help us, but at the critical moment, I definitely don't want them dragging us down, Jiang Yan said bluntly. I agree with Jiang Yan. Yi Qing chimed in. Sun Jingtao quickly caught on as well. Old Lu and Tian Jiliang exchanged a look, both feeling a bit of lingering fear. All right, I'll go downstairs and have them bring the weapons back up. He then asked, by the way, it's getting dark soon. We can't slack off on defense downstairs. Xiao Zhang and Xiao Lu can't see much from the stairwell anyway. Should I bring them down with me? He didn't really need to ask so formally. After all, they were all neighbors who saw each other every day. Even though he'd heard rumors about the 32nd floor, it wasn't until today, after seeing Jiang Yan and the others wipe out Dao Yinping's group, that he truly felt a sense of awe toward them. So he unconsciously became much more polite. Sun Jingtao didn't correct him, just nodded. Tian Jiliang said a bit awkwardly, Old Lu, could you help me downstairs too? I've been imposing here all day. Old Zhao, you should come down with us. He couldn't be of much help up here anyway. He might as well go downstairs to rally the residents and give them a pep talk. Besides, it was clear that Sun Jingtao, Yi Qing, and Jiang Yan had things they needed to discuss. He wasn't clueless. That old Zhao from downstairs was the undercover who'd been standing quietly to the side. His full name was Zhao Pengfei. He used to be a martial arts coach for kids. Who knows how good he really was, but he was definitely tougher than most residents. Old Lu nodded. All right, that works. Zhao Pengfei snapped out of his thoughts when he heard Tian Jiliang, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face. He should have gone down earlier. But Dao Yinping's revelations had been so shocking that he'd forgotten to leave. Jiang Yan, Xiao Sun, Xiao Yi, you guys just focus on preparing upstairs. The dozens of residents downstairs are your solid backup. If there's anything we can do to help, Just say the word, Tian Jiliang said, pushing himself up from the sofa with one hand. Old Lu hurried over to help him. In Tian Jiliang's eyes, Ma Longbiao's group was indeed ruthless. But for now, it looked like Jiang Yan was on their side. With her here, a lot of things would be easier to handle. I can help in the front lines too. I used to be a martial arts coach, so I've got some skills, Zhao Pengfei said to Jiang Yan. He could tell that Sun Jingtao and the others really valued her opinion. He didn't know why, though. After all, Jiang Yan was clearly the youngest among them. Sure, Jiang Yan nodded, not refusing. Hearing her response, Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing exchanged a glance, both feeling a sudden surge of confidence. Old Lu stepped forward and bent down to carry Tian Jiliang on his back. Once the door closed, the room fell silent. Everyone's gaze unconsciously returned to Dao Yiping. Dao Yiping curled his lips and said quietly, "After all that I've heard, you guys do realize only the dead can keep secrets, right? Speak human language." Yi Qing kicked him in the butt. A wave of searing pain shot through Dao Yiping, making him grimace. "Just kill me already." Jiang Yan smirked. "Tell us everything about Ma Longbiao's group and the Golden Shield Security Company. The personnel, structure, key leaders, areas of control. I want inside information, not what's on their website. Do that, and I'll let you die. I'm just a low-level grunt." Dao Yiping looked troubled, but still spilled everything he knew. After listening, Jiang Yan turned to Yi Qing. "Tie him up, gag him, and toss him in the corner. When Ma Longbiao comes back and contacts you over the radio, you'd better think carefully about what you say. If you let a single word slip, I'll make you wish you were dead," Jiang Yan said, getting up and patting him on the shoulder. "Come on, lady, you said you'd let me die. Why are you going back on your word?" Dao Yiping looked like he was about to break down. Jiang Yan sneered. "With scum like you, what honor or integrity is there to talk about?" Yi Qing tied up his hands and feet and tossed him in another corner of the living room. There was a low cabinet there that blocked the view, and with the sound of rain, he couldn't see or hear anything, so he wouldn't be an eyesore. Just to be safe, Yi Qing dragged over a solid wood dining chair and tied him to the back of it as well. That way, any movement would be immediately noticed. Dao Yiping was filled with regret. Bashing his head against the wall was out of the question, but he didn't have the guts to bite his tongue and end it either. Yi Qing turned to Jiang Yan and Sun Jingtao. "Jiang Yan, Brother Tao, what's the plan now? Do we take the initiative or wait for them to come to us?" Sun Jingtao frowned slightly. "Let me think." Jiang Yan glanced at Yi Qing. "Your moves just now, when you grabbed the gun and subdued Dao Yiping, were textbook. You seem to know your way around that shotgun too. Have you trained before?" "Yeah, I've been a gun nut since I was a kid. I used to climb the firewall to watch a ton of instructional videos, and I did some amateur shooting practice for a while. This semester's military training class, I even got to handle real guns a few times. As for the moves I used to subdue Dao Yiping, I learned those from Brother Tao recently, capture techniques and such." Yi Qing wasn't sure why Jiang Yan was suddenly asking, but he answered honestly. Hearing Yi Qing's words, Su Dai perked up instantly and praised. "Jiang Yan, Xiaoyue here is this year's National College Martial Arts champion, and he's also a specially recruited National Defense student. He's really impressive. That capture boxing technique Sun Jingtao taught, he learned it just by watching twice. Not like me, I still can't remember a single move." After she finished, Su Dai shot her husband a look and pouted. Sun Jingtao, who was busy thinking about how to deal with their enemies, looked up and smiled knowingly, but didn't say anything. "Daijia, you flatter me," Yi Qing replied modestly, but his eyes couldn't help sneaking a glance at Jiang Yan, only to find her sizing him up with a thoughtful expression. "Jiang Yan, what are you thinking about?" Yi Qing blurted out, then immediately realized he'd probably asked something he shouldn't have. "I'm thinking about what to eat tonight," Jiang Yan replied, withdrawing her gaze and thoughts, brushing off the question with a laugh. In truth, what she was really considering was, soon, she'd be teaming up with Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing to deal with Ma Longbiao's gang. What weapons did she have in her space that she could bring out without arousing suspicion? And more importantly, could she trust Yi Qing? Trust, both in character and in ability. He didn't talk much, knew how to cooperate, could endure and stay calm under pressure, and was quick to act and strong in a fight. He had guts and took responsibility. That was the impression he'd left on her this afternoon. As for anything else, nothing yet. Ahem, look at me, I almost forgot the most important thing. They say you need to eat well to have the energy to think and work. Since we're about to face the enemy, why don't we treat ourselves tonight and have some instant noodles? Su Dai said, getting up and opening a plastic bag. Before anyone could respond, she was already rattling off the flavors. We've got mushroom chicken, spicy beef, braised beef, golden broth beef, tomato egg. What do you all want? Pick your flavors, I'll go boil water and get them ready. By the time you're done discussing, dinner will be ready. Ladies first, you two pick, Sun Jingta said. He couldn't help but feel amused. Weren't they just discussing how to fight the enemy? How did the topic shift to dinner in the blink of an eye? But his wife had a point, so he didn't argue. I'll have the braised beef, thanks, Jiang Yan said. She'd originally planned to make some spicy shrimp after their discussion, but worried Ma Longbiao's gang might sneak back in the pouring rain. Forget it, instant noodles would do for now. Su Dai chose tomato egg, while Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing picked spicy beef and golden broth beef, respectively. Oh, by the way, I found this fire poker in Ma Longbiao's room downstairs. You guys might find it useful, Jiang Yan said, handing the thin metal rod to Su Dai. Wow, thanks. That'll be perfect for the stove at home. Su Dai accepted it happily and went off to boil water. Only then did Jiang Yan pick up the backpack she'd left on a chair, unzip it, and say, I found some other things too, maybe you two will like them. Huh? Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing looked puzzled. Jiang Yan started taking items out of the bag one by one. Su Dai, who had just started boiling water, immediately hurried back over, curious when she heard these were supplies found in Ma Longbiao's room. On the table were a hand-crank power bank, half a Huazi cigarette, half a box of cigars, half a bottle of Mutai Prince liquor, 2 bottles of mini Jinjiu, some nylon rope, coffee candies, and mint candies. Su Dai's jaw almost hit the floor. She grabbed the hand-crank power bank and exclaimed, Heavens! Ma Longbiao really lives in luxury. And this is just what he keeps at a temporary base. Imagine what he's got in that mysterious safe house of his. Normally, these supplies wouldn't be anything special. But now, being able to smoke and drink, and with decent quality stuff, was a real rarity. Sun Jingtao gave Jiang Yan an approving look. As expected, you're the real professional here, Jiang Yan. 2904, actually, 2 other residents had searched that room earlier and told him they hadn't found anything. But Jiang Yan had managed to dig up all these treasures. She'd clearly put in the effort. After all, she'd even picked up the metal fire poker. Seeing the mood was just right, Jiang Yan reached into her backpack again, though in reality, she was pulling from her space and took out a Luger semi-automatic pistol. I also found this under Ma Longbiao's mattress. Taking out the gun was a decision Jiang Yan had made after careful consideration. To do a good job, you need the right tools. Based on what Dao Yiping had told her about Golden Shield security, she guessed that Ma Longbiao's so-called safe house wasn't just his doing. He didn't have enough people to guard so many hostages and supplies. Most likely, Golden Shield Security had chosen this place as their new base in the apocalypse, just like Xue Xiao's Blaze Base. Blaze Base was more like a hub for people and supplies, while the safe house was a transit station for all the loot these thugs had gathered from various neighborhoods. So, their real enemy wasn't just Ma Longbiao alone. It could easily be dozens of people. Maybe she was overthinking it, but she'd rather be cautious than careless. That was always her rule. After all, once they wiped out Ma Longbiao's gang, the next step would be to find that safe house. Facing those thugs was only a matter of time. As for the weapon, she hadn't chosen at random. Most pistols only hold 8 or 9 rounds. The one she picked had a higher capacity magazine, 20 rounds. Since she decided to fight alongside Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing, it made sense to boost their combat power. She wasn't worried about their skills. But having a good weapon would definitely improve their odds. They still had a shotgun, but its power was best within 10 meters. A pistol, on the other hand, could extend their range to 50 meters. She had heavier weapons in her space, but there was no good reason to bring those out. After weighing her options, this was the best choice. Also, Yiqing knew guns and had trained in shooting. He could handle himself. Otherwise, Jiang Yan wouldn't have brought it out. After all, even the best weapon is useless, or even dangerous, in the hands of someone who doesn't know how to use it. Yiqing. Sun Jingtao. This time, it was their turn for their jaws to drop. Both of them swallowed hard. A gun? A real gun. What man wouldn't be excited? Su Dai wasn't tempted, but her mouth still formed a big O of surprise. Yiqing, since you know how to shoot, this gun is yours, Jiang Yan said, handing the black pistol straight to Yiqing. It felt just like having your longtime crush suddenly confess to you. Yiqing's pupils widened in shock for a second, and his heart started pounding wildly. Thank you. He snapped back to his senses and, as if receiving a priceless treasure, carefully took the item with both hands, unable to put it down as he examined it closely. Just one glance at the markings on the gun told Yiqing two things. First, Jiang Yan really trusted him. He didn't know exactly how much, but it was definitely more than she trusted Sun Jingtao or Su Dai. After all, he already had a shotgun. If she were giving out another gun, it should have gone to Sun Jingtao. Second, this pistol didn't come from Ma Longbiao. Most likely, Jiang Yan had reluctantly parted with one of her own private weapons and given it to him for free. It was said that Ma Longbiao's group got their weapons from a nearby police armory. That's why the shotgun confiscated from Dao Yiping had a distinctive star logo on the receiver, the standard mark on all domestic firearms. But the pistol Jiang Yan gave him had foreign specifications engraved on the side. Where the star logo should have been, there was instead the sharp-eyed head of a falcon. Most likely, it was made in America. Luckily, the only light in the room was a small alcohol lamp, so the lighting was dim and Sun Jingtao probably couldn't make out the details. Yiqing looked up at Jiang Yan with gratitude, only to see her calmly take 2 more magazines from her backpack and place them in front of him. Here, take these 2. Including the full magazine already in the pistol, that made 60 rounds in total, more than enough. If the enemy didn't have many people, he could probably turn them into Swiss cheese. Damn. Sun Jingtao couldn't help blurting out in surprise. Before he could reach for the magazines to take a look, Yiqing had already snatched them up and stuffed them into his pocket like a precious treasure. He was wearing a tactical suit today, which had special magazine pouches, almost as if it had been tailored for him. Xiaoyue, that gun looks a bit like a PKK. Let me take a look at it when you're done, Sun Jingtao said, a little puzzled by Yiqing's sudden possessiveness, but not thinking much of it. Yiqing, however, wore a proud little smirk and refused without hesitation. No way, Brother Tao. This is a gift from Jiang Yan, and I'm treasuring it. Not letting you see. If you want to study something, study the cigarettes and liquor first, Yiqing said, pushing the pack of Huazi cigarettes and the bottle of mutai across the table to him. Damn. You little brat, you ditch your bros for a girl. Sun Jingtao said in mock anger, almost raising his hand to smack him. Yiqing just grinned sheepishly and didn't argue, carefully putting the gun away. When did this kid get so stingy? Su Dai, watching his unusual behavior, nearly burst out laughing. But it had been a long time since she'd seen Yiqing this happy. She couldn't help but feel happy for him. After speaking, Su Dai got up to add hot water to the instant noodles and set a bowl in front of each person according to their preferred flavor. Once Yiqing had put the gun away, he regained his usual serious expression and looked at Sun Jingtao. Brother Tao, that shotgun is powerful, but it takes real skill to use. I definitely can't handle it. They say a treasured sword belongs with a hero, so that gun, it's yours. You sure? Sun Jingtao raised his eyebrows, barely able to hide his excitement. Yiqing nodded. Yeah, I'm sure. Absolutely. Hearing this, Sun Jingtao stood up and gave him a hearty slap on the back. At least you've still got a conscience. Jiang Yan glanced at Yiqing, the corners of her lips curling up in a smile. Yep, she'd picked the right person. This kid really knew how to play his cards. Now the proud owner of the shotgun, Sun Jingtao immediately popped out the magazine with a click. 9 shells. Jiang Yan glanced at them and understood right away. The gun looked similar to one in her own arsenal, but the ammo was different, no interchangeable rounds. Still, 9 shells would be enough. Huh, only 9? And why are they called shells instead of bullets? Su Dai asked, puzzled. Shells usually refer to cylindrical rounds. These are called buckshot. They were originally used for deer hunting. The heads are made up of several copper-jacketed lead balls. SWAT teams use this kind of ammo a lot. Each shell contains multiple pellets, so when you fire one, it's like firing several bullets at once, Jiang Yan explained. Jiang Yan, how do you know all this? Su Dai was stunned. So were the other two. Actually, Su Dai had wanted to ask this question for a long time, but had always held back. Jiang Yan smiled mysteriously. Because when I was abroad, I went to a special agent training camp. Su Dai, what? It was a pretty far-fetched excuse. But Su Dai seemed to believe it. She wanted to ask more, but Yiqing had already changed the subject. All right, Jiang Yan, Brother Tao, let's talk about our plan. But honestly, there wasn't much to plan. In a word, fight. The 22nd floor would soon be flooded, and Ma Longbiao's group would probably come back from the 23rd floor. Of course, they might also wade in from the 22nd floor. Since the glass there had already been pried open, no need to do that again. So it would be safer to ambush them in the 23rd floor hallway, or even on the 24th floor. Then they could adapt as the situation changed. After all, they were in the dark while the enemy was in the light. Now that everyone had weapons, they had the upper hand. As for Tian Jiliang and his group, their job would be to keep the residents downstairs calm and make sure they didn't cause trouble at the last minute. But there were still some unknowns. 1. When would the enemy return? 2. Would they come back with more people or heavier weapons? As for the safe house where the hostages and supplies were kept, they could look for it after dealing with the immediate threat. As these thoughts ran through his mind, the noodles were ready. Just as the hungry group was about to lift the lids and dig in, the walkie-talkie, which had been silent all day, suddenly crackled to life. Oh my God! It's finally working! Su Dai, who was in charge of the walkie-talkie, jumped up reflexively and reached for it, but Jiang Yan stopped her. Don't rush. Bring Dao Yiping over first. Yiqing stood up and dragged the unconscious Dao Yiping over. Splash! A cup of cold rainwater brought him to his senses instantly. First he looked fierce, then his eyes filled with panic and fear. But as soon as he heard the call from the walkie-talkie, he froze for a second. Jiang Yan said coldly, "You know what to say, right?" Dao Yiping shook his head frantically, then nodded quickly. Once Jiang Yan nodded her approval, Yiqing ripped the duct tape from his mouth, pressed the talk button on the walkie-talkie, and handed it over. "Boss." Dao Yiping raised his voice a bit through gritted teeth, then said ingratiatingly, "Damn it, Dao Yiping. You've got some nerve, huh? Not answering my calls for half a day." Ma Longbiao's harsh, grating voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. Jiang Yan frowned and listened carefully. The background on the other end was very quiet, with faint sounds of rain. It seemed the other party was indoors, probably near a window. "Sorry, boss, I was just handling something earlier, you know how it is." Dao Yiping swallowed his pride and kept up his fawning tone. Naturally, Ma Longbiao unleashed another round of cursing and scolding. Su Dai and the others exchanged glances. Is this Dao Yiping really the number 2 in their gang? Why does it seem like he's treated worse than a low-level lackey? Those cowards on the 32nd floor haven't left their place these days, right? Ma Longbiao burped, as if picking his teeth. Dao Yiping glanced awkwardly at Jiang Yan and the others. No, they've all been holed up at home. Suddenly, Sun Jingtao got up and tiptoed quickly into the master bedroom. He soon came out, holding a hardcover notebook about A5 size and a marker. He'd written a line on it. Ask him where he is and when he's coming back. Dao Yiping gave a bitter smile for a few seconds, then, after some meaningless small talk, changed the subject. Boss, where are you? Are you coming back soon? You think you can ask about my whereabouts? No, of course not, just concerned about you, boss. Forget it, I'll tell you. I'm not coming back for a while. You'd better keep a close eye on Jiang Xiaoyue. If anything goes wrong, I'll come for you first. Not coming back for a while? Jiang Yan and the others frowned. That was both good news and bad news. After all, lying in wait is much easier than going on the offensive. Ma Longbiao sounded energetic and arrogant, as if he'd found some powerful backer. After another round of vicious cursing, he abruptly hung up the walkie-talkie. The room fell silent. Ow. Before Dao Yiping could say anything, Yiqing knocked him out with a karate chop. Su Dai tugged at Sun Jingtao's sleeve, worried. Honey, that Ma He isn't coming back for a while, so what do we do? If he's not coming back, then we'll take the fight to them. As long as these scumbags are around, we'll never have peace. Sun Jingtao said, glancing at Jiang Yan and Yiqing. Yiqing nodded. Exactly, the sooner the better. I suspect that after meeting that Xue Xiao, they got something out of it. Or maybe, with the heavy rain, their safe house is about to be flooded, so they're moving supplies, women, and children to the base. But the problem is, it's a flood out there and still pouring. If we're not careful, we'll get lost. Where would we even go? Su Dai glanced out the floor-to-ceiling window and pursed her lips. Hold on, I'll charge up the phone and see if offline navigation still works. Sun Jingtao picked up the hand-crank power bank Jiang Yan had confiscated and checked it. Only one little green light was showing, probably not much power left. It would take a while to fully charge it by hand. But for now, the little green light should be enough to power the phone for a bit. Su Dai looked at her husband. Offline navigation? Isn't the network down? Even if we have navigation, it probably doesn't work anymore. The network's down because the ground-based stations are out, but for offline navigation, as long as we have satellite signal, it'll work. Unless we're really unlucky and even the satellites are gone. As Sun Jingtao spoke, he plugged in the phone. Seeing the red lightning charging icon on the screen, Su Dai and Yiqing got a little excited. After all, the phone had been dead for ages. Jiang Yan actually knew the satellite signal was gone. Otherwise, when she went to look for those jewels earlier, she wouldn't have had to painstakingly draw coordinate axes and use a sextant and compass. But she couldn't say anything. The more she said, the more likely she'd give herself away. When the lightning icon finally turned green, Sun Jingtao impatiently turned on the phone. How is it? 3 heads crowded around. Seeing the blank map app, everyone froze. Trying to load. It's useless, no satellite signal either. Su Dai sighed. Everyone's mood grew heavy. It was like a spark of hope had just been doused by rain. Jiang Yan, who'd been quietly watching, thought for a second and spoke up. Without navigation, finding their base is definitely harder. But it's not impossible. Since the walkie-talkie could reach them, they could at least narrow down the general area. Also, Ma Longbiao's group would have stored their supplies above the waterline. Right now, the water had reached the 22nd floor. They needed space not just for supplies, but for prisoners and themselves. That meant their hideout had to be at least on the 25th floor or higher. Third, since their safe house was prepared in advance, it couldn't be in an old neighborhood or one already occupied by residents. Most likely, it was in a newly completed but not yet delivered apartment or office building. Such places had all the facilities, and after the disaster, hardly anyone would pay attention to them. With this reasoning, the search area shrank considerably. As for pinpointing the location, if she could find jewelry stores dozens of meters underwater, finding something above water would be a piece of cake. She'd just need to spend some time drawing up coordinates. With Hua Bao as her stealth navigator and living map, finding the place would be easy. What's your plan? Su Dai asked, puzzled. In her view, with no navigation or map and heavy rain outside, and only 2 rubber boats, even finding the nearby shopping center would be a challenge. Sun Jingtao and Yiqing frowned in thought. They had some guesses, but wanted to hear Jiang Yan's idea. Jiang Yan shared her analysis. Her thoughts matched Sun Jingtao and Yiqing's, but were more detailed. I remember Tian Jiliang used to work at a listed real estate company, and he's in investment, so he should know about these buildings. I'll go ask him now. Sun Jingtao volunteered and went downstairs. In less than 2 minutes, he came back, face full of excitement. Good news! There are only 3 buildings that fit the criteria. And they're not far from each other, though they're a bit of a distance from us. There are still some houses sticking out above the water, and since we're pretty familiar with this city, we should be able to recognize them with a bit of time and memory. As long as we use them as landmarks and search one by one, we'll be able to find those buildings even without navigation. I remember I bought a compass before. Let me go look for it. Sun Jingtou turned and went into his study. Everyone instantly perked up with excitement. As the saying goes, 3 heads are better than 1. The 4 of them wasted no time, quickly working out a detailed plan. Sun Jingtou even hand-drew 2 reference maps and sealed them in Ziploc bags. After some thought, they decided to call up Zhao Pengfei, the martial arts coach. Since they weren't familiar with Ma Longbiao's gang's hideout, it was more important to have capable people than a large group. For people armed would be enough. Tian Jiliang also gathered up a pile of axes, long knives, and in the end, it was decided that Su Dai would stay home to guard the place. She actually wanted to go, but she knew she'd only hold them back and wouldn't be much help. Besides, people downstairs had already started moving up to the 32nd floor hallway. If she left too, it wouldn't be impossible for someone to take over their apartment, so she had no choice but to stay behind. They agreed to set out at dawn the next day, as soon as the sky began to lighten. As for tonight, they needed to rest well and save their energy. Jiang Yan said goodbye and returned to 3201. So much had happened today, more than in the entire previous week. It was impossible not to feel exhausted. But thinking about how victory was within reach, she felt a surge of adrenaline. Earlier at Su Dai's place, everyone had been busy discussing strategies. By the time they remembered to eat, the instant noodles had already gone cold. They'd been soaking for so long they'd turned fat and mushy. Just looking at them killed her appetite. So Jiang Yan didn't eat. When she got home, the fire in the fireplace had long since gone out. She didn't bother relighting it. Not knowing what tomorrow would bring, Jiang Yan simply packed away all her supplies, including the planters that were starting to sprout, into her storage space. She went straight into her space, washed up, and took out a portion of spicy dry pot beef to eat quickly. She'd originally planned to eat shrimp, but since she'd be fighting the next day, beef would give her more strength. After eating, Jiang Yan, as usual, turned on her computer and redrew her own map, making Hua Bao memorize both the map and all the parameters. Not only that, she assigned Hua Bao a new task, to use the computer to memorize the appearance of every building in the city with more than 22 floors. While Hua Bao was working overtime at the computer, Jiang Yan was already yawning and getting into bed early. The next morning, before dawn, everyone gathered at Sun Jingtao's place. Tian Jiliang had also organized a group buy of a few light-colored raincoats from the people downstairs. Raincoats in those colors would make them less noticeable. Jiang Yan was well prepared today: bulletproof vest, sleeve darts, rain and fog-proof night vision goggles, insulated waterproof clothing, and warm waterproof shoes, the full set. For outerwear, she just threw on a set of comfortable sportswear for easy movement. Her glasses used the latest technology. If there was internet or Bluetooth, they could even display coordinates and other data on the lenses. Unfortunately, only the basic functions were left now, but that was still impressive. Even though they were setting out early, the real action would be at night. Those night vision glasses would be a huge help. She still had a bunch of bulletproof vests in her storage, but no good reason to take them out. She could only hope the other 3 would have good luck. Su Dai used the last of their honey and dried ginger to make sweet ginger tea for everyone. After each person drank a big bowl, she poured the rest into a few thermos flasks. It's so cold out, take these with you and drink some to warm up when you need it. She also packed some chocolate and biscuits for them. The chocolate had melted and deformed in the heat, and she wasn't sure if it had gone bad, but it was still a decent supply item. As for water, Yiqing carried 2 bottles of mineral water, but those were for Jiang Yan. The 3 rough men could just drink rainwater. Jiang Yan also took out the glasses she had prepared from her backpack, with an excuse ready. These glasses were sponsored for my team back when I did a wilderness survival livestream. There are a few left, try them on and see if they fit. The three men took them in surprise and tried them on, they fit perfectly. Zhao Pengfei exclaimed in delight, wow! These glasses have night vision? I can see every corner of the room so clearly. They were about to face bandits head-on. If he said he wasn't scared or nervous, he'd be lying. But seeing how well-prepared everyone was, and how they all worked together, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Su Dai hugged Sun Jingtao and Jiang Yan, her voice choked with emotion. I'll be waiting for you at home. You must come back safely. She didn't say much, but her eyes were red and brimming with tears. This trip was fraught with danger. Sun Jingtao, Yi Qing, and Tian Jiliang were all determined to take down their enemies, even if it cost them their lives. Only Jiang Yan felt relatively relaxed inside. She even had a bit of excited anticipation. After all, they were about to find a stash of gold and jewels. Her storage space was about to level up. As for death, she wasn't afraid. If things got bad, she could just hide in her space. Plus, she still had Hua Bao, her trump card. Not that any of this showed on her face. After everyone finished their preparations and said their goodbyes, they headed out. Yi Qing carried the inflatable boat at the rear. By now, the 32nd floor hallway and elevator lobby were crowded with people. Most were still fast asleep, but a few, bleary-eyed, saw the group fully armed and carrying a boat. No one dared ask, they all pretended to be asleep. Just as the five of them reached the fire exit, the door to 3203 creaked open, and Zhou Wei stepped out. He was holding a police battering ram and asked cautiously, "Do you guys need this?" Sun Jingtao didn't know what he was up to and shook his head warily. "Don't worry, I'll watch your place for you," Zhou Wei said quietly, pressing his lips together. Everyone exchanged glances but said nothing. Jiang Yan shot him a look. This guy, with his surveillance skills and sharp eyes, it's a pity he's not a spy. Zhou Wei swallowed, wanting to say more but hesitating. "Wife, go back inside." "Let's go," Sun Jingtao said gravely, not paying Zhou Wei any more attention. With so many people around, all the goodbyes and words had already been said inside. "Okay." Su Dai's eyes filled with tears, but she pinched her fingers hard and didn't let a single tear fall. "My son's name is Zhou Haotian. He's 8 years old." Zhou Wei didn't say much more. With a thud, he knelt down and bowed deeply to them. The group glanced at him, took a deep breath, and headed downstairs. They didn't want to make any promises because they couldn't. Outside, the sky was just starting to lighten. They didn't dare delay and quickly went downstairs. The water level had already risen just below the 23rd floor, so they went straight to the 23rd floor hallway. They quickly removed the glass from the windows, put on their raincoats and glasses, and jumped out one after another. Raindrops pelted them, and cold wind whipped around them. Except for Jiang Yan, the others couldn't help shivering. Their roles had already been decided. Jiang Yan and Yi Qing were in charge of using the compass to identify buildings and keeping watch with binoculars. Sun Jingtao and Zhao Pengfei would row. As the shallow water bay complex faded into the distance behind them, Sun Jingtao felt a surge of tragic emotion. The last time he'd felt this way was when he and his comrades were sent on a short-term peacekeeping mission in a war-torn country. But this time, they weren't just fighting for themselves, they were fighting to protect the last bit of home they had left. As the inflatable boat approached the shopping center near their residential complex, Sun Jingtao's somber mood had completely faded. "Xiaoyue, do we have our speed yet?" he asked. "Yeah, it's about 6 kilometers per hour, Taoji. You and Zhao Ji just try to keep it steady at that pace," Yi Qing replied, then immediately gave directions. "Turn right, 30 degrees, and keep going for another 3 minutes." "Okay." Sun Jingtao nodded, and Zhao Pengfei paused his rowing for a moment. When it came to controlling angles and such, Zhao Pengfei was clueless, he was just the muscle. As for the boat's overall direction and navigation, that was Sun Jingtao's job. This was a plan they'd just worked out and refined after a few short test runs. The buildings they were heading to were right by the first ring road. If it weren't for the torrential rain, it would have been easy to find them with just their eyes and a general sense of direction. But with the dense curtain of rain blocking their view, they had no choice but to rely on these clumsy methods. On the hand-drawn map Sun Jingtao had made, he'd picked out a few major landmarks. Most of them he'd passed during city marathons and night runs, so he had a rough idea of the distances between them. Once they had their speed and estimated distance, and then locked in their heading and timing, their navigation accuracy improved quite a bit. It just took a lot of brainpower. Of the four, Yiqing, the youngest, still in college, was the sharpest, so the heavy mental lifting naturally fell to him. As for Jiang Yan, she held another map and a compass, responsible for making on-the-fly corrections. No matter how good Sun Jingtao was at controlling speed and direction, he wasn't a machine. There would always be some margin of error. With Jiang Yan handling corrections, their accuracy improved noticeably. Yiqing also had to do the mental calculations, so the binoculars for keeping watch were handed to Jiang Yan as well. At this moment, Huabao had already been let out by Jiang Yan, though it was currently wrapped around her wrist in the form of a transparent vine, its big, toothy head watching the compass in her hand. Jiang Yan actually had access to more precise coordinates and data, but she obviously couldn't take out the theodolite. Besides, Yiqing's methods were scientific enough, so she didn't say anything more. When it came to identifying buildings with water levels nearly reaching the rooftops, she was the best at it. After all, with Huabao constantly reminding her, it was hard to go wrong. After about an hour, their inflatable boat was less than 2 kilometers from their target building. They could already see the outlines of the buildings in the distance. Sun Jingtao and Zhao Pengfei were drenched in sweat. The sweat and rain on their faces mixed together, making it impossible to tell which was which. Yiqing and Jiang Yan had offered to switch places with them, but the two men refused. As they rowed, Zhao Pengfei suddenly wiped the rain from his face and said, "Hey, Sun Jingtao, is it just me, or is there more water pooling inside the boat?" "There is. The drain hole might be clogged." Sun Jingtao glanced at the automatic drain on the side of the boat, then checked the drain valve. All four of them felt a sinking feeling. This was not good news. If the drain hole was blocked, it wouldn't take long for the rainwater to fill the boat and sink it. "We should have tied Jiang Yan's inflatable boat behind us as a backup," Zhao Pengfei muttered, frowning. "It's fine. A clogged drain isn't a big deal. We can fix it," Sun Jingtao said, checking his multifunction sports watch before suggesting, "Jiang Yan, it's still early. Why don't we find a place nearby to take a break?" "Okay." Jiang Yan nodded. She'd been thinking the same thing. She pointed to a dark red steel-structured building not far away. "How about that multi-story parking garage over there?" The parking garage had 30 floors, with high ceilings, and at this point, nearly half of it was still above water. "All right." Sun Jingtao nodded, steering the boat toward the parking structure. The entrance was on the first floor. Luckily, it was made of steel, with just some metal railings outside and no glass curtain walls, so they could dock the boat right at the edge. To check the drain, Sun Jingtao and Zhao Pengfei picked a wide spot and hauled the boat up. On this floor, there were still a few cars parked. To be safe, they carried the boat behind a champagne-colored van. Taking off their rain hoods and glasses, the group slumped to the ground, panting. Sun Jingtao and Zhao Pengfei's hair was completely soaked, plastered to their heads. Their faces were flushed red. "Drink some water first," Yiqing said, pulling out some honey ginger water from his backpack. "A cup for Jiang Yan." The other three men didn't mind sharing, and they all took a drink. After hydrating, Sun Jingtao quickly found the problem with the drain. It was clogged with some floating debris. Looking at the grayish, rotting, sticky gunk Sun Jingtao pulled out, Jiang Yan almost threw up the honey water she'd just drunk. They'd come across some heavily decomposed corpses along the way. It was obvious what that stuff was. "How about we rest for an hour?" Jiang Yan suggested, eyeing the parked cars and suddenly getting an idea. "Yeah." The other three nodded in agreement. "Okay, Zhao Ji, Tao Ji, all stand guard. After you eat something, you two should get some shut-eye," Yiqing said, pulling out some chocolate and biscuits. "Sounds good." Sun Jingtao and Zhao Pengfei didn't argue. Jiang Yan opened her backpack and took out some beef jerky. "I found some of this at home." The three men, all meat lovers, immediately perked up. It was like their strength came rushing back. The beef jerky had originally been nicely packaged, but to avoid suspicion, Jiang Yan had just tossed it into a random Ziploc bag. "Jiang Yan, you're just like Doraemon," Yiqing said sincerely. Zhao Pengfei grabbed a piece and started chewing, looking puzzled. "What's a Doraemon?" Sun Jingtao punched him playfully and teased. "Old Zhao, you don't watch cartoons, but your kid does. It's an anime character. Just imagine a robot cat with a treasure chest full of gadgets." "My kid," Zhao Pengfei choked up, his wolfing down of food suddenly coming to a halt. Only then did Sun Jingtao remember that Zhao Pengfei's child had been taken by Ma Longbiao's gang. When he was younger, Zhao Pengfei had been a bit of a delinquent, drinking, gambling, hanging out like a street punk. Sometimes, when he got drunk, he'd beat people up indiscriminately. His wife eventually got scared and left him, leaving him alone with his son. From then on, he swore to turn over a new leaf and be a good father. Relying on his martial arts background, he found work as a martial arts coach. As for the apartment in Qianchuan, he'd rented it with another family so his son could go to school nearby. "Sorry." Sun Jingtao reached out and patted him on the shoulder, apologizing. "I'm fine." Zhao Pengfei wiped his eyes, gritted his teeth, and said with determination, "Even if it costs me my life today, I will find my son." "You will," Zhao Yiqing comforted him from the side. "My stomach doesn't feel too well. I'm going upstairs for a bit." Jiang Yan didn't join the conversation. Instead, she looked a bit uncomfortable and pointed to the upper floor. Sun Jingtao and Zhao Pengfei both nodded. "All right, be careful." "Is it serious?" Yiqing asked with concern, then immediately realized and blushed. "Nature calls." And since the other party was a girl, some things were naturally inconvenient to say. Besides, this place was in the middle of nowhere, so there shouldn't be any danger. Even if they ran into some thugs, odds are, the ones in danger would be the thugs. "I'm fine." Jiang Yan smiled, then seemed to remember something. She opened her backpack. "I forgot to give you this last night. If it's not convenient, just wait for a better time to put it on." As she spoke, she took out a black cylindrical tube, about the length of a hand. "All right." Zhao Pengfei leaned over. "Xiaoyue, what's that?" "A pistol suppressor," Yiqing said, taking it from her. Zhao Pengfei looked shocked. This girl really does have a treasure chest on her. Jiang Yan had already stood up, slung her backpack over her shoulder, and walked briskly up the ramp. There were clearly more cars parked upstairs. At this point, to ordinary people, these cars were nothing but scrap metal. No gas, no electricity, they wouldn't go more than a few kilometers. But to Jiang Yan, they were all treasures. After all, she had so much space, why not take them? Most importantly, she wasn't short on fuel or charging stations. Jia. "Mom, are we going to look for gold and jewels?" The man-eating flower that had been following her finally couldn't hold back its excitement. Seeing Jiang Yan taking it along alone, Flower Bao licked its lips eagerly. Although it spoke, their communication was still telepathic as usual. With Sun Jingtao and the others around earlier, it only dared to relay navigation or exchange a few thoughts with Jiang Yan, not daring to say much. Other people couldn't hear it, but it was still afraid of distracting Jiang Yan. "No," Jiang Yan replied, already pulling a long, thin telescopic rod from her space with a thought. Using the rod as a medium, she started collecting the suspended cars one by one into her space. She continued quickly and quietly upwards. In less than 20 minutes, Jiang Yan had collected all the cars from over 10 floors into her space. She did a quick count, about 100 vehicles. Most were vans, the rest were sedans and business vehicles, plus a few high-end sports cars and 3 brightly colored Mercedes G-Wagons. She also took 3 forklifts for moving supplies and a pile of leftover steel plates from the construction of the multi-level garage. Jiang Yan wasn't short on money or cars, but who could say no to the joy of getting things for free? After finishing, she took out a bottle of freshly squeezed orange juice from her space and drank it. She was about to head back down when she heard Yiqing's worried voice from below. "Jiang Yan, are you all right?" She quickly replied, I'm fine. I'm coming down now. Yiqing could tell from her voice that she was still a bit far away. But he didn't think much of it. On the other side, hearing Yiqing's call, Sun Jingtao and Zhao Pengfei, who had been resting with their eyes closed, immediately woke up. Both instinctively reached for their weapons and looked around warily. Did something happen to Jiang Yan? No, she just went upstairs and hadn't come down for a while, so I thought something might have happened. But she just answered me, Yiqing explained. Zhao Pengfei immediately understood. Ahem, that's normal. None of us have had fresh fruits or vegetables for months. Being constipated for half an hour is nothing. Yiqing. Xiaoyue, have you noticed anything outside lately? Sun Jingtao changed the subject. Not for now, Yiqing nodded. Seeing Jiang Yan appear on the stairs not far away, Yiqing finally relaxed a little. Although Jiang Yan's physique had been enhanced by her space, and she could go up and down more than 10 floors without breaking a sweat, her cheeks were still a little flushed. The three men noticed. But thinking she might just be constipated, and since she was a girl, they didn't ask. By the way, Xiaoyue, give me the map, Sun Jingtao said, now fully awake. He wasn't really tired, just a bit sore in the arms. Keeping a steady rowing pace was a real test of muscle endurance. As for Zhao Pengfei, he was exhausted, but all he could think about was finding the bandits' hideout as soon as possible. He wished but finding the enemy's base among the dozens of buildings wouldn't be easy. And there was always the risk of being wrong and coming up empty. After all, this was just their best guess. Maybe the enemy would do something unexpected, go on a rampage, and use a regular residential or office building as their base. Fortunately, all three complexes were near the first ring road. Prime real estate, but small, just a few buildings each. If they were on the city outskirts, they'd go blind searching. Sun Jingtao turned to Zhao Pengfei. Old Zhao, how's your rest? It was only 10 in the morning, and they still had time, but he couldn't help feeling anxious. He was afraid their calculations were off. I'm good now, Zhao Pengfei nodded. Sun Jingtao looked at Yiqing and Jiang Yan. How about you two? Yiqing didn't answer right away, but glanced at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan understood. I'm fine. Why don't we head out? She was the only girl, and didn't want them to worry about her. All right, everyone nodded. Sun Jingtao had just finished packing when Yiqing suddenly tensed up. Wait. Someone's coming. Only then did the others notice the faint sound of engines humming through the rain. Yiqing crouched down, carefully poked his head out, and reached back. Jiang Yan, hand me the binoculars. Jiang Yan quickly passed them over. The other three could only hide behind the car and wait. 3 boats coming, 2 assault boats in front and back, a pleasure boat in the middle. 11 people total. 6 are armed, 5 aren't obvious. Are they official? Someone asked. Probably not. No official flags, and some of the armed guys have tattoos on their hands, Yiqing said, then added, the assault boats are marked 101 Sky Hotel. 101 Sky Hotel. Jiang Yan paused for a second, a flash of excitement in her eyes. I think I know where Ma Longbiao and his gang are hiding. What do you mean? Both Sun Jingtao and Zhao Pengfei were stunned. Before Jiang Yan could answer, Yiqing turned around. They're gone, driving fast. All the windows on that pleasure boat were tightly shut, and it was riding low in the water, must be loaded with heavy supplies. You said they had guns? Did you see what kind? Sun Jingtao's expression grew grave. Yiqing replied without hesitation, if I'm not mistaken, they were all submachine guns. Jiang Yan. Sun Jingtao. If these people were the very criminals they were looking for, then their opponents were far stronger than they'd imagined. That was not good news. What? Zhao Pengfei was incredulous. They're carrying guns so openly, aren't they afraid of running into the authorities? At his words, Jiang Yan, Sun Jingtao, and Yiqing exchanged glances, but said nothing. If they were really worried about the authorities, there wouldn't be hundreds of corpses on the 22nd floor. Sun Jingtao suddenly remembered that Jiang Yan had been interrupted earlier and quickly asked, right, Jiang Yan, you said you know where Ma Longbiao's base is. What did you mean? It's not just Ma Longbiao's base. It might also be the main headquarters of their Jindun security group, located in that 101 Sky Hotel. Sun Jingtao frowned in thought. I think I've heard my wife mention that hotel. Supposedly, it's pretty high-end. But how can you be so sure? Yi Qing and Zhao Pengfei were both confused. The 101 Sky Hotel is in the Boyue Royal Mansion Complex on Anming Middle Road, right inside the First Ring Road. It's one of the neighborhoods we plan to visit. The complex has 5 residential buildings and a 33-story, 101-meter-tall, fully furnished apartment building facing the street. The hotel lobby is on the top, the 30th floor, with a direct staircase from the first floor. From the lobby, you can overlook the whole city, as if you're in the sky, hence the name Sky Hotel. Jiang Yan was familiar with this hotel because, in her previous life, a world-famous luxury brand had planned to open a boutique next to the hotel lobby and had even sent her an invitation to the opening gala. Zhao Pengfei asked, wait, isn't it 33 floors? Why is the top floor the 30th? Jiang Yan explained, because above the lobby are 2 floors of open steel staircases. Above that is a helipad, supposedly big enough for 2 small helicopters. I get it, Sun Jingtao said. The building is tall, has a helipad, and hotels usually have generators and backup power. With kitchens, lodging, surveillance, all the facilities you'd need, it's hard to find a better place. If that's the case, then it's not just Ma Longbiao's hideout. We're probably up against a criminal organization that foresaw the disaster and is using the apocalypse to make a fortune. As he finished, Sun Jingtao's frown deepened. If he hadn't heard about the Blazing Flame base and that Xue Xiao, he wouldn't have thought this far. But everything that had happened lately was more bizarre than the last. A lifelong materialist, even he had to let his imagination run wild. Zhao Pengfei was a bit lost. He hadn't heard about Xue Miao Miao, so he didn't really get what Sun Jingtao meant by foresaw the disaster. But that wasn't the point right now, so he didn't ask. Instead, he said anxiously, so what do we do? If his son was being held by a criminal gang, wouldn't going there be suicide? But even if it was suicide, he was going. Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing fell silent. Even the people just escorting supplies were armed with submachine guns. The security and firepower at their headquarters must be on another level. After all, the 4 of them barely had enough weapons to fill the gaps in their teeth. It looked like brains, not brawn, would be their only chance. We're here anyway. I say we scout things out first, Jiang Yan said calmly, standing up. So, what if they had submachine guns? She had a whole armory stashed in her space. If push came to shove, she'd just let them have a taste of a couple of grenades. If they really were connected to the Blazing Flame base, she'd just take them all out, grab the gold, and disappear. You're right, let's scout it out first, Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing quickly agreed. Zhao Pengfei slapped his thigh. Yeah, let's check things out. Worst case, we just end up with a scar the size of a bowl on our necks. The other 3 couldn't help but laugh, the heavy mood lifting a little. So, we're heading straight to Boyue Royal Mansion? Yeah. They wasted no time, quickly lowering the rubber boat back into the water, gearing up and hopping in. Though it was unlikely they'd run into the same convoy as before, they still took a detour to be safe. After about half an hour, the sign on top of Boyue Royal Mansion came into view. The complex had 6 buildings, arranged like an airplane spreading its wings. The nose was the apartment building with the helipad. The other 5 wings were residential buildings a bit shorter. But the buildings were all pretty close together. Go around to the residential building farthest from the apartment, directly facing the hotel, Jiang Yan instructed. She was used to surveillance herself and worried the enemy might have cameras outside the building. Good idea, Sun Jingtao agreed. They quickly made their way to the chosen building. Probably because of the ground floor shops, the water level here only reached up to the 20th floor. The hallway was narrow, so they broke into someone's living room with a fire axe and entered that way. To be safe, they stowed the rubber boat and hid it well. After prying open the opposite apartment, they crept along the wall, moving cautiously. Yi Qing took out his binoculars and peered across. Jiang Yan, you're amazing. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. What is it? There are 2 pleasure boats docked outside the apartment building. They're moving supplies. The rain's too heavy to see what exactly, but I don't see any assault boats. Those two assault boats are probably shuttling back and forth as escorts, Jiang Yan analyzed. Let me see, Sun Jingtu said, taking the binoculars from Yiqing and switching places. After a look, he handed them to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan checked, saw nothing unusual, and passed them to Zhao Pengfei. So what now? Everyone was both excited and anxious. We'll have to wait until nightfall, Jiang Yan said, gazing outside, her mind racing. Sun Jingtu nodded. Yeah, it's too dangerous to act during the day. Zhao Pengfei sighed quietly. I'm going next door for a bit, Jiang Yan said, clutching her stomach. The other three assumed she needed to take care of personal business and didn't ask further. It's too dark in the hallway. Want me to help you pry the door open? Yiqing stepped forward and offered. This building was fully renovated. The security doors were already installed, and a red Chinese knot hung from the handle, giving it a festive look. But the door was locked. To get in, they'd have to break it down. Jiang Yan shook her head and declined with a smile. No need. I'll just go back to the place from earlier. Sun Jingtu watched her leave, feeling a bit guilty inside. It was probably that honey ginger tea that upset her stomach. The honey at home had been exposed to high temperatures, so it was likely spoiled. Let's go, Tao Zhao. We should discuss how to get in, Yiqing said, heading toward the bathroom first. The apartments here didn't have curtains installed yet. Only the bathroom had a small ventilation window, making it the most private spot. Yeah, Sun Jingtu and Zhao Pengfei followed him in. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan closed the door to the apartment across the hall, went straight into a bedroom, and locked the door behind her. The room was empty, with a thick layer of dust on the bay window. With a thought, she took out a dust cover from her space and spread it out, then pulled out a laptop and a hard drive. Jia. Mama, what are you doing? Next to her, Huabao's beady little eyes were wide and round with curiosity. It had overheard all of Sun Jingtu and the others' conversation. It knew they were about to head somewhere dangerous. Jiang Yan joked, I'm going to play secret agent. Jia. Secret agents are so cool. Mama, I want to be a secret agent too. Jiang Yan smiled, turned on the laptop, and glanced warily outside. The computer booted up quickly. Jiang Yan plugged in the hard drive and started searching. Earlier, when she'd paid someone handsomely to download and back up some online data for her, they'd also suggested, including for the price, collecting some architectural blueprints for Anming, among other things. That person was a top hacker, able to break into all sorts of systems and databases. She hadn't paid much attention at the time. But now, if the blueprints for the 101 Sky Hotel happened to be in there, sneaking in would be much easier. At least she could avoid those annoying surveillance cameras. Of course, maybe she was overthinking it. Maybe the enemy had already cut off water and power. Besides, it was pouring rain outside, and with Sun Jingtu and the others nearby, she couldn't take out her flight suit. But she still had her wall-crawling gadget in her space. And that, at least, was easy enough to explain. 101 Sky Hotel HVAC System Blueprints.cd 101 Sky Hotel Surveillance Camera Layout.cd Boyue Royal Mansion Blueprints.cd The search results popped up quickly. Jiang Yan's heart leapt. Huabao, look. Memorize every detail of these blueprints. She could only get a rough idea herself. The rest would have to rely on Huabao, her AI brain. With Huabao navigating, she wouldn't have to worry about dropping into the wrong spot and getting riddled with bullets. Jia. Got it, Mama. 4 or 5 minutes passed in a flash. Jiang Yan put the laptop back into her space, took out a vanilla latte to drink, chewed a piece of gum to mask the coffee smell, and then left the room. When she returned to the previous apartment, Sun Jingtu and the others were crouched on the floor of a small street-facing bedroom, drawing an assault plan with their fingers on the dusty tiles. The floor was covered in dust, which made a perfect canvas. Jiang Yan, you're back. Are you okay? Yiqing looked up concerned. I'm fine, Jiang Yan nodded, then asked, what are you guys doing? Sun Jingtu explained their plan, then said, we're thinking of splitting into pairs and sneaking in after dark. One team will look for where the kids and women are being held, the other will go after Ma Longbiao or their boss. What do you think? Jiang Yan thought for a second, glanced at the three of them, and said, "I'm planning to sneak in from the rooftop." The rooftop. The three men stared at her in disbelief. Even if there was power, taking the elevator to the roof wasn't realistic. Let alone now, with no electricity at all. If the enemy had backup power, they'd use it for critical systems, not the elevators. That's right, Jiang Yan nodded. But how are you going to get up there? Yiqing asked, puzzled. I'll climb up the exterior wall. As she spoke, Jiang Yan opened her backpack and took out a strange device that looked like a black turtle shell and two gecko-like claws. I bought this wall-crawling gadget for a lot of money when I was filming high-altitude exploration videos. She made up the story on the spot. None of the three were her die-hard fans, so they had no idea what kind of videos she'd filmed. Besides, she was known as a rich heiress and influencer with plenty of time and money. As long as it wasn't a hot weapon or a yacht or helicopter, she could always find an excuse to pull out some high-tech gadget. Her backpack was already deflated, looking like it was made just to carry this thing. And as for a lot of money, she wasn't lying. It had cost her $2 million. After all, it was a brand new product developed by the US military at great expense. This time, the three men were completely speechless. They'd only ever seen stuff like this in sci-fi movies. In real life, most of these products were just flashy concepts. Wow, poverty really limits my imagination. I remember seeing something like this in a movie years ago. Wasn't it Jason Statham in The Mechanic? I never thought it actually existed. Zhao Pengfei exclaimed, then glanced at the shotgun on Sun Jingtao's back and sighed heavily. To be honest, being able to team up with you guys this time, I could die happy. Jiang Yan. Sun Jingtao stared at the strange gadget for a long moment, a flash of wariness in his eyes. Jiang Yan, did you actually go through secret agent training? If she had, and was hiding out in an ordinary neighborhood, she was probably an agent from an enemy force. No wonder his wife had always wondered why someone worth billions, with dozens of luxury homes, would move into a regular apartment complex. And she had a gun and was such a good shot. It all made sense now. After all, the line between friend and foe was always clear. But then he realized what kind of agent would admit to being an agent. And right now, she was risking her life to save people with them. Forget it, he was probably overthinking. Jiang Yan just made a questioning sound, not realizing that he'd just gone through a whole mental spiral and talked himself out of it. It's nothing, I was just overthinking. Sun Jingtao gave an awkward smile, then joked, so Jiang Yan, are you about to become Spider-Woman and infiltrate the enemy's lair? Jiang Yan smiled, neither confirming nor denying. You could say that. Can this thing really support the weight of an adult? And the outer wall is all wet, won't that affect how well it sticks? Yiqing's concerns were clearly different from Sun Jingtao's. Jiang Yan picked up one of the claws and explained, believe it or not, even a single finger on this thing can hold up 100 kilograms. The three of them were visibly skeptical, not even bothering to hide it. No way. Do you know which creature in nature has the strongest adhesive power? Since they could only act at night and had some time to kill, Jiang Yan threw out the question. Gecko, Zhao Pengfei answered quickly. Sun Jingtao and Yiqing both nodded in agreement. Jiang Yan shook her head. No, actually, it's Boston ivy. A plant? Their jaws practically hit the floor. A mature Boston ivy sucker can generate 112 times the adhesive force of a gecko's foot. To put it another way, a mature Boston ivy can support up to 2.8 million times its own weight. These two claws were designed based on the Boston ivy as bionic hands. Their adhesive and load-bearing abilities are nothing to scoff at. Plus, there's an extra power system on the back. As she spoke, Jiang Yan patted the turtle shell-like device. Despite how high-tech it sounded, Yiqing was still worried. Jiang Yan, climbing the wall is dangerous. Since this thing is so strong, why don't I do it instead? With all the water outside, even if someone fell, they'd just get badly hurt. But if they were discovered, they might get riddled with bullets. Plus, sneaking in from above was clearly more dangerous than from below. No need. Jiang Yan refused without a second thought. Yiqing hadn't expected such a blunt rejection and was momentarily stunned. But he couldn't insist further anymore, and he'd just seem naggy. Jiang Yan understood Yiqing's concerns. But she had her own advantages: her space, Huabao, weapons, and a map. She had nothing to fear. All right, I trust Jiang Yan's abilities. Let's adjust the plan, Sun Jingta said. Yeah, the others nodded. The four of them quickly revised their plan. Instead of acting all at once, they decided Jiang Yan would start climbing first. Once she'd scouted things out upstairs, the others would move. That way, the team below could keep watch for her. If she fell, they could rescue her immediately. Later, they could also help draw away some of the enemy's attention and firepower. As for the timing, they chose after 1 a.m., when most people would be asleep or drowsy, and security would be at its weakest. Unable to bear the others' worry, Jiang Yan finally put on the climbing gear and demonstrated it for them. Seeing her hang steadily from the roof with just one hand, everyone finally relaxed a little. Time passed unnoticed, and evening arrived. They kept the lights off. After a simple meal, apart from occasionally checking the building opposite with binoculars, they spent the rest of the time running through possible scenarios in their minds. It was cold inside, and everyone was at least a little damp, making it feel even colder. But they didn't dare light a fire for warmth, afraid of drawing attention. Later, Sun Jingtao pulled Yiqing next door to practice military boxing and warm up. That left Zhao Pengfei and Jiang Yan in the small room. Sigh, who knows how long this rain will last? Zhao Pengfei glanced worriedly out the window, muttering to himself. What he was really thinking was, I wonder how my son is doing. But he couldn't say it out loud. Jiang Yan, resting with her eyes closed, frowned slightly at his words. So many things in this life had already diverged from her previous one. She could only hope nothing stranger would happen from now on. Soon, it was 1 a.m. Yiqing checked the building opposite. Jiang Yan, be careful. If anything seems off, come back immediately, the others reminded her, still worried. Jiang Yan nodded. The pouring rain provided good cover. It was so dark outside, there wasn't a hint of light. But with the night vision goggles Jiang Yan had given them, they could move without any trouble. For safety, they paddled slowly. Occasionally, the inflatable boat bumped into something, making dull thud sounds. Curious, Zhao Pengfei leaned over to look and saw a rotting, pale face. The eyes were gone, the mouth gaping open in a grotesque, terrifying expression. A chill ran down Zhao Pengfei's spine. He was nearly scared out of his wits. But he managed to keep his mouth shut and didn't scream. Why are there so many bodies around here? He whispered, still shaken. He silently prayed none of them were his son. The others saw it too, and all gasped in shock. The water was littered with naked corpses, in various stages of decay. Most were women and children, with a few men. Without exception, their eyes were missing, or their stomachs and chests had been cut open. Some had intestines and organs floating outside their bodies. On some corpses, you could even see black mutant leeches. This area was a blind spot, right where two residential buildings connected. You couldn't see it through binoculars during the day. Their organs must have been harvested, Sun Jingtao said grimly. Live specimens, missing organs. What on earth are these people doing? It did confirm they'd found the right place, but Yiqing had a bad feeling. Jiang Yan, maybe you shouldn't go up, he said. They were here to kill and rescue, not to die. I'll be fine, Jiang Yan said, already standing up. By now, the boat had reached the 101 Sky Hotel building. They'd come around the outside, deliberately avoiding the entrance where the pleasure boat was docked. The water level was up to about the 22nd or 23rd floor. Jiang Yan raised her hand and, like a gecko with a turtle shell on her back, started climbing the wall. The others stayed in the boat, keeping watch and anxiously looking up. Huabao pulled up the hotel's external surveillance and HVAC system diagrams, guiding her on the best route. In less than 3 minutes, Jiang Yan had already reached the 30th floor. Jiang Yan tilted her face up for a look. Directly above her head was a fairly large air vent. She was just about to climb around the side to reach the rooftop helipad when whoop whoop whoop, the distant sound of helicopter blades echoed from the sky nearby. Jiang Yan quickly glanced back, then turned and crawled straight into the ventilation duct. Down below, the others had also noticed the sound and light from above. Quick, move to the side. Sun Jingtao hurriedly paddled the rubber boat into a corner, hiding themselves as best they could. The helicopter circled above the 101 Sky Hotel for a while before finally landing on the rooftop helipad. The engine was soon shut off, but there was no sound of the cabin door opening. It seemed whoever was inside was waiting for someone. Jiang Yan frowned. At this hour, who could they be waiting for? She didn't dwell on it, instead continuing to climb up. Once she reached a safe corner in the duct, she focused her mind and entered her storage space. She took off her soaked raincoat and climbing gear, changed into an identical tracksuit jacket, then used an absorbent towel to wipe the rain from her hair and face. Once fully equipped again, she exited the space. This time, in addition to her night vision goggles, she added a simple filter mask with antitoxin capabilities and a pair of blast-proof earplugs that wouldn't affect her hearing. There was no helping it, the dust in the duct was just too thick. And the smell wasn't pleasant either. Now fully prepared for round 2, Jiang Yan continued crawling through the ventilation system, guided by Huabao's navigation, heading deeper into the hotel. Her first destination was the lobby area. If the enemy's main base was on the rooftop, then the lobby would surely be heavily guarded. By observing the lobby, she could get a sense of their overall strength. Besides, there would be hidden maintenance hatches and air vents there, making it easier to observe the internal environment. The hotel's air conditioning was all central air. The size of the ventilation ducts above each room varied. With Huabao's help, she was able to stick to the wider sections, avoiding areas where the ducts were too narrow to crawl through. To minimize noise, Jiang Yan moved very slowly, taking a long time to finally reach the lobby area. Peering through an air vent, she could just make out some light. It was ordinary lighting. Jiang Yan was taken aback. Earlier, when they'd observed from outside with binoculars all afternoon, the Sky Hotel had been pitch black from top to bottom, with not a single light source visible. Clearly, the enemy's counter-surveillance awareness and defensive measures were top-notch. She inched her head closer to the vent. Then, Jiang Yan took out her binoculars. What she saw made her quietly suck in a breath. The once glamorous hotel lobby, with all its luxurious decorations and the grand piano, had been cleared out. In the now empty space, guards stood every few steps, 7 or 8 men in black tactical gear, each holding a black submachine gun. Their posture was upright and disciplined. If not for the words, Jindun Security, emblazoned on their chests, and the black and red tattoos on their faces, hands, and necks, Jiang Yan might have mistaken this for a regular military facility. The lobby's original 360-degree panoramic glass windows were now tightly covered with multiple layers of blackout curtains. No wonder. Further in, the open lobby bar area had been walled off with light steel framing and drywall. It looked like a quick, makeshift renovation. There were no windows, just a single door. The door was tightly shut, with 2 young men in camouflage uniforms standing guard, rifles at the ready. Judging by their uniforms and bearing, they were clearly regular soldiers. Bright light spilled from the crack beneath the door. Jiang Yan was more than a little puzzled. Thinking of the helicopter on the rooftop, a bold and strange idea flashed through her mind. Besides, it was nearly 2 a.m., and yet the place was brightly lit. These people were seriously dedicated. Even a 007-level corporate drone would have to give them a thumbs up. With these thoughts, Jiang Yan continued crawling slowly above the lobby bar. "Hey Zhao Zhang, did you guys hear something rustling in the duct above?" One of the young men below suddenly looked up, his eyes wary as he glanced at the ceiling. But all he saw was the lavish dome and the reflections of a few people. The dome was covered in hand-blown colored glass flowers, densely packed and dazzlingly beautiful. Another man replied dismissively, "Yeah, I heard it. It's normal. The hotel kitchens always had a lot of rats. Some of them are tough enough to survive the heat." You think they might have mutated?" Hush, are you stupid? Is this the time to talk about that? The man quickly glanced toward the lobby bar. The one who'd spoken first went pale and immediately fell silent. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan had just crawled above the lobby bar when she heard a vigorous old man's voice from the room below. Zhao Nianzhu, this wall looks pretty rough. Is the soundproofing any good? As he spoke, the old man knocked on the wall. A dull thud, thud, thud echoed from the drywall. Don't worry, Mr. Mo, time was tight, so we used drywall, but as per Brother Shue's instructions, we packed it with thick soundproofing insulation. The effect is excellent, replied another man, sounding middle-aged. Yes, Miao Miao specifically reminded me about this base, so we took extra care, said another middle-aged man. Shui Dajing, speaking of Miao Miao, the higher-ups are already watching this place. All the factions are busy fighting for power in the chaos. If we slip up, all our previous efforts will be wasted. So there are some things I can't cover up for you anymore. You'd better move your people, supplies, and equipment out of here within the next 2 days. The old man paused, then continued. And this building can't be left behind. Once the rain stops, someone nosy is bound to find clues here. Understood. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Mo. I'll report back to Miao Miao right away. Also, the heart and pair of retinas you requested, we'll make sure to match them for you as soon as possible. As for the building, we've got plenty of explosives in the warehouse. Before we leave, we'll take care of it. No loose ends. The old man nodded in satisfaction. Good. Jiang Yan's breath caught. Shui Dajing, Miao Miao, heart and retina matching, blowing up the building. If she remembered correctly, Shui Dajing was rumored to be Shui Miao Miao's biological uncle. If she'd only suspected before that the young Master Shui at the Blazing Flame base was Shui Miao Miao, now her guess was all but confirmed. And according to official records and Dao Inping's testimony, the head of Jindun security was none other than Zhao Nianzhu. So, it seemed, the supposedly all-powerful Zhao Nianzhu, who straddled both the legal and illegal worlds, was nothing more than a tool of the Shui family. In Jiang Yan's eyes, Ma Longbiao and that scar-faced man were already vicious enough. But compared to Zhao Nianzhu and Shui Dajing, those two were nothing but small-time thugs who couldn't make it to the big leagues. As for that old Mo, he sounded like some high-ranking official. His speech was measured and precise, carrying an air of authority. Jiang Yan's nerves instinctively tensed up. To be safe, she dared not crawl any further. Instead, she quietly released the man-eating flower in her palm. Flower baby, go take a look. Jia jia jia. Okay, mommy. Flower baby couldn't stray too far from her, but the distance from her current hiding spot to the air conditioning vent was less than 3 meters. Turning into a transparent, gaseous form, Flower baby slithered stealthily to the vent, flattened its grinning head into a thin sheet, and peeked through. At the moment, it looked almost invisible, though Jiang Yan could still see it as usual. Barely 3 seconds later, Flower baby twisted its toothy face back toward her. Jia jia jia. Mommy, I smell the scent of gold bars. Lots of them. Right inside the room. After speaking, Flower baby hungrily licked its fangs with a scarlet tongue. Jiang Yan was delighted. Be patient, keep looking. Jia jia jia. Okay. Flower baby turned back and began describing the scene inside the room to Jiang Yan in detail. The room looked like a conference room. There were 2 oil heaters in the corners, radiating warmth. The conference table was piled high with large boxes. The scent of gold bars was coming from 3 inconspicuous metal boxes near the old man's seat. As for the other boxes, they looked like they were made of genuine leather. No telling what was inside. There was a faint, pungent smell of formalin in the air. Only 3 people were present. One was an elderly man, thin and sharp-eyed, his hair half white. The other 2 were burly men in their 30s. One had a face full of scars and tattoos on his hands and body, with a worm-like scar on the upper right of his forehead. His eyes were sinister, his features fierce, none other than Zhao Nianzhu, the head of Golden Shield Security. But at this moment, Zhao Nianzhu had lost all his usual arrogance and ferocity, and was acting completely subservient. The other man wore a large string of agarwood prayer beads and a washed-out white Zhongshan suit, looking kindly and benevolent. He was Shui Miaomiao's uncle, the outwardly friendly but inwardly ruthless Shui Dajing. It was said that most of the Shui family's underground businesses were run by him. He had apparently emigrated years ago to a small country with no extradition treaty with China. Knock, knock, knock. Someone rapped on the door, and a clear female voice called from outside, "Grandpa." Zhao Nianzu looked to the old man for instructions. "Old M.O." The old man nodded slightly. With permission, Zhao Nianzu strode to the door, opened it, and bowed respectfully to the person outside. "Miss M.O." A striking young woman appeared in the doorway, poised, with rosy lips and white teeth, exuding an extraordinary aura. She wore a black fitted outfit and knee-high boots, her figure curvy and well-proportioned. A black tactical pouch was buckled at her waist, and from the look of it, she was probably carrying a handgun. "Miss M.O." Shui Dajing also stood up with a broad smile. The girl lifted her chin with a hint of arrogance, ignoring Zhao Nianzu and Shui Dajing's polite greetings as she walked straight toward the old man. Flower Baby made a point of telling Jiang Yan that the woman had long, wavy hair and wore strong perfume. Long waves, perfume. Jiang Yan mused. In this post-apocalyptic world, most women had cut their hair short. It was easier to manage and safer. Beauty meant little compared to survival and a full stomach. Anyone who could still wear bright lipstick, keep long waves, and use perfume must be living a life of extreme privilege. Her luck today was truly something else. She'd only come to check out a few security guards' hideouts. Instead, she'd stumbled onto a group of big fish and uncovered a shocking secret. "Yao Ao, come here." The old man smiled kindly and beckoned the girl over. "Grandpa, the other helicopter has arrived too. Shouldn't we head back?" "It's getting late." Mo Shiryao walked up to the old man, grabbed his hand, and gave it a gentle shake. Jiang Yan's heart skipped a beat. Thank goodness. The arrival of a second helicopter outside would probably delay Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing's operation for quite a while. Otherwise, if they'd charged in as originally planned, they might have been wiped out. These people were far more dangerous than anyone had imagined. The worst part was, there was no way to contact Yi Qing and the others. Speaking of equipment, Jiang Yan remembered that the guards outside had walkie-talkies clipped to their chests. She frowned, then rummaged through her spatial inventory and pulled out an electromagnetic interference filter. That device could disrupt the guards' walkie-talkie communications at close range. But for now, she'd better not use it. Just in case. Although she hadn't noticed any surveillance equipment, she also took out a camera jammer, just in case. "By the way, old M.O., do you want to personally inspect the shipment?" Shui Dajing asked, reaching for one of the leather boxes. "No need. It's late, and I don't want to see anything bloody at this hour," the old man said, patting his granddaughter's hand as he stood up. Jiang Yan, no wonder there was a smell of formalin. What on earth were these people up to? After speaking, the old man's sharp gaze swept over the metal boxes. These gold bars were all taken from the official treasury, so the quality is guaranteed. But nowadays, gold has lost its value. Why are you still collecting it? Ahem, family scandals shouldn't be aired in public, but since you're asking, old M.O., I won't hide it. Miao Miao insists on this golden cage for a beauty nonsense. Shui Dajing cleared his throat and fiddled with his prayer beads. He's hired some master craftsmen to make a batch of solid gold bird cages. He didn't elaborate further. Anyone could guess what it meant to put a beauty in a golden cage, especially if you needed a whole batch. Talk about extravagant depravity. Huh, Shui Miao Miao's twisted tastes haven't changed a bit, have they? Mo Shiryao sneered coldly. Shui Dajing looked a bit embarrassed, but said nothing. As for Zhao Nianzu, he'd already tried to make himself invisible. The old man chuckled. Yao, that's just a little fun for young people. You wouldn't understand. Fun? More like perversion. Mo Shiryao retorted mercilessly, then urged the old man again. Grandpa, let's go. If we stay up any later, all my beauty sleep these past few days will be wasted. Hee hee, all right. The old man, once so imposing, now looked the picture of doting affection. Meow Meow has heard that Miss Mo is an excellent shot. She's been talking my ear off about it, saying that if she ever gets the chance, she'd like to see it for herself. At this moment, Shui Dajing had already returned to his usual self. He looked at Mo Shiryao with a flattering smile as he spoke cheerfully. This time, Mo Shiryao didn't bother to reply. She simply lifted her chin slightly and let out a cold, disdainful snort. Zhao Nianzhu had already opened the door and called in a few of his men. Pointing at the leather suitcases filled with body parts, he said, "Take this one, and that one, move them all onto the helicopter. They're full of glass containers, so be careful and handle them gently. And these 3 boxes of gold, put them in storage room number 1 in the mezzanine. Tomorrow, together with the jewelry inside, have it all shipped to the Blazing Flame base." Upon hearing Zhao Nianzhu's words, the man-eating plant was so excited that its little leaves perked up with a whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Jia, jia, jia. Mama, the gold is going into storage room number 1 in the mezzanine. I heard it too. We'll go there in a bit. Jiang Yan was delighted as well. She and Hua Bao had studied the building's blueprints. The so-called mezzanine was the transitional area built with steel structures between the 30th floor and the helipad. It really was like searching high and low only to find it effortlessly. Now, not only did she know where the gold was stored, but she also knew that at least 3 large boxes of ultra-pure gold from the official treasury were waiting for her. That 0.4% upgrade requirement, she'd definitely be able to meet it. All that crawling through cold, filthy ducts and breathing in dust hadn't been for nothing. Shui Dajing, are you leaving with us later? There are 2 helicopters anyway, we can give you a lift. It was the old man's voice. Shui Dajing didn't put up much of a fuss. All right, thank you, Elder Mo. Elder Mo, Miss Mo, Brother Shui, let me see you out. Zhao Nianzhu quickly followed. Elder Mo raised his hand to stop him. It's getting late. Since you still have things to do, you should stay here. Now wasn't the time for pomp and ceremony. The fewer people, the lower the profile, the more secretive it would be. Even though it was pouring rain and so late at night, there would naturally be few people around to notice. But it never hurts to be cautious. All right then. Elder Mo, Miss Mo, Brother Shui, have a safe trip and get some rest when you get back. Zhao Nianzhu bowed respectfully and stood in place, watching as the group left the lobby. Hua Bao's spines coiled around the air conditioning vent, its head drooping down, little eyes darting about as if checking which way the old man and his group had gone. Jia, jia, jia. Mama, they've left. Should we follow them? The man-eating plant watched as the old man and his group exited through a side door of the lobby, then glanced at the conference room. Is everyone gone? Jiang Yan asked. She was still lying in the duct, completely unaware. Jiang Yan couldn't help but laugh and cry at Hua Bao's talent for giving people nicknames. Still, it was a good thing it had learned so much about human society and relationships online. It saved her the trouble of explaining everything. Jiang Yan thought for a moment, then said, "Don't go yet. Let's keep watching." This was the headquarters of Golden Shield Security. She figured Zhao Nianzhu would definitely stay behind. She guessed that when the old man and Shui Dajing left, they'd probably take some guards with them. At the very least, those 2 elite soldiers at the door would leave. And once the 2 helicopters were gone, Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing's group would probably make their move. If only Golden Shield's people were left, things would be much easier for them. But as for herself, her first priority was to find storage room number 1 and get the gold. After all, that was the main reason she'd come here. Hey, you guys, get this up here. Zhao Nianzhu's voice rang out. But now his tone was clearly different. When Elder Mo and Shui Dajing were around, his voice had been low, full of deference and respect. Now there was a clear note of arrogance and brashness. His voice was much louder, and he stood up straighter. Damn it, a surprise attack in the middle of the night. I'm exhausted. What time is it, for crying out loud? Zhao Nianzhu plopped himself down at the head of the conference table, propped his feet up arrogantly, and cursed with an annoyed look on his face. A guard next to him set down his submachine gun, pulled out a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. "Boss, wanna smoke?" "Yeah," Zhao Nianzhu grunted. "Go get those property managers up here." "Damn it, I'm still working my ass off in the middle of the night, and they're all sleeping like babies." "Shit. Okay, boss." The young man who'd offered him a cigarette hunched over and hurried out. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan took advantage of Zhao Nianzhu's relaxed state to slowly crawl to the air vent. But the vent was on the side, so she could only see part of the room. Now, on the conference table, there was a new box with a big black skull on it. It must have been under the table before and just got put up. On the side of the box, there were 3 red letters, TNT. TNT? Isn't that an explosive? Jiang Yan frowned. Before she could think further, she heard a rush of footsteps outside the conference room. Soon, 7 or 8 men with fierce looks and all sorts of heavy weapons appeared in the lobby. Jiang Yan immediately spotted Ma Longbiao among them. In the crowd, he didn't stand out in terms of presence or build, he looked like a chubby, black quail. But the cold, vicious look in his eyes was unmatched. "Boss." The group stood at the door and bowed respectfully in unison. Even though they'd been dragged out of their warm beds in the middle of the night, they were all wide awake and alert. Jiang Yan glanced at their clothes and gear and understood. They probably slept fully dressed. Their vigilance was obvious. Zhao Nianzhu nodded slightly. "Sit." The group filed into the conference room and sat quietly on either side. Zhao Nianzhu glanced at them. "The supplies, women, and children you all handed over this time, young Master Xue is very satisfied." Jiang Yan. After a pause, Zhao Nianzhu pointed at the box on the table. "So this is young Master Xue's gift to everyone tonight." At his words, everyone's excitement instantly turned to terror. They glanced at the box and immediately understood, their brows furrowing, but no one dared to ask. The young man who had offered Zhao Nianzhu a cigarette stepped forward and carefully opened the box with the skull on it. When Jiang Yan saw clearly what was inside the skull-marked box, her heart skipped a beat. It was a top-tier encrypted vest made with mini-explosives, each bomb only about 4 to 5 centimeters long and 1 to 2 centimeters wide. Just one of them packed a serious punch. Once someone put it on, they could never take it off for the rest of their life. Back when Jiang Yan went to America to buy arms, the seller had recommended this thing to her. But she hadn't bought it, it was just too cruel. It was like the ancient practice of raising death warriors. Usually, only certain private armies or mercenary groups would use this on operatives who needed to be kept absolutely secret. "One for each of you, everyone gets one." Young Master Xue said, "As long as you all complete the tasks assigned earlier, and don't leak a single word, your reward will be a lifetime's free residency at the Blazing Flame base. This right of residence includes your families. But if, by any chance, someone slips up and leaks information, well, I don't need to spell out what happens next. Your families will be well taken care of by the base. And your compensation, rest assured, the base will give every cent to your loved ones." Zhao Nianzhu swept his gaze over the group, his tone passionate and stirring. The crowd's faces were a mix of excitement and worry. The young man had already taken the vests out of the box and placed one in front of each person. Zhao Nianzhu's words sounded calm on the surface, but the threat behind them was crystal clear. Ma Longbiao and a few others were ruthless killers outside. But most of the people here, while cruel to others, cared deeply for their own families. Not to mention, their families were already in Xue Miaomiao's hands. The methods of their enemies were more terrifying than any living devil, they wouldn't dare defy them. Don't worry, these vests are waterproof, sweat-proof, heat-resistant, and extremely impact-resistant. No matter how much you move around in daily life, it won't affect you. But if you're ever captured or caught by the authorities, well, you know what to do. Zhao Nianzhu grinned meaningfully as he mentioned, vigorous activity. "Yes, boss." Hearing the innuendo in Zhao Nianzhu's words, no one could bring themselves to smile. After a collective deep breath, several men quickly stripped off their jackets and slipped the vests over their bare torsos. Not a single person begged for mercy, nor did anyone dare to. Their relationship with Zhao Nianzhu wasn't so much superior and subordinate, but more like partners in crime. After all, In this post-apocalyptic world, they knew that sticking closely to the blazing flame base and clinging to young Master Shui was their only way to survive. As for the rest, these were men who lived on the edge, with hundreds of lives on their hands, controlling thousands more. They were already used to doing as they pleased. Who could possibly catch them? Sorry, that person hasn't been born yet. Seeing his subordinate's obedience, Zhao Nianzu couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. Watching the farce unfold in the room, Jiang Yan felt a growing sense of unease. Sun Jingtao and the others had no idea that there were now so many walking bombs in the building. No, she had to act quickly. All right, it's getting late. Everyone, you're dismissed, Zhao Nianzu said, swinging his legs down from the conference table and standing up. Just as Jiang Yan thought he was about to leave the conference room, she saw his right hand dart out with lightning speed, snatching the submachine gun from the young man beside him. The whole process was smooth as flowing water. Jiang Yan was stunned, and the others were completely baffled. Boss, the young man whose gun had been taken trembled, his face a mix of shame and fear, completely lost. Before Jiang Yan or Hua Bao could react, Zhao Nianzu raised the submachine gun and unleashed a wild burst of fire at the area where Jiang Yan was hiding. Dust flew everywhere and chunks of plaster ceiling crashed to the floor. Clang! A broken stainless steel ventilation duct crashed down, shattering 2 marble tiles. Bang! As the duct fell, Jiang Yan leapt out with cat-like agility. She reached out, hooked her hands onto a crossbeam above, and with a light push off the falling duct, landed gracefully on the conference table. With another nimble step and a quick spin, she landed solidly on the ground, fully armed, but covered in dust. After crawling through the ducts for so long, her clothes and hair were streaked with gray, as if she'd just crawled out of a dust nest. But none of it could hide her sharp, commanding presence. Hua Bao had already leapt in front of Jiang Yan, jaws wide open, instantly shielding her. Being transparent, Hua Bao didn't block Jiang Yan's view at all. Hua Bao, her weapon, and her bulletproof vest, these were Jiang Yan's confidence to face everyone head-on. For a moment, she'd considered slipping into her space, but ultimately decided against it. If all their firepower was focused on her, she'd be doomed. Sure, she could hide in her space forever, but she preferred to fight head-on. She wouldn't be satisfied until these murderous scum were wiped out. Besides, when they fired, they'd aimed around her, clearly intending to capture her alive. Still, she was puzzled. How had they pinpointed her so accurately? She'd made sure to wipe off every trace of moisture from her body. As she pondered this, Jiang Yan switched on her electromagnetic interference filter. At the same time, she pulled a CZ-805 Bren assault rifle with a 100-round magazine from her space. All of this happened in a flash. What the? Ma Longbiao and the others were first shocked by Zhao Nianzu's sudden gun grab and wild shooting, then completely stunned by Jiang Yan's sudden, dramatic appearance. Her agility, full combat gear, and the powerful weapon in her hands were far beyond anything they'd expected. 2 of them even wondered if they were dreaming. No matter what they were thinking, their instincts kicked in, their weapons all swung toward Jiang Yan in a split second. The tension in the room was palpable, a hair-trigger standoff. Boss, what's going on? Several guards outside rushed to the door, submachine guns at the ready, panic in their voices. Seeing Jiang Yan suddenly appear and the gaping hole in the ceiling, their pupils shrank and a chill ran down their spines. Especially the 2 young men who'd been chatting outside, they exchanged glances, realization dawning. So there really was someone hiding in the ceiling, not just a rat. Everyone on site was on high alert, as if facing a formidable enemy. Though fear was palpable, the other side was clearly well-trained. Boss, should we tell the brothers downstairs to search the whole building perimeter? A young man picked up his walkie-talkie, his expression tense as he asked for instructions. Hearing this, Jiang Yan realized that Sun Jingtao and the others probably hadn't launched their attack yet. Of course, it was also possible they'd already infiltrated quietly and were just waiting for the right moment to strike. Yes, tell them to check the water cell and the operations room immediately. If even a single hand is missing, I'll hold you all accountable. And if anyone tries to use the chaos to escape, kill them all, leave no one alive." Zhao Nianzu's eyes lifted coldly, his gaze as venomous and ruthless as a viper. The earthworm-like scar on his forehead made his vicious face look even more hideous and terrifying. "Yes, sir." No sooner had the young man replied than his eyes flickered with panic. "Boss, this is bad. The walkie-talkies are dead." The others quickly tried theirs, but all they heard was a burst of static and the sound of lost signal. In an instant, everyone's fear spiked to the max. But Zhao Nianzu just tugged the corner of his mouth into a calm, cold sneer and snorted. "Go. Take this infrared detector and check the rooftop. See how many people are hiding up there like geckos." As he spoke, Zhao Nianzu took off something from his wrist that looked like a fitness tracker and tossed it to the young man. The device's face was a large, grid-like mirror with a flashing red arrow in the center. Jiang Yan instantly understood. So this was the high-tech gadget they'd used to spot her. Which meant, how long had they been aware of her presence? "Yes, boss." The young man hurried out with the device. The room fell into silence. Ma Longbiao squinted at Jiang Yan, who seemed vaguely familiar. Although she wore tactical goggles and a special mask that covered her face completely, her aura and build were still quite recognizable. Zhao Nianzu's lips twitched as he looked at Jiang Yan, his tone eerie. "Little girl, you've been lying up there all this time. Must be cold and uncomfortable, huh?" Jiang Yan ignored him, only raising an eyebrow and letting out a cold laugh. What Zhao Nianzu didn't know was that, at that very moment, the invisible Huabao had already silently wrapped itself around his neck, wrists, and ankles. It was just hovering there, not yet tightening or exerting force. Take out the leader first, an eternal rule in any fight. Huabao's 3 vines, each no longer than 4 or 5 meters, were more than enough to restrain one person and still leave 2 vines free to keep Jiang Yan protected. Seeing Jiang Yan's look of disdain, Zhao Nianzu's face darkened. He changed his tone, erupting in anger. "Tell me, do you have accomplices? Who sent you? What are you doing on my turf in the middle of the night?" Jiang Yan was about to signal Huabao to act when Ma Longbiao suddenly shouted in alarm. "Boss, she's Jiang Yan. The one from Qianshui Bay I told you about." Zhao Nianzu frowned slightly at this. He tried to speak, but suddenly found his throat blocked, as if a snake as thick as a wrist was coiling tightly around his neck. The pressure increased. He tried to move his limbs to signal his men, only to realize his wrists and ankles were also bound. He could only glare frantically at the others, eyes bulging and face turning red. The others quickly sensed something was wrong. "Boss, what's wrong?" Zhao Nianzu seemed to be under some kind of spell. Ma Longbiao stared at Jiang Yan's calm face, demanding in terror. "Jiang Yan, what did you do to our boss?" This woman was seriously freaky. Not only did she have guns and weapons, she could even use sorcery. If this wasn't a dimensionality reduction strike, what was? Everyone else turned to stare at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan's gaze lingered coldly on Zhao Nianzu's face. "If you want to live, drop your weapons, raise your hands, and back out of the room." As she spoke, she mentally signaled Huabao to loosen its grip on Zhao Nianzu's neck. He gasped desperately for air, panic in his voice. "Do as she says." "No." "Boss," the others hesitated, torn. With weapons, they could at least put up some resistance. After all, only the boss seemed to be under this sorcery. But if they all dropped their weapons, wouldn't they be putting their heads on the chopping block? Still, none dared defy the order. Zhao Nianzu tried to say more, but found his throat once again squeezed tightly by the invisible serpent. He frantically shot murderous glares at his men, anger and killing intent blazing in his eyes. But that anger wasn't directed at Jiang Yan, but at his own people, who still hadn't dropped their weapons. Suddenly, the pressure on his neck eased a little. He was about to speak when, crack, his right hand was snapped by a tremendous force. "Aff!" Zhao Nianzu howled in pain. "Get out. No. Or I'll kill him myself." "Shit." The others' pupils shrank, a chill running from their feet to their skulls. Clack. Clack. One by one, everyone dropped their weapons on the conference table and filed out the door. Jiang Yan deliberately brought up the rear. As she passed, she swept the submachine guns and other hot weapons off the table and stashed them all in her storage space. Open the curtains. Everyone stand by the window. Jiang Yan ordered, gun trained on them. The group exchanged glances, unsure of her intentions. Ma Longbiao, however, volunteered and quickly yanked the blackout curtains open. Outside, rain poured in torrents, the darkness impenetrable. With the lights on inside, the panicked faces of the group were reflected clearly in the floor-to-ceiling windows. Ma Longbiao, now at the front of the line, gave Jiang Yan a mocking smile. Jiang Yan, do you know what we're wearing? I'd advise you to think twice or else head. As he spoke, the remaining men wearing bomb vests grinned maliciously. If any of them detonated, they could take the whole building down. So if the enemy attacked, it would be mutual destruction. Jiang Yan ignored him, swept her cold gaze over the group, and mentally commanded, Hua Bao, get ready to attack. Jia Jia Jia. Yes, Mama. After quickly running through the plan with Hua Bao, Jiang Yan raised her assault rifle and fired a burst at the floor-to-ceiling windows. Crash! Glass shattered, and a cold wind mixed with pounding rain swept into the room. Everyone shivered, and at that moment, an invisible force swept up Zhao Nianzhu, face flushed, eyes bulging, and hurled him at the group. Ma Longbiao and the others, startled, reached for their detonation switches. Boom! In a flash, a powerful invisible shockwave swept up all the villains and flung them out into the rain. Boom! A thunderous explosion, like lightning ripping through the night, instantly illuminated everything around. Crash! Crash! Under the forceful shockwave of the explosion, all the glass windows on the side of the 101 Sky Hotel closest to the fireball shattered. Downstairs, Yi Qing and his two companions, who had just slipped into a room on the 23rd floor under the cover of night, suddenly felt a chill at the back of their heads and necks. Cold wind whipped up the blackout curtains and white sheer drapes by the floor-to-ceiling windows, making a howling sound, as icy raindrops pelted in with a crackle. Seeing the sudden burst of blinding daylight outside accompanied by a thunderous boom, the three exchanged wary glances. From the hallway outside the room, they could hear hurried footsteps. Judging by the sound, there were quite a few people stationed outside. What the Zhao Pengfei gaped for a second. Could it be that those two helicopters that just took off exploded in midair? Sun Jingtao shook his head, frowning tightly. No, that was a shockwave from a large amount of explosives detonating together. But why would those explosives go off in midair? That's a mystery. As he spoke, scattered flames rained down from the sky, hissing as they fell into the water below. Thud! A charred, tattooed, and scorched severed arm crashed through the window, landing right at Yi Qing's feet. Yi Qing's brow darkened. Brother Tao, something must have happened to Jiang Yan. I have to go up and find her. He turned and strode quickly toward the door, but Sun Jingtao grabbed him. Hold on, Yi. Yi Qing frowned in confusion. We're on the 23rd floor. Jiang Yan's on the 30th. Even if we want to go up, we'll have to fight our way there. If you just charge out like this, you'll be riddled with bullets, Sun Jingtao cautioned, shaking his head. Zhao Pengfei chimed in, Yeah, Yi, don't rush. Yi Qing clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and his gaze sharpened. Then we'll fight our way up. This floor is the entrance to their base. There are a lot of guards. I'll go check it out first. As Sun Jingtao spoke, he quickly moved to the door and pressed his ear against it. Yi Qing. Sun Jingtao listened intently for a moment, then straightened up. From the footsteps, it sounds like they've gone upstairs. I'll crack the door and check. When I count to 3, Yi Qing, open the door. Watch the corners, don't let them ambush us. Got it. Yi Qing and Zhao Pengfei nodded in unison. Sun Jingtao took a deep breath and slowly, quietly turned the doorknob. It was pitch black outside. Fortunately, they were all wearing the night vision goggles Jiang Yan had given them, so they could see everything clearly. Sun Jingtao quickly surveyed the scene outside. The building was cylindrical in shape. The elevators and stairwells were in the center, with rooms circling the outer edge. Right now, the hallway was eerily quiet. You could hear a pin drop. Sun Jingtao slowly raised his hand. 1, 2, 3. Yiqing opened the door and Sun Jingtao, shotgun at the ready, charged out first. Zhao Pengfei followed, with Yiqing bringing up the rear. Who's there? A voice called from the corner. Sure enough, there was a sentry, a bald young man with a large earring and a submachine gun, hiding behind a big ceramic vase near the elevator. Pfft. Wearing his night vision goggles, Yiqing took aim and fired, then dashed toward the source of the voice. His pistol was fitted with a suppressor, so the shot wasn't loud. But the man's scream of pain was. Luckily, before he could finish yelling, Yiqing was on him, pinning his body and covering his mouth. His shot hadn't been perfect, it hit the man's shoulder. Now, warm red blood was gushing from the wound. Sun Jingtao and Zhao Pengfei scanned the area warily, then hurried over, guns trained on the man's head. Where are the others? Dragging him into a room for questioning wasn't realistic, so Sun Jingtao kept his voice low. They went upstairs. The man's submachine gun had already been deftly taken by Yiqing. Noticing the walkie-talkie still blinking on the man's chest, Sun Jingtao threatened, radio them. Find out what floor they're on. If you say a single wrong word, I'll blow your head off. Boss, I can't reach them. Our signal's been jammed. We can only contact people on the same floor, the man stammered, eyes full of fear. Yiqing kept a tight grip over his mouth, only loosening it slightly for him to speak. Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, Sun Jingtao switched tactics. Tell me, which floor is your control center on? And where are the women and children being held? I don't know. The man's eyes darted, then he shook his head fiercely. Pengfei, cover his mouth. As Yiqing spoke, he pulled out a sharp dagger. Okay. As soon as Zhao Pengfei covered the man's mouth, Yiqing drove the blade into the bullet wound. As the wound widened, the fabric around it grew wetter with blood. The bald man shuddered, sweat beading on his forehead. If you want to live, nod. Otherwise, I won't mind digging the bullet out for you, Yiqing said slowly and coldly. The pressure was suffocating. The man glanced at the dagger in Yiqing's hand, terror in his eyes. Before Yiqing even started twisting the blade, the man frantically nodded. The boss, they're on the 30th floor. The prisoners, they're at the suspended pool on the 24th floor. All of them. Mostly. The bald man grimaced in pain and despair, gritting his teeth. Some are on the 31st floor, in the mezzanine. But those have been selected. Selected? What does that mean? I don't know. I'm just a grunt. How many people are being held? Maybe a few hundred. That many? Where did they come from? Several high-rise communities and an aviation complex, lots of flight attendants and stewards. Hearing this, Sun Jingtao and Yiqing frowned and exchanged glances. They pressed for more details, then Yiqing finished the man off with a swift stab. Pengfei, do you know how to shoot? Yiqing asked, picking up the newly acquired submachine gun and glancing at Zhao Pengfei. No. You keep it. If you give it to me, I'll just waste bullets. I'm better with this. Zhao Pengfei hefted his fire axe. All right. Yiqing looked at Sun Jingtao. Sun Jingtao waved his hand. Let's go upstairs. The three of them crouched and quickly slipped into the stairwell beside the elevator. There was a fire door here as well. They carefully pushed it open. The spiral staircase beyond was completely empty. But when they looked up, they were stunned. The rooftop floor, suspended 3 meters above, was made of high-strength transparent glass. Right now, it looked as if it was packed with people. At a glance, all you could see were footprints of various sizes. A strong smell of formalin faintly lingered in the air. That stuff is usually used for preservation. Most commonly, it's used to preserve corpses or living specimens. A sense of foreboding crept into the hearts of the three as they gripped their weapons and quickly made their way upstairs. At the entrance to the 24th floor, Sun Jingtao raised a hand, pressing his head against the fire door. He straightened up, his vigilance heightened, and signaled to the other two, no one inside, but be careful, they might be lying in ambush. Yiqing and Zhao Pengfei nodded. Sun Jingtao took a deep breath and opened the door. He raised his gun, scanning the area for a second, but saw no guards. The three of them moved in single file, treading carefully as they stepped out of the stairwell. The scene before them made their pupils contract. On the 23rd floor, the outer ring was lined with rooms. But here, the outer ring of the floor was actually a vast, endless swimming pool. However, all the floor-to-ceiling curtains by the pool had been drawn shut. Above the pool, the space was divided into 4 sections. Suspended over each section was a large, crude iron cage, each with a small locked door. These must have been added later. Inside each cage, at a glance, were people. Crowds of people, their hands bound and suspended. Men, women, boys, girls. All ages. The ropes varied in length, ensuring that everyone's lower legs were submerged in a special liquid. It looked like a water prison. Perhaps from the cold or exhaustion, the people in the cages all hung their heads limply. It was impossible to tell if they were alive or dead. The pungent smell of formalin was coming from the pool. It seemed this was exactly the place they were looking for. These bastards. They're not even human. Sun Jingtao cursed furiously at the sight before him. Zhao Pengfei's brow furrowed deeply, his eyes scanning the water cages in desperate search. Tao, you two handle things here. I'm going upstairs to find Jiang Yan, Yiqing said anxiously after surveying the scene. It was clear this was the main holding area, yet there were no guards. That could only mean all the firepower had been concentrated upstairs. Jiang Yan, who had likely gone in alone, was in grave danger. All right, Sun Jingtao nodded, then added worriedly, be careful. Once we get some of these people down, we'll come up and find you. All they could do now was free a few people, leave the rest to those on site, and then immediately head upstairs to look for Jiang Yan. There was nothing more they could do. After all, this place was like an isolated island. But leaving these people behind and heading straight upstairs wasn't realistic either. Some chances, once lost, never come again. Yiqing holstered his pistol, checked the magazine on the submachine gun he'd seized earlier, and hurried upstairs. Only Sun Jingtao and Zhao Pengfei remained. The two of them crept forward from the stairwell, inch by inch. The nearest area held the men. These men were tall, with strong builds and good bone structure, as if they'd been specially selected. But malnutrition had left them emaciated, skin and bones. Right next to the men's section was the boys' cage. Zhao Pengfei, anxious, forgot the rules the three had agreed on and called out his son's name, Jiang Xiaoyue. Unlike Sun Jingtao and Yiqing, he hadn't received professional training or developed strong self-control. And with his only son's fate unknown, his panic was understandable. Old Zhao Shu. Sun Jingtao frowned, eyes alert as he glanced around, gun at the ready, shrinking into cover in a nearby corner. No response. No movement. Sun Jingtao let out a quiet sigh of relief. But Zhao Pengfei, desperate for his son, raised his voice even more, Zhao Xiaofei. Little plane. Dad, a weak, childish voice responded from the boys' cage. It was a small boy right by the edge of the cage door. His frail body swayed as he tried to open his eyes, but couldn't. His nose and throat were parched. Maybe the strong fumes had irritated him, his nose and throat burned painfully. Upon hearing his son, Zhao Pengfei rushed toward the boy's cage with the fire axe in hand. He was so frantic, he'd forgotten their earlier agreement. Sun Jingtao had no choice but to cover him, gun raised and eyes wary. Halfway there, Sun Jingtao's sharp eyes caught something wrong. A small red dot, trembling slightly, appeared on the heart area of Zhao Pengfei's backpack. Old Zhao! Sun Jingtao shouted urgently, Zhao Pengfei, it's an ambush. Get back here. He looked up, trying to locate the sniper. But the enemy was well hidden, and they were positioned at some distance. The 24th floor was a 360-degree panoramic pool, but the 25th and 26th floors were suspended above. This design was completely unexpected. Meanwhile, Zhao Pengfei ignored Sun Jingtao's warning, bringing the axe down hard on the metal lock. Clang! The lock broke. Zhao Pengfei reached into his backpack and pulled out a knife. With one arm, he caught his son's limp body and, with a swift motion, cut the rope binding his son's hands. Little plane. Zhao Pengfei wept, face full of regret as he hugged his son tightly. "I swear I'll never hit you again. If I do, may I be struck by lightning and die a horrible death." The boy's dry lips moved weakly. "Dad, don't." His eyelids finally fluttered open a little, but before he could see clearly, a gunshot rang out, sharp and sudden, ripping through the night and heading straight for Zhao Pengfei's back. At last, Sun Jingta spotted the enemy's position and fired back without hesitation. Arg! A shotgun shell releases 10 pellets. Though it wasn't the optimal range, one pellet still hit the target. Thud! A figure fell from above. At the same time, Zhao Pengfei collapsed to his knees at the edge of the cage. "Dad!" The boy's hoarse, anguished scream tore from his burning throat. On the 25th floor, Yiqing paused at the sound of gunfire from below, but then hurried his pace upward. He could clearly hear that the gunfire above was even more intense. Just as they'd guessed, almost all the firepower had been concentrated on the 30th floor. But the fact that there was still the sound of a gunfight meant Jiang Yan was still alive. 30th floor. As Jiang Yan fired the last bullet from her assault rifle, she flawlessly took down the final thug charging down from upstairs. She couldn't even be bothered to reload. She simply tossed the empty rifle back into her storage space and swapped it for a submachine gun she'd seized from one of the attackers, this one equipped with a tactical flashlight and a scope. The once empty area was now littered with corpses in all sorts of bizarre positions. Sticky red liquid pooled across the floor. Fortunately, the lobby was now open on all sides, so the stench of blood wasn't too strong. Hua Bao, who had used all its strength to fling Zhao Nianzu's group into the air, had returned. It couldn't stray too far from Jiang Yan, so the explosion caused by the others had left a noticeable mark on the building. Most of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the 30th floor had been shattered by the blast. Now, the fully transparent Hua Bao was using its two little leaves as hands, helping Jiang Yan collect all the attackers' submachine guns, walkie-talkies, knives, and other supplies. When the explosion happened, it had turned its body into a gaseous state, so it wasn't much affected. However, it could only launch an attack once per calendar month. For the rest of the time, if Jiang Yan faced mortal danger again, she'd have to rely on herself. Jia. Mama, I've finished searching them. All their weapons and usable supplies are collected. Also, I checked their pulses. They're all completely dead. As Hua Bao spoke, it stuck out its tongue and licked a few dried bloodstains from the corner of its mouth. Those stains were left from devouring Zhao Nianzu earlier. Well done. Jiang Yan smiled and gestured for Hua Bao to return. Her face and clothes were also splattered with blood, dusty and reeking. Hua Bao hopped back onto her shoulder. Usually lively and energetic, its big head now looked a bit listless, and its vines drooped down her back like snakes. Still, at least it didn't shrink back into her palm like it had after attacking Song Deming and Zhang Kai the first time. Jiang Yan guessed it was probably because this time, Hua Bao had devoured an entire living person. Last time, it had only bitten off half of Song Deming's head before Jiang Yan forcibly pulled it away. Even so, with their minds connected, Jiang Yan could feel Hua Bao's exhaustion. People need rest and energy when they're tired. She believed Hua Bao was the same. It would recover much faster if she put it back in her storage space, but she still needed Hua Bao to help her navigate. So, it would be better to find the vault and let Hua Bao eat some gold bars first. With that in mind, Jiang Yan decided to put off going downstairs to look for Yiqing and Sun Jingtao, and instead focus on finding the number 1 vault of Golden Shield security. Hua Bao, let's go find the gold bars. Jia. Okay, Mama. I'll guide you. At the mention of food, the carnivorous plant perked up, its previously tired little eyes now sparkling with energy. It lifted its head from Jiang Yan's shoulder and pointed a small leaf toward the side of the lobby, at the small door where the old man and Mo Xiao's group had exited. It was a dark brown, semi-arched hidden door. The door frame was the same color as the surrounding wall, with barely any visible seam. If you didn't look closely, you'd never notice it. Jiang Yan gripped her gun, switched on the tactical flashlight and strode over quickly. Even though she'd just taken out the last attacker from above, she didn't dare let her guard down. As soon as she gently pushed the door open, cold raindrops pelted her face. Not far ahead, the endless dark ocean stretched into the night. Only then did Jiang Yan realize that the stairway to the rooftop helipad was built spiraling up the side of the building. The so-called number 1 warehouse Zhao and the others mentioned was just off the landing at the turn of the stairs. There was an umbrella stand at the entrance, filled with navy blue umbrellas, probably for the distinguished guests arriving by helicopter. But Jiang Yan had no time for that. She stepped onto the steel stairs, braving the wind and rain, her footsteps clanging as she hurried upward. Within seconds, 2 huge silver-gray steel doors bearing the sign Warehouse Number 1 came into view. There was a canopy here, so the area in front of the doors was dry. Jiang Yan strode over. Next to the doors was a small booth, like a guard post, now empty. Seeing several large locks hanging on the steel doors, Jiang Yan searched the booth for keys, but found nothing. She turned, raised her submachine gun, and fired a burst at the locks. Bang, bang, bang. The lock shattered. Jiang Yan stepped forward and pushed hard, only to find another locked silver steel door inside. And another one beyond that. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. Even for a vault, this was some serious security. But the more tightly guarded and mysterious it was, the more excited she felt. After all, the more secure it was, the more valuable the contents must be. She blasted through 3 steel doors, then pushed open a glass swing door, only to be confronted by a row of sealed glass tanks, each over 2 meters tall, blocking her view. A pungent smell hit her. Formalin again. Jiang Yan frowned, quickly pulled a gas mask from her storage space, put it on, and swept her submachine gun's light across the room. What she saw in the tactical beam made her pupils contract in shock. Suspended in the transparent liquid of the glass tanks were human bodies. To be precise, corpses, dead, but with their features perfectly preserved. Their skin was pale, eyes closed. It looked like they'd been carefully selected. Each one had exquisite, well-defined features and perfectly proportioned bodies. Men, women, boys, girls, all were present. The tanks for the children were much smaller, stacked 2 to a row. The men and women had clearly visible abs and muscle definition. The children looked like slender dolls. Perfect as they were, they all exuded a chilling aura. Farther in, shelves held glass jars filled with clear liquid. Inside were all sorts of things: eyeballs, kidneys, livers, hearts, intestines, pancreases. One jar had broken, with half a small intestine spilling onto the floor. The stench was clearly coming from here. Ugh, Jiang Yan shivered, unable to stop herself from dry heaving. Hua Bao, can you confirm if the gold bars are in here? Jia. Yes, Mama. I can smell them, just a bit further in. Hua Bao was clearly shocked by the scene too. It had seen similar things online while self-learning, but only in movies. Jia. Mama, why would they make so many human specimens? Specimens? Aren't they for organ transplants? Jiang Yan frowned. In Jiang Yan's understanding, those separately preserved body tissues were probably meant for organ transplants or something similar. After all, she'd overheard Xue Dajing and that old man Mo talking before. But it seemed what they were discussing was something else, unrelated to this. Still, what were they doing with so many carefully selected human specimens? Previously, Jiang Yan had thought Xue Miao and her group were just taking advantage of the disaster to build a base and make a fortune. Now, she realized she had underestimated them. These people were clearly well prepared, and it looked like they were secretly conducting some kind of experiments. As for what exactly, she had no idea. Jiang Yan didn't dwell on it further. She took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and, clutching her submachine gun, forced herself to keep moving forward. On her shoulder, Hua Bao was both navigating for her and giving her a science lesson. Jia. Cackling, Mom, organs transplanted from donors, even if processed and refrigerated, can only survive outside the body for up to 7 days. Listening to its explanation, Jiang Yan's steps halted in front of a glass swing door. The glass was transparent, with a faint blue sheen, very thick and reinforced with a layer of metal grating inside. Looking through the grating, she saw a room of over 100 square meters. In the center of the room was a large, 1-meter-high round pedestal. On top of the pedestal sat a glass-like box. The box was huge, about 3 feet. Jiang Yan moved closer to the glass door for a better look. Sure enough, behind that golden mesh box, the areas along 3 walls were stacked with metal cases. Those cases were identical to the ones she'd seen earlier in the conference room. Jiang Yan began searching for the door lock. That's when she realized the glass door had no lock. That was odd. No lock, how did people get in and out? No time to think it through, she simply raised her submachine gun and sprayed the door frame with bullets. Bang, bang, bang. Shell casings clattered to the floor, but the glass door didn't budge. Jiang Yan frowned. This glass door was made of extremely thick, high-quality bulletproof glass. Not that it was impossible to break. She had plenty of explosives in her storage space. But that would be risky. After a moment's thought, and checking to make sure no one was around, she pulled out a heavy-caliber machine gun from her space. She set it up in a good spot, changed her earplugs, and unleashed a barrage at the door. The heavy machine gun was powerful. Holes were instantly blasted through the glass door. Jiang Yan quickly put the machine gun away, took out a fire axe, and smashed around the holes. The door broke open. Not a big hole, but enough for her to crawl through. The man-eating flower had already slipped inside ahead of her. After confirming there was no danger, Jiang Yan crouched and crawled in as well. The air inside was noticeably better. There was even a faint, fresh, sweet scent. Jiang Yan was puzzled, but to be safe, she kept her gas mask on. Holding her submachine gun, she carefully scanned the room. Aside from a stack of neatly piled cardboard boxes in one corner, the rest were all metal cases. The cases had combination locks. Jiang Yan, armed as she was, opted for brute force. She cracked one open at random and was greeted by a dazzling golden glow. She picked up a bar heavy. Looking at the engraving, 999, 1000 G. Jiang Yan's breath caught. 1,000 grams. These weren't gold bars, they were gold bricks. There were about 40 or 50 cases here. Jiang Yan was completely stunned. She took a deep breath, forced down her excitement, and asked Hua Bao. Hua Bao, are all the other cases filled with gold too? Hua Bao couldn't wait. He'd already rolled up a few gold bricks and stuffed them into his mouth. Jia, jia, jia. Yes, all of them. Mom, I've got to feast again. Without hesitation, Jiang Yan got to work. The metal cases were all lined up close together. In just a second, she'd swept all the gold-filled cases into her storage space. She was about to go check out the glass box covered in gold mesh when thump. A faint noise came from the stack of cardboard boxes. Jiang Yan's brow furrowed. She pointed her gun at the boxes and strode over. Who's there? Hua Bao jumped down from her shoulder ahead of her. He could only sniff out gold, silver, and jewels. As for anything else, Jiang Yan's nose was sharper. Hua Bao simply waved his 2 little leaves and flipped the boxes open. A thin, elderly man in a white lab coat, hair white as snow, was curled up on the floor, clutching his head. Jiang Yan couldn't help but suck in a breath. She'd been careless. She really hadn't expected anyone to be here, guarding so much gold. And it was someone who looked like a scholar or a lab technician. Beside him was a small case, about the size of a standard medical kit. Who are you? The man trembled, head down, silent. Hua Bao was about to approach, but the man's body shook, and his hands, still clutching his head, suddenly darted up, jamming 2 fingers into his nostrils. After 2 muffled groans, his body convulsed and he collapsed to one side. Jiang Yan froze, instinctively taking 2 steps back. That was clearly cyanide poisoning. Hua Bao was about to hook the small case with a leaf, but bang, a puff of smoke erupted from it. The box self-destructed. Hua Bao, come back, Jiang Yan called. Huab quickly checked the rest of the boxes, then hopped back onto Jiang Yan's shoulder. Frowning, Jiang Yan walked toward the strange glass box in the center of the room. Inside was a large, pitch-black, wrinkled mass. She had no idea what it was. Jia, jia, jia. Mom, it's gold. 999 Purity. Huaba pointed a leaf at the golden mesh outside the box and immediately started gnawing away. Jiang Yan. She didn't stop him, but asked, Hua Bao, do you know what's inside? Jia. Mom, I can't see clearly yet. Looks like a cylindrical jelly. Jelly? Who the hell makes jelly a meter in diameter and so ugly? Well, as long as it wasn't an organ. In less than half a minute, Huaba had devoured all the golden mesh covering the glass box. Mom, now I can see what's inside. It's a tai sui. A black tai sui. Tai sui? Jiang Yan's confusion deepened. Jiang Yan. Yiqing's voice suddenly called from outside. No time to think. Jiang Yan reached out and swept the tai sui box and all into her storage space. As Jiang Yan crawled out of the dog hole she'd carved with her heavy machine gun and fire axe, Yiqing's figure appeared not far from the entrance to Warehouse 1. He gripped a submachine gun tightly, his eyes sweeping the surroundings with vigilance. When he caught sight of the rows of glass cases filled with formalin and corpses, his pupils visibly contracted. But unlike Jiang Yan, who had instinctively jumped away, he actually walked closer, frowning as he carefully examined one of the male corpses. Yiqing, Jiang Yan called out proactively, then strode quickly toward the exit. The exaggerated gas mask she'd worn earlier was already stowed away, replaced by her usual dull gray face mask. Yiqing clearly saw her. Jiang Yan, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? Seeing her covered in blood and dust, a barely noticeable trace of worry flashed in his eyes. I'm fine. Let's talk outside. Jiang Yan shook her head and gestured with her gun toward the door. Not only was the scene in this room eerie and disturbing, but the smell was also unbearable. Even just exchanging a few words, you could feel a burning sensation in your throat. Yiqing glanced behind her, but all he saw was a pitch-black room. You checked inside? Nothing unusual. No, it's just an empty room. Their supplies aren't stored here. Jiang Yan shook her head, downplaying it. Logically, Zhao Nianzu's group had collected not only screened survivors from various residential blocks, but also supplies, food, water, jewelry handed over by individuals, and those enormous mutant leeches, among other things. But clearly, none of those were stored in this warehouse, which could only mean they had another, separate storage facility. As they spoke, the two of them had already reached the entrance to Warehouse 1. Yiqing let out an "oh," glanced at the rain outside, then looked at the submachine gun in Jiang Yan's hands. His Adam's apple bobbed as he said, Jiang Yan, the people on the roof, did you kill them all? He'd made his way up without encountering much resistance. But in the drafty lobby at the top, he'd found a heap of corpses, sprawled every which way. There were quite a few, but none of the bodies had any weapons on them. And since Jiang Yan only had a submachine gun on her, he didn't press the issue. Besides, that fireball earlier was clearly caused by an explosion. But how had a group of people ended up being blown up in midair, about 10 meters from the wall? That wasn't a simple feat. No matter how good Jiang Yan's marksmanship was, she couldn't have done it alone. Even if you added Sun Jingtao and the others, without some kind of external equipment or help, it would have been impossible. Not exactly, Jiang Yan replied, looking puzzled. It seemed like their negotiations broke down and a firefight broke out. I just happened to benefit from it. By the time I jumped down from the ceiling, most of them were already dead or wounded. As for the explosion, it was weird, almost like they all had explosives strapped to them. She certainly couldn't say she'd had help from a powerful man-eating plant, so she chose to lie, keeping her explanation vague. She didn't mention the white-haired old man, Mo Xiao, Zhao Nianzu, or the others at all. Clearly, now wasn't the time to talk about them. As for the late-night meeting, there was no need for her to explain. After all, Yiqing and the others had obviously seen the two helicopters land and take off. There's still another floor above. Let's check it out. Maybe the supplies are up there, Jiang Yan said, turning toward the spiral staircase. Yiqing grunted in agreement and quickly followed. Oh, by the way, Jiang Yan, did you see the people who left by helicopter? They didn't seem to be heading in the same direction. No, Jiang Yan replied, then changed the subject. How are Sun Jingtao and the others? Yiqing recounted what they'd seen along the way. Afterward, he analyzed. It looks like they were conducting some kind of experiment, a very strange one. There must be someone backing these people or some other force supporting them. They couldn't have pulled off something this big on their own. And that backing was likely more than just Shui Miao Miao. Maybe, Jiang Yan replied noncommittally, wiping the rain from her face. They had already reached the upper floor. Though they chatted quietly, their vigilance never wavered. Guns at the ready, they swept their eyes in every direction, only to find that this floor was just an empty steel-framed structure. Scattered bits of trash and marks left by large boxes being moved littered the steel-plated floor. It looked like this had been the supply depot. But the supplies had already been moved elsewhere. The two exchanged a glance and sighed silently. Let's head downstairs and regroup with Sun Jingtao and the others. All right. One after the other, they turned and went downstairs. In Yiqing's view, even though they hadn't found the supplies, at least the villains had been wiped out. At the very least, Qianshui Bei would have a period of peace. Speaking of Qianshui Bei, he suddenly remembered something. By the way, Jiang Yan, did you see Ma Lingbiao and that scar-faced guy who's always with him? He'd looked over the corpses in the lobby earlier, but hadn't seen Ma Lingbiao. The guy was short, fat, and dark-skinned, very recognizable. Same with the scar-faced man. But clearly, neither of them was among the dead. If those two had escaped, then this couldn't really be called a complete victory. Ma Lingbiao. I think he died in the shootout. As for Scarface, I didn't see him. Maybe he wasn't here, Jiang Yan said, narrowing her eyes as if recalling. After explaining, she lifted the tactical flashlight on her submachine gun and shone it into the rain, then extended her palm. Seeing Jiang Yan reach out to catch the rain, Yiqing frowned. Jiang Yan, what are you doing? Yiqing, have you noticed? The rain's getting lighter, Jiang Yan said, the corners of her mouth curving up, a hint of joy in her eyes. When they'd just come out of the lobby, the rain had been heavy. It had stung when it hit your face, like it was mixed with tiny stones. But now the pain was gone, replaced by a soft patter. And the rain in the glow of the lights was clearly much thinner. Yiqing reached into his backpack and pulled out the hand-crank flashlight Jiang Yan had given them. Slinging his submachine gun over his shoulder, he grabbed the railing with one hand and leaned out to look. Jiang Yan, the water level hasn't risen at all. After a few seconds of observation, Yiqing's eyes lit up with delight. The inflatable boat they'd left earlier was still at the same spot against the outer wall. No, it's not just that the water level hasn't risen. The rain is stopping. Jiang Yan extended her palm again, the corners of her mouth unconsciously lifting. It was almost magical. Just a moment ago, the rain had still been falling in a steady patter, but now, all at once, it was gone. The rain had stopped. Let's hurry downstairs and tell Tao Ji and Zhao Ji the good news. Yiqing, usually calm and collected, was now visibly excited. Sun Jingtao and Zhao Pengfei were on the 24th floor, surrounded by blackout curtains, so they couldn't see what was happening outside. Okay. Jiang Yan nodded and pushed open the hidden door. She actually wanted to find a chance to slip into her space and bring Hua Bao in with her, maybe let him eat some of those gold bars first. But after thinking it over, she gave up on the idea. Even though they'd wiped out the enemy's forces, the danger wasn't completely gone yet. Better to meet up with Sun Jingtao and the others downstairs first. There was no need to rush it. Once they entered the stairwell, the two of them automatically fell silent. Yiqing took the lead. There were too many rooms in this building, there could easily be some stragglers hiding out. It wasn't like the 32nd floor mezzanine, where the red steel frames made everything visible at a glance. They moved quickly and quietly, soon reaching the 25th floor. From a distance, Jiang Yan could already hear the heart-wrenching cries of a young boy, along with the hushed murmurs of many people. Calling it hushed was generous. It was really just that everyone was too weak and exhausted to speak any louder. Even so, both Jiang Yan and Yiqing instinctively raised their guns, just in case. Because it was a mezzanine floor, they could see the crowd below. Groups of 4 or 5 men, each holding knives or makeshift tools, were helping each other lower the remaining children who were still hanging up. What used to be a one-person job now required teamwork, Everyone was too weak, and there weren't enough knives to go around. It seemed Sun Jingtu was thinking clearly. He'd prioritized rescuing the stronger, taller men first. Then, with their help, he was working to save the children and women. Although Yiqing had already described the scene on this floor, seeing the iron cages and the people hanging from them with her own eyes still made Jiang Yan shudder. Tao Ji. Yiqing scanned the area but didn't spot Sun Jingtao or Zhao Pengfei, so she called out loudly. Sun Jingtao heard her and waved in their direction. He was drenched in sweat, standing in a pool where several women were still hanging, using a knife to cut them free. Jiang Yan, there's something wrong with this water, and it's freezing. Wait here for us. Don't come down, Yiqing said, striding forward to help Sun Jingtao. Jiang Yan frowned as she looked at the people shivering on the edge of the pool, their lips purple from the cold. Now that the rain had stopped, the temperature would likely keep dropping. Without extra warm clothing, these people might freeze to death even after being rescued. She remembered that besides the bedding in the guest rooms, the hotel also had a linen room. There should be plenty of towels and blankets there to keep everyone warm for now. Huabao, can you check the map and tell me which floor the hotel's main linen room is on? Jiang Yan communicated with Huabao in her mind. Hehe. Mama, the main linen room is on the basement level. It's the biggest one. There are also small linen rooms near the corners of other floors. Yiqing. Jiang Yan called her back. Yiqing hesitated, but walked over. What's up, Jiang Yan? Give your knife to someone else. You and I will each lead a group to the linen rooms. She chose herself and Yiqing because they both had guns. That would keep everyone in line. Even though these were just ordinary civilians, when it came to blankets or anything that could keep them warm, fights could easily break out. And if they ran into any ambushes, they'd be able to handle it. Okay. Without further questions, Yiqing handed her knife to a skinny but handsome young man. Taoji, we'll take some people upstairs first. All right, be careful, Sun Jingtao replied, understanding immediately. Where's Zhao Pengfei? I don't see him, Jiang Yan asked as Yiqing approached. Yiqing repeated what Sun Jingtao had just told her. He's gone. He was in a hurry to save his son and got shot by a sniper hiding in the shadows. Jiang Yan. Everyone who can still stand, split into two groups and follow us. Jiang Yan took a deep breath, pushed her thoughts aside, and called out to the people who had been freed by the pool. They didn't really understand, but followed her instructions. Some people were so weak they could barely stand, but they still got up. Yiqing and Jiang Yan picked out a few people each. Then, each led a group upstairs. For hours later, everyone who had been tied up and hung was finally rescued. All the blankets, quilts, and towels from the linen rooms on each floor had been brought up to the 26th and 27th floors. Because half the windows in the building had been shattered, everyone crowded into rooms on the other side. With so many people and all those blankets, it was much warmer. Some people suggested burning hotel furniture in the hallways for warmth, but Jiang Yan and the others vetoed the idea for now. A few people who were still relatively strong searched the floors and actually managed to find some food. It was spoiled, but better than nothing. It could stave off hunger for a while. Jiang Yan, what do you think we should do next? Sun Jingtao, looking exhausted, pulled Jiang Yan and Yiqing aside to discuss. They'd found the people who'd been taken from Qianshui Bay, but there were still many from other neighborhoods. Even if they only tried to transport the Qianshui Bay people, their rubber boats wouldn't be enough. I think the temperature is dropping even more than before. The water could freeze over soon, Jiang Yan said bluntly. She was basing this on her past life's experience, though she couldn't say that out loud. Freeze over. Yiqing glanced out the window. It was almost 7 a.m. now. The sky was getting light. With the rain gone, it was much brighter outside. Sun Jingtao had already heard from Yiqing that the rain had stopped. He was anxious to get home to his wife, Su Dai. But with so many people here, he couldn't just leave them behind. If the water freezes, that might actually be a good thing, Sun Jingtao said, frowning. What they lacked most was transportation. If the water froze, people would have a much better chance of making it to nearby neighborhoods on their own. If they could find a bit of food, their chances of survival would go up. But it would take some time for the ice to get thick enough to walk on. Sun Jingtu was about to share an idea with Jiang Yan and Yi Qing when a young man hurried over. Heroes. 3 big ships just arrived outside. They've got official flags and lots of armed soldiers. A lot of armed soldiers. Jiang Yan raised her eyebrows and stood up. Roughly how many? The young man's voice was a little excited. At least 100, altogether. Heaven is watching over us. This time, we're definitely saved. Jiang Yan was secretly a little shocked. 100 soldiers, what a scene. Last time, when that luxury cruise ship came to Qianxue Bay to pick up able-bodied workers for the base, there were only about a dozen soldiers. Looks like this time, they've run into the regular army. Some even came down from upstairs, packing the hallway full. Their throats were badly damaged, and they were short on food and clothing, so they couldn't shout very loudly. But nothing could hide the excitement and joy on their faces. After all, this was a high-rise building, and there weren't many windows that could be opened, and the gaps were small. So people simply tore off their white bath towels, grabbed white pillows, and, ignoring the pain in their wrists, started waving them frantically out the windows. Please, everyone, make way. Sun Jingtu shouted twice, and only then did the crowd blocking the door let him through. Soon, Sun Jingtu came back, looking grim. Jiang Yan and Yi Qing exchanged a glance, puzzled by his expression. Sun Jingtu came closer and said in a low voice, 3 ships, a big show of force, coming toward this hotel building in an encircling formation. Encircling? Here to wipe out bandits? Jiang Yan smiled, suddenly understanding why Sun Jingtu looked more worried than happy. This building had been hiding so many brazen bandits, and so many people had been imprisoned and turned into human specimens. Now that they'd wiped out all the bad guys, the official ships showed up. That speed and reaction, impressive. I don't think so, Sun Jingtu shook his head and continued. If they were here to wipe out bandits and rescue people, they wouldn't make such a big show. Usually, a small team would go in first, take care of the bandits and control the main leaders, and only then would the larger backup force arrive. Because if you don't control the leaders first, the prisoners could become hostages or worse, which would put the official side at a big disadvantage. He'd rescued hostages from criminals many times before, and never once had everyone just charged in, openly showing their identity from the start. Plus, he'd heard privately that there were some pretty serious factional struggles among the higher-ups. So, naturally, his sense of crisis was heightened. Thinking of this, Sun Jingtu glanced at Jiang Yan and Yi Qing and said, let's just wait and see for now. Everyone, be careful. Seeing how preoccupied he looked, Yi Qing suggested, Brother Tao, we have an inflatable boat. Why don't we just leave now? The official ships are here, so these people are saved, and there's really nothing else we need to do. They hadn't been that interested in joining the official base anyway. Leaving now wouldn't be a big deal. They've already blocked all the blind spots, we can't get out. And the fact that we rescued people is already known. Those from Qianxue Bay all recognize us. It's fine. Let's just wait and see. Maybe I'm overthinking it and the official ships are just passing by. Sun Jingtu finished with a wry smile. Maybe it's just all the bizarre things we've been through lately, or maybe it's my professional instincts acting up, but I feel like my sense of danger is way too strong, like a startled bird. It's good to be cautious, Jiang Yan reassured him. Yi Qing looked at the two of them. Then let's just wait here. If nothing happens, we can leave after the ships go. Sun Jingtu nodded. I'm fine with that, Jiang Yan said, not bothered. Her philosophy had always been to meet soldiers with generals and water with earth, deal with whatever comes. As for the idea that the ships just happened to be passing by, she didn't really buy it. After all, these buildings weren't like the well-established, densely populated neighborhoods of Qianxue Bay. They hadn't even been officially handed over yet. Without detailed intel, who would think to come specifically to a place like this? And not just one ship, 3. All loaded with armed soldiers. Still, she hoped she was just overthinking it. Oh right, Brother Tao, Jiang Yan, I set up a private radio frequency. Here, take these. It'll be easier for us to keep in touch if we need to. Yi Qing unzipped his backpack and pulled out 2 walkie-talkies, the military kind used by Golden Shield Security. He must have picked them up from someone else. Nice one, Xiaoyue, Sun Jingtao praised, taking one. Jiang Yan did the same. Just as they finished stowing the walkie-talkies, the 3 ships docked outside the building. They formed an inverted A shape, with 2 ships close together and the 3rd farther away. The light inside dimmed as the ships blocked it. The ships were huge, very similar to the sightseeing crews that had come to Qianshui Bay before to pick people up for the base. But this time, the top deck was packed with armed soldiers. And there were no tourist site names on the sides. The gangways were quickly lowered, and the sound of soldiers running in unison, thump, 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 echoed out. Within seconds, a line of armed soldiers rushed into the building through several entrances. Some came to their floor. The soldiers split into 2 groups, most of them thundered upstairs, while a few stayed behind. The people who'd been crowding the hallway, confused as they were, quickly made way for the soldiers. "Excuse me, are you here to rescue us?" Someone timidly raised a hand and asked the nearest soldier. But the soldier didn't even blink, gripping his gun and looking as stern as a statue. The questioner looked awkward for a second. The place fell silent, no one dared ask again, or even make a sound. Jiang Yan and her companions stood quietly at the back of the crowd, observing. The soldiers seemed to be searching the building. Thump, 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 the heavy sound of boots came from the gangway not far away. A woman with a neat, ear-length haircut and a very capable air walked in, followed by a tall, imposing soldier. Although it was much brighter outside, the light inside was still quite dim. She swept her gaze over the crowd for a while before her eyes adjusted. Jiang Yan glanced at the 2 and was startled. Aren't these the same Qi Mangnan and Song Qian she'd met last time, when she'd gone out to shop at sea? Why were they here too? Just as she was thinking this, Qi Mangnan pointed at a few people and said, You, and you, please come with me. Leader, are you here to pick us up? Seeing that Qi Mangnan was a woman, and clearly seemed easier to talk to, a man she had pointed out finally mustered his courage and asked. Yes, please everyone stay calm, Qi Mangnan nodded. After she finished speaking, she looked at the people she had just called out and said, Let's go. Song Qian swept his gaze over the people inside. When his eyes landed on Jiang Yan and her 2 companions, he paused for a moment. But he quickly turned and left as well. Jiang Yan glanced at Sun Jingtao and Yiqing, only to realize that both of them had slung submachine guns over their shoulders. No wonder the others had paid special attention to them. The room began to buzz with whispers, and soon the chatter grew louder and louder. It was like a marketplace. Everyone was excited. After all, they could finally leave. The soldiers standing nearby, as usual, remained silent and still. Suddenly, Sun Jingtao stood up and walked toward a room in the corner. Jiang Yan frowned, quickly realizing what he was doing. That corner was close to where they had parked their inflatable boat. He must have gone to check on it. Soon, Sun Jingtao returned, his brows tightly knit. The inflatable boat's no good. Huh? Jiang Yan and Yiqing were both taken aback. Why? It must have been that explosion earlier. Some shrapnel hit the steel plate in the middle, and it's taking on water. No wonder when I was upstairs earlier, I saw water in the cabin. I thought it was just rainwater that hadn't been drained, Yiqing said. It had been dark and far away at the time, so he hadn't seen clearly. Looks like we'll have to take the official boat to leave, Sun Jingtao said with a heavy sigh. Sigh, I wonder how Su Dai is doing. Jiang Yan narrowed her eyes. She still had a stash of boats and inflatables in her space, but she didn't have a good reason to take them out. She'd just have to play it by ear. A few minutes later, they finally heard someone outside on a boat using a loudspeaker. The gist was, they were from the official Yaoben base and just happened to be passing through. If anyone wanted to go to their base, they should board the boat on the left. But there was a condition. Those who chose to go to the base would have to work for free for 4 months. After all, everyone here had nothing left. The only thing they could offer in exchange was their labor. However, they also said that after that, people who went to the base would be rewarded according to their work, more food and subsidies. If anyone didn't want to go, they could board the boat on the right. That boat would return everyone to their original residential communities. Yaoben base? Jiang Yan was stunned. What a strange name. She'd never heard of it before. She only knew that the official base in Anming was built at the Twin Towers. Yao is 3 earth radicals, Ben is 3 oxen. Yao Ben originally refers to towering mountains, Yiqing explained from the side. Now that the world outside was nothing but a vast ocean, the meaning behind the name was obvious. Lian has fire, Yao Ben has earth. These names are interesting, Jiang Yan couldn't help but laugh. Let's go, let's get in line, Sun Jingtao said, not overthinking it. He was already eager to go home. Luckily, it seemed the people on the 3 official boats hadn't paid special attention to them. That was a good thing. Taoji, wait a sec, Yiqing said, taking the submachine gun off his back and quickly disassembling it into several parts. Watching him deftly stow the pieces in his backpack, Sun Jingtao and Jiang Yan were both momentarily stunned. But they immediately understood. Yiqing was worried that if he walked out carrying the gun, he'd be stopped for questioning. Compared to the other detainees, the 3 of them already stood out. Their physical condition and clothing were different, and they each had a backpack. But clearly, they couldn't just ditch the backpacks. Jiang Yan could probably pretend to, but Sun Jingtao and Yiqing were obviously reluctant. Jiang Yan, where's your gun? Yiqing finally noticed that at some point, Jiang Yan's submachine gun had disappeared. Oh, it was out of bullets, so I tossed it, Jiang Yan replied. In reality, she'd slipped it into her space when no one was looking. Yiqing didn't press further and turned to Sun Jingtao. No need to take mine apart. Better keep one, just in case, Sun Jingtao said. Taking it apart was easy, but reassembling took time. Besides, the 3 of them already looked conspicuous. Even if they got on the boat, their backpacks would surely be searched. As for the gun, they'd picked it up from some bandits anyway. If the officials wanted to confiscate it, there was nothing they could do. All right, everyone, line up quickly, a voice outside urged. Several floor-to-ceiling windows near the boat were smashed open, and more gangways were lowered. People began to board the boats in single file. Since they had nothing on them, it saved the soldiers the trouble of searching. Both boats quickly filled up. But clearly, more people chose to return to their communities. Probably because they'd been separated from their families. Jiang Yan and her group were at the end of the boarding line. As they finally reached the window, Jiang Yan felt a wave of cold air. Is it going to snow? Sun Jingtao looked up at the gray sky. He and Yiqing had gone into the water to save people earlier, and now their legs felt like they were stuck in an ice hole. Comrade, please wait. Our base leader would like to see you. Just as the 3 of them were about to head to the gangway of the right-hand boat, Song Qian walked over alone and addressed Sun Jingtao. Me? Sun Jingtao glanced at Jiang Yan and Yiqing. The 3 exchanged looks, instantly on high alert. Song Qian smiled slightly and nodded yes. The leader just wants to ask you a few questions. Afterward, you 3 will be sent back to your community by a small boat. With that, Sun Jingtao had no choice but to agree. Wait for me a bit. Jiang Yan and Yiqing nodded. Be careful. Song Qian gestured toward the farthest boat. A red speedboat quickly cut through the waves and pulled up by the window. Sun Jingtao followed Song Qian onto the speedboat, heading for the farthest vessel. At the same time, the other 2 boats, now packed with people, sounded their horns and set off. The number of soldiers on the decks was visibly reduced by 2/3. There were benches inside, so Jiang Yan and Yiqing simply sat down. After looking around for a few seconds, Yiqing leaned in and whispered to Jiang Yan. Did you notice that only half the soldiers who went upstairs came back? I noticed, Jiang Yan nodded. She'd also noticed that those soldiers who went upstairs were carrying heavy backpacks. A few even had drills. Those drills were clearly for blasting holes in construction. Jiang Yan narrowed her eyes and thought for a few seconds, a jolt of alarm running through her heart. If she was right, they were planning to blow up this building. Normally, demolishing a high-rise isn't as simple as just tossing some explosives inside. Instead, you have to drill blast holes into the walls and steel framework. Then, based on the size of the building, you calculate the amount of explosives needed and carefully place them into the prepared blast holes. Only this way can you ensure the entire building collapses completely. But all of this was just her own speculation. Jiang Yan, what are you thinking about? Yiqing noticed her silence and couldn't help but ask. It's nothing, Jiang Yan shook her head, pulling herself out of her thoughts. There was too much complexity behind all this, and she didn't even know where to begin explaining. She decided it was better not to say anything at all. 10 minutes later, the red speedboat brought Song Qian and Sun Jingtao back. Seeing that Sun Jingtao still had his submachine gun slung across his back, both Jiang Yan and Yiqing let out a quiet sigh of relief. After coming ashore, Sun Jingtao turned to Song Qian and said, "Brother Song, please wait a moment," before quickly walking over to the two of them. "Tao Ji, how did it go?" Yiqing stood up and closed the door on the other side of the room. Sun Jingtao glanced back at Song Qian and the soldier piloting the speedboat, then sat down on the edge of the big bed in front of their chairs. "I met the leader of the Yaben base. His name is Mo Jingsheng, a strong and capable young man. He invited us to join their base." Sun Jingtao paused, glanced at Jiang Yan and Yiqing's expressions, then continued, "But I turned him down." "Mo Jingsheng?" Jiang Yan's heart skipped a beat. If she remembered correctly, that white-haired old man who seemed to be a high-ranking official also had the surname Mo. And that beautiful girl with the fiery red lips and rumored sharpshooting skills was called Mo Xiaoyue. Such a coincidence? Yeah, he's not from Anming, he's from the northern capital. He's only in his 20s, very promising, and looks upright and decent. Apparently, their group has some kind of cooperative relationship with the authorities, maybe even family ties to high-level officials or the military. As for those soldiers, they seem more like mercenaries to me, Sun Jingtao said, unaware of Jiang Yan's real thoughts. In his opinion, given Mo's age, no matter how distinguished his military record, it was unlikely so many soldiers would follow his orders. And those boats were clearly privately owned. But in times like these, it was hard to say for sure about anything. Jiang Yan glanced at Song Qian, her doubts deepening. But now wasn't the time to dig into someone's background, so she changed the subject. "So, they know what happened in this building?" "Yes. They know about the people being held here, that we rescued someone, and that I used to be a special forces soldier." Sun Jingtao nodded and continued, "That's why they said their base is short on brave and resourceful people and invited us to join. I turned them down, but I wanted to hear your thoughts too." After all, he trailed off. Jiang Yan and Yiqing asked in unison, "What is it?" One of his people said that Anming is on a seismic belt. If we stay here, when the big earthquake hits later, this city will likely become a disaster zone. Yiqing frowned. If the water freezes over before an earthquake, it might not be so bad. But if it hasn't, there could be tsunamis or other secondary disasters. An earthquake? Jiang Yan's eyes widened. They can predict that? Sun Jingtao chuckled. Of course not. Apparently, it's an internal government report. They say there's a high chance of a major earthquake in the next few months. I guess some scientists predicted it by other means. Jiang Yan took a breath. So their base isn't in Anming? No, it's in Dongshan City to the east. They said the geology there is solid, the elevation is high, and unlike here, most places haven't been flooded. If we don't want to join their base and just want to leave Anming for somewhere safer, they're willing to give us a free ride. Dongshan? Jiang Yan knew a bit about that city. It used to be famous for its apples, red wine, and the many gold mines in the surrounding area. Thinking of the gold mines, she felt a bit tempted. But only if her spatial ability could be upgraded again after this time, otherwise, she wouldn't bother looking for gold. Yiqing said, "Dongshan? Isn't that Sister Dai's hometown?" Sun Jingtao nodded and continued, "I turned down their offer to join the base, but I am considering taking their boat to Dongshan. Traveling with them would be much safer. So, do you want to come too?" Jiang Yan looked at him. No wonder he told Song Qian to wait. He was waiting for their answer. But for a base leader with boats and so many soldiers to throw out such an olive branch to 3 ordinary people like them, it was a bit odd. Especially since his surname was Mo. Jiang Yan couldn't shake the feeling that something about all this was off, though she couldn't put her finger on it. She figured Sun Jingtao probably sensed it too. Still, between two evils, you choose the lesser. With more disasters looming, if they could take a big boat out of Anming and find a new shelter, it wouldn't be a bad thing. As for herself, she didn't like being under someone else's thumb. From Anming to Dongshan, given the current situation, it would take at least 10 days to half a month. And once on the boat, space would be tight, everyone crammed together, and a lot of things would become inconvenient. If they traveled by car, at least there'd be some private time. Thinking this through, Jiang Yan made up her mind. Sun Jingtao frowned. Even if the earthquake doesn't come, at this rate, the water will freeze soon. If it snows after that, it'll be deadly for us. Given the current high temperatures and heavy rain, if it snowed, the temperature drop would be far more than just a degree or two. Yiqing stayed silent, waiting for Jiang Yan's answer. Sun Jingtao glanced at her. Jiang Yan, what's your decision? You guys go ahead. I still H. Yiqing looked at Jiang Yan, his expression complicated. As a grown man, he couldn't very well say, why don't I go with you? So what came out instead was, Jiang Yan, where do you plan to go? Jiang Yan smiled, carefree. The world is vast, anywhere can be home. Jiang Yan's words were light and airy, clearly trying to change the subject. Yiqing swallowed, a trace of disappointment flickering in his eyes. Brother Sun, have you all finished discussing? Over there, Song Qian glanced at the three of them and called out. Yeah. Sun Jingtao nodded and stood up. Let's go home first. We'll pick up Su Dai and talk more then. In his view, there was still a long way to go before they got back. Maybe Jiang Yan would change her mind along the way. The three of them hopped onto the speedboat and put on the life jackets Song Qian handed over. It was almost 8 o'clock by now. Daylight had fully broken, the water's surface sparkling, and visibility had improved a lot. With the rain gone, as long as they kept the right direction and followed the outlines of the remaining tall buildings, they'd soon find the Qianshui Bay community. Everyone, please hold on and sit tight. We're heading out, the soldier at the helm announced after checking with Song Qian, then started the engine. With 2 outsiders on board, Yiqing and the others didn't discuss their own affairs any further. Along the way, only Sun Jingtao and Song Qian made small talk, mostly about the Yaoben base. Jiang Yan only now learned that Song Qian and Qi Mingnan's group had also joined halfway through. It was clear that Mo Jingcheng valued them quite a bit. As for why their boat had arrived here at just the right time, neither side brought it up. Just like how they didn't ask Jiang Yan or Yiqing for their full names, everyone seemed to be deliberately keeping some distance. The 101 Sky Hotel grew smaller and smaller in their view as the boat sped away. Halfway there, a loud boom echoed from not far off. A thick cloud of fog and dust billowed into the air, sending waves rolling across the once calm water. Their speedboat was fast, but even so, the jolt from the explosion was unmistakable. Everything happening now confirmed Jiang Yan's suspicions, and her heart sank. It seemed the Yaoben base and the Blaze base were probably connected in some way. But then, why did they choose to rescue people? Logically, it didn't make sense. Sun Jingtao's expression grew serious. Was that the building we just visited? It collapsed? Yeah, we had orders. That building needed to be demolished, Song Qian answered honestly. Why? Sun Jingtao was surprised. Song Qian glanced ahead and shook his head. I'm not really sure. Most of the time, they were just executors of orders. As for why those decisions were made at the top, they had no way of knowing. And even if they did, it wasn't something they could just talk about. Sun Jingtao wanted to ask more, but Yiqing shot him a look. Yiqing had seen the bodies on the rooftop, but hadn't had a chance to tell Sun Jingtao yet. Jiang Yan was conflicted inside too. She wondered if she should tell the two of them what she'd overheard. After a few seconds' thought, she decided to keep it to herself. After all, they were just hitching a ride to Dongshan. They weren't going into the base. Sometimes, not knowing things was a blessing. At least they wouldn't become targets for silencing. By the time their speedboat reached Qianshui Bay, the big boat that had been ferrying people home had just left. Apparently, it had taken away a large group of people wanting to go to Yaoben base. Although the rain had stopped, most people were still afraid it would start pouring again. Given the chance to leave, no one wanted to stay a minute longer. It seemed many had chosen to go. The hallways were now empty and echoing. The three of them got off the boat at the 24th floor landing. Brother Song, and you, little brother, would you like to come upstairs and rest a bit? Sun Jingtou invited. Song Qian checked his tactical watch and said, no need. We'll wait for you on the boat. 1 hour, will that be enough? We still need to catch up with the leadership. That's enough, Sun Jingtou nodded. Jiang Yan only now learned that not long after they'd left, the big boat had also departed, heading toward Dongshan. The three of them hurried upstairs. They'd only been gone a day, really. But it felt like they'd been away for 10 days or half a month. Sun Jingtou practically ran, eager to see his wife. Yiqing was also weighed down with his own thoughts. Only Jiang Yan had a simple, going-home feeling. They had just reached the 28th floor when they heard hurried footsteps coming from above. Honey. It was Su Dai's voice. In less than 3 seconds, Su Dai appeared at the corner. Honey. Jiang Yan. Xiaoyue. She looked exhausted, her eyes red and ringed with dark circles and heavy bags. Clearly, she hadn't rested well since they'd left. Su Dai rushed into Sun Jingtao's arms, grabbing him and choking out. Honey, next time, no matter what, even if you're going through fire and water, you have to take me with you. You can't leave me behind alone again. Okay. Sun Jingtao's eyes were full of pain as he wiped her tears with his rough hands, deeply moved. After all, when he left, he'd been prepared to die. How could he bear to take his wife with him to face death? But things had gone surprisingly smoothly, and they'd even had some luck. But all that could wait until later to tell her. The two of them hugged tightly, like a reunion after a long separation. After a while, Su Dai finally lifted her face from his chest. She went over to Jiang Yan and hugged her tightly, sobbing without saying a word. Jiang Yan froze, stunned. A faint, inexplicable warmth slowly spread from Su Dai to her heart. Let's go home, someone's still waiting for us, Sun Jingtou said, looking at his wife with a doting smile. Su Dai snapped out of it. I saw them through the binoculars. Who are those people? And why didn't I see Zhao Pingfei? When the boat brought people back earlier, I only saw his son, Zhao Xiaofei. What happened to them? Both he and Zhou Haotian's wrists looked like they were about to break. As they walked, Sun Jingtou gave his wife a brief summary of what had happened. Though he made it sound casual, Su Dai was still shocked. Sometimes, outsiders see things more clearly than those involved. Su Dai was suspicious. Those boats came at such a strange time. Are you sure they're not with the bad guys? My dear, these days, who can really say who's good and who's bad? Sun Jingtou smiled. Even before the apocalypse, people weren't just black or white. Sometimes, there's a lot of gray. Jiang Yan glanced at him. It seemed he understood perfectly well. She was the one who'd been overthinking things. By now, they'd reached the 32nd floor. Yesterday, the 32nd floor had been packed with people. Now, the hallway was deserted. The door to 3203, Zhou Wei's apartment, was wide open, and several large dried bloodstains marked the threshold. Jiang Yan frowned slightly at the sight. Beside her, Su Dai looked at the blood and let out a silent sigh. Yeah, it's true. Wife, where are Zhou Wei's family? Sun Jingtou had clearly noticed something was off with apartment 3203 and asked his wife. Yiqing was puzzled too. She guessed that the whole family probably left with that big ship, but the fresh bloodstains at the door were quite shocking. Su Dai's eyes darkened. Let's go inside and pack while we talk. Didn't you say the people downstairs only gave us an hour? An hour wasn't long, but it wasn't exactly short either. Their things were already packed up for the most part. It wouldn't take long to gather them, but since they could only take so much, they needed to pick and choose again. It was a shame about the newly built clay stove. They'd barely used it before having to abandon it. And the freshly planted vegetables, too. Su Dai planned to dig them up, soil and all, put them in plastic bags, and take them along. As for the hydroponic plants in bottles and jars, she packed those up as usual. These were all precious items now. Whether they'd survive was another matter. Thinking of this, she turned to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, once you've packed your supplies, come meet us at our place, okay? If you have anything heavy, get these two to help you carry it. Earlier, when Sun Jingtao mentioned that they'd be taking Mo Jingsheng's boat to Dongshan, he hadn't said anything about Jiang Yan not coming. She'd just assumed they'd all be going together. After all, they'd been sticking together this whole time. I still have things to do in Anming, so I won't be going with you, Jiang Yan said directly, not hiding anything. Huh? Su Dai was taken aback and was about to ask more when shouts of "Oh my God" and "What the" came from downstairs. The exclamations were coming from all 5 buildings in the complex. They instinctively rushed to the window. What they saw outside shocked them. In the once calm central garden, a huge school of giant fish were leaping out of the water with loud splashes. There were so many that it was jaw-dropping. People from other buildings were already getting ready, putting on life jackets and grabbing mosquito nets and other makeshift fishing gear, heading into the water. It was only 1 or 2 degrees outside, but that didn't stop anyone from jumping in to catch fish. Look, there are birds in the sky. Su Dai looked up, her face full of surprise. They all looked up to see a dense flock of blackbirds flying overhead. Since the heat wave ended, this was the first time they'd seen living creatures in the sky. Those aren't birds, they're bats, Sun Jingtao said, frowning. Bats usually live in caves, so it wasn't surprising they'd survived the extreme heat. Could the earthquake be coming sooner than expected? Yiqing had barely finished speaking when Su Dai lightly smacked her, pretending to scold, "Don't jinx it, Xiaoyue." Jiang Yan's heart sank. She was a native of Anming and had experienced several major earthquakes as a child. Though her memories were a bit fuzzy, she still remembered the basic signs that precede an earthquake. Usually, before a big quake, nature would show some strange signs. Animal behavior was often the clearest indicator. Cows, sheep, and pigs refusing to enter their pens, dogs barking wildly, fish leaping out of the water, rats scurrying everywhere, birds and insects suddenly taking flight or migrating abnormally, and so on. Scientifically, it's believed animals can sense low-frequency sound waves that humans can't, causing these unusual behaviors. Sometimes, there would even be colorful lights in the sky, so-called earthquake lights, usually blue, white, or red. But when those lights appeared, the earthquake was often imminent, so animal warnings actually gave a bit more lead time. Later on, everyone's phones had automatic earthquake alerts, and living in the city, people didn't pay as much attention to these natural warning signs anymore. In her past life, the earthquake happened after the water froze over and the blizzard and extreme cold set in. But now, it seemed the order of disasters was changing. Jiang Yan took a quiet breath, thinking all this over. I wish I could be a prophet. Then I'd know what's coming and could keep everyone safe, Yiqing said, glancing at Jiang Yan. He pressed his lips together, finally mustering his courage. Jiang Yan, why don't you come with us? If there weren't any new disasters, he believed Jiang Yan could manage fine on her own. But if an earthquake hit, high-rise buildings would be the most dangerous place to be. With the world outside turned into a vast ocean and their homes uninhabitable, where could she go? Would she drift alone in a rubber dinghy, playing a female Robinson Crusoe? Dealing with 1 or 2 bad people was one thing, but what if she ran into a whole group? Even if her handgun was intimidating, she'd run out of bullets eventually. Not to mention food and other supplies. Yeah, Jiang Yan, come with us, Su Dai said, grabbing her hand, eyes full of hope. Brother Sun, let's move the boat outside first. We'll come back in a bit. Downstairs, Song Qian and the soldier piloting the boat called up to Sun Jingtao and the others at the window. They'd noticed the strange happenings on the water and in the sky too. All right. Sun Jingtao frowned, turned to Jiang Yan, and said sincerely, Jiang Yan, it really isn't safe for you to be alone. How about this? You think it over, we'll go pack up and then come find you. Now wasn't the time to waste words. After all, Song Qian and the others were still waiting downstairs. Okay. Not wanting to hold them up, Jiang Yan said goodbye and went back to her apartment. She'd already packed all her supplies into her space before, so now the place looked completely empty. She didn't take anything out, just willed herself and her backpack straight into her space. Inside, the sun was shining. The fruits and flowers were lush and thriving. Jia, Jia, Jia. Mama, we're finally home. The flower sprite, who'd been quietly following her, leapt off her shoulder in delight. Jia, jia, jia. Mama, hungry food. The flower sprite licked its fangs, belly rumbling. Jiang Yan almost burst out laughing. The gold bars she'd put in her space earlier had automatically gone to the storage area. She willed the boxes of gold bars out. The flower sprite couldn't wait, prying open the boxes and stuffing gold bars into its gaping mouth. As it devoured the gold, the progress bar above the little stream began to move. Speaking of gold bars, Jiang Yan suddenly remembered she'd also put a glass box containing a Tai Sui mythical flesh fungus into her space. She focused her mind. The glass box was now sitting at the boundary between the illusory stream and the spiritual spring. Jiang Yan quickly walked over to the not yet fully formed spiritual spring. Beside it was the source of the small stream in her space, a wall of dense, white mist, looking just like thick fog. The box containing the Tai Sui was placed there, steady and secure. A faint, sweet fragrance that refreshed the mind lingered around the box. Jiang Yan finally realized where the scent she'd smelled earlier in Warehouse No. 1 had come from. Most likely, it was emitted by the jelly-like Tai Sui itself. Logically, only living things would be automatically identified by the space and placed wherever it deemed appropriate. Just like the fish, shrimp, crabs, and turtles she'd put in before, the space had tossed them straight into the pool of water. Could it be that the space had determined this Tai Sui should live in the stream or the spiritual spring? With that thought, Jiang Yan quickly returned to the apple pod. She turned on her computer and started searching through offline data. From the database, she learned that Tai Sui was originally a living organism, but not an animal, plant, or fungus. It was a unique and mysterious life form. It was said to have powerful regenerative abilities and a complete cellular structure. Every piece cut from it could survive independently. In folklore, Tai Sui is also called meat lingji. It comes in red, white, black, green, and yellow varieties. People believed that eating meat lingji could prolong life, even grant immortality, so it was highly sought after by alchemists and emperors alike. Some even mobilized tens of thousands of soldiers to search for it. Even in modern times, any Tai Sui found is worth a fortune. And the one she had now, in terms of size and quality, was truly 1 in a million. No wonder it was placed separately in that spot. Thinking back to the elderly man in the white lab coat, Jiang Yan suspected he'd been researching this Tai Sui for some purpose. But as for why there was a golden mesh wrapped around the box, she had no idea. To be safe, Jiang Yan decided not to open the box for now. She just left it there as it was. Standing up, she glanced at the progress bar floating above the stream and was overjoyed. 99.70%. It would only take half a day more to reach 100%. Remembering the strange behavior of the fish and bats earlier, Jiang Yan gave a few instructions to Hua Bao, who was busy eating, then exited the space. It was just then. As soon as she stepped into the living room, she felt the floor shaking violently beneath her feet, buzzing and trembling like a sieve. The chandelier on the ceiling swayed and creaked. White plaster dust from the ceiling panels rained down. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the previously calm water was now surging in waves, crashing rapidly toward the building. Splash! Some of the spray and foam even hit her window. Jiang Yan was shocked. This was completely unexpected. The earthquake had come early, and the tremors were far stronger than usual. In her past experiences, earthquakes usually struck at night or in the early morning. But a quake this strong in broad daylight? This was a first. She knew that during an earthquake, it was safest to hide in a small space or under a table. But her apartment was empty, and the nearest thing she could grab onto, the fireplace, was a bit too far away. As her body lurched and she was about to fall, she immediately flashed into her space. When she was little, Jiang Yan had heard that you must never fall during an earthquake, or you could suffer a stroke or cerebral hemorrhage. Whether that was true or not, she didn't know. But it never hurt to be cautious. Judging by how violently the ground had just shaken, this was no minor quake. Her apartment had been reinforced with steel plates, so it shouldn't crack easily. But the whole building hadn't been reinforced. and she was on the top floor. Jiang Yan was worried something might go wrong. Estimating that the tremors had probably subsided, she put on her red safety helmet and exited the space again. Looking around the room, Jiang Yan instinctively frowned. A thick layer of dust now covered the floor. Both fireplaces had cracks as wide as her finger. The plaster ceiling and walls had split, exposing the silvery steel plates beneath. Judging by the damage, this was at least a magnitude 6 quake. If her fortress of an apartment looked like this, the damage outside could only be worse. And usually, after a major earthquake, there would be aftershocks. She wondered if this quake was just the appetizer, or if only minor aftershocks would follow. It seemed the authorities really did have some capable people. They'd predicted this with remarkable accuracy. Even better than her, someone who'd lived through a second lifetime. Thinking of how her plans had been disrupted by this sudden earthquake, Jiang Yan felt a mix of emotions. Jiang Yan, open up. It was Yi Qing's voice. Jiang Yan took a deep breath and hurried to the door. The hallway was filled with dust. Yi Qing stood at the door, looking serious. He wore protective goggles and a mask, and clutched 2 puffy square cushions and another mask in his hands. Seeing her in a safety helmet, he handed her the mask. Brother Tao says the earthquake could get worse. Grab your most important things. Seeing her safety helmet, Yi Qing didn't question it. Living on an earthquake belt, everyone had strong self-preservation instincts. Shouts and screams echoed from downstairs, the panic clear in people's voices. Yi Qing grew anxious when she didn't move. Jiang Yan? Jiang Yan sighed silently. Man proposes, but heaven disposes. Oh well. This wasn't the time to argue about whether to go with them or not. Leaving here was the priority. With that in mind, Jiang Yan didn't hesitate. Okay, wait here for a few seconds. She turned and hurried inside. With a thought, she took out her inflatable boat. She quickly carried it to the door. Yi Qing, help me take this. I'll grab my luggage and be right out. With the world outside now a vast ocean, a boat was essential. Even though they had one, it never hurt to have a backup. Okay, we have a high-rise escape rope. We're going straight down from the window of 3204. Wait for me, I'll come back to help you. Yi Qing didn't dare waste time, hoisting the boat and heading quickly toward 3204. Okay, Jiang Yan nodded and went back inside. It looked like she'd have to escape by sea with the others. That meant she couldn't easily take out supplies from her space. But not easily didn't mean not at all. She couldn't just sit on a hoard of supplies and starve to death. With that thought, she took out 2 large, waterproof, durable, but inconspicuous duffel bags. Right now, food was naturally the most precious thing. With a thought, Jiang Yan took out the slightly shriveled onions and sweet potatoes she'd left in the living room earlier, pulling them from her space and tossing them in. She also packed some dehydrated vegetables, dried fruit, instant noodles, fried rice, and some essentials that wouldn't easily give away their stash, but would be needed later, like salt, chili powder, and the like, all sent over by Sun Jingtao and the others. Next were some bulky but lightweight items, like clothes, to help disguise the fact that she was hiding supplies in her space. In just a dozen seconds, she'd already filled 2 large bags. It was freezing cold outside. Once the assault boat picked up speed, the biting wind felt like it could tear your face apart. Even though her body had been strengthened by her space and she was quite resistant to the cold, she still pulled on a thick down jacket. She'd bought the jacket back in Maple Leaf Country. It was not only warm and insulated, but waterproof too, making it ideal for escaping at sea. In less than a minute, Jiang Yan was ready. As usual, she slung the oversized backpack, her ultimate hiding spot, over her shoulders and opened the door. Yi Qing happened to be walking past 3202's door, not too far ahead or behind. His sleeves were rolled up, his face flushed, and he was panting heavily. It must not have been easy hauling that rubber dinghy down from the 32nd floor. Jiang Yan, that's everything, right? He glanced at the bags by her side. Yeah, that's it. Perfect. Taoji and Daijia have gathered a lot of supplies too, so you don't need to worry. Here, take this and hold it to your chest. As he spoke, Yiqing handed her a square pillow, then bent down to pick up the two large bags. There might be aftershocks soon, so let's move as quickly as we can. With that, he hurried off toward 3204, bags in hand. Jiang Yan responded with an and quickly followed. She couldn't tell if the building was just shoddily built or if the earthquake had been too strong. There were several thumb-wide cracks running from the baseboards all the way up to the ceiling in the hallway, an alarming sight. Some recessed lights were dangling from the ceiling. A thick layer of white dust covered the floor. The air was harsh and choking, so Jiang Yan quickly put on her mask. The two of them entered the apartment one after the other. Su Dai's windows were all regular glass, not earthquake-resistant like Jiang Yan's, so they'd all shattered. Shards of glass were scattered all over the floor. Two high-altitude escape ropes had been secured, one to the window frame, the other to the clay stove. Even the stove was riddled with cracks. To be extra safe, they dragged over the heavy stone table from the house to serve as a final anchor point. Sun Jingtao and Su Dai, both wearing cotton linen gloves, were busy by the living room's floor-to-ceiling windows. Their sleeves were rolled up, faces flushed. Beads of sweat dotted Sun Jingtao's forehead, and the veins stood out on his arms. Not far from him, a shotgun and a submachine gun rested on the table. Jiang Yan only glanced at them, instantly understanding. She knew Song Qian had once worked for the authorities. Rumor had it he was Anming's top sharpshooter. He certainly looked the part. But that didn't mean much. As for Sun Jingtao and Song Qian, they were basically strangers, only having met on the first day. Sun Jingtao had also been in the special forces, so there was a natural camaraderie between him, Song Qian, and the young guy piloting the boat. But now, in these apocalyptic times, everyone served their own camp. It was impossible not to be on guard, especially since they were moving all their worldly possessions downstairs. Keeping the guns nearby meant they'd have a chance to fight back if anything happened. Jiang Yan. Su Dai turned and, spotting her, a flash of relief and joy appeared in her eyes. We've finished moving our supplies. We'll take yours down next. There were still plenty of things left in their apartment. But the boat could only carry so much, and with aftershocks possible at any moment, they'd prioritized the most urgent items. Jiang Yan nodded and stepped forward to help. She actually had flight suits in her space. Those would be much safer and more convenient than what Sun Jingtao and the others were using. But she didn't have a good excuse to take them out. After just a few words, Sun Jingtao had already carried her two bags downstairs. Next up were the people themselves. I'll go first and show you how it's done. You two go in the middle, Tao Ji last, Yiqing said, exchanging a look with Sun Jingtao. There was a deeper reason for this arrangement, but there was no need to explain. As he spoke, Yiqing put on the special gloves and fastened the safety rope around himself. From the 32nd to the 24th floor, 8 floors, less than 30 meters. Not too far, but not exactly close either. Su Dai had been a fitness coach, so her core strength was solid. As for Jiang Yan, her closed-door training in her space these days hadn't been for nothing. Still, both women were a bit nervous. After all, the ropes weren't anchored in the most secure way, and the boat below was rocking. Yiqing picked up the safety rope and quickly explained. When you go down, keep your knees slightly bent. Push off the wall with your feet, arms straight, hands relaxed, eyes on where you're going, and slide down the escape rope. As you approach the boat, tighten the rope, bend your knees, and land on your toes first. He repeated, remember, bend your knees, and land on your toes. Jiang Yan and Su Dai both nodded in unison, then helped Sun Jingtao hold the other end of the rope. With a swift whoosh, Yiqing slid down. The safety harness was quickly sent back up. Amid shouts of Jiang Yan and Su Dai soon made it down as well. With Yiqing waiting below to catch them, their landings were much safer. Honey, be careful. Su Dai called up as Sun Jingtao prepared to descend last. There was no one above to secure his rope, so all he could do was pray that the clay stove and window frame would hold. Nearby, Song Qian frowned at the increasingly choppy water. Not good, another aftershock is coming. He looked up and shouted, Brother Sun, hurry down. Sun Jingtao pressed his lips together, saying nothing. He slung the gun over his back, clipped on the safety rope, grabbed the escape line with both hands, and launched himself into a freefall. His movements were smooth and confident, just like the professional rappelling you'd see special forces do on TV. Remembering how he'd hit his target with a single shot from a spear gun last time, Jiang Yan couldn't help but be impressed. Sun Jingtao really did have some serious skills. "Honey, be careful," Su Dai called up, her heart in her throat. As Sun Jingtao landed, Yi Qing and Song Qian caught him on either side. He was about to pull the escape rope back up when he felt the assault boat start to rock violently. A red flash streaked across the sky. Rumble. A deafening roar erupted from all directions. Fragments of glass and dust began to rain down inside the building. The once choppy water instantly turned into a raging torrent. The aftershocks didn't come, but a bigger earthquake did. Song Qianqing, standing next to Jiang Yan, narrowed his eyes and immediately gave an order. "Kong Wu, start the boat. Head east, get us out to open water." "Yes, sir." The young man at the helm responded instantly, firing up the engine. "The waves are getting rough. Everyone, hold on tight." Beneath the surging, churning water, it was as if a ferocious beast had suddenly awakened. It felt like the entire city was about to be torn apart. The walls of many buildings visibly cracked before their eyes. Not far away, massive waves were rapidly gathering and rolling, as if a tsunami was about to hit. Every building in sight was shaking violently. The water's surface was boiling. From the stairwells, terrified screams echoed out. Crash! A giant wave slammed down on the group without warning. Standing at the bow, Song Qian and Kong Wu were instantly drenched. Even though Jiang Yan wore a helmet and waterproof down jacket, she was still caught off guard. Icy water trickled down her neck, chilling her to the bone. Thankfully, her inner layer was also waterproof and quick-drying. Is the world trying to wipe out humanity completely? Su Dai, who had never seen anything like this, wiped the freezing water from her face, her eyes suddenly red with despair. Jiang Yan took a deep breath and said nothing. "Don't worry. It'll be over soon," Sun Jingtao comforted her, holding tightly to the rail with one hand and pulling her close with the other. Rumble. The earthquake continued. Splash. Over at the shallow bay complex, someone wearing a life ring jumped straight out of a window into the freezing water. Even more people were jumping into the water from the central garden. Some with rubber dinghies were frantically paddling away. These scenes grew smaller and smaller as the group sped away. The assault boat cut through the waves, quickly leaving the buildings behind, then slowed down. Many buildings nearby were just beneath the surface. If they went too fast and missed one, they'd run aground. A minute later, the shaking of the buildings gradually subsided. The earthquake finally stopped. But the water was still churning. The boat rocked so much, the group was nearly sick. Everywhere they looked was devastation. The buildings that had once stood in the water were now either leaning at odd angles or had collapsed entirely. Brother Song. The compass isn't working. Kong Wu, still at the helm, cried out in alarm. Everyone's heart sank. It's probably the earthquake messing with the magnetic field. Don't worry. Unless the quakes keep coming, the compass should recover soon, Song Qian said, frowning. Kong Wu stopped the boat. So, what do we do now? Let's rest for a bit, wait for the sun to come up, Song Qian said, glancing at the sky. The rain had stopped during the night. But the clouds were so thick, the sky was still a dull gray. Still, there were signs the sun might soon break through. Even if the sun comes out, it's hard to get our bearings at this hour, Kong Wu muttered. I have my ways, Song Qian replied, checking his watch. How much fuel do we have left? Kong Wu checked the gauges. 2/3 of a tank, plus our reserve cans enough for 300 or 400 kilometers. Beep beep beep. Just then, the radio on Kong Wu's chest crackled. He frowned and checked it. Battery's fine. The leader's boat has moved out of range, that's why you're getting the alert, Song Qian said with a glance. Kong Wu froze. What? They didn't even tell us? What do we do now? Seeing his panic, Jiang Yan looked up and gave him a cool glance. He was about 1.78 meters tall, with a close-cropped haircut. His eyes were small but sharp. Clearly a quick-witted guy. He looked about the same age as Yi Qing, maybe not even 20. But he clearly wasn't as steady as Yi Qing. From the way he and Song Qian spoke, it seemed they were only temporary partners. Song Qian didn't answer Kong Wu's question. Instead, he bent down, opened the storage box, took out several bottles of water, and handed them around before sitting down next to Sun Jingtao. "Brother Sun, there's something I'd like to discuss." "Go ahead." "Our original plan was to pick you up and then catch up with the leader's main boat. But after that earthquake, the leader's boat must have sped away from Anming. Now, most likely, our assault boat will have to take you directly to Dongshan." "Thank you. If there's anything we can do, just let us know," Sun Jingtao replied, understanding that Song Qian was laying the groundwork for what he wanted to say next. "The temperature keeps dropping. We need to push on before the water freezes over. But as you know, we only have so much fuel. So I suggest we don't try to catch up with the leader's boat for now, but instead look for more fuel nearby. That way, we'll be safer on the next stretch." Their assault boat did have oars, but rowing all the way to Dongshan would take forever. Brother Song, if only we'd left right after picking everyone up, we could have gotten more supplies from the leader's boat," Kong Wu muttered, a little aggrieved. But halfway through, he caught Song Qian's look and swallowed the rest of his complaint. "If the water's going to freeze, maybe we shouldn't go to Dongshan at all," Su Dai said, glancing nervously at the endless water and remembering the giant waves. Sun Jingtao shook his head. "If it freezes, survival will be even harder. And when the ice melts, the water will only get deeper. We have to head for higher ground." "Ugh, if only I'd sold my place and moved to Dongshan." Su Dai's mood grew darker. Her hometown was over there, along with many relatives. But after the heat wave, all communication was lost. She had no idea what things were like now. Song Qian glanced at her. Before the torrential rains, Dongshan was a living hell. The temperature was higher than Anming, and the sunlight was dangerously radioactive. Not many more survived there than here. Su Dai. So the Yaoben base was built later? Yi Qing looked at Song Qian. He didn't avoid the question. "Yes. I heard it was only started during the rains. Of the 5 major private bases, only the Blazing Flame base was built before the rains." 5 major private bases? Su Dai was stunned. "That's right. I only know what I've heard. The 5 bases are named after gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The Yaoben and Blazing Flame bases represent earth and fire. As for gold, water, and wood, we don't know much yet." Jiang Yan. After explaining, Song Qian glanced at the group, a subtle hint of curiosity in his eyes. Yi Qing pondered Song Qian's words. Thinking back to the golden ratio human specimens she and Jiang Yan had seen in the mezzanine warehouse on the 31st floor, she couldn't help but frown slightly. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth? Isn't that a bit too mystical? Su Dai blurted out, her expression stunned. The despair and gloom she'd felt earlier were instantly swept away by curiosity. She wanted to press further, but seeing that her husband and Jiang Yan showed little reaction, she swallowed her questions. Looking around at the devastation, Su Dai's gaze became vacant for a moment. When dealing with people, the biggest taboo is to speak too deeply with those you barely know. All these explosive revelations sounded suspiciously like some kind of conspiracy. But right now, whether it was a conspiracy or not hardly mattered. Who knew if they'd even live to see tomorrow's sunrise? Their top priority now was simply to survive. Not to play the hero and expose some grand plot. They didn't have that kind of ability anyway. With that thought, Su Dai tightened her grip on Sun Jingtao's arm. Song Qian didn't respond to her comment. Instead, he smiled, shook his head, and stood up. He glanced at the sky, then took off his tactical watch and began adjusting it carefully. Jiang Yan shot a sidelong glance at his back, saying nothing. She felt this man was hiding secrets, neither wholly good nor bad. Besides, all the Golden Shield security personnel in the Sky Hotel were dead. The 3 of them had rescued the prisoners. Even if they didn't know what was going on with the gold on the rooftop, Mo Jingxing should have at least asked about it. Not only that, He'd specifically assigned 2 people to escort them to Dongshan. That kid Kongwu seemed unreliable, probably a rookie. But the other one was Song Qian, the top sharpshooter in Aming City. Whether he was really number 1, she didn't know, but something about all this just felt off. She couldn't quite put her finger on it. Forget it, better to wait and see. Jiang Yan, what are you looking at? Yi Qing, standing nearby, noticed her staring absent-mindedly at Song Qian's back and asked in a low voice. It's nothing. Jiang Yan shook her head, pulling her gaze and thoughts back. Sun Jingtao didn't say anything either. He stood up and rummaged through the luggage bag, pulling out 2 towels and handing them to Su Dai and Jiang Yan. Dry your hair or you'll catch a cold. Thank you, Jiang Yan said, reaching out to take it. Hold on tight, everyone. Another aftershock is coming. Song Qian suddenly warned. Jiang Yan looked up. Sure enough, in the distance, huge waves were gathering again. The water's surface began to heave and ripple once more. Just one crisis after another. This aftershock lasted over a minute, as usual. But they managed to hold on and weren't thrown apart. This time, the towels in Jiang Yan and Su Dai's hands were soaked through, so wet they could be wrung out. They gave up on drying themselves. Jiang Yan's mask was drenched too, so she simply took it off. The supplies tied up in the cabin had been shaken loose again. Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing got up to secure them once more. Judging by the direction of the waves, it looks like the epicenter was right in the city center this time. Luckily, we're farther away now, Song Qian said, frowning as he looked into the distance, quietly sighing in relief. He turned back. His gaze paused briefly on Jiang Yan. Seeing the red hard hat on her head, his previously serious expression suddenly broke into a smile. I thought you were some young guy from a construction site. Didn't expect you to be a woman. Jiang Yan had been bundled up the whole time, face covered. Now she'd added a black, unisex down jacket, wrapping herself up tightly. Song Qian was only familiar with Sun Jingtao. He hadn't paid much attention to the others. Now, seeing her face. Jiang Yan didn't explain, just played along. I really am from a construction site, an archivist. Yi Qing. Wow. Which construction site has such a pretty archivist? I, Kongwu, could go without food or water and haul bricks for 24 hours straight. Wait, no. I could work 24/7, 365 days a year. Kongwu said earnestly, patting his chest. Song Qian smacked him, pretending to be angry. You're too young to be such a smooth talker. Kongwu looked aggrieved. Brother Song, how am I being slick? Look, my lips are so dry they're about to peel. See for yourself. He puckered up and leaned toward Song Qian. Song Qian pushed him away in disgust. Seeing Kongwu's clowning, the group, still shaken from their ordeal, couldn't help but laugh. Su Dai couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Song Qian looked up at the sky. The sun should be out in another 2 or 3 minutes. He paused, glancing around at everyone. By the way, except for Brother Sun, it seems we don't really know each other. Since fate has brought us together, why don't we take this chance to introduce ourselves? He sat down in front of them. I'll go first. I'm Song Qian, Song as in the Song dynasty, Qian as in heaven and earth. I'm from the northern capital, but I've been in Anming for years, so I'm half a local. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. If she remembered right, Mo Jingxing was also from the northern capital. Hopefully, it was just a coincidence. Song Qian. Song Qian. Brother Song, your name's easy to remember, Su Dai said, then introduced herself. Su as in Suzhou, Dai as in the distant mountains. Yi Qing, Yi as in leaf, Qing as in clear water. Kongwu, Kong as in peacock, Wu as in 5. Male, interested in women, Kongwu said, then scratched his head sheepishly. My parents wanted to name me Kongwu for strong and powerful, but made a mistake because they weren't well educated. Just call me Xiaowu, but please don't call me Xiao Wulong or anything like that. Everyone. Jiang Yan, Jiang as in Jiangxia, Jiang Yan started, but Kongwu interrupted. I bet the Yan is the one from Blooming Beauty, right? All beauties have that character in their name. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. No, it's the Yan from Showing You My True Colors. Kongwu, who'd been full of anticipation, choked on his words, digging his toes into the floor and scratching his head. Sun Jingtao and the others laughed, understanding why she'd used a fake name. Jiang Yan? Song Qian didn't laugh. He looked at her sharply. He was about to ask something when Yiqing quickly changed the subject. Tao, Song, seeing how strong these aftershocks still are, we'd better hurry and get out of Anming. Aftershocks still came from time to time outside, but they were much weaker now. Out here, there were hardly any buildings in sight to serve as landmarks. All anyone could feel was that the waves were a bit bigger, the rocking a bit stronger. Yiqing's words did make some sense. Song Qian and Sun Jingtao both nodded in agreement, their expressions instantly turning serious. Kong Wu glanced at the two of them, looking a bit troubled. Brother Song, the compass still isn't working. Which way should we go? Wait a bit. The sun's about to come out, Song Qian said calmly. The sun? Su Dai and the others were momentarily stunned, tilting their heads up to look at the sky. Sure enough, the thick clouds overhead were now pierced by a patch of light. Soon, a ray of cold, pale sunlight tinged with gold broke through the clouds. The sun was out. The sun had really come out. Though the sunlight brought no warmth at all, it instantly filled everyone's hearts with a sense of hope. After all, except for Jiang Yan, who had her own space, none of them had seen sunlight in a long time. Let's go that way. Song Qian checked his watch and pointed diagonally upward in a certain direction. Kong Wu immediately started up the boat. Brother Song, isn't that the wrong way? That's not east, is it? Sun Jingtao, who was also using his watch to tell direction, asked. Song Qian replied, right, we're not heading east yet. We're going west. About 5 or 6 kilometers out, there's an industrial park with a steel-framed multi-story parking garage. It's above the water. As soon as he said this, everyone understood. These days, gas stations were all submerged dozens of meters underwater. If you wanted to find gasoline, you'd have to go to an official reserve depot or collect it bit by bit from the cars left in places like this. Honey, your watches can work as compasses? Su Dai asked curiously. Yeah, it's a way to find direction with a watch. As long as there's sun, it works. As Sun Jingtao explained, he showed her exactly how to use the method. Jiang Yan and Yiqing already knew a bit about this, so instead of listening, they kept scanning their surroundings. Whoa, guys, look. There are so many fish over there. Kong Wu, who was driving the boat, suddenly shouted. Everyone followed his finger and was stunned. That area looked like a fish pond. Fish were leaping and splashing all over the surface. Some fish were even floating belly up, apparently dead. Kong Wu, slow down a bit. Let's catch some, Sun Jingtao said. Okay. Kong Wu gradually slowed the boat. Now that they'd decided to make their own way to Dongshan, they couldn't pass up this food that had practically delivered itself. Yiqing had already pulled out 2 spear guns, handing one to Sun Jingtao. Yi, do you have another one? Song Qian glanced at him. Yiqing handed over the one in his hand, then pulled out another for himself. The 3 men quickly got to work, aiming and shooting, and soon caught more than a dozen fish. There were carp, Christian carp, grass carp, and black carp. All of them were big, and most were still alive. Su Dai and Jiang Yan dug a mosquito net out of their luggage, tied a few knots in it to make a makeshift fish net, and put the fish inside for now. Jiang Yan's inflatable raft was now tied to the back of the speedboat, making a handy temporary fish tank. With the temperature so low, it didn't matter if the fish weren't processed right away. The only problem was the strong fishy smell. Once they'd caught enough, they set off again. By now, they were well away from the city, and Kong Wu gradually picked up speed. Along the way, they encountered more schools of fish, leaping out of the water in even greater numbers and over larger areas. But with limited space on the boat, they had to ignore them. Jiang Yan, however, quietly collected quite a few and stashed them in her space whenever they came across a school. Gradually, a solitary reddish-brown steel-framed building appeared above the water. It looked a lot like the one they'd seen at the Golden Shield security headquarters, but shorter. About 7 or 8 stories still rose above the water. Because of the ground shaking, many cars had piled up together, badly deformed. Some roofs and windows were smashed, probably by falling billboards or light boxes. But the gas tanks were still intact. We three will go up and get the fuel. You two stay on the boat. If anything goes wrong, Kongwu, you get the boat out of here immediately, Song Qian said, standing up and pulling 3 large army green portable fuel bladders from the storage box. He also took out a length of hose and a nylon safety rope with a pulley. Su Dai pressed her lips together, looking at Sun Jingtao. Honey, I want to help too. Her clothes had been soaked earlier, and though she'd changed her jacket along the way, her lips were still a bit pale, probably from the cold. There's no telling when another quake might hit. You and Jiang Yan stay here, Sun Jingtao refused without hesitation. If a strong quake hit, those cars above would be the biggest threat. One wrong move and they could be crushed. Su Dai looked disappointed. But seeing Jiang Yan sitting quietly beside her, she just pursed her lips and sat down next to her. She'd wanted to talk to Jiang Yan about a lot of things, but with Kongwu, whom she'd just met right there, she held back. Jiang Yan, can you hold on to this for me? Yiqing handed her his submachine gun before going ashore. Jiang Yan didn't ask questions, just said okay and took it. Sister Yan, do you know how to use that gun? Kongwu asked teasingly as he watched her take it. Jiang Yan smiled, neither confirming nor denying. What do you think? Maybe, possibly, probably not. But I can teach you. Don't worry, I won't charge you tuition. Kongwu grinned, full of confidence. Su Dai shot him a look. This kid is such a chatterbox, but that's not a bad thing. Jiang Yan didn't bother arguing with him and changed the subject. Kongwu, have you ever been to Dongshan? Nope. Kongwu shook his head, then his eyes lit up. But we're about to go, aren't we? Oh, you haven't been? That's odd. Jiang Yan trailed off deliberately. Su Dai realized Jiang Yan was trying to get information out of him, so she frowned and chimed in, yeah, that is strange. Kongwu looked confused. Huh? What's strange? Jiang Yan said, Yaoben Base is in Dongshan. Your boat is from Yaoben Base, but you've never been to Dongshan. Isn't that a bit contradictory? Exactly. Su Dai echoed. It's not strange. The land belongs to our leader, and the people who built the base work for our leader. Now that it's finished, our leader's going there. Makes sense, right? Just think of it as headquarters moving locations. When you put it that way, I guess it makes sense. Jiang Yan didn't say more, just exchanged a silent glance with Su Dai. Having the power to build a base was normal. But being able to plan ahead and have it ready at just the right time, that was anything but normal. 10 minutes later, Song Qian and the others returned fully loaded. Sun Jingtao and Yiqing had just finished securing the fuel bladders one by one on the boat when the surface of the water began to churn again, like a giant beast stirring beneath them. The steel frame parking garage started to shake violently, as if it were a sieve. Huge waves crashed bang, bang against the inflatable boat and the steel structure, each impact echoing loudly. Jiang Yan handed the submachine gun back to Yiqing, then gripped the handrail tightly with both hands. Even though this was already the nth aftershock, no one dared to let their guard down. Kongwu, take the boat out a bit. We'll come back after the aftershock passes. Song Qian frowned slightly as he looked at the cars on the parking deck, bumping into each other like bumper cars. Roger. As Kongwu spoke, he quickly started the motor and steered the boat away from the building. Fortunately, this aftershock was brief. After just over 10 seconds, the shaking stopped. But the towering waves around the building still hadn't calmed. Ugh. Su Dai, looking even paler, clutched her mouth and turned aside, dry heaving from the motion. Sun Jingtao was about to get some dried ginger from the supply bag, but Jiang Yan had already pulled out a small bottle of green medicated oil from her backpack and handed it over. Rub some of this on. It doesn't smell great, but it helps with seasickness. Thank you, Jiang Yan. Sun Jingtao took it, wiped the water from his wife's face with his sleeve, then unscrewed the cap and dabbed some on her temples and philtrum. Anyone else need some? Sun Jingtao asked, holding up the medicated oil. Taoji, I'll have some. Yiqing took it and rubbed a bit on his nose and temples. This is so weird. I've been on boats plenty of times and never felt this dizzy. Su Dai, feeling a little better, spoke with her eyes closed, still in discomfort. Sun Jingtao might have put a bit too much on her temples, and the strong smell was making her eyes water. Strong tremors from earthquakes can cause intracranial pressure to rise or fall, which leads to dizziness. People with high or low blood pressure feel it even more, Jiang Yan explained. Oh, that makes sense. I think I have low blood pressure, Su Dai said in surprise, then added, Jiang Yan, how do you know so much about everything? Jiang Yan gave an awkward smile. I used to read a lot of 10,000 Whys as a kid, huh? Of course, she wasn't about to say that Huaba in her space had just told her this via telepathy. Huaba had also told her that the progress bar in the space had reached 99.9%. Jiang Yan felt a surge of excitement, but since she was stuck on the boat with everyone else, she clearly couldn't enter the space right now and had to hold back her anticipation. Sigh, today really feels like I've had a lifetime's worth of pirate ship rides all at once, Su Dai said with a helpless laugh. Everyone nodded in agreement. This pirate ship was shaking so much it made them all dizzy and sore. Their butts ached from the constant jolting. If you weren't careful and lost your grip, you could be thrown right into the turbulent water, far more dangerous than any amusement park ride. Finally, the waves around them began to calm down a bit. Kong Wu, take us back, Song Qian ordered, then turned to Jiang Yan and Su Dai. The aftershock just ended, so there shouldn't be another for at least 10 minutes. You two go up and take care of any personal needs. After that, we'll set out at first light and won't be stopping again. Okay, got it. Jiang Yan glanced at Song Qian, thinking he was quite considerate and thorough. Traveling with this group had saved her a lot of effort and worry. After the earlier bandit raid and a sleepless night, she was exhausted and just wanted to curl up in a corner and rest. 10 minutes later, after everyone had taken care of their personal business, they all returned to the boat. Song Qian and Kong Wu refilled the gas tank with the newly acquired fuel. A cold wind was blowing, and everyone instinctively rubbed their hands together for warmth. Song Qian pulled a crumpled, waterproof bag from his black backpack and took out a hand-drawn map, calling Jiang Yan and the others over. The map was rough, but it marked many key locations and distances. The starting point was Anming. The destination was Dongshan. The straight-line distance was about 900 kilometers, but the actual journey would be at least 1,200 or 1,300. Let's go over our travel plan together, Song Qian said, pointing at the map. I estimate it'll take us at least 10 days to reach Dongshan. Huh? That long? Our inflatable boat seems pretty fast, and with all the flooding, shouldn't we be able to take water routes the whole way? Su Dai asked, puzzled. The medicated oil on her temples had mostly faded, so she could open her eyes, though they were still watery. We're using a military-grade inflatable boat. Its top speed is 100 kilometers per hour, but there are reefs in some areas, so we can't go that fast. Realistically, 50 to 60 kilometers per hour is already good. Also, the gasoline we have on board is only enough for 800 to 900 kilometers at most. We're not familiar with the other cities, so the chances of finding more fuel are almost zero, Song Qian explained, glancing at her. Oh, I see, Su Dai replied. Jiang Yan pressed her lips together, saying nothing. She actually had a stash of gasoline in her space, enough to last forever. But she couldn't just take it out. Not to mention the helicopters and yachts in there that were probably growing mold by now. Jiang Yan silently rubbed her forehead and sighed. Forget it. She'd just treat this as her own Robinson Crusoe adventure. How about this? When we hit areas with reefs, we row manually to save fuel, Sun Jingtao suggested. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking, Song Qian nodded. There are 4 men here, so we can take turns in pairs. We can row too, Su Dai and Jiang Yan said in unison. Song Qian nodded. There's another issue: navigation. The rain has stopped, but the sun isn't always out. And at night, we don't know if we'll be able to see the North Star. So, during the day, we'll keep moving as much as we can. After that, we'll have to see if the magnetic field returns to normal. Does anyone have any objections to this plan? Everyone shook their heads. No. Earthquakes can disrupt the magnetic field, which is why compasses stop working. But they usually recover eventually, Jiang Yan added. Yes, Song Qian nodded, giving Jiang Yan an approving look before continuing. There's another issue. If the temperature keeps dropping, the water could freeze over, and we might even run into blizzards. Then we'll just have to stop for a while or look for shelter nearby. Once the ice is completely solid, we can move on, Sun Jingtao said. Exactly. So everyone, be mentally prepared for a long trek carrying heavy loads later on. Try to use up the heavier food and items that are hard to carry while we're still traveling by boat, Song Qian summarized. Everyone nodded. Okay, maybe we'll get lucky and catch up with the leader's boat. After all, their big boat is slow and clumsy, nothing like our little boat, Kongwu said optimistically, grinning. It's not impossible, Song Qian agreed, glancing around at the group. All right, any other questions? Everyone shook their heads. He looked at Jiang Yan and Su Dai, then added, we don't know what we'll run into on the way. I suggest Brother Sun and Xiaoyue sit in the back row, you two in the middle and Kong Wu and I in the front. It was obvious he was putting the two women in the safest spot. Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing both raised their hands in agreement. The group quickly rearranged themselves. Song Qian adjusted his watch to the sun, set the direction, and waved his hand toward the east. Let's go. Time to move out. Eastward all the way. Let's go. Kong Wu shouted, firing up the engine. With a roar, the boat, loaded with the group, shot forward like an arrow, churning up white spray as it sped off. The icy wind cut across their faces like knives. Jiang Yan fished 2 masks out of her bag and handed one to Su Dai. Jiang Yan, good thing you came prepared, Su Dai said, quickly putting it on. They were probably at the edge of the city now, surrounded by endless water. Not a single building poked above the surface. There wasn't a soul in sight. Because of the constant aftershocks, the water was never still, always heaving. Sunlight danced on the waves, making it feel as if they were out at sea. But no one was in the mood to appreciate the view. Their thoughts were heavy. Gradually, some bare mountain tops appeared on the horizon. The water was now full of yellowish mud and scattered branches and leaves. At this point, Kong Wu's boat began to slow down. Guys, once we pass that mountain up ahead, we'll be out of Anming for good, Kong Wu said, pointing at a small hill just above the water. Atop that hill had once stood a white-domed observatory. Probably due to landslides and the earthquake, the dome was now gray and covered in black cracks, with more than half the walls collapsed and buried in mud. The iron sign reading Zijin Observatory was snapped in half, with one part submerged in the water. All around were ruins and rubble. A scene of utter desolation. Jiang Yan felt her nose sting as she looked at it. She'd visited that observatory once during a summer vacation as a child. It had been a beautiful summer, lush trees, bird sin. But now, so many things could never be recovered. Su Dai sighed, a trace of confusion in her eyes. Jiang Yan, do you think we'll ever be able to come back? I don't know, Jiang Yan shook her head. She took off her backpack, pulled out an empty water bottle, and leaned over to fill it with muddy water. Jiang Yan, that water's way too dirty to drink. Su Dai exclaimed in shock. I'm not going to drink it, Jiang Yan replied, screwing the cap on tightly. The hometown you can't return to, the distant place you can't reach. If I'd known, I would have done what Sister Yan did, taken a bit of my hometown's earth and water with me. That way, when I miss home, I could take it out and look at it. At the helm, Kong Wu glanced at the bottle in Jiang Yan's hand, his small bright eyes turning misty. He'd left his hometown as a teenager and never had a chance to go back. The others understood immediately after hearing Kong Wu's words. They all felt a pang of emotion. But now wasn't the time for nostalgia, they still had a long road ahead. Everyone, hold on tight. The floating branches on the water thinned out. Kong Wu wiped his eyes and sped up the boat. The wind roared in their ears once more. Behind them, the city slowly disappeared into the vast waters. We probably won't see any more city buildings for a long while. Everyone, try to rest your eyes for a bit. I'll wake you when we reach a place to stop, Song Qian, who was navigating for Kong Wu, said. On such a bumpy boat, just staying seated was hard enough. Sleeping was out of the question, but closing their eyes to rest would help them recover a bit. All right, Brother Song, I'll take over for you later, Sun Jingtao said. Yi Qing and Jiang Yan had all been up all night. Their nerves had been stretched tight, and now, to say they weren't tired would be a lie. Only the biting wind kept their minds clear. "All right," Song Qian replied, focusing on guiding Kongwu. After her brief moment of sadness, Jiang Yan was wide awake. Seeing that Su Dai wasn't sleepy either, she asked in a low voice, "By the way, did Wanli and the others go to the base too?" When they returned, the door to 3203 was wide open, with bloodstains at the entrance. Thinking back, it felt strange. With the boat engine roaring, Jiang Yan and Su Dai didn't have to worry about Song Qian and the others overhearing. Su Dai pursed her lips, choosing her words for a few seconds before telling Jiang Yan everything that had happened after she and the others left Shallow Water Bay. After Jiang Yan and the others left and didn't return all night, the people living in the hallway started eyeing Su Dai, who was alone in 3204. At dawn, they brazenly tried to break into her apartment. Just then, Zhou Wei, who was up early keeping watch outside, spotted them. Zhou Wei grabbed his police battering ram and, with Wang Jin, rushed out. Somehow, a fight broke out. More people came up from downstairs, led by Tian Jiliang's group. They'd heard from Tian Jiliang that Zhou Wei's family was actually with Ma Longbiao's gang, so they immediately started kicking and beating them. Caught between both sides, Zhou Wei and Wang Jin quickly became the targets of everyone's anger, stabbed dozens of times. As Su Dai spoke, she let out a silent sigh. Jiang Yan reached out and gently patted her. And then? When Wanli and Zhou Xiaoyue, they didn't. Su Dai pressed her lips together, took a breath, and continued. Wang Jiame is gone too. But when Wanli and Zhou Xiaoyue are both fine. Later, a boat from the Yaoben base arrived and brought some people back. Their youngest son, Zhou Haotian, came back as well. Then the boat took some people away. When Wanli left with Zhou Haotian, and Zhou Xiaoyue got on board too. Jiang Yan listened and let out a quiet "oh." Whether getting on that boat was a blessing or a curse, no one could say. But at the very least, after such a massive earthquake, staying behind meant your odds of misfortune were much higher. At the mention of Yaoben base, Jiang Yan glanced at Song Qian's back. There were things she wanted to ask Song Qian directly. The information she'd managed to coax out of Kong, who earlier was very limited. All he did was heap endless praise on their leader, Mo Jingsheng. The way they talked about Mo Jingsheng, you'd think he was some kind of living deity, talented from a young age, gifted, brave beyond compare. Jiang Yan couldn't help but suspect Kong, who had been thoroughly brainwashed. And brainwashed well. After all, this Yaoben base seemed to have some connection to the Blazing Flame base. Anyone linked to scum like Shui Miao Miao couldn't be that great. Birds of a feather, that's all. 30 degrees to the right, up ahead, Song Qian was fully focused, directing Kongwu. Jiang Yan narrowed her eyes, pulling back her gaze and her thoughts. Beside her, Su Dai continued. That scumbag Dao Yiping tried to take advantage of me in the middle of the night, using the excuse of going to the bathroom. I figured the walkie-talkie hadn't made a sound all this time, so he was probably useless now. So, I killed him. As she said this, a flicker of fear flashed in her eyes, and she shivered involuntarily. Jiang Yan and Sun Jingtao, like the others, had blood on their hands, more or less. But this was Su Dai's first time killing someone. Even though the man was a complete monster, she still felt a visceral discomfort. But since Su Dai hadn't shared the details of Dao Yinping's attempt, Jiang Yan didn't press. She simply reassured her. He deserved it. You did the right thing. Just as they finished talking, the water around them began to churn again. Another aftershock. But the tremors were clearly much milder than what they'd felt back in Anming. The pile of fish on the inflatable boat kept getting tossed into the air, only to land with a wet splat. A few big carp that had been flopping around inside the mosquito net were now lying still, eyes rolling back and bleeding motionless. The aftershock lasted only a few seconds. Soon, the water around them calmed. Brother Song, Xiao Yi and I are going to eat something. We'll take over for you two in a bit. Sun Jingtao checked the time, then stood up and headed for the supplies bag. They were a makeshift team. Who knew how much trust there really was between them? But basic courtesy and manners, Sun Jingtao understood those. Song Qian didn't turn around, just waved his hand with a casual flourish. No need, we can still manage. Brother Sun, we're not even halfway there yet. There's not a soul in sight on the water, and no big debris either. We could steer with our eyes closed. Just leave it to us. Kong Wu laughed, slowing the boat a little. He looked full of energy, almost absurdly optimistic. Give him some music, and he'd probably start dancing right there. Yeah, you two rest first, Song Qian added. Sun Jingtao didn't insist. All right, then we'll switch later. Okay. This time, Song Qian didn't refuse. Sun Jingtao dug out a few packs of compressed biscuits and sausages from his bag and handed them out. Listening to the conversation, Jiang Yan couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration for Song Qian and Kong Wu. They hadn't encountered any other boats, but the shimmering water was dazzling. Staring at it for too long could make your eyes go blurry. If it were her, holding the wheel for so long, keeping the boat steady, and dealing with the occasional aftershock, her hands would be aching by now. Luckily, there weren't any major obstacles in this area. Back in Anming, they'd had to watch out for floating corpses or tree trunks. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan started to feel drowsy. She yawned, gripped the handrail tightly, and closed her eyes to rest. She didn't know how much time had passed when the speedboat gradually slowed. The sound of splashing waves faded, replaced by the steady put-put of the motor. Jiang Yan opened her eyes to see Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing's backs. Sun Jingtu was piloting the boat, while Yi Qing, holding a watch, was acting as navigator. She checked the time. It was already 5 in the afternoon. Still early, but the sun had already hidden behind the clouds. The chill in the air grew heavier. Looking around, she saw a few jagged peaks rising from the water not far away. Each mountain was steep and sharp, one side as smooth as if it had been sliced by a knife, sheer like a cliff. Only about 7 or 8 stories worth of height was exposed above the water. On the upper right corner of one peak, the large character Yun Cloud, painted in red, was still faintly visible, though the paint was badly faded and peeling. Around the peaks, pieces of black, rotting wood floated here and there. Whether they were coffins or not, no one could say. Looking closer, she could just make out some sizable caves hidden in the cliffs. Brother Sun, are we stopping here for a break? Song Qian had opened his eyes and asked from behind. With the sun gone, navigation was going to be tricky. Rather than risk getting lost, it made sense to rest for now. Yeah, the water here is calm. Probably no earthquakes have hit this area. And we're almost out of fuel, so we'll refill here, Sun Jingtao nodded. What he didn't say was that the men could probably push on through the night, tough as they were. But his wife and Jiang Yan, 2 women, clearly couldn't take much more. Besides, the constant jolting was exhausting. Their clothes were alternately soaked and dried, and the biting wind had been blowing all day. It would be easy to get sick. If someone fell ill, it would only slow them down more. Better to rest and recover now. Besides, just because today had been safe, apart from the earthquake, didn't mean every day would be. Rest up, and they'd have the strength to face whatever dangers came next. Song Qian said, good idea. We're already in Shangyun territory. Let's rest here tonight. If all goes well, we'll reach Xiangqing after a full day's travel tomorrow. Once we get to Xiangqing, we'll be much closer to Dongshan, Yi Qing said, looking at the hand-drawn map. Song Qian nodded. That's right. Hey, Song, how did you know we've reached Shangyun's territory? You haven't even looked at a map. Kong Wu, standing nearby, stared in disbelief for a second. Song Qian glanced ahead and explained. Those peaks up ahead were one Shangyun's most famous landmarks, the 7 peaks of Shangyun. They're easy to recognize. There used to be lots of caves on those cliffs, filled with exquisite stone carvings. Not only are they ancient, but many were created by renowned artists. However, most of those relics are now submerged underwater. There's also an old village not far from the foot of these mountains, with a temple called Shangyun Temple. It used to be famous in the region and attracted many worshippers. Oh, there's a temple? I hope the Buddha will bless us and keep us safe on our journey. Su Dai, now awake, pressed her palms together and murmured a prayer. Kong Wu, sitting at the stern, curled his lips and teased, Daijia, isn't your prayer a bit too Small scale? Su Dai put her hands down, half amused, half helpless. I'd love to pray for the end of this disaster, but that's not very realistic, is it? Kong Wu was about to retort, but Song Qian cut him off. All right, Kong Wu, enough with the jokes. Since you've got sharp eyes, help us pick which peak we should dock at. My eyes may be small, but my eyesight is great. Kong Wu said cheerfully, shading his eyes with his hand as he peered toward the peaks. At the very front, Yiqing had already picked up the binoculars and was directing Sun Jingtao to steer toward the central main peak, where there was a large cave about 5 or 6 meters wide. The cave seemed to be naturally formed, with some later human excavation. Its shape was irregular, but there was a broad, flat area at the entrance. A few uneven stone pillars stood beside the flat ground, perfect for tying up their supply-laden assault boat. The cave entrance was only about half a meter above the water, high enough to avoid the waves, but low enough for easy access. Deeper inside, there seemed to be more small, irregular caves. But it was too dark, and some stone columns blocked the view, so even through the binoculars, they couldn't see clearly. Sun Jingtao skillfully maneuvered the assault boat and brought it to a steady stop. His boating skills were every bit as good as Kong Wu's. There haven't been any signs of earthquakes here, but we still can't let our guard down. I suggest we each carry our most important supplies with us and leave the rest on the boat for now. Later, we'll set up a night watch and take turns keeping guard, Sun Jingtao said. Agreed. Everyone nodded in approval. The boat glided to a stop in front of the cave. Yiqing was the first to climb up. Then Song Qian followed. The two of them quickly secured the boat with ropes. With their help, the lightweight Jiang Yan and Su Dai were easily hauled up. Jiang Yan could have climbed up herself, but since she wasn't familiar with Song Qian and the others, she decided to hold back a little. Sun Jingtao and Kong Wu stayed behind to grab some essential supplies from the boat before climbing up themselves. Even though they were in the wilderness, everyone instinctively took out their guns and weapons. The cave entrance was strewn with large rocks and wet gravel. After all, the heavy rain had only stopped a day ago, and the sunlight was barely enough to dry anything. One wall inside the cave had been artificially smoothed, with several ancient poems carved into it. But after so many years of neglect, the characters were faded and mottled, impossible to make out. No one was in the mood to study them. They just glanced and moved on. Deeper in, the ground was relatively flat, though thick with dust. Everyone slung on their backpacks, grabbed their important supplies, and continued inside. As they walked, Song Qian's gaze suddenly stopped at Jiang Yan's feet. Jiang Yan, have you ever been to Wanlong Tower? Earlier, there had been some water in the boat, and everyone's shoes were soaked from the waves. They'd also picked up some mud at the entrance. Now, as they stepped onto the dusty floor, their footprints were clearly visible. Yiqing didn't know why Song Qian was asking, and looked at him warily. Wanlong Tower was the building where Jiang Yan, Song Qian, and Qi Meng had first met. Jiang Yan, who had been looking around, turned back and glanced at him. No, I haven't. Why? The girl's face, half hidden by a mask, was calm and innocent, her eyes clear as water as she looked up at him. Standing in front of the burly Song Qian, who was over 1.8 meters tall, the slim, 1.68-meter Jiang Yan looked tiny. But her confident, determined expression gave her a presence that matched his. Nothing, just thought I'd ask. Maybe I mistook you for someone else. Song Qian's lips twitched as he looked away. Kong Wu, not understanding, joked, Song, isn't that a bit of an old-fashioned pickup line? Song Qian didn't reply, just shot him a cold glare. Kong Wu gave an awkward laugh, zipped his lips with a gesture, and plopped down on a rock. Sun Jingtao and Su Dai just looked on, amused, saying nothing. To them, it was just Song Qian trying to chat up a girl, nothing more. Yiqing's gaze lingered on Song Qian for a few seconds, then she changed the subject. Why don't we stay here? If we go any deeper, it'll be too dark, and we won't be able to see the boat. Sounds good. Sun Jingtao looked around, then set down his backpack. The others each found a rock and sat down. It was still early, so they quickly divided up the tasks. Su Dai was in charge of cooking. Sun Jingtao helped her with the prep, then went back to the boat to clean the fish. As for Jiang Yan and Song Qian, they paired up to explore the cave. If they were going to spend the night here, they needed to find some dry firewood. Plus, the cave was odd at the very back. It split into 2 side passages. There might be more caves inside. Who knew what they might find? As soon as the tasks were assigned, Yiqing volunteered, "I'll go with Jiang Yan." Jiang Yan didn't care who she was paired with. If she could go alone, that would be perfect. But for now, she had to show some team spirit. She didn't want to seem too aloof. Song Qian glanced at Yiqing. "All right, I'll go with Kongwu." He actually thought, based on their fighting abilities, he should pair with the weakest, Jiang Yan, for balance. But since Jiang Yan had no objections, he let it go. "Everyone be careful. If anything seems off, come back immediately." Song Qian reminded them as they reached the fork in the cave. "Got it." Yiqing and Jiang Yan nodded, then turned into the dark passage on the left. Yiqing walked ahead, carrying a submachine gun on his back and a fire axe in his hand, scouting the way forward. As usual, Jiang Yan followed behind with her backpack. At first, the path was only wide enough for 2 adults to pass side by side, rugged and difficult to traverse. The deeper they went, the more black stone pillars of various heights and scattered boulders appeared in their line of sight. At first glance, it all looked natural, but on closer inspection, there were still traces of later human modification. Some of the steeper slopes even had steps carved into them. As for the stone pillars jutting out beside the main path, they had all been polished smooth by the touch of countless passing hands. Not only were they smooth, but they also gave off a faint, eerie sheen. Now that only Yiqing was with her, Jiang Yan felt much less on edge. After walking for a while, she reached into her backpack, though in reality, she took it from her storage space and pulled out a high-powered flashlight. Yiqing also held a hand-cranked flashlight, but its dim beam was barely better than nothing. The 2 of them continued quietly, one in front and one behind, slowly following the main path. They hadn't gone far before they came upon a very obvious fork in the road. One path led upward, the other downward. Jiang Yan swept her flashlight up and down, her gaze pausing on the lower path. Not far away, in the narrow gap between 2 natural cliff faces, there was actually a walkway made of branches. The branches were as thick as a wrist, with the side branches shaved off, laid out in a crooked, uneven fashion. They had originally come here to look for wood. If they took apart all the branches from this walkway and brought them back, it would be enough to keep their fire going for quite a while. There were plenty of dead trees and planks floating in the water outside, but they were all soaked and clearly couldn't be burned. "Let's go down." The moment they stopped and looked at each other, they made the same decision without needing to say more. As they drew closer, Jiang Yan realized that beneath the dense walkway was a naturally formed, extremely deep ravine. Judging by the way the flashlight reflected off the bottom, there seemed to be water down there. The ravine was very deep, narrowing as it went. If someone fell in, their chances of survival would be almost 0. Jiang Yan couldn't figure out the purpose. The crevice spanned the ceiling, leading who knows where. It suddenly reminded her of those tomb-raiding novels she'd read before. But the thought flashed by in an instant, and she pulled her mind back to the present. "Jiang Yan, you stay here and keep watch. I'll go up." Yiqing handed the submachine gun he was carrying to Jiang Yan. He still had the fire axe in his hand. The branches were wedged directly into the stone walls on either side, so taking them down wouldn't be hard. But to remove them, he'd have to walk to the end of the walkway and then backtrack, dismantling the branches one by one as he went. Jiang Yan glanced at the bottomless ravine and said, "Why don't I go? I'm lighter, and you can hold the rope for me from up here." "It's fine. I'll test the branch's strength first." Yiqing knew what she was worried about. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves and slowly stepped onto the walkway. The branches creaked under his feet, sagging slightly before holding firm. They were actually pretty sturdy. Yiqing was careful with his footing, keeping his legs apart to distribute his weight as much as possible. Jiang Yan had no choice but to pull a rope from her backpack and hand it to him so he could tie it around himself, just in case. She tied the other end to a nearby stone pillar. In less than a minute, Yiqing had nimbly made his way to the end of the walkway, crouched down, and began banging away with the axe. Fragments of stone chipped off by the axe scattered everywhere, and faint splashes could be heard as they fell into the water below. Yiqing moved quickly and efficiently. In just a few minutes, he had dismantled the entire pile of branches. The whole process was thrilling but ultimately uneventful. Back on solid ground, Yiqing pulled a thinner rope from his backpack, and together they bundled up the branches. Jiang Yan, do you think this area is one of the higher spots around here? Wouldn't people have come here to escape? Yiqing pressed down on the bundle of branches with his leg as he tightened the rope, speaking in a low voice. Both of them had been on high alert earlier, hardly speaking along the way. I don't know. Logically, there should be people here. Jiang Yan was puzzled as well. There was clearly a path leading up here. Inside the mountain, it would be warm in winter and cool in summer, much better than being outside. It would be a good place to avoid the heat and heavy rain. And judging by how tightly the mountain fit together, it probably hadn't experienced any earthquakes. But in the caves outside and along the way, they hadn't seen any signs of human habitation, which was odd. Besides, if people had lived here, these wooden walkways for making fires wouldn't have been left for them to take. A bold guess popped into Jiang Yan's mind. Is it possible that every place experiences similar disasters, but maybe something happened here before, so no one survived? According to Song Qian, this mountain was hidden in an ancient village, so the population density would have been much lower than in the city. If some disaster struck, it's not impossible that everyone perished. That's possible, Yiqing nodded, his thoughts matching hers. The heat wave and blood mosquitoes were disasters everyone in the world had experienced. They knew this because, back then, communications still worked and people could see the latest information. As for what happened after, people only knew what was going on nearby. Did the whole world experience the same disaster at the same time? No one knew. Or maybe the world experienced the same disasters, but some secondary disasters were clearly different. Like Song Qian said, things on the East Mountain weren't just about the heat, there was also severe radiation. That made sense. The East Mountain was on a plateau, and even before the apocalypse, UV radiation there was much stronger than in the plains. Meanwhile, Anming, which was on a seismic belt, suffered more damage, but was still better off than Shangyun, where they were now. If every place faces different disasters, then after many rounds of catastrophe, survivors would naturally be concentrated in the areas best suited for survival, just like the great migrations in human history. And according to history, those who occupy the best spots first are most likely to become the founders and rulers of the new order. As Yiqing spoke, he finished tying the last knot. Listening to him, Jiang Yan thought of the 5 private bases Song Qian had mentioned and fell into deep thought. Yiqing looked up at her, his gaze serious, and lowered his voice. Jiang Yan, that Song Qian, he doesn't seem like a bad guy, but he's one of Mo Jingsheng's men from the Yaoben base. That base is also connected to the Blazing Flame base. When you head to the East Mountain in the next few days, you'd better be careful. I know. Jiang Yan nodded, brushed the dust off her hands, and stood up. Let's go. The bundle of branches was heavy, so the two of them decided to head back to the cave entrance first. Yiqing swung his arm and hoisted the bundle of branches onto his back. Jiang Yan took his submachine gun, switched on her flashlight, and led the way. They had barely taken 2 steps when a cold, clammy wind blew out from some unknown tunnel. With it came a strong, nauseating stench, thick and fishy, assaulting their noses. The smell was like the advanced rot of a corpse, or perhaps the musk of some giant snake. Ugh. Even with a mask on, Jiang Yan couldn't help but gag. A rustling sound, dense and scattered, rose up all around them. Yiqing frowned slightly, a sense of foreboding rising in his chest. Jiang Yan, let's hurry up and get back to the entrance. Okay. Jiang Yan picked up her pace as she spoke. The rustling gradually faded behind them. Jiang Yan, am I imagining things, or are there fewer rocks in the cave? Yiqing glanced around out of habit as they walked. When they'd first entered, both sides of the path had been lined not just with stalagmites, but also with clusters of massive, black boulders, each several meters across. But now there were visibly fewer rocks. The cave felt much more spacious. No idea. Let's just get out of here first. Jiang Yen pursed her lips, keeping her flashlight trained on the path and not slowing her stride for a second. She certainly wasn't about to tell Yiqing that all those seemingly indestructible black boulders had been stashed away in her spatial storage. After all, the space was huge. She could collect anything she wanted. Yiqing furrowed his brow and hurried to catch up. When they got back to the cave entrance platform, Song Qian and Kong Wu still hadn't returned. The light inside the cave had dimmed even more. A cold wind was now whistling in from outside. There was no sign of Sun Jingtu or Su Dai. From the sounds outside, it seemed the two of them were on the boat, cleaning fish. By the cave entrance, a messy pile of damp, dead branches was stacked up, probably what Sun Jingtao and the others had fished out of the water. The branches were wet now, but after a few days drying on the boat, they might come in handy. In the middle of the open area, a rectangular stone stove had been built from rubble. Under the stove, a small pile of dry grass and a few twigs had been scattered, probably just gathered from around the platform. On top of the stove was a piece of household window screen. At first glance, it looked just like a barbecue grill. From the sound of Su Dai and her husband talking outside, it seemed they were having grilled fish tonight. And according to Song Qian's earlier analysis, they'd be eating the heaviest fish first. As for the fried rice, instant noodles, and compressed biscuits, those would be saved for later. Easier to carry when there was no water route. You guys even took apart the window screens. Jiang Yan exclaimed in surprise. The ingenuity of the working people was truly endless. Yiqing chuckled and set down the bundle of wood. Yeah, we brought 4 or 5 pieces. Originally, we thought we could use them to make a fish trap later. Didn't expect to catch so many fish along the way today. It really felt like they'd gone back to primitive times. Anything that could be reused, nobody would let go to waste. Not to mention, even Jiang Yan herself had stashed away all those massive boulders in her space. Yiqing picked up a piece of wood and, with a sharp crack, split the wrist-thick branch in half with his fire axe. Just then, Sun Jingtao and Su Dai came in. Their faces were flushed, and they reeked of fish. Their hands were red too, probably from the cold water. Sun Jingtao, sleeves rolled up, was carrying a stainless steel basin with 4 or 5 cleaned and gutted fish inside. Su Dai held a plastic bag stuffed full of fish roe and swim bladders. Jiang Yan, Xiaoyue, you're back. Su Dai's eyes lit up when she saw the bundle of wood. You even found so much firewood? That's amazing. Yeah, we found a boardwalk and took it apart, Yiqing replied. Huh? You took apart the boardwalk. How will people get across in the future? Su Dai stopped herself mid-sentence, then gave a self-deprecating laugh. Listen to me. At a time like this, who cares about the future? Everyone else gave a wry smile. Song Ji and the others aren't back yet? Yiqing asked as he chopped wood. Su Dai nodded. No, not yet. Sun Jingtao glanced into the cave, as if wanting to say something, but held back. The 4 of them actually had a lot of questions to discuss face-to-face, but now clearly wasn't the right time. Just a minute or 2 later, the sound of footsteps and voices echoed from deeper in the cave, Song Qian and Kong Wu returning. There was also the dull thud of something heavy being dragged. Everyone turned to look. Song Qian appeared around the corner, carrying a makeshift raft tied together with hemp rope, barely holding together. Kong Wu had a big sack in his left hand. Judging by the bits of grass and mud on it, he'd probably raided a bunch of bird nests. In his right hand, he held several scorpions tied together with grass rope. A bunch of arm-length, yellow-brown scorpions with shiny shells. Each scorpion had a stab wound from a knife on its back, and their venomous stingers had been neatly cut off. Jiang Yan couldn't help but suck in a breath. You guys really hit the jackpot. Su Dai's pupils shrank, goosebumps popping up all over her arms. Not bad, huh? We ran into all sorts of things. Looks like we're having a feast tonight. This is Bear Grylls' favorite high-protein food. Kong Wu set down the sack and the scorpions, grinning. Yiqing frowned slightly at the sheer size of the scorpions. If those rustling sounds they'd heard earlier had come from these things, The scale and number were unimaginable. Sun Jingtao took the raft from Song Qian and glanced at the scorpions. Songji, they're probably mutated too. These scorpions are extremely aggressive. We found a lot of skeletons in another cave, probably people who tried to take shelter here before. Their clothes were barely faded, but all that was left was bones, Song Qian said succinctly. Then he turned to Kong Wu. Kong Wu, go get some gasoline from the boat. Su Dai was puzzled. Songji, we're going to grill fish soon. We'll use alcohol to start the fire. Gasoline isn't safe for cooking. It's not for cooking, it's to defend against the scorpions, Sun Jingtao explained, glancing at his wife. Scorpions are carnivorous and have a keen sense of smell. They're especially afraid of strong odors like paint, gasoline, and kerosene. If we smear gasoline at the cave entrance, it should keep them away for a while. Outside, the sky was already darkening. It had taken a lot for the group to find this temporary shelter. They weren't about to be scared off by a few mutant scorpions. Kong Wu nodded. Brother Song, I'll go get it right now. I think I have some things in my duffel bag that might come in handy too, Jiang Yan said, following behind Kong Wu toward the cave entrance. Seeing this, Yiqing lifted his legs and followed as well. As soon as they reached the entrance, a strong, pungent smell of blood mixed with fishiness hit them in the face. Jiang Yan frowned and glanced at her inflatable boat. The big fish they'd hauled in during the earlier earthquake had all been cleaned and gutted by Sun Jingtao, then strung together with thin ropes and laid out flat for storage inside the mosquito net. The temperature was just a degree or two above freezing, actually better than a fridge for keeping things fresh. Jiang Yan hadn't brought up her two large duffel bags earlier. One, filled with clothes and daily necessities, was left in the cabin. The other, packed with food, had been stuffed into the supply hold of the inflatable boat. She'd only brought those two bags as a precaution anyway, so she wasn't too attached to them. Kong Wu jumped down from the inflatable boat and, seeing Jiang Yan following close behind, reached out a hand. Sister Yan, let me help you. There was a bit of a gap between the boat and the edge of the cave, and it rocked back and forth. Thanks, but I can manage myself. Before Yiqing could even get off the boat, Jiang Yan had already propped herself up with one hand and leapt lightly into the cabin, landing steadily. For her, that was hardly a challenge. Kong Wu awkwardly withdrew his hand and joked, Sister Yan, you sure move like someone who's trained in light footwork. Jiang Yan laughed, playing along. Well, when you're never sure when your next meal is, you end up as light as a swallow. They say emotions are contagious. Traveling with someone as optimistic as Kong Wu made the journey a lot easier. Jiang Yan couldn't help but feel he didn't seem like someone who'd lived through the apocalypse. Or maybe he just hadn't been beaten down by its darker side yet. Seeing this, Yiqing decided to just stay on shore. Jiang Yan, what are you looking for? Insecticide. Huh? Sister Yan, you actually have that? Kong Wu was stunned. He put the fuel pouch he'd just picked up back into the storage hold and leaned over, craning his neck. He wasn't sure how well insecticide worked on mosquitoes, but it was a guaranteed killer for scorpions. Jiang Yan unzipped her bag a little, reached in, and pulled out a slightly heavy non-woven pouch, handing it to him. First, I'm giving you a glorious mission. Wash some of these. We'll eat them later. A glorious mission? Kong Wu looked confused as he took the bag, but as soon as he opened it, his eyes lit up with excitement. Sweet potatoes. Potatoes. Onions. Oh my god, we've hit the jackpot. Even Yiqing on the shore was surprised. They'd all been meat eaters lately, so vegetables hadn't really interested them. But now, seeing actual veggies, even if they were a bit shriveled, was a real surprise. Hearing Kong Wu shout, the others inside the cave came out quickly, weapons in hand and eyes full of vigilance. What happened? What's the big deal? Kong Wu grinned, walked to the side of the boat, and proudly showed off the non-woven bag to everyone. There was a sweet potato the size of a palm, which had been stored so long it had sprouted a few bright green shoots. Jiang Yan, can I have this sweet potato? Su Dai asked excitedly. With those sprouts, if she let it grow for a while, it could become a precious plate of leafy greens. And it was easy to keep alive, just a bit of water for hydroponics. Right now, water was the one thing they had in abundance. Jiang Yan nodded. Kong Wu, try to stay calm in the future. Don't make such a fuss, Song Qian said, frowning slightly. In this environment, every word and action had to be cautious. It was fine now, with only a few people in this remote wilderness. But what about later? If you shout like that, you'll draw unwanted attention. In this post-apocalyptic world, their group's supplies and food were already pretty enviable. One careless move, and they'd become everyone's target. Kong Wu scratched his head and quickly stood at attention, saluting with a serious face. Yes, sir. The sudden change made everyone laugh. It's getting dark. Once you've got your supplies, hurry back in. We'll get the fire going, Song Qian said, frowning before turning and heading back inside. Su Dai and Sun Jingtao followed him in. Yi Qing stayed by the cave entrance, waiting for Jiang Yan, his gaze unconsciously sweeping over the water. It was almost dark, but not quite. The water's surface looked empty and gray, as if a thin mist was rising. Up close, it wasn't as obvious. Yi Qing frowned, a sense of unease creeping in. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan used her duffel bag as cover to pull out 2 cans of insecticide and 4 or 5 bags of mothballs from her storage space. These were perfect for dealing with scorpions, better than gasoline, even. She'd heard those rustling noises earlier too, and worried that the number of mutant scorpions might be far greater than Song Qian and the others expected. Actually, she still had plenty of military flamethrowers she'd bought in the US in her storage space, each with a range of at least 50 meters. Even if the mountain was packed with scorpions, she could turn them all into roasted scorpions or charred corpses. But those flamethrowers came with huge backpack-style gasoline tanks, definitely not something she could take out in front of everyone. While she was thinking this, Kong Wu had already finished washing all the sweet potatoes and potatoes. It was hard to tell if he'd been stung by the onions while peeling them, but his eyes were watery. By the time the 3 of them went back inside, the fire was already burning. Cough, cough, cough. Because they'd used dry grass and old hemp rope as kindling, the smoke was thick, and Su Dai's eyes filled with tears from the irritation. Her face was smudged with ash, and her hair, alternately wet and dry, was plastered to her forehead, making her look filthy. The others didn't look much better. Fortunately, after a while, the planks and branches caught fire, crackling and sending up sparks, and the smoke lessened. Once the fire was going, Sun Jingtao laid the scaled fish skin side down on the mesh screen, half a fish at a time. The fish skin curled from the heat, quickly sizzling and releasing oil. Su Dai sprinkled some salt and the last bit of 13 spice seasoning from home evenly over the fish. Soon, a mouth-watering aroma filled the cave. Jiang Yan, bundled up in her down jacket and not wanting to get hit by sparks, sat a little farther away. Just as she casually turned her head, a scorpion as long as her arm crawled out from the cracks between some large rocks by the cave wall. It seemed the scorpion couldn't stand the firelight and strange smells in the cave, its pincers and stinger raised high as it tried to escape. But it didn't seem to know where to go. Earlier, Song Qian and Sun Jingtao had not only poured gasoline at the inner cave entrance, but had also set up a perimeter along the cave walls using water, gasoline, and mothballs in layers, with the grill at the center. At a glance, it looked just like a protective barrier. Scorpions don't have ears. All of their movements rely on the sensory hairs on there. Her pupils contracted. She quickly grabbed a can of insecticide and pointed in the direction the scorpion was crawling. There's a scorpion. Wham! In a flash of firelight, a sharp dagger came down from above, stabbing straight at the scorpion's heart. A bit of viscous fluid splattered out. It was Song Qian. The scorpion's legs twitched for a few seconds, then it went still. Jiang Yan, did you see where it came from? Song Qian asked, turning to her. Jiang Yan pointed to the spot where the big scorpion had crawled out. It came out from that pile of rocks. Scorpions are nocturnal and like to live in groups. Generally, they rarely survive alone. She suspected there were probably more hiding under those rocks. All right. Song Qian stood up and motioned for Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing to grab their weapons as well. Scorpions are cold-blooded animals. They can handle both heat and cold. But usually, if the temperature drops below 10 degrees Celsius, they hardly move at all. So right now, they shouldn't be hard to catch, Sun Jingtao said, making a gesture. The group moved in from several directions and started shifting the rocks. All of them had, to some extent, participated in wilderness survival training before. Back then, catching lizards, spiders, cobras, scorpions with their bare hands, drinking snake blood, and eating insects raw were all standard drills. Compared to that, this situation was much easier. Jiang Yan had always been terrified of snakes and scorpions. She clutched the can of insecticide and moved far away. Su Dai grabbed a can too. She still felt a lingering fear. Thank goodness she hadn't run into any scorpions earlier when she was gathering rocks for the stove. Sure enough, there was a whole cluster of them under the rubble. Judging by their size, they were much smaller than the one from before. Probably baby scorpions. There was also plenty of white scorpion droppings scattered around. With practiced precision, the group quickly wiped out the entire nest. All the scorpions were gathered together. Song Qian took out a silver-gray, wide-mouthed sealed jar from his tactical backpack. One by one, he sliced off the venomous stingers from the scorpions' tails and dropped them into the jar. Judging by the strange smell when he opened the lid, the stingers from the scorpions they'd caught earlier were probably in there too. Su Dai and Yiqing were baffled. Brother Song, why are you keeping the scorpion stingers? Aren't they highly poisonous? Don't worry. These are valuable, Song Qian replied, screwing the lid on tight and stowing the jar in his backpack. You guys don't know this, but there are people out there paying good money for key extracts from mutated animals. So the venom from these mutant scorpions is actually worth a lot, Kong Wu chimed in mysteriously. He glanced at Song Qian and, seeing no objection, added, and since these are wild, their venom is way more potent than the farmed ones. Sun Jingtao and the others frowned slightly. Key extracts from mutated animals? That reminded them of the time at Shallow Water Bay with those live-bred mutant leeches. And what Dao Yiping had told them about handing over leeches to the Blazing Flame base. Could all these things be connected? That's right, Song Qian didn't avoid the question and nodded. Sun Jingtao gave him a sidelong glance. But with all this heat, most plants and animals have gone extinct. So far, the only mutated animals we've seen are blood mosquitoes, leeches, fish, and these scorpions. Not sure if those bats we saw the other day count. The distance was too far to make out their size. But aside from being bigger, these so-called mutant animals don't seem much smarter or stronger. So what's the point of collecting them, besides breeding them for food? Song Qian replied, scientific research. At first, they collected blood mosquitoes. Later, it was leeches and others too. The types and numbers of animals that survive the extreme heat and rain are actually far beyond what we imagine. Blood mosquitoes? They even want to study those disgusting things. Su Dai's jaw nearly hit the floor. Jiang Yan listened quietly, taking a deep breath. When the world changes, of course scientists would want to study these new mutated species. That was only logical. But what if the research wasn't being done by official scientists, but by private bases and all sorts of? Then the secrets behind it would be much, much bigger. Song Qian glanced around at everyone, paused for a few seconds, then said, blood mosquitoes were the first to mutate, and the most thoroughly. Have you ever thought about what it would be like if other species mutated to the same size as blood mosquitoes? Su Dai did a quick mental calculation. If these scorpions got as big as those mosquitoes, they'd be the size of a baby crocodile. Everyone. They're not just studying the problems that come with increased size and body functions. Think about it, being able to survive these extreme disasters is a remarkable ability in itself, Song Qian continued. Survival of the fittest. So, by that logic, humans who survive these disasters must have some kind of special ability too. Su Dai suddenly saw the bigger picture. Exactly. Song Qian nodded. Yiqing suddenly thought of those perfect corpses preserved in formalin on the 31st floor of the Sky Hotel and said pointedly. So, to put it bluntly, their research targets aren't just the mutated animals that survived, but possibly also the human survivors who made it through these extreme disasters? In theory, yes, Song Qian replied, narrowing his eyes as he glanced at Yiqing. Everyone sucked in a cold breath and looked at Song Qian. So, who are they? We've heard that the Blazing Flame base is involved in this sort of thing. As for others, we don't know, Kong Wu shrugged, sneaking another glance at Song Qian. Song Qian remained as calm as ever, neither confirming nor denying it. Blazing Flame base? Sun Jingtao and the others had already guessed, but still feigned surprise for a moment. They'd heard some bizarre rumors about the Blazing Flame base from Dao Yinping before, but those were mostly about that ruthless and unpredictable Xue Xiao, who seemed to know things before they happened, and his fondness for beautiful women and cosmetic surgery. But researching mutant animals? That's the realm of life sciences. Ordinary people, with ordinary equipment and resources, couldn't pull that off. Unless there was some extraordinarily powerful force and resources supporting them from behind. Jiang Yan had stayed silent the whole time. She held the can of insecticide in her hand, studying the colorful list of ingredients by the faint firelight. She looked calm, almost bored. Seeing her so quiet, Sun Jingtao didn't press further with his questions. These matters were far removed from their own lives. They were just a few ordinary people. It was much more practical to focus on how to reach Dongshan safely. With that in mind, Sun Jingtao leaned over and picked up a few split branches from the ground, stacking them onto the fire. The fish is ready. If we don't eat it now, it'll burn. Yiqing spoke as he used two thinner branches to move the grilled fish closer to the edge of the fire, then placed two more large fish from the stainless steel basin onto the grill. As the remaining water on the fish dripped down, a fresh plume of smoke rose up. The six of them sat around the stone stove, Su Dai and her husband, Song Qian and Kong Wu, each taking a side of the rectangle. Jiang Yan and Yiqing sat opposite each other. Although the fish was done, no one had chopsticks and it was still too hot to handle, so no one reached for it right away. The conversation came to an abrupt halt, and the group fell into a sudden silence. Just as Kong Wu was about to praise how delicious the fish smelled, Jiang Yan looked at him and Song Qian, half smiling, and spoke up. Didn't you say that both the Blazing Flame base and the Yaoben base are among the 5 major private bases? Has your base never considered doing this kind of research? She had a feeling that Song Qian and Kong Wu had deliberately steered the conversation this way. It felt like a brainstorming session. They'd managed to connect a bunch of things that had nothing to do with them, all in an instant. But what was the point of letting them know all this? Jiang Yan knew that Kong Wu's idol, or rather, his spiritual leader, was none other than Mo Jingsheng, the head of Yaoben base. Bringing up Yaoben base alongside the Blazing Flame base was already a bit of a provocation. Sure enough, Kong Wu got flustered as soon as he heard it. Ahem, Sister Yan, you don't understand. That Xue Miao Miao from Blazing Flame base is a total lunatic. Our leader would never be anything like him. They're worlds apart. What's that phrase? Kong Wu swallowed, his eyes darting left and right, but he just couldn't remember. Jiang Yan said unhurriedly, as different as heaven and earth? Yes, that's it. Kong Wu slapped his thigh and nodded furiously. The usually calm and composed Song Qian frowned slightly at Kong Wu's outburst. Sun Jingtao and the others were all stunned for a moment. That name had only been a guess before. They hadn't expected it to be true. Jiang Yan's heart sank. Truly, the good die young, while evil lingers for 1,000 years. So, Xue Miao Miao was definitely a reborn. Then who was the one who died in prison before? Even so, Jiang Yan feigned surprise and probed further. Xue Miao Miao? Kong Wu, you don't mean that guy who got arrested twice after his old man died, and even trended online, do you? Yeah, that's him. He was sentenced to death at first, but somehow got bailed out, then got arrested again, and faked his death in prison. Everyone local knows about him. He's the ultimate spoiled brat and a total psycho. Kong Wu blurted out, his words firing off like a machine gun. Everyone. Brother Song, what else do you know about the Blazing Flame base? Sun Jingtao clenched his fist and took a deep breath. At this point, there was no use beating around the bush. Song Qian glanced at him, his expression complicated. To be honest, Brother Sun, it's true that someone is paying for key parts of mutant animals. The transactions are very secretive and limited, so no one knows who's behind it. I haven't looked into it myself. As for other things, we've only heard rumors. We don't know much in detail. So, take what Kongwu says with a grain of salt. After all, the information we have isn't complete or necessarily accurate. A lot of it is just hearsay. He paused, then looked at the group with interest before continuing. If you're really interested, once we get to Dongshan, you can go straight to Yaoben base and ask the leader yourself. He's always hoped you'd join the base. Kongwu choked on his words, whatever he'd wanted to say stuck in his throat. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow, glancing sidelong at Song Qian. TSK. Not only is this guy a sharpshooter, he's also a master at dodging questions. The other three thought back and realized that when it came to the Blazing Flame base, Song Qian had indeed never commented. It was always Kongwu bouncing around, full of excitement. Forget it, best to drop the subject. As for going to the base to question Mo Jingsheng in person, unless they were crazy, none of them would do that. Sun Jingtao changed the topic, asking a few things about Yaoben base, but Song Qian brushed him off, saying he'd only just joined and didn't know much. On the surface, it seemed like he'd just been temporarily assigned to escort them to Mo Jingsheng's boat, but due to the earthquake and a series of accidents, he'd ended up traveling with them. As the conversation went on, Sun Jingtao and the others got the hint and stopped asking. The fish is ready, Yiqing said, picking up a piece and steering the conversation away. The fish had been on the edge of the grill for a while, so it had cooled down a bit. But with the fire still burning, it hadn't gone cold. Everyone was starving, so at Yiqing's words, they pulled their minds away from gossip and started eating in earnest. People usually don't talk while eating fish, for fear of getting a bone stuck in their throat. The group fell silent once more. After dinner, Sun Jingtao groped his way to the cave entrance to wash the grill. The others removed some of the stones from around the fire, then buried the washed sweet potatoes and potatoes in the ashes. Scorpions hate light. As long as the fire kept burning, and with those protective barriers in place, they didn't have to worry about being attacked by scorpions in the night. Sun Jingtao and the other three set up a night watch schedule. Jiang Yan and Su Dai wanted to take a shift, but the others refused. With the mutant scorpions around, the four men took turns in pairs. One would guard the cave entrance, keeping an eye on the motorboat and inflatable raft outside. The other would stay inside, near the inner entrance, watching for any scorpion activity. In the end, Jiang Yan and Su Dai each took out a tent. Originally, Sun Jingtao had suggested they share one tent. It would be warmer, and if anything happened, it'd be easier to pack up quickly. But Jiang Yan made an excuse and declined. She had her own reasons. Sun Jingtao and Su Dai saw this and didn't push the matter. Jiang Yan and Su Dai quickly washed up with the water outside, then retreated into their own tents. Sun Jingtao and Kongwu took the first watch. These days, their routines were already completely irregular. Everyone just tried to catch some sleep or rest whenever they could. Su Dai hadn't slept all night, and her physical strength was clearly not as good as Jiang Yan, Sun Jingtao, and the others. After being tossed around on the boat all day, she was exhausted. Within 2 minutes, soft snores were already coming from her tent. Jiang Yan, on the other hand, had her body strengthened by the space, so she was still full of energy. But she wanted to use this rare moment alone to enter her space, so she had pretended to be tired and yawned earlier. Luckily, the tent she took out today was exceptionally well-sealed and light-proof. With the campfire outside and her tent in the shadows, no one could even see her silhouette. After zipping up her tent, she didn't enter the space immediately. Instead, she lay down fully clothed, pretending to nap, quietly listening to the sounds outside. About 20 minutes later, Song Qian and Yiqing, whose turn it was to rest, figured the two girls must be asleep by now. They got up, went outside the cave, and jumped into the water with a splash, their teeth chattering as they took a cold bath. After Yiqing finished bathing and tidied up, he warmed himself by the fire for a bit, then found a stone pillar near Jiang Yan's tent, hugged his submachine gun, and leaned against it to rest. Song Qian sat by the fire, dug out the potatoes and sweet potatoes that had been buried and roasted earlier, and added some more branches to the fire. Then he sat nearby, closed his eyes, and rested. Jiang Yan felt the timing was right. With a thought, she entered her space. Compared to the cold, dark, and foul-smelling world outside, inside the space it was sunny and bright 24 hours a day. And ever since that giant Tai Sui fungus was put inside, the air was filled with a faint, invigorating fragrance that made people feel refreshed and energized. For a brief moment, Jiang Yan was tempted to stay in the space forever and never leave. But the thought passed as quickly as it came. Jia. Mama, you're back. The man-eating flower, which had been chattering non-stop in her mind, now saw her enter the space and immediately rushed over, its vines forming a big loop as it rolled and crawled up onto her shoulder. Jia. Mama, now that you're here, take me out with you. After speaking, Flower Baby stretched out a vine, its little head poking forward with a pitiful expression as it looked at Jiang Yan. It really didn't want to be left behind anymore. A golden nest or a silver nest, none is as good as being by Mama's side. Jiang Yan couldn't help but laugh. All right. But now wasn't the time for chit-chat. She had come into the space quietly for a reason. Flower Baby, didn't you say the space upgrade was complete? Why is there still a bunch of decimal points? Jiang Yan looked at the progress bar above the little stream, which read 99.9999%, her joy turning to confusion for a second. If she'd known, she would have downloaded an anti-fraud app. Fortunately, when she checked with her mind, she still had several boxes of gold bars left from the Sky Hotel. Jia. Mama, I wanted to surprise you. Just wait a moment. As Flower Baby spoke, a little leaf somehow rolled out a gold bar. Jia. Mama, watch closely. The moment of witnessing a miracle has arrived. Jiang Yan. Flower Baby's head suddenly grew larger, and it tossed the gold bar into its gaping mouth. Who knows how it worked, but the gold bar was chewed up as easily as a piece of golden chocolate. As Flower Baby chewed, the 999 on the progress bar didn't change, but the string of decimal points behind it began to flicker rapidly. Jiang Yan held her breath and hurried to the stream, her eyes never leaving the progress bar. A few more gold bars were tossed into Flower Baby's mouth. Suddenly, the string of decimals stopped moving, but the whole 99.9999% began to shine and flash madly. The light was dazzling, as if thousands of gold and silver jewels were under a spotlight, sparkling brilliantly. Surprise! As Flower Baby danced around, waving its little leaves, the long string of 999 was finally replaced by 100% on the progress bar. At the same time, a new blank progress bar appeared. Jiang Yan was completely stunned. This meant the space could be upgraded again. Before she could react, a blinding white light flashed. She instinctively closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she was shocked by what she saw. The space had doubled in size. In addition to the white living area, the gray storage area, and the black planting area, there was now a vast, endless green prairie. With a thought, Jiang Yan teleported to the edge of the grassland, crouched down, and reached out to touch it. It was real grass. The grass was lush and vibrant, dotted here and there with tiny red, yellow, and purple flowers she couldn't name. A gentle breeze carried the fresh scent of grass, filling her with joy. Parting the thick grass, she found rich, moist, black soil underneath. Jiang Yan was overjoyed. Now, after the upgrade, there was a whole green prairie in the space. Maybe in the future, there would be mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas too. If that was the case, as long as she could meet the upgrade requirements, could she eventually recreate a whole mini-planet inside her space? Jiang Yan was thrilled by her discovery. Oh right, speaking of upgrades, what about the spiritual spring and the little stream? She turned around. The faint little stream from before was now flowing merrily not far away. It was about 3 or 4 meters wide, not huge, but quite deep and crystal clear. The stream,